Hello everyone and welcome to this detailed session on cloud computing and DevOps. In today's tech-driven world, these two domains have become the backbone of digital transformation, helping companies innovate faster, scale efficiently and stay competitive in the market. Now let's break this down. Cloud computing has completely changed how business think about IT. Instead of setting up and maintaining large physical infrastructure, organizations can now tap into virtual server, storage and services on demand. This approach not only reduces cost but also provide flexibility to expand quickly, whether it's deploying application, handling big data, or supporting modern technology like AI and IoT. On the other side, DevOps is both mindset and methodology that unites development and operation teams. It focuses on collaboration, automation, and continuous improvement. With practices like continuous integration, continuous delivery, and infrastructure as code, DevOps ensures faster release, fewer errors, and smoother workflow. In this session, we are going to explore both of these areas in depth, starting from fundamental to practical, real world tools, and workflow. By the end of this session, you will not only understand what and why the cloud and DevOps, but also how professionals implement them in today's industry. But before we dive in, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you never miss an update on Intellipaat's YouTube channel. So without any further ado, let's get started.
So, what is cloud computing? Is it something like computing over the clouds? Well, not exactly. Cloud computing simply means that you're using the computing resources, be it your storage, servers, or your applications that are already present over the internet, but you are accessing it all without using a physical hardware. Like, you don't need a separate hardware to access your Netflix or YouTube or whatever. You can access it from anywhere and from any device. You just need your login ID and password. So that is what cloud in action is. Now let's just understand it with a simple life example. For suppose you have thousands of photos and videos to store somewhere. What you can do is you can either purchase a hard drive and store it there. But what if the hard drive get crashed or get lost and you have to carry the hard drive all over with you to access those photos and videos? Now, what you can do is you can just put all those photos and videos into a Google Drive that might be already present in your phone. Now, it makes everything so simple that you can access it from anywhere now. Now, you have no worries like if it get lost or you need some other device for it. So, that is cloud in action. So, cloud computing simply means that you're accessing all those computing resources, be it your storage or your server, databases, or apps, without owning a physical hardware, which means you are just having the internet and you can access all those things in your laptop or in your device, whatever you are using. Let's take a quick review like where you are already using cloud in your day to day life without even realizing it. For suppose, either you are using Google Drive to store your photos online or you're using Gmail to send or receive emails that are all done on the hosted Google servers. Or you're using Netflix or YouTube to stream the daily videos, whatever you want, or the films that you want to have it, all are already present on the servers. You just have to access it from your devices. Or you're using Instagram to have sharing the photos or scrolling the reels. All are done using the cloud computing technology. Similarly, we have Zoom video calls to handle via the cloud servers. Now that we have understood that what cloud actually is, and with a real life example too, let's just understand why do we actually need cloud. First, suppose you are going into a new city and you want to roam around the city, travel around it. So you have two options. Either you can rent a car or you can own a car. But what are the disadvantages that come after owning a car is if you buy a car, you have to pay a lot of upfront fees, of course, to buy a car. And then you have to pay for the insurance, for the maintenance, for the fuel, and for the repairs. That is the second disadvantage that we have. And the very important thing that you might not even use it everyday basis, and but you are still paying for it when it is not in use. Now, with a real life example only, we can see that if you are not using it regularly, you can just use a Uber instead. Like you can rent those services. What you have in this, you have no maintenance, no upfront cost. You only pay when you use it and you can upgrade to a better version whenever you want. So that is the advantages that we have in the cloud also. What you do, you don't need to buy those expensive servers and manage them. You just need to rent those computing resources whenever you need and stop paying when you don't. So that is just like Uber. It's flexible, cost efficient, and stress free. So now that we know that how much easier our life is made using the cloud technology, I would like to tell you that back in the day, we didn't have such technology. We used to sit in a room filled with physical servers where we have to manage each of the physical server even when they are not in use. And we have few disadvantages along with it. But that's not the point that we exactly jumped from the traditional IT services to this cloud computing. We have one more important thing that is called virtualization, which is a very important topic in our cloud computing syllabus. So let's understand each one of them step by step and how we came to the cloud computing that is our today's world scenario. For explaining you guys what is traditional IT or what are the physical servers that we had back in the day, you can just imagine yourself sitting in a room filled with physical servers and you have to manage each one of them individually. So what were the problems that we had back in the day was you have to pay a high upfront cost because yes, there are so many physical servers that are present in your room. So of course you have to pay a very hefty amount for that. And we have second disadvantage that is wasted resources. Of course, when you're using so many hardwares and some of them are not even in your use, so what is this? This is a complete wastage of the resources. And we have manual maintenance that you have to manage each one of the servers and you have to take a maintenance for that. So you have a lot of charges and you have to pay again a lot of hefty amount for that. And again, it was hard to scale. Like if you want to manage those servers from another room, you have to carry each one of them individually to another room or to another place. So it was very hard to scale such technology. So to eradicate such problems that we had in traditional IT servers, what we came up with something called virtualization. Now let's understand what virtualization was. See, virtualization, you can understand it, it's like a smart hardware use. Why? Because since back in the day you had physical servers, each one of them having its different OS, and you have to have one individual server for accessing one operating system. Now that you had virtualization, you can split one physical hardware into many virtual ones. Now let's understand it. What does it mean using a simple diagram? If you can see this diagram, you will be able to understand that what is actually happening inside the virtualization. First of all, we have a physical hardware. Be it your CPU memory or your storage or network, whatever you have, this is a physical hardware that you have. And just above that, there is a virtualization layer in which we have our hypervisor. Now, this is the component that is actually used to split those physical hardware into the virtual ones, where you can operate each virtual system individually, just like mentioned here. You can understand it by a simple example. For example, if you are working in a tech domain, you understand that you are having one laptop and you're running an operating system called Windows there. But you can also have a similar operating system that is Linux into it. Why? Because that is where virtualization actually works. Like you can have two different operating system into one device only and you can access both of them. So that is what a real life example is of virtualization. So let's understand that virtualization is the process of creating a virtual version of server, desktop, storage, device, or even an entire operating system. It allows one physical system to run multiple virtual machines, each behaving as if it was a separate system. When you are using Windows and Linux, both of them in a single device, what's happening? You can use both of them individually as both of them have different software dependencies, but the hardware is able to manage it. Why? All because of the virtualization that came into the existence. Now, the benefits that we had was, of course, there was a better resource utilization because we have to have just one physical hardware to run so many operating systems on it. It was easily manageable, as simple as that, and it was faster setup than the physical servers. Of course, like to be filled in a room with the different physical servers, each having different maintenance and different type of operating systems, you can just have a one physical server and maintenance is quite low in this. Now that we had virtualization back in the day, there was still one more problem that we had, that we still needed one physical hardware to run those virtual ones. So what came into the technology was something called cloud computing that we are working. Cloud computing simply means anywhere, anytime, and pay as you go. Why is that? Because for suppose you're using AWS, Azure, and GCP, some of you might be well known aware about it. So when you're using this technology, what you are doing, you are just renting those servers or renting those computing powers all over the internet just for your own purpose. And in AWS, when you're creating the instances that we will be doing in the videos further, what we have to do, we just have to make an instant and we just have to pay the charges as much as we are using it. So that is cloud what was. It was like pay as you go, like whatever the cost efficiency you had, whatever the budget you had, you can use the computing resources according to that, and anywhere and anytime. Of course, you just need an ID password for it, and any device would work, any device would be compatible to use it. Now that we have looked into the picture deeply, let's just compare each of the services step by step, like how we went from ownership of like all the physical servers that we have, then to sharing the virtual servers when we had virtualization, and how did we come to the complete rental system in the cloud. So what it looked like back in the day was, you have to buy physical servers for the traditional IT servers, of course, that we have discussed till now. It was expensive and hard to scale at the same time. So, to eradicate this problem, we came up with one device split into multiple virtual ones. That was virtualization. You have to run multiple virtual machines on a single hardware. And what was a limitation? The only limitation that it had was it was quite flexible at the time of the day. But what was the simple thing that we had still had in the problem was that you still needed a hardware for it. Like one hardware was still needed for it. So we came up with a simpler thing, like the very simplest thing, that you don't even need a physical hardware now. You can just rent the things and access it as much as you want. So what is cloud? You just have to rent the services from the cloud providers that we have, and you can use it as much as you want according to your efficient budget. So it was most efficient, and the modern approach is cloud only. Now that we have understood like what cloud computing is and why is it so important, and how we moved from owning the complete infrastructure to sharing through virtualization and now renting it using the cloud computing. So let's dig into what are the core characteristics of the cloud and what makes it so powerful and so popular among us. You can use it, a simple acronym called OBRIP command, that can be used to remember like what all the characteristics and what all the resources that we have in cloud computing. First of all, we have O, that stands for on demand service. Now, what does an on demand service means? You can just imagine it using something like Zomato. Like whenever you feel like you want to order something, you just launch the app from your phone. So it's as simple as that. You just order a food from your Zomato app, so you can launch the server whenever you want. So it's a on demand self service criteria that you have. Next, we have something called broader access. Now, what does broad network access actually means? See, when you are using an Instagram, it's not important that you need to carry your own device. You can access it from the any device that you want. You just need a mail ID and your password. That's what I'm saying from the beginning itself. That the broad network access means that you can upload the files or you can access the files, you can scroll the reels, whatever you want, all from any device. You just need your identity as your username and password. Now, the next thing that we have, that is called resource pooling. What does it mean? That the cloud provider, the groups like shares the storage and memory and CPU among the many users. You can just understand it like the electricity broadband is shared among lot of people we have in the colony or we have in a particular home, right? So that is what resource pooling means. Next, we have elasticity. Elasticity simply means that it can expand or shrink as a balloon on its own. For suppose many of us are using the simpler server or the single server that we are using. So what happens, there is caused a lot of traffic inside it. Okay, so what this cloud does, it automatically adds some necessary servers that are used there, and it can also just after the traffic is removed, it can automatically just remove the servers when they are not in use. So this is a very important and very impressive quality that we have in the cloud. Next, we have pay as you go. For suppose you're just using a 10 GB memory, so you're paying for that 10 GB only. It's not like you're paying for 100 GB and you're just using 10 GB. So that's what pay as you go means, that you only pay for whatever the resources you want and for how much time you want. Now that we have understood this, let's just example it with a simple real life analogy, that what are these things and how we are using it in our day to day life. First of all, we have on demand self service. I just said that you can use it like ordering an app from Zomato or Swiggy, whatever you want. You just have on demand, like whenever you have the demand, you have that kind of service in front of you. So that is on demand service characteristic, and the real life analogy is ordering a food from the app. Now we talk about broad network access. Just like Instagram, you have something called Netflix. Like every one of us like stream on the Netflix platforms. So what happens? You can access it from your TV also and from your device also, whatever, wherever you are comfortable with. So that is what broad network access means. Now elasticity, just example it or just think a balloon shrinking or expanding on its own according to your preferences. That's what elasticity means. And when we have resource pooling, It's just like sharing electricity among the colony or among your home, or it's just like sharing a hotel rooms. Like we have lots of people using the same resources, so we kind of do something called resource pooling, just like a carpooling. Like many of you are going into the similar direction, so just resource pool it. And the next thing that we have called major service, simply like pay as you go. Like you pay the electricity or water bill just like as much as you have used. So simply whenever we are creating, we will be creating a EC2 instance next in the video. So whenever we are creating it, we are just paying for the only duration of time where we are using it. So that is another example or another characteristic that we have for it. So now that we have understood the core characteristics also and what are the all the benefits that comes with cloud computing, let's just understand what are the cloud services models that we have, and next what are the cloud deployment models that we have, and the key service providers that we have in cloud computing. Now what are the cloud service models are? They're simply categorized among what they have to offer to the customers or the people that are using it. And when we talk about the cloud deployment models, it just simply categorizes itself like how the cloud models are deployed over the internet. And the service providers are very famous, your AWS, Azure, and GCP, that are quite popular among all of us. So let's just start with this next section, that is cloud service models. Now that I've said that cloud service models are categorized among what they offer to you guys, to me, and to whosoever is using this technology. So there are three main types of cloud service models, that are IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Now what does it means? IaaS being infrastructure as a service, PaaS being platform as a service, and SaaS being software as a service. Now let's just understand all these type of service models with the help of simple example. We have a popular term called pizza analogy for understanding all these three terms. Okay. So what we have, first of all, we have IaaS, that is infrastructure as a service. Now for suppose you want to have a pizza and you want to customize it according to yourself. But for now, when we are using IaaS, infrastructure as a service, we need an entire infrastructure and we need to rent an entire infrastructure. So what does it mean? That you are renting an entire kitchen, all the utensils, all the things that are present in the pantry, and all the things you are utilizing, and you're renting everything. Like you're renting an entire infrastructure for you to make a simple pizza. In PaaS, what you're doing, you're just saying that I don't need an entire infrastructure now, I just need a platform. Now you have popular outlets of pizza like Domino's and Pizza Hut. So what you do, you just go inside it and you just say that I want a pizza to be made for myself and I can make it myself. I just need the dough and the toppings with it, whatever you want. Okay. So the platform is completely ready for you and you just need to access it for the pizza or whatever the service is in the computing world you need. Now when we talk about SAS, that is very popular and every one of us are already using it. What does SAS means? That the entire software is ready for you. Like the pizza is already ready and you just want to order it by just a call or just using a Zomato or Swiggy, whatever you want to have. So what do we understand by software as a service? That the app or the pizza is entirely ready. Okay, so these were the things that we had for the cloud service models, and let's just start understanding each one of them step by step by what you get in a particular service and how you handle that and what are the real life examples that we have. Talking about the IaaS, that is infrastructure as a service, it's the kind of a basic building block that we can say you have the server or storage or networking, all you want right in your hand. What you get in it, you kind of get a virtual machine like EC2 or Azure VM that we'll be discussing in the video further. And you have to get a storage like we have examples of AWS S3, Azure Blob that are quite popular among it, and the networking. So these are the things that you get when you're renting an entire infrastructure. Now, what do you handle in it? Since you have the entire infrastructure, you have the entire ownership, but you have a lot of work to do also. So first of all, what you have to handle the entire OS installation that you have to do in the setup. Then you have to do the app setup and the security patches, that whatever you want to have. Like you have the full access and full control of the entire infrastructure, but at the same time, you have to handle a lot of things in it. And what are the real life examples that we have? We have an EC2 instance of AWS, that is a very popular cloud provider. Then we have Microsoft Azure VM, that is a virtual machine. Then we have Google Cloud Compute Engine. Now, all these things are kind of a real world examples that you will be dealing with when you are diving into the cloud technology into deeper. Okay. So the next thing that we have to discuss in detail is called platform as a service. Now, simply as I told you, what do you mean by platform as a service is you just have the entire platform ready for you and you just don't need the system setup, but you have to like write the code, deploy the code. You have to make the pizza by yourself, correct? So that is what platform as a service is. It is directly made for the developers who want to just focus on their app and not the system setup. So what you get in it, an entirely like installed operating system, pre-installed frameworks and libraries, runtime environment, and auto scaling. Now what does all this means? That the entire infrastructure is already ready in this. In IaaS, you have to like do the OS installation and different type of like you have to set the environment all by yourself. But not in this. In this, you have the platform already ready, and what you have to handle it is just writing and deploying your code. Like just you have to make the pizza and take care of the toppings that you want to have. So what are the real life examples that we have in this is Google App Engine, Heroku, Azure App Service, and AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Now, all these are the real life examples. Again, in the technical domain, if you're working with key cloud providers, you will be able to understand this. Or if not, then after some time, of course, you will be able to understand this as we go deeper into this conversation. Now that we have software as a service. That is our last and the third most important key service model. What we have in SAS, it's the complete ready software, ready to use software. You don't have to do anything in this. It's a complete software ready, no installation and no maintenance needed. You can just assume it like you're using Gmail or Zoom or like Canva or Instagram, whatever the apps you're using, all these comes under the SaaS model. Why? Because it's a ready to use software. You just have to access it. You just need to have a internet link to it, and then you can use it anywhere. What you handle in this, of course, just using the app via the browser or the application. So the real life examples that we have are again Gmail, Zoom, Canva, whatever the apps that are ready inbuilt in your device and you're using it directly, those are the apps are called software as a service. So these were the examples and these were the features that we had in the cloud service models. So let's just compare each one of them individually right here. When we talk about the features that we have in the three service models, you can know that the control that you have is highest in infrastructure because you have the entire infrastructure in your control. But when we talk about platform, it's a little bit medium and it's very lowest in SAS because the entire software is being ready only. For suppose you are ordering a pizza, you cannot customize it now according to your preference because the pizza are already listed in the menu and you have to order it from there only. So nothing more sort of is in your control. When we talk about the setup time, of course, IS takes a lot of setup time because you have to like do it manually by yourself. You are setting up an entire infrastructure there. So the setup time is quite long. In PS, it's quite medium and it is, you don't have to have any kind of setup in the SS. You just need to have your device to access those softwares. Now, user type. IAS is basically inclined towards system admins and DevOps, and PS according to developers because you are writing and deploying the code there. And SAS is used by everyone. End users means like you, me, everyone, whosoever is using the app. It's a globally recognized app. When we call about examples, again the same examples: AWS EC2 instance and for the IaaS, Heroku and App Engine for the PS, and Gmail, Zoom, Canva, Instagram, Netflix, whatever we have in the SAS. So the basic difference is SAS is a ready to use software, just like your Instagram, Netflix, or whatever you have. Then we have PS, it's like a developer's playground, like you can write and deploy code all in the platform that is available to you. And IaaS is your own cloud infrastructure, like you have the entire infrastructure in your control and whatever you want to do with it and however you want to get the control of it. So it's quite in your control. Now that we have understood the key service models, let's just dig into the cloud deployment models. Like, how are they actually made available to the users? Like, how is the cloud technology made available to the users of it? So, let's just understand it with the three basic things that we have. One is called public cloud, then we have private cloud, and then we have something called hybrid cloud. Now, let's just take a brief example like, what is public cloud? Public cloud is like renting somewhere, like renting an apartment or renting a house for someone because the owner is not you. You're just renting it from somewhere and it is quite public for everyone because anyone can come and go in that building, right? For suppose you're living in a society, you're just renting an apartment in it, so it's quite public for everyone. Now, what is private? Private cloud means your own personal space. Like you are owning a house, you have owned a house, you have purchased a house, it's your private property and no one can come and go without your access, without your permission. So that is what private cloud is. Now, hybrid cloud is very interesting among these deployment models. Why? Because hybrid cloud uses the best of the both worlds. Like you can have your private details in your private section in your private cloud, and when you have like different things like your name or age, whatever you want to have, like whatever you want to give the access to your different people, you can have it in the public cloud. So that is how hybrid cloud uses the best of both the technologies, that is public and private. Now let's just understand each one of them in detail using the real life analogies, and for you to get more advantages of the features and examples that we have. So you can see right here on the screen that public cloud, the services are provided over the internet by companies like AWS, Azure. Of course, the companies are Amazon and Microsoft, or the Google Cloud. So anyone can sign up and use these resources. Like if you talk about particularly AWS, anyone can access it, correct? Because it's like globally recognized and globally distributed. So you can access it, I can access it on the same platform itself, on the same login page. So what are the features that we have? It is a shared infrastructure because you are working on the same platform that I'm working on. And it is cost effective because again, whenever you create an EC2 instance that we will be creating in the video further, whenever you are using it, you just have to pay for the only amount of time where you are using it. Like for the duration of time whenever you are accessing the EC2 instance or you're doing something in that. Next, we have fully managed by the provider. Now, AWS is not managed by you and me. We are just the end users of it. The manager or the provider, that is Amazon, that is the kind of the owner of this service. So it is completely managed by Amazon and the AWS admin. Next, we have easy to scale globally, of course, because since one person has created everything and it is shared among all the groups, all the people who are keen to use the technology, so it is easy to scale globally. Now, the examples are hosting websites, or we have storing files like your Google Drive, because of course, Google Drive is also used by you, me, and everyone. It is the same app that is being used by each of the people, and the running applications like Netflix and AWS. Now, what happens in Netflix and AWS also? Just understand it with Netflix if you want to have a common real life analogy, that you are having the same Netflix, I'm having the same Netflix, you will be getting the same recommendations I will be getting. But what happens, your source of interest and my source of interest is quite different. But what we are doing, we are sharing a public platform for our interests. So that is what public cloud is. Now let's move towards the private cloud that we have in action. Private cloud is like having your own gated data center, of course, either on premises or hosted third party, whatever, but dedicated to your particular organization or dedicated to you. Now, whosoever use public clouds are like basically banks or governments or hospitals that run these type of services that are quite confidential for everyone. So what are the features that you have in this is you have more secure and customizable feature, like because private cloud is being used by a private organization who have all the data of it, so it is quite secure and customizable both. When I talk about used by highly regulated industries, then again it cannot be used, like it can be used by a particular person, but the key providers or the key users of it are the banks and the governments who have some sort of private details of the entire citizenships, whosoever is having it. Okay. So next we have high setup cost and maintenance. Of course, because if you are having something private to yourself or to an organization, of course it will cost little bit higher because you are having more gateways and more security rather than public and hybrid cloud. And the next thing, not shared with others. It won't be shared with others until unless we have your permission or the provider has your permission, has your accessibility to give it to others. Next, we have the examples, of course, bank running the core financial systems or government running, managing the citizenship data, or we have hospitals storing the medical records. All of this organization, you can see that are very private to their own citizens data or own customers data. So that is how private cloud is used among the organizations. Now we have the very interesting section that is called the hybrid cloud, and you will be very amazed to know that yes, you are quite familiar with this cloud provider. So what this model does, it is a blend of both private and public. Now what does it mean? That it can allow data to move between the private and public cloud again and again. So what are the features that we have in this? It uses the best of both worlds, like the storing of the information that is sensitive, you can store it in private, and this something that can be accessible by everyone, you can store it in public. Next, we have flexibility and scalability. Using the best of the both worlds give you the flexibility and scalability to use the both of the systems accordingly. And of course, it is used for disaster recovery or traffic spikes. Now, what do we understand by this? Suppose you have a lot of data inside you, like for a hospital also, we have a lot of patients inside. So what do? We just store the sensitive information in the private cloud, and that can be accessed by everyone, like the appointment details or the appointment page. It can be accessed by everyone, so we keep it in the public cloud. Now take it an example. In e-commerce website uses the private details of customers, like their names or whatever the orders they have purchased, into their private cloud, but the product browsing is similar for you and me, whosoever is using it. For suppose we are surfing Mintra or Amazon, the products that will be displayed there will be same for you also, for me also, but the information that is quite private to each one of us will be shared in the private cloud. So similarly, healthcare providers using private cloud for patient data and public cloud for appointment scheduling. That is how simple it is. So these were the cloud deployment models that we have in cloud: public, private, and again the interesting one, hybrid cloud, that uses the best of both worlds. Now, since we have understood it by a real life analogy, let's just understand it again, that in public cloud, you are renting an apartment. In private cloud, you having your own house, so you can have the private data to yourself. And in hybrid cloud is like owning a house, and you can do a Airbnb or you can book a hotel whenever it is needed. Okay. So who uses the public cloud? Startups and public apps. Okay, correct. And when we have private cloud, it is used by a bank and government and enterprises, whosoever needs the private data to themselves. And again, the hybrid cloud can be used by the similar thing, like the healthcare services or the like e-commerce websites, to store the patient data and the customer data alone, and the data for the browsing or for the appointment scheduling in the public cloud. So these were the things that we have discussed till now, and I hope that cloud isn't feeling so cloudy anymore to you guys. So after this, we are now moving to the very important section, that will be our key cloud providers. Now, what are the key cloud providers actually means that it is a third party company that is allowing all of us to use the cloud services that are be AWS from Amazon or Azure from Microsoft or GCP from the Google. So these are the very important cloud providers that we have, and we will be discussing each one of them in detail, step by step. Now, the key cloud provider is just nothing that delivers the cloud based infrastructure or platform or software to the people who are ready to, willing to pay as you go. Okay. And for the organizations to scale their resources or without maintaining the physical hardware, because that's the key feature in cloud that we have. Now, from Netflix to NASA, each of us are using the AWS and Azure and GCP for different sort of purposes. So let's discuss each one of them one by one. So starting with the very popular service that we have called AWS, that is Amazon Web Services. Now, according to the convenience of the providers, whatever the user needs, it provides IaaS, PaaS, SaaS all in one. Now, what we have, it's a comprehensive yet evolving cloud platform that is provided by Amazon, that provides again IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS according to the individual's need or the organization need. Now, the very popular service that we will be working on first of all, that is called EC2. That simply stands for Elastic Cloud Compute. Now, what does it mean? It's just imagine itself like a virtual server provided by the Amazon. So you rent those virtual servers like IaaS, you get the entire infrastructure, you get an hosted virtual server where you can perform all the tasks, whether it be your DevOps or cloud related things. So the very first service that we have is called EC2. Now, similarly, we have different sort of other files that we have to, we need to store the files in that, or we need to run the code without the servers. So we have S3 to store the data files in the cloud, and we have Lambda to run the cloud serverless. Of course, you don't need any server in that. Then we have RDS to manage the relational databases, and we have CloudFront for fast global content delivery. Now, all these services are very much used by many of the organizations and many of the individuals. Starting with, you can see here that it is popularly used by Netflix, NASA, Twitch, and Airbnb. So these were the customers that we have for the AWS services. Similarly, just as the AWS, we have another platform that is called Azure, that is provided by Microsoft. Now, again, it is a similar kind of cloud computing platform that offers the solution for building, testing, and deploying the websites or the apps that you are creating. Now, the popular service in this is Azure Virtual Machines. We will see this demo in the class further. Next, we have Azure Blob Storage to store the large amount of data, unstructured data mainly. And we have Azure Functions for event driver, again serverless computing. Then we have Azure SQL databases for fully managed databases of SQL. And we have Azure DevOps for the CI/CD pipelines and the project managements, whatever you need to do related to DevOps technology. And again, the use cases we have is the BMV or HSBC, Adobe, and the US government's written here for the instance purpose, that these are all the customers and the organizations that uses Microsoft Azure as their primary cloud provider. Now, the next and the very important and very interesting platform that we have is GCP provided by the cloud. Now, what does GCP does? It provides a similar infrastructure to the cloud users, to the users of its customers, that it uses for itself also, like for its own products. For deploying the own products, they use the same kind of platform that they are providing. And the popular services that we have is Compute Engine to launch the virtual servers, just like IaaS and PS or SAS. And we have cloud storage, like it's highly durable and scalable storage. And we have BigQuery, Firestore, and Vertex AI for the different type of technologies like petabyte scale analytics engine or real-time NoSQL database for web mobile. And to build and deploy machine learning models, we have Vertex AI. So if you're getting confused in all these terms for right now, don't be panicked, because this is just the fundamental video for now. But when you will be learning every technology, this cloud technology in depth, you'll be understanding each of them very clearly. But for now, we'll be demonstrating just two types of service models, that are AWS EC2 and virtual machines in Azure. For now, the cloud platform that have been using the organizations are Spotify, PayPal, Twitter, and Snapchat. So these are some of the customers that GCP has. These are the like loyal customers of GCP. So these were the kind of service providers of the cloud. So here we have a quick revision or a quick comparison between all of them. So when we categorize each one of them, we have AWS, Azure, and GCP. So the computing engine that we have for AWS is EC2, that is Elastic Cloud Compute, that is used to like make virtual servers, or here's the like instance that we have created in EC2 there, where we perform all the tasks that we have to perform in the virtual servers. Now similarly, as EC2 in AWS, we have virtual machines called Azure VM in Azure and compute engine in GCP. Now talking about the storage, for storage AWS uses S3 and Azure uses blob storage and GCP uses cloud storage. For databases, we have RDS and DynamoDB for AWS, Azure SQL and Cosmos for Azure, and BigQuery and Firestore for GCP. Again, I'm repeating the same thing. If you guys have any issues in understanding these concepts, kindly stay tuned to the video further, because we will be understanding each of the terms in detail, in depth by the trainer. So for coming to the serverless engine, if you want to go serverless in any of the cloud providers, we have Lambda for AWS, Azure Functions for Azure, and Cloud Functions for GCP. Now serverless means that since you don't need any hardware for like having the access to AWS, Azure, or GCP, there are times when you can go serverless also. Like you won't be needing any kind of server here, so you can just have the access on your local device to run all the different types of virtual machines, or run the different types of whatever the codes you are using in it. So for DevOps, we have code pipeline. Similarly, we have Azure DevOps for Azure and code build and code run for GCP. Now, these are the leading forces like the AWS or Azure or GCP. These are the leading forces behind the cloud providers that we have today. And knowing all the services that we have discussed so far will help you to like optimize the right tools or the right options to make the scalable solutions from all these things. So as we have moved further in the video, so there is a basic demonstration for you guys. We have AWS EC2 for the first instance, and second we have virtual machine in the Azure. So let's just take a quick demonstration of each of the following. So first of all, let's start with AWS. As soon as I click on the video, we have a quick login page here where you can have the credentials, or if you don't have, you can create a new AWS account also. But for now, I'm using my personal account here. As soon as you log in from your like credentials, what happens, this is a default page that stands in front of you where it is written EC2, because we are trying to create a virtual server here only. We are trying to create an instance. So what I have to do, I have to just click on the EC2 instance, and here I'll be searching. Either I can search for the instances or I can create an instance, whatever you want to do. For now, I have seen I'm able to see the instance that are running. So it's showing 0 because we haven't created one yet. So let's just create one by clicking on it. So you can see every instance that would be running, or that is terminated, or that has been started, will be showing here itself. So let's just create one by creating launch instance. We just have to click there, and here this kind of default page would be coming to your interface. First of all, we have number of instances that we have. Like you can create 1, 2, 3, as number of instances as you want. But for now, for the demonstration purpose, I'm just creating one. Now we have to give some sort of name and tags for our virtual server, like what kind of server I'm using. So I'm just creating my first EC2. So this is the thing that I'm creating. I'll just give it name A. Okay, now we have to create you have to select the application or the operating system that you'll be working on. We have different sorts of operating systems here. We have Red Hat, Windows, Ubuntu, Mac OS, and Amazon Linux. You can use any one of them, but for now I'm selecting Ubuntu because it's quite friendly, for beginner friendly for all of us. Now it will take few time to roll. Okay, then we have many types of VM images, like whatever you want to use, but for the free tier that is eligible, I'm using the first one, that is Ubuntu server. It's a confirmation page, but I'm not confirming it because the thing was already selected in here. So we have an architecture, like whatever kind of architecture you want in here. So I'm selecting a 64-bit because we are just creating it for the demonstration purpose. So here's the instance type. Now this is very important where you're working with it, because we have a lot of instances type, be it nano, micro, or you have small, medium, whatever the kind of size you want for your instance. So because of the free tier availability, I'm using t3.micro. And here's the interesting part, that is key pair login. Now you can create your own key pair as per your demand, whatever is comfortable with you. So for now, I can see the whatever the key pairs have been created here, I can use it. For now, I'm using my own key pair. Or is it not available? Let's just try anyone. So these are the existing key pairs that have been already created by some other users who have been sharing this platform. It's not that it can be shared with you and me also. It's just a kind of organization or the group that I am willing to share my key pair with. So it's that thing. Then we have the network settings. You can allow the SSH traffic. You can allow the HTTP or HTTPS according to your will. And after that, you just have to launch the instance, whatever the sort of instances you want to create. After launching it, if any issue will occur, it will be showing here. But if it's not, that the instance will be created. So you can see we have got a success, and it's our ID, that the instance ID that has been created. So we have to again go to the instances, and here we can see that our instance is ready. Just trying to wait for it. Yeah. So here I have my first instance. Now it's not enough for us to just create an instance. We also have to connect it to the machine. Now what happens, we have created an instance, but AWS doesn't know it yet. It is showing the instance is running, but it's not connected. So to like have the access to the virtual server, to like a Ubuntu type of machine or the operating system where we will be working on, so we have to connect it first by just clicking on it, and we have to just connect it. Now you can either connect it to using a public IP or a private IP. Now this is the deployment model that we were talking about. Whenever we are using a private IP, it will be just private for all of us, and it will be just be accessible from my own local platform also. Like I can open bash or cmd prompt or whatever, it can be accessible from that also. But since right now I'm just using it for the demonstration purpose, I'll be just using a connecting public IP. But both the IP addresses will be showing on the instance that I have been created. So let's just connect it and see what happens further. Now as soon as I create, my EC2 instance is ready to use now. So here you can see, by the time it's establishing the connection, that I'm having both the private and the public IPs here. So this is it. Now you can perform whatever the operations you want here. Either you are from DevOps or the cloud technology, whatever the instances has been created is free to use for every one of you. But one more thing that you have to remember is that after it is started, it is payable. Okay, for whatever time you're using it, it's payable. It is having some sort of cost, or you can say a value. So whenever you are done, like for now we are not writing anything in it, you can just write anything. For suppose I'm working on DevOps, or I want to install Docker, or I want to see if Docker is already installed in here or not. So this is the command that I move with. So it's similarly as we do in Linux or Windows cmd prompt. So that's all for the installation and the demonstration part. So we can cut it from here directly, but you have to remember that you have to terminate this instance. Why? Because if this keep on running, so as you know that cloud computing is a kind of pay-as-you-go system, right? So for the whatever time you're using it, it will be chargeable. So you have to delete it after you have created it, you have used it for your purposes. The whatever thing, whatever demonstration you wanted to use, you have done it. So just click on it and go on the instance state and try to terminate or delete the instance. Now just terminate it from here. So yes, it has been successfully initiated the termination, and you can see in the instance state that was shutting down and the instance has been gone. So this was the part where we used AWS EC2 instance to create a virtual server to see like whatever the things we can done in here. Now there we have one more key provider that we have, that is called Azure, that is again very popular. So like this, when I have just skipped the login page part. You just have a login page where you sign up or log in using your credentials. So this is the default page that opens right here. Now we knew that in AWS we were creating an EC2, that is Elastic Cloud Compute instance, to create a virtual server. For here we have a virtual machine. See, you can see here all the services that have been provided here. But for working on a like cloud server, for working on a different operating system, we just create another resource that is called a virtual machine. Either you can click it here or just click create a resource or just click on virtual machines. So as we were having like EC2 instances in AWS, here we are having virtual machines. So it's a similar type of thing. Like you can see that as you saw in the EC2 instance, all the things were happening here itself. So it's a similar thing. All the virtual machine will be created here, and the steps are quite simple. You just have to create one virtual machine, and you have all the options. But we are working on a like hosted platform, so we'll be creating one virtual machine here, and we will be having the similar steps that we had in that. For now, you have the resource group, whatever you want to use, whatever the name you want to give to the virtual machine, the name can be provided, the security type, the architecture. Here, there we were using 64-bit. Here you can also have the same sort of architecture. Then we have the administration account. You can either use a SH public key or you can use a password. Like it can be your username, your password, and whatever you want. So after this, you just click on review and create. As soon as you do it, what does Azure does? It will review it automatically. Like if there's some sort of problems or you haven't put something right, so it will display it right on your screen and you will be directly redirected to this page only. So when you just review and create, you will create an entire virtual machine similarly as an EC2 instance that we created in the AWS. So this was it for the demonstration part that we had in the AWS and Azure, because these were very quite a popular platforms that we had in our minds. So this was the demonstration part. Now, as we are coming to the last section of our video, we have something interesting for every one of us, that is benefits, challenges, and the career paths that we have after learning cloud computing. So let's just dig into it. Now, let's just first of all talk about the benefits that we have along with it. We already know cloud is the kind of like ready to use software, or you can see that it's a very beginner friendly, or everyone's like to use this type of technology when we have. Okay, so coming to the benefits that we have, first of all, it's cost saving. Of course, as we have seen in the EC2 and Azure virtual machines also, like for the time you are, for the duration you are using it or you are accessing it, you have just have to pay for that amount only. It's just like having a 10 GB storage and you are paying for the 10 GB only, not for the 100 GBs like you used to do back in the days when we were having physical IT servers. So that's the thing. And it's the same meaning that you pay only for the time you use and there is no upfront hardware investment. And the real life analogy is simply like having an Uber instead of owning a car when you are new to a city. Now talking about speed and agility, you see how easily we were able to like launch an instance or launch a virtual machine. So it's that much easy to launch a resource whenever you want to work with the cloud technology. It's just like ordering in food from the app. Now the scalability. See, we have seen like whenever, for suppose you and me both are using the AWS EC2 instance and there are a lot of instances created there. So what does AWS servers does? It just automatically like grows or add the servers to like maintain this much traffic. And when the traffic is low, like only one or two instances are there, it just automatically reduces the traffic like that. So this is the very good, benefit of having a cloud service, that it can like expand or shrink like a balloon according to their service. You don't have to worry about anything in that. Next, we have global access. So of course you can use it from anywhere. Like you can open your EC2 instance right there, or you can open an Instagram just for the instance. If you want to have a clearer version, you can open the Instagram anywhere. Like if you are going to traveling to some other place, there also you can open an EC2 instance or Instagram just like you want. So it's a ready to go system. You can use it anywhere, anytime, at any device. So just like your Netflix, Gmail, or your popular app called Instagram. So next we have security and backup. See, cloud providers offer advanced security, whether it's being an EC2, so you have a key pair login in it to keep the things very private and very, you can say, secured. So similarly, we have in virtual machines, we have username and passwords that we didn't create it, but you can create one. So it will keep your things in the virtual machine secured and private to you. So that is an important thing that cloud provides, and it's just like keeping your valuables in the bank. So what happens is, see, the major benefit that clouds come with it is it doesn't make IT faster. It makes the innovation very cheaper and very scalable and very global to use. So these are the benefits that comes along with the cloud. Now, since you know that cloud is powerful, it's kind of having lots of benefits, but it's not the magic. Okay, so we have some sort of challenges in this also. Talking about the challenges, as we discussed, even the security is very much highly provided in this, but there are some sort of security risks that we have in this, because we can be having like misconfigured services that can expose the data of one country to another or one bank to another. That is quite a challenge to be secured about. The example can be like public S3 buckets being leaked, like the S3 buckets in AWS, which is used to store the data and the files, can be leaked at times if not kept properly and if not like kept under the eye. So this is one of the major challenges that we have in cloud computing. Now, cost overruns. A very simple example can be an EC2 instance. Like if you have created an EC2 instance and you have kept it running, like you have done your time, but even if you kept it running for a day or two, it will be like causing you a hefty amount to pay, because that's the thing, like if you're overusing it and if you're not making it available at the time when it is needed, so you can just overuse your spike bills. So it can spike your bills and the lack of monitoring can make you pay hefty amounts at times. So again, the example is same, that leaving your EC2 instance at running. Now, compliance and legal, it's just a simple thing that some data must stay within the certain countries, like financial systems or the healthcare or the government data should be kept under one government. Like the Indian government is having some sort of data that shouldn't be get leaked to the American or Chinese government. So that's all about it. So it's the compliance and legal terms that we need to take care about when we are dealing with cloud computing, especially if you're working as a key cloud provider. Talking about vendor lock-in. See, migrating from one cloud to another can be a struggle at times, like EC2 instance, or there's few types of services, a few type of apps that are AWS friendly, but you kind of will be having some sort of issues while working it with Azure. Why? Because AWS is handled by some other company and Azure is being handled by some other companies. These two things have the some different sort of features or different sort of technologies. So it can be an issue that when we are working with the AWS friendly app, it can be little difficult to work with the Azure in that. Next, we have downtime and environment. Now, what do we understand by downtime and internet? See, you know that the entire cloud computing is physical hardware less. Like everything that you need is on the servers on the internet. So the very important thing that you have to be highly dependable on is called internet. If your connectivity is slow or the cloud provider uptime is being reduced or exceeded, so it can impact the real world times. Okay, what does it means that, for suppose you have less internet connection while you're running an EC2 instance or a virtual machine, so you can list, make the connection server break, or few of the commands that you have written in it might not be able to be saved. So these are the things that can impact the real time apps in the Azure or AWS, whatever you are working with. So again, it is powerful. Cloud is very much powerful, but you have to handle it. Like you need to be smart and you need to have a good setup to like make it cost control and security proof. So these are the challenges that we have in cloud computing. Now the last part and the very interesting part for every one of us, that what are the roles that we have to offer when you learn cloud computing. So you see, if you are into cloud engineering, you love to build and manage cloud infrastructure, like you love to like have a cloud infrastructure and you like to build something out of it, something new or something relatable for everyone. So you can be a cloud engineer after learning the skills that are AWS, Azure, Linux, and Terraform. So Terraform is a kind of a DevOps topic, and similarly Linux is a different technology, but it's again an operating system. And AWS, Azure, again, that we have worked on it. So this is the things that you need to be a cloud engineer. Now, if you're into DevOps and you like to like automate deployments on CI/CD pipelines, what is CI/CD? Continuous integration and continuous deployment. So if you like to have those sort of pipelines automation, so you can be a DevOps engineer. All you have to learn is Jenkins, Docker, and Kubernetes, but very well. Now you can be a cloud architect if you like to design end-to-end cloud systems, like you can have end-to-end users or end-to-end systems that are designed for a particular kind of provider or a customer. So you can be a cloud architect in that, and you have to learn architecture and deep cloud skills for that. So that is another thing. Then we have a cloud engineer who handle the data pipelines and storage, and you can see that you have to learn BigQuery and Azure Data Factory for that. Now you can learn anything and everything in detail if you're clean into the cloud and if your fundamentals are quite clear at the beginning. So talking about the very popular term and very popular job role that is among all of us, that is AI and ML engineer, but that too cloud dominant. Like you train and deploy the models on the cloud. So you need to learn Vertex AI, SageMaker, and very important language that is in data science AML is Python. So these all are the things that you need to have for the AI ML engineer. Now, similarly, we have another two job roles that are quite familiar, that is cloud support and cloud security analyst. In cloud support engineer, what you do? You just manage cloud bills and billing of the setup. For that, you need basic cloud and customer handling. And for being a cloud security analyst, you do monitor and secure the cloud environments. And for that, you need IAM, firewalls, and threat detection. So these are all the job roles. If you're intrigued into learning cloud more deeply, you have to understand all the skills that have been mentioned here. That you have to kind of be very patient and very skillful with all these skills if you want to have a career in all of these roles that have been mentioned here. So if you're still interested in cloud, you have to learn cloud in very depth because these were just the fundamentals that we have covered till now. So that's the wrap up for this video. I hope that cloud doesn't feel cloudy anymore because we have understood all the fundamentals that were essential till here. So you know that cloud is not just a trend, it's the backbone of today's digital world and the digital power for the tomorrow's innovation. So if you're learning cloud, make sure you're giving all the time and attention it needs from you so you can learn cloud as much as you can. And from this point onwards, our professional trainers, our industry experts will carry on this video.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat brings you executive postgraduate certification in cloud computing and DevOps in collaboration with I Have Divya Sampark, IIT Roorkee. Through this program, you will gain in-demand skills like AWS, DevOps, Kubernetes, Terraform, Azure, and even cutting-edge topics like generative AI for cloud computing. This 9-month online bootcamp features 100 plus live sessions from IIT faculty and top industry mentors, 50 plus real-world projects, and a 2-day campus immersion at IIT Roorkee. You also get guaranteed placement assistance with 3 Azure job interviews after entering the placement pool. And that's not all. This program offers Microsoft certification, a free exam voucher, and even a chance to pitch your startup idea for incubation support, up to Rs 50 lakhs from IAP Divya Sampark. If you are serious about building a future in cloud and DevOps, visit the course page linked in the description and take your first step toward an exciting career in cloud technology.
So what is Microsoft Azure? Microsoft Azure is a cloud provider that provides various platform as a service and infrastructure as a service products. Azure has cloud solutions to all the infrastructural problems by providing services in various domains. Did you know that almost 95% of Fortune 500 companies are using Azure? Also, it is 5 times cheaper than AWS in terms of Windows and SQL Server because there are also Microsoft products. Forbes say that Microsoft Azure is set to boost the size of the IT market by $10 trillion in the next 10 years. As per predictions, 80% of the businesses will move their workload to cloud by 2025, thus making it a major career to consider transitioning to. For a better understanding of Azure, let us start at the very beginning. Microsoft Azure was announced in October 2008 and released on February 1, 2010 as Windows Azure first and later named as Microsoft Azure on 25th March 2015. In today's scenario, its reach is in 140 countries and is still expanding, which is pretty impeccable. In simpler terms, Microsoft Azure is a platform that enables users to engage in agile cloud computing and is designed for creating and managing apps through Microsoft's data center. Now there are 4 integral Microsoft Azure service domains. The first one is Azure Compute. Compute is the most integral domain in Azure as it brings everything together with Azure virtual machines. You can get on-demand scalable compute resources. Azure virtual machines, app services, and container instances are some popular compute services. Second, we have Azure Networking. Networks from the cloud networks. In Azure, VNet is the networking tool that connects all Azure resources together. These networking services allow enterprises to safely connect their on-premises services to the Azure cloud. It is also used to manage virtual private networks and further create multiple virtual networks on the cloud. The third one is Azure Storage. Azure Storage provides storage solutions that are more durable, and large-scale applications, data-driven applications, can be built without any hassle. Azure automatically scales the storage requirements according to the usage, and it automatically balances throughput according to the connections made. And the last one is Azure Database. Azure provides relational databases, NoSQL databases, data lakes, and data warehouses. It provides a scalable, high available, and fault tolerant database server and lets you scale according to the incoming data. There are various job roles in Azure. Let's take a look at one of the most popular job roles, Azure Developer. An Azure developer is a cloud professional who creates cloud-based applications, making use of the benefits of the cloud architecture. If you are proficient in testing, security, development, and deployment, then a career in Azure development is somewhere you will fit in well. The job includes responsibilities like testing of applications, maintaining, developing, and deploy them on Azure. It also includes participating in all phases of development and having the ability to work side by side with cloud administrators, clients, and cloud architects. In United States, on average basis, an Azure developer gets paid $132,148 per annum. However, for an entry-level developer, it's $97,000. Whereas in India, the salary offered ranges from 7 lakhs to 25 lakhs per annum.
So let's focus on what is Microsoft Azure. So with respect to Microsoft Azure, you can see Microsoft Azure or Azure is a cloud service provider, CSP. That term CSP you should not forget, because going forward we will repeatedly use that CSP, cloud service provider, owned by Microsoft. That is something which you all know. It is owned by the company Microsoft, which is providing various services falling into compute category, storage, networking, identity. Various categories of services are being provided by your Azure. Now, with respect to this Microsoft Azure, some basic details about it. It was launched in February 2010. Azure is launched in February 1st, 2010, one of the widely recognized cloud computing platform and one of the cost-effective cloud computing platform that is available for us. It does support multiple languages, like in terms of your application hosting and all. Different languages are supported. It also supports a feature called as availability zone. Availability zone. What is an availability zone? That we will discuss later in detail, right? It's a high availability mechanism for your virtual machines. So that availability zone part, etc., is coming later. Plus, Azure has regional presence across 60 plus regions around the world. 60 plus, more than 60 regions are available across the world from where Azure is operating from. So these are some of the basic details. And you have various services within Azure, which is falling into different categories, by the way. Like for example, if you look at it, you can see there are services that is falling into compute related areas, compute related services. There are networking related services, there are storage related services, and there are database related services and many other categories. Approximately 200 plus services are available within Azure, by the way. More than 200 services are available within Azure, falling into these various categories. Now we will see whatever relevant for our discussion within AZ104, that we will see later as we go forward. Now coming on to the compute perspective, there are services like, for example, virtual machine, app service, function app, Kubernetes, and many other services falling into the compute category of things. And with respect to, let's say, networking related, there are services like virtual networks, load balancers, application gateway, DNS, CDN. So multiple services are available from a networking perspective. Don't think this is the only service which is coming under the networking category or compute category, etc. There are many other services as well. It is just to introduce you onto the platform. Now coming on to storage, there are services like blob, file storage, table, queue, data lake, data box, etc. Various services are available from the storage perspective. So these kind of services are available within Azure. And from a database perspective, also we have things like SQL database, Cosmos DB, Data Factory, data analytics, and so on and so forth. Various options are available from database perspective as well. So in this way, there are so many different services that is available for you within Azure. Okay, so whatever relevant within our discussion, we will see that. We will see how you can deploy that service, how you can work with that service, etc. That we will be seeing as we go forward. Okay. Now creating a Microsoft Azure account, we have already done it. It's pretty easy and straightforward. You can go to azure.com website and click on start free. Just click on start free, and thereafter you will be able to effectively utilize it. So that is something which you can do with it, and that will help you to, let's say, practice the things as needed whenever you have to practice. So that is also something which you have to keep in mind. Okay. Is it costly than AWS? See, cost, it all depends upon how you utilize it, right? If you have only meager utilization, you won't even notice it as a cost. It's slightly, it'll be a very minimal charge that is coming onto you. So that is something which I'll tell you how you can utilize it effectively. Second thing is that generally, is it costly than AWS? I wouldn't say so. No, it is not. Okay. But there might be some services which in AWS which might be cheaper than the Windows or Azure relevant version of it. Possible, but ideally we say Azure is cheaper than AWS in terms of overall cost. Again, not for all services, but for some certain level of services. See, if you're talking about AWS solution architect, as I have told you, solution architect equivalent exam in Azure is not AZ104. That is AZ305. AZ305 is a solution architect equivalent. If you're talking about AWS solution architect, if there is an associate level certification within AWS, that can be compared with your AZ104. In terms of scope for both AWS as well as Azure, definitely there is scope. There are people who is working on AWS, there are people who is working on Azure. So both are there, both are relevant, and the certification value wise as well as the technical skill wise and all, it's both are comparable, both are good, by the way. Okay, moving on. Now that we are on Azure, I have to introduce you onto the hierarchy of Azure. So let me take you to whiteboard. So with respect to the hierarchy of Azure, first of all, in Azure, we have something called as a geo. I'll explain you each of this. Then we have a region. Then we have availability zones. We have data centers. Okay, you have a geo, a region, availability zone, data centers, racks, and servers. Okay. So first of all, what is this geo? Geo in the sense a geographical location. That's what the meaning of geo. A larger geographical area comparable to your continents, right? We, for example, we have Australia, we have Europe, we have Africa, we have Asia. There's a lot of separate continents, by the way, right? So they can be considered as a larger geographical unit. A larger land mass is called as a geo from an Azure perspective. Okay, a larger geographical unit. Within these geographical unit, there are regions. Regions are the places from where Azure is operating from. Okay, so for example, you have a larger geo. Let's say, for example, that is Europe, or that is Asia, whatever, or Australia. So within that larger geography, now there would be something called as regions, right? There would be regions. So what is a region? A region within that continent, for example, within that larger geo, for example, a specific area will be identified, and within that area, a data center, not one, but maybe more than one data centers will be set up, by the way, and all other required facilities. By who? By the cloud service provider, that is Microsoft in this case. So the CSP is going to set up the things accordingly, and you would be able to now utilize that region, okay, for deploying your resources or services, whatever it may be. Now, when you deploy this region, remember in Azure, There are 60 plus regions available for you. Let me show you one diagram which shows the overall regions that we have in Azure. Here is the one, for example. So you can see this is the representation of regions currently that we have. Okay, there might be more than these newly added, but yeah, approximately 60 around you can see in this. In this picture, you can see West India, Central India, South India. In India, there are 3 different regions, by the way. We call it as West India, Central India, South India. West India is basically Mumbai. Central India is Pune location. South India is Chennai location. Okay, these 3 different locations, that is where we have regions available within India. Now, if you go on to, let's say, other part of the world, like for example, in Middle East, you have UAE North, UAE South is operational, I think, as of now. Israel, there is something which is coming up. This dotted lines represent something which is coming up that might have been completed already, because this picture what I'm showing is a bit old. Okay. Anyway, so you can see a couple of other regions within Europe and in Africa, South Africa area. In Australia, you can see regions, plus you can see in North America and South America. There also you can see various regions. Okay. All regions interconnected via fiber cable. So Microsoft has laid out their own fiber cables, and they have interconnected all the systems, by the way, to their fiber cabling. Okay. And that's it. So that's what we have. That fiber cable network we also call it as Microsoft Backbone Network. Microsoft Backbone Network. Anyway, so you understood the regions. There are 60 plus regions across the world. In some of the regions, you will have this feature called as availability zones enabled. Okay, not in all regions, but in some regions, this availability zone feature will be enabled. What it is? What is this availability zone feature? Availability zone feature is nothing but it actually allows you to, let's say, provide high availability for your virtual machines. So whatever VMs that you have, you can give high availability to it. And for that, a solution that is available, that's what we call as availability zone. According to availability zone, wherever availability zone feature is enabled by Azure, there will be 3 separate data centers. 3 separate data centers in one region. For example, the region we identified as Central India. Okay, let's say we identified the region as Central India. So within Central India, that is in Pune location, in close proximity, not kilometers apart, in close proximity, there will be minimum 3 separate data centers, 3 physically separate data centers, data center 1, 2, and 3. Okay, and that is where your resources will be getting stored now. What is the benefit if like for example, while we create a virtual machines and all, if I want high availability, I can place my VM across multiple instances across multiple zones. For example, one copy of VM I create onto zone 1, second copy of VM I create onto zone 2. So if one VM goes down, there will be automatically the second VM to continue the work. So this is the idea. So across 3 different zones that you have, you can spread your resources for high availability. We'll elaborate on this. On availability zone, we'll also do examples as we go forward later. So even if it is not fully clear as of now, you don't have to worry. When we go on to virtual machine topic, there is detailed discussion coming about availability zones, availability sets, VM, etc. So my point was, in a region, if they say availability zone is enabled, that means there will be 3 different data centers available. Okay, that's it. Can it be more than 3 in the case of availability zone? Can it be more than 3? For example, 4 data centers in one region. Is that possible? Answer is no, it's not possible. You will always have only 3. Okay. If availability zone is coming into the picture, you will have only 3 separate data centers, no more, no less. Okay. But it is possible in such a way that, like, for example, you have availability zone. So there will be 3 separate, physically separate data centers, which you would refer to as zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. Now, within zone 1, you can have 2 data centers. In zone 2, you can have 2 data centers. In zone 3, also you can have 2 data centers. It is possible. Or zone 1, 3 data centers, zone 2, 3 data centers, zone 3 also 3 data centers. Such a possibility do exist. Okay, that's it. But apart from that, There is no way like if you may have 4 zones or only 2 zones. Such an option doesn't exist. That's it. So this is what we have with respect to the Azure hierarchy that I just explained to you now. You have a larger geographical unit. Within that, a region has been identified. Then there is availability zones. Maybe, may not be. Then inside availability zone, of course, you will have data centers where these where these servers and everything is getting stored. Okay. So that is what we have with respect to data centers. Then racks, something inside a data center, if you want to hold your servers, you need racks. Okay. And then inside the racks, you will be able to keep your servers. You will mount the servers onto the racks. I can show you some photos of it, by the way. Okay. But before that, one question: why should we have 3 data centers in availability zone? If you require more capacity, it is possible that some regions are heavily utilized. Okay. If there are so many people utilizing Azure services in that region, let's take the example of Central India. Within Central India, most of Indian workloads will go on to Central India in Azure. So let's say there is a very good utilization. So initially, Azure started Central India with availability zone set up zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. That means 3 separate data centers. But quickly they ran out of capacity. So what you will have to do now, for each zone, you add one more data centers. So it becomes zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. In each data centers, in each zones, 2 data centers. In that way, it got increased. Later on, again, you are running out of capacity. Then what will happen? It will become 333. Okay, 333 separate data centers within one availability zone. I hope that makes sense now. Total, how many AZs are there? See how many AZs are there, in the sense there are approximately 30 plus. Okay, 30 plus availability zones are there, or 30 plus regions are enabled with availability zone. I told you there are total 60 plus regions. In that, approximately 30 regions or so, they do have availability zones available within them. In case if you wanted a representation, I'll tell you. Okay, so this is India. This is India, for example. Consider this as a larger geographical area. India can be considered as a larger geographical area, by the way. So within India, Azure has to do their operations. So they have to identify region, a place from where they can operate their data centers. So they identified, for example, Chennai. One location they identified Chennai. One another location they identified, that is Pune. One another location they identified, that is Mumbai. Okay, so 3 locations they identified. This is what we call as region. These are what we call as region. Okay. Within this region, what you will have? You will have buildings, right? If you go to that region, if you go to that Chennai location, exactly where Azure region is located, to that coordinates, if you go, you will be able to see buildings over there. Multiple buildings would be there from where Azure is actually operating. Now let's take this Pune data center, Pune region. So that is in Pune. So within Pune, they created, for example, initially one data center, only one data center. Then they enabled availability zone. So it became 3 data centers. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 3 separate data centers. The idea of availability zones is nothing but they are 3 physically separate buildings or 3 physically separate entities. They don't share any cooling facility, power facility, network facility, etc. Why? Because it should not be a single point of failure. Each and every data center will have their own power, network, cooling, etc. Okay, each of these data centers can have their own power, their own cooling facilities, etc. Now again, within this Central India Pune location, you are running out of capacity. So what they will do? They will need to increase the number of data centers. So instead of one data center, in one AZ itself, it will become two data centers. So here here it became 2. Here also it would become 2. And here also it would become 2. Here also it would become 2. That is basically increase in capacity, right? It became two data centers in each zone. That's what it is. Okay. So this is the larger part is a region, right? This is the region, right? Within that, how your physical data centers are arranged, that is what we call as
availability zone. Okay, hope that makes sense. Fair enough. Anyway, we will discuss more things on this. We will talk about how VMs and all can be placed onto this and what benefit you get, etc. That we will see later. Okay. See, it can be more than 3 data centers also. That's something which capacity requirement only can determine. Okay. If the capacity requirements increases in one availability zone, you may have 4 data centers. My point is, if you have 4 data centers in one availability zone, in second availability zone also you will have 4 data centers. In third availability zone also you will have 4 data centers. But the total number of availability zones will never change. That is always 3. If you have the concept of availability zone, what you have is always availability zone 1, availability zone 2, and availability zone 3. That's it. It can never be more than 3. So availability zone is always 3. Within a zone, in zone 1, you can have 2 data centers. In which case, zone 2 also will have 2 data centers. In which case, zone 3 also will have data centers. So always the zones will have equal number of data centers within them. That's it. Okay. And it can be 1, it can be 2, it can be 3, it can be 4, whatever. Why total availability zone is always 3 in a region and why not more or less? That is something which only Azure would know or Microsoft would know. They decided the number of zones are always 3. They could have gone with number of zones as 4, or they could have gone with number of zones as 2, right? If it is only 2, again there is a 50-50 chance of failure, right? If one data center goes down, other is available, but again it is possible that both the zones can go down. So they chose a number 3. It can be 4. It could have been 4 as well. Like instead of 3 zones, it could have been 4 zones. But what is the problem? It will increase the cost. So they went with a balance, and that is where the 3 number is coming up, I believe. But there is no official explanation for this as to why they stick to 3 zones per data per regions. Okay. So you don't have to worry about like, okay, why it is always 3 only. Is illogical because they haven't mentioned any specific reason for that anywhere. So coming back to our discussion, hierarchy of Azure, we have a geo, a larger geographical unit. Within that, we have regions, we have availability zones, we have data centers, racks, and servers. Okay, moving on. So there is also one more thing that we have to see now, just like we discussed hierarchy. So with respect to the next one that we have, to get started with Azure, first of all, you need an Azure account. When you create an Azure account, you will automatically get something called as a tenant. Within the tenant, you can have something called as management groups. And within management groups, you can have subscriptions. Within subscriptions, you can have resource groups. Within resource groups, you can have resources. Okay. So what exactly are these? So for me to get started with Azure, for example, I want to start using Azure, then the first thing that I need is an Azure account. How do you get an account? You can go through a sign up process, which you have done already. So you can have an Azure account ready. So once you do the sign up, once you have got your Azure account, automatically or during the process of Azure account creation, you are getting a tenant enabled for you. Now there is a question, what is a tenant? A tenant is nothing but a representation of your organization within Azure. There are thousands and thousands of organizations who is working in Azure, who is setting up their accounts in Azure, etc. So to identify each and every organization separately and have their own separate set of identity objects, for that reason, you have something called as a tenancy in Azure. A tenancy in Azure. It's a concept. Okay, it is nothing but logically dividing each and every organization. For example, there is HP who is having services in Azure. There is Dell who is having services in Azure. Then there is Accenture who is having their services hosted in Azure. So you have to have a mechanism with which you separate each of them. You should not be able to see the resources of Accenture, for example, from HP's account. HP's account should not be able to see resources of, let's say, Dell, for example. So for each and every one, there should be some sort of separation between them. So to give that separation, that is where you have the concept of tenancy. Each and every company will have their own tenant available, and they always are limited to within that scope, within that tenant, by the way. So that is what we have with respect to tenancy or tenant. And how it is done? It is done with the help of a directory service, and that directory service is what we refer to as Entra ID. Entra ID, heard about it? The tenancy, tenant maintenance, and authentication, authorization, etc. is done with the help of a service called as Entra ID. Entra ID. Entra. Entra ID. Entra ID. Have you heard about Azure AD? It is the same thing, by the way. Azure AD, Entra ID, same thing. Earlier, it was called as Azure AD. Now it is called as Entra ID. Okay, Azure AD, Azure Active Directory. That is what it was called as earlier, AAD or Azure Active Directory. Now it is called as Entra ID. Okay, that's it. So that is done by the tenant management is done with the help of this Entra ID. Done. So that is clear. Now let's jump on to the fourth one. So you understood Azure account is needed for using Azure services. Then you need to have a tenant. So it is tenant is automatically created, by the way. You don't have to do anything for creating a tenant. Whenever you sign up for Azure, automatically your tenant is created. Okay, there is no separate work that is required from your side. Done. So you got the Azure account, you got the tenant. Next is management groups. But before management group, let me jump on to what is subscription. What is a subscription? In Azure, if you want to start deploying services, you need to have a billing agreement with Microsoft. You need to have a billing agreement with Microsoft. You should be ready to pay for the services that you consume. So how do you set up a billing agreement, or what is a billing agreement? You all know that you have subscription with, let's say, Amazon Prime, you have subscription with Netflix, and many other subscriptions you may have. Same thing. Okay. So here you are committing to Microsoft. So for any services that I use on Azure Cloud, I'm ready to pay for that. Okay, this commitment is what we call as a subscription. So you need to have a subscription created. There are different types of subscriptions, like, okay, what is pay as you go, what is, let's say, CSP subscriptions, EA subscriptions, and so many different types of subscriptions are available, by the way. For students also, there is dedicated subscriptions. Anyway, so you need to have a billing agreement, which is what we refer to as a subscription. Now you can create your resources onto the subscriptions, by the way, but resources, what exactly it is, we will come to that. Let's go back to the third option, management group. Okay, subscriptions and then management group. So what is management group? For an organization, it is possible that you may have more than one subscription. You may have more than one subscription, not just one subscription. You may have more than one, that is 2, 3, 4 different number of subscriptions you may have. When you have multiple subscriptions, managing them effectively becomes a challenge. There are even organization who is having hundreds of subscriptions or even more. Okay, so it becomes quite challenging how you can manage these, how you can manage all the subscriptions, how you can apply controls to them, etc. So to do that effectively, you can actually group your subscriptions into what we call as management groups. Okay, you are grouping your subscriptions into management group so that you can control the subscriptions at the management group level. At the management group level, you can apply restrictions, you can apply policies, etc. For a set of subscriptions, that policy or whatever that you applied will be applied. So this is what we have with respect to management group. So once again, first thing is that you want to have an Azure account. Second, while creating Azure account, automatically a tenant will be enabled for you. And tenant, as I told you, is a separation of the organization. Each and every organization that you have, they are being separated with the help of a tenant, and it is done with the help of an Active Directory service or Entra ID service, by the way. Okay, so that's what we have. Management group, as I told you, when you have more than one subscriptions, to manage them effectively, if you want to, you can onboard onto management group. Within management group, you can decide where to apply what control at what time. Okay, so that kind of flexibility you will get when you go on to management groups. Lastly, you have, not lastly, After management groups, you have subscriptions. I already told you subscription is your billing agreement between you and Microsoft. You agree to pay to Microsoft for the services that you consume. That is what we have with respect to subscriptions. Then inside the subscription, now you will have something called as resource groups. So for example, I want to create a VM. Okay, I want to create a virtual machine within Azure. What is a VM? A VM is a resource. A VM is said to be a resource. Anything that you create within Azure is basically a resource, right? A VM is a resource, storage account is a resource, app service is a resource. So various things that you create within Azure is basically a resource. So these resources, to organize them effectively, you will have to use something called as a resource group. So there is a logical grouping for your resources as well, and that is what we call as a resource group. So these are the details that we have with respect to Azure account, tenant management group, subscription resource group, and resources. Okay, look at this. So this is one organization's subscriptions architecture, how they have aligned their subscriptions. So you can see there is a management group at the top, which we refer to as root management group. Then there are two subscriptions directly under root management group. Then there are child management group. For example, HR, IT, marketing, those are child management group. And under these child management groups are also, there are subscriptions, and there are also additional child management groups as well. So you can see the management group is effectively organizing your subscriptions. Now, what is the beauty of it? Let's say I want to apply a security restriction or a policy. Policy is again used for controlling your Azure environment. So I want to apply a policy for the entire Azure platform of my organization, meaning across all subscriptions. I can apply the policy at the root management group level. Okay, instead of going to each and every subscription, I can apply it at the root management group level. Everybody will inherit it, and the permissions will be applied accordingly. So this is what I told you. It will make your management of subscriptions much more easier. Let me ask you, if I have to apply some policy or security restrictions specifically on my production environment, where I have to apply the policy or where I have to apply the control, according to this diagram, where will I have to apply the policy if I want to control my production environment? Only production environment I want to control, right? I want to apply some controls on my production environment. So where I can apply the policy? Either I can apply at the IT management group level, which is the topmost layer, or it is also possible I can be specific to production. Either way, if it is applied, then it is okay. Since we don't have any other subscriptions under IT or any other management group under IT, it also makes sense to apply the policy at IT management group level. If there was something else under IT, then to be specific with production, I will have to apply the policy at production management group level itself. Okay, I hope you got it now. What is the concept of MG? Is it clear? Okay, moving on. So we understood Azure account. You must have an Azure account to start with Azure. When you create an account, you will automatically get a tenant. You don't have to do anything about it. It's automatically given, created for you. And you will have an associated Entra ID environment created along with it. Management groups, a method of managing subscriptions. Subscription is nothing but your billing agreement between you and Microsoft. By the way, there are different types of subscriptions, which we call as free subscription, free trial subscriptions, pay as you go subscriptions, and then there is your what we call as enterprise agreement subscriptions, CSP subscriptions, etc. Enterprise agreement for large enterprises who is doing large business with Microsoft, and CSP for partners. There are partners. For example, your Redington. Redington is a partner company. Accenture and all is a partner company who sells Azure services to a third party. So they take the services from Microsoft and then sell it to somebody else. They act as a middleman. For them, whatever the subscription they have is called as CSP, Cloud Solution Partner. subscriptions. Okay, so there are different types of subscriptions, by the way. Then there is resource group. Resource group is nothing but logical grouping of your resources within Azure. For example, you're creating a storage account, you're creating a VM, you're creating an app service, you're creating some networking services, etc. So all this, if it is hanging around here and there, if they are not properly organized, you won't be able to understand what is for what. Okay, but rather, let's say there are two projects that your organization is working on. There are two different projects your organization is working on for two different clients. So for the first project, you created a VM. Maybe you created 2-3 VMs, you created storage account, you created app service, and so on and so forth. And for the second project also, you did something similar. So if you have grouped these services, according to their projects, then it would be very easy for anyone who is coming in to identify, okay, what is for what. Yes or no, right? Like for example, if I can have a resource group called as project 1 RG and another resource group called as project 2 RG, and I place all the resources relevant to the first project in the first resource group, all resources relevant to the second project I keep in the second resource group. Okay, in this case, I would be able to find them easily. I would be able to work with them easily. So this is what we have with respect to the concept of resource group. Okay, that's it. So that being said, we will have to see all this. I mean, I will take you through Azure portal and I will walk you through, I will explain you each of these areas within Azure portal, and that should give you additional details. Azure account that you have created, the tenancy in Azure, various management group, the subscriptions, resource group, resources, etc. We will see. We'll also see how you can work with Azure with the help of command line interface. That is also part of the discussion for today. How you can work with command line interface, that is also something which we have to see.
Okay, let's continue.
So we understood Azure account, tenant, management group, subscription, resource group, resources. Okay, so the next thing is walkthrough of Azure portal. Let's go to portal.azure.com and see how you can use this Azure portal. Okay, so Azure portal is the central management console through which you manage your Azure infrastructure. You also have other means of managing Azure infrastructure, that is by command line interface, and various other options are available using APIs, etc. Multiple options are available for you. Let's focus on this one, Azure portal walkthrough for now. So the first thing is, once you have the account, you can log into Azure portal by going on to portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com, and that is the home page. When you type portal.azure.com, it will ask you for credential. So whatever user account that you used, using that you can log in. And once you have logged in, you will land on the home page. On the home page, left hand side, you can see a hamburger menu, which is some quick actions, some quick services are available. Like some of the important services are located over here, like resource groups, app services, SQL DB, VM, LB, load balancer, storage account, etc. Couple of services are listed over there, which can be used as a quick access. If you wanted to quickly go to that service, for example, I wanted to go to VM, I can come here and then click on VM. Okay. Or if I'm using VM frequently, that will come up over here itself under frequent services, right? Azure services. What I'm using frequently and recently what I have used, those services will show up over here. So I can access them easily. Anyway, next you have a search bar. On the search bar, you can search within Azure for anything, like in the sense, not like Google search, but rather whatever services that you have in Azure, whatever service that you have created in Azure. To virtual machines, if you wanted to go, you can just type VM or virtual machine and you will be able to see it. You can see virtual machines. Or for example, if I have a VM named, okay, SVR01, I can search for it and it will show me if that particular server is available within this or not. So in this way, I can make use of this search option. Copilot is the AI agent, by the way, artificial intelligence. If it is enabled for your account, you can actually use it. You can give prompts and it will give you replies. That's what Copilot is all about. Very useful. Cloud Shell, we will come back to that. There is a notification bar. This notification bar is used for any notification. For example, when I do something within Azure portal, I'm creating something, or when I'm deleting something, a notification will be generated and I would be able to track that notification from the notification bar. Okay, what is the progress, where it has reached, etc. I can see from the notifications bar. The settings bar allows you to filter your subscriptions, right? You can filter your subscription. For example, currently I have 5 different subscriptions and all of them are selected. So if I want to specifically work with one subscription, I can go ahead and select it and then I can filter it out. So this is possible under the default subscription filter within the settings section. You can also adjust your appearance, like how the Azure portal looks for you. So that appearance can be adjusted, and the service menu behavior, like is it collapsed or is it expanded, etc. The theme, color theme that you have, those things and all can be adjusted from there. Languages plus region allows you to alter language to any other supported language. If you want to, you can change it. And I think we don't have any useful languages over here, by the way, except from English, right? Or if you're aware of any of this, for example, Dutch or Netherlands or Polski or Portuguese, etc., you can work with that. Anyway, my information will show you your account, your logged in account detail, and signing out plus notifications. You can see there is something called as enable directory level idle timeout. Okay, if you enable this idle timeout, you can specify a time. For example, after 10 minutes of inactivity, go ahead and log out of Azure portal automatically. Okay, you have to log out of this automatically. So in this way, you can specify. For example, I have said 0 hours 10 minutes. So after 10 minutes of inactivity, automatically log me out of Azure portal. That is what it is all about. For example, you leave your system open, you have your Azure portal open, somebody can come and do something, right? So instead of that, if there is a 5 minutes inactivity or 10 minutes inactivity on the Azure portal side, you go and log it out. Your system will have a locking mechanism apart from this. Every systems in corporate environment, after some time of inactivity, they will automatically log out. Okay, that is something which you are aware of. So similar to that, Azure portal also, it will log out if you enable the setting. So that's what we have here. Next to that, we have the question mark. Question mark is nothing but help and support, or support plus troubleshooting. For any issue, for example, if your VM is not starting, you can search here, VM not starting, VM not starting. It will direct you to multiple help articles, etc., while you specify the exact problem. For example, I say virtual machine running Windows is not starting. Under which subscription they are asking. So I'm saying, okay, this is my subscription and which resource, but I don't have any resource. So I would say this is more or less a generic question, or I don't have the option to mark as such. Anyway, so you need to have the resource. You have to specify the VM. You can select it and you can click on next. They will give you some recommendations. Whatever recommended actions that you can try out, they will list over there. So you can choose from that. If that doesn't work out, you can create a support ticket. You will get an option to raise a support ticket with Microsoft. But for creating support ticket, remember, you need to have a support plan. You need to have a support plan. Only then you can create a support ticket. Microsoft will give you free support, free basic support with your account by default. And that basic support is limited to Azure account related issues. Account related issues in the sense billing related issues. Billing related, if you have any problems, they will support you. But apart from that, any resource related, for example, VM related, storage account related, etc., you have problems and you want help from Microsoft to troubleshoot it, you need to have a support plan. Okay, and that support plan is costly, by the way. So from individual perspective, we don't have to take it, but as an organization, they will need to take a Azure support plan. There are different support plans. By the way, we have something called as professional support, professional direct support. We have premier support, etc. Standard support. Various support levels are available. The ability to, or the way how they respond, how much time they can take for respond, etc., will vary according to the support plan that you have. Okay, the premier pro direct support plans or premier support plans and all, you can expect quick responses from Microsoft Azure. A standard support plan, whereas might have an SLA of 8 hours or even more for response. That's it. That's what we have with respect to the SLAs and support plans and things like that. So you can create support ticket from here. That is one thing. And the next is nothing but the feedback option. Here is the feedback option. In case if you wanted to share any feedback with Microsoft, you can actually use this option here. like some functionality is not working as expected, you can let Azure know about it over here. That takes feedback seriously. Okay, so that's it pretty much. And now we have to go on to the command line interface or Cloud Shell. Okay. So first of all, for seeing your subscriptions, you have to go on to the subscription tab. But before that, let's talk about your Endra ID related, your tenancy. I told you that you have something called as a tenant created for you, right? When you start using Azure. So where is the tenant? So to see the tenant, you can go on to Endra ID. Search on the search bar for Endra ID, Microsoft Endra ID. Or if you have your account, you can do this, right? You can just try to go to your account and try to see this for yourself. Log into your account, type Endra ID on the search bar and go to Endra ID. And when you go to Endra ID, you can see there, like what is your tenant ID. You can see this is the tenant. Okay, there is nothing else to see, by the way, for tenant. As I told you, it's a logical construct, and you might not have something physically to see over there. Okay, so that is the Endra ID tenant. This is the tenant. So here is this default directory. What you call the default directory itself is actually the tenant. We also call it as by name tenant ID. You can see the tenant ID is given there. Okay, and this name default directory, you can change it. You can change it according to your requirement. Maybe you can represent it by your company's name, by the way. That is also a possibility. For example, if I wanted to make it my organization's names, I can do that. Okay, I can rename it. You have an option to rename the directory as you may want to have it. So that is one thing with respect to the tenant. Okay, moving on. So next what we have is subscription. So to see the subscriptions, you have to go to the subscriptions tab. So go to subscriptions tab, and therein you will be able to see all the subscriptions that you have access to, right? You can see the subscriptions. In my case, I'm able to see the subscriptions that I have now, right? Around 5 subscriptions I have, so that can be seen from here. And these subscriptions that you have, you can actually group them into management groups. As I told you, you can group them into management groups. So to group them into management group, what you have to do, you have to go on to the management group section. Okay, you have to go to the management group section. So for that, let me take you on to management group. Go to management groups, and let's have a look at the management groups. So that is something. Okay, so here you can see under management groups, you can see the management group that you have, as well as you have the subscriptions. For example, I have a tenant root group, by the way. So within the tenant root group, there are 2 subscriptions. Then there are child management group, like for example, development management group, IT management group, and Simply Cloud. That's another management group, etc. I do have. So there also I do have separate subscriptions within them. Okay, so I can apply policies, restrictions, etc. on these management groups as per my requirement. So that is what we have with respect to management group. And what else we said, that is resource group and resources, right? So let's have a look at resource group and resource as well. And thereafter, let's get on to the command line options. So with respect to resource groups, you can see that over here, if you search for resource groups, this is what you have with respect to resource groups. So currently there are some default resource groups, by the way, Network Watcher RG. You may also start to see this. You may also get to see this later on. That's actually nothing but a default resource group that is getting created. And if you see that, you don't have to worry about it. It's not going to do any harm to you. But if you want to, you can delete it off. That's up to you, by the way. Anyway, we got the resource group over here. And these resource groups is logical grouping of your resources. Whatever resources that you have, a logical grouping of it. That's what we call as a resource group. So these logical grouping that you have, you can actually use it for access control. You can actually use it for deleting as a group. For example, for project 1, I have multiple resources and I want to delete everything together. Fine, I can do it. I can do it at the resource group level. We will see when we do the command line example and all, you will get to see that. For now, to get started, to begin with a resource group, you first of all have to click on create and then say, I want to create a resource group. Okay, so they will ask you the details where you want to create the resource. So you have to specify the subscription onto which you are creating the you are creating the resource group, by the way. So I'm selecting Shadil's training as a subscription, wherein I want to create the a resource group. So under Shadil's training, I want to create the resource group. So I have to select the subscription which I have selected. I have to give the name. So you have to give a unique name for the resource group. Let's call it as, for example, demo RZ or something. Okay. I have given a name for the resource group. And then thereafter, I can select the region. So I told you about the regions earlier, right? So here we have a region that's, for example, Central India. That's what I'm going to use. So I will choose a region for me, which is preferred when you are practicing with your free trial account. It is preferred to use your Central India region or Central US region. Central India, if it's not working out for you, try to use Central US, Central US or Central India. Central US is a region within United States, by the way. So either of them would work, either Central India or Central US. You can also try other regions like, for example, UK, UK South, UK West, etc. So those kind of regions also you can try. That's up to you. Okay, if at all the one region that you selected is not working, then in that case you may consider using other regions. But what is preferred is Central India, Central US. Okay, fair enough. So you select the region, and thereafter you can say review plus create. You say review plus create, and the resource group will be created. Now remember, a resource group, as I told you, is only a logical constraint. It doesn't contain anything specific once you create it, and there is no cost associated with a resource group. A free resource group which is empty does not have any cost on it, and it does not contain anything by default. It's just an empty logical grouping. Now, once you start working on your project, once you start creating resources, then you associate your resources onto the respective resource groups. For example, I'm going to create a VM. A VM is a resource, right? So when I create a VM, I want to associate that virtual machine into one resource group, and I can specify that resource group is this one, which I just created, for example, demo RG, in this way. So this is the way how you have to do it. Okay. And so you have seen creating a sample resource group into Central India region, and you are not able to see that. You just have to refresh the page once for that. For that, what you have to do, just click on refresh. And when you do refresh, you can actually see the resource group over there, currently created demo RG. You can see demo RG, right? So you can see demo RG, the resource group that we currently have, and we can create resources onto that. Okay. So what are the things that we have seen? Azure portal walkthrough, subscriptions we have seen, resource group also we have seen. Okay, that's it. So that's something which we have there. Okay, now let's quickly go on to the command line options. I'll introduce you onto that. Okay, so here you can see the Cloud Shell option. I told you about the Cloud Shell. So when you click on Cloud Shell, what happens? So this is the option wherein you can use command line in order to work with Azure. So you click on that Cloud Shell button. In my case, you can see it's directly taking me to a black screen and giving me the command line options. But that might not be the same for you, right? For you, things might look slightly different. It may ask you a couple of other things. It may ask you for a what exactly you want. Do you want Cloud Shell or Bash, etc.? And it may also ask you about some storage account and all that. Bash PowerShell. So when you click on it, if you're saying Bash PowerShell, what does it mean? Actually, there are two types of command line options available for Azure. Two types of command line options are available for Azure. There is nothing but one is called as PowerShell, one is called as CLI Bash. One is PowerShell, one is CLI Bash. What is the difference? The PowerShell is comparable to your Windows PowerShell. Windows operating systems, they comes with PowerShell. So in IT industry, those people who are working with infrastructure and all that, there are two types of people. Those people who are working mostly on Linux, and another category of people who is working mostly on Windows operating system environment. For those people who is working on Windows environment, they'll be more comfortable with PowerShell. Yes or no? Those people who are working with Windows, they may be more comfortable with PowerShell. Those people who are working with Linux, they will be comfortable with Linux terminal, or also called as Linux Bash terminal. Okay. So what Azure has done, they have given command lines for Azure, which will be resembling Windows PowerShell. I mean, comparable to Windows PowerShell. PowerShell style of commands you will get. And also for Linux, comparable to Linux, you will get the Linux bash comparable to Linux. Linux type of commands will be available from the bash perspective. So both of them will do the same thing, by the way. The bash commands will do the same thing. Your PowerShell commands also will do the same thing. It is just from a user perspective, which one a user prefers. That's all what it is. In both, you have the options, right? Like for example, in PowerShell also you have the option. In bash also you have the options to create same thing. For example, if I want to create a resource group, I can create it via PowerShell. I can also create it via CLI bash. Either way I can do it. It's just that as a user, which command line option are you comfortable with? Okay, that's what it is. Or as an organization, which one your organization is comfortable with. That's it. So that is why Azure has given two options for the command line. You could choose between either of them. Both of them will do the same thing. That's what you have to understand as a difference between PowerShell and CLI bash. Okay, so there are three terms that you have to remember over here. One is Cloud Shell, one is CLI bash, one is PowerShell. What is Cloud Shell? Cloud Shell is a central console where you get access to both the command line options, and CLI bash is the Linux version within your Cloud Shell, and PowerShell, that is the Windows version within your Cloud Shell. So that's all what we have here in terms of the three different terms and the awareness that you should have about it. Okay, that's it. So let's try to use this once and see how does it work. So for example, currently I'm on PowerShell. How do I know if I'm on PowerShell? Multiple ways, right? You can see first of all the blue color. The blue color typically you will have for PowerShell. Okay, so that is one thing. Second thing, it is written on top left hand side. I'll show you. It says switch to bash on top left. That is true. So if it is saying switch to bash, it is understandable that it is on PowerShell currently. If it is saying switch to PowerShell, then that means it is on bash. And your bash will have a black screen. PowerShell will have a blue screen. Okay, that's the difference. That. So let's do some PowerShell sample command, by the way. And the PowerShell sample command, for example, we want to create a resource group, right? So you can create a resource group by typing az group create. Okay, let me not az group create, sorry, new -az resource group. Let me give you the command. Demo rg2 location central India. Look at the command, guys. New -az resource group demo rg2 location central India. So for example, I want to create a resource group. So what did I did, or what I'm giving the command? I'm giving the command new -az resource group. Create a new Azure resource group, and then -dash name of the resource group that I want to utilize, and thereafter I'm giving the location, that is, for example, central India. Okay, I want to create it in central India, so I'm specifying the location as well. So this is the way how you have to use the command. So this command is a PowerShell command, so it doesn't work on bash. This command is only PowerShell equivalent. It is only the PowerShell command. It is not a bash command. So if you want a bash command, you have to use bash specific command, which I will give you. Okay, what is the bash command that I will give you? So this one is only for PowerShell, cannot be used with bash. Keep that in mind. Okay, so if I press enter, what happens? It will go and create the resource group. We can see demo rg2 created, central India succeeded. So it actually created a resource group now. So this is the way how you have to go about creating a resource group by using a PowerShell command over here. Okay, now the same thing, if I want to create the resource group within bash, how do I do it? The command would be slightly different, but I have to run it by switching over to bash. Then in that case, I'll be able to create the resource group with bash. Okay, let's do that. So this is a simple command with which I can create a resource group by using PowerShell. Now by using bash also, let me show you. By the way, I can go to Azure portal. I can verify if it has been created or not. It is created, I know. Now let me go to bash, switch to bash, confirm. Now the same thing, to create a resource group via bash, look at the command. Az group create -- name, let's say demo rg3 -- location central India. Az group create -- name demo rg3 -- location central India. Same thing. You can see it will go and create the resource group. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
So what exactly is a virtual machine? Virtual machine, we have seen that it's a method of creating or virtualizing a server. Virtualizing a server means you have a physical server, a physical host. On top of it, you will install a hypervisor, and then on top of that, you can create a VM. So the same concept is available in Azure as well. In Azure also, as I have the backend, there are massive, large capacity data centers created by Microsoft, and within those data centers operated by Microsoft, with the help of virtualization, they have virtualized it, and now you can create VMs on Microsoft's infrastructure. You and me can create VMs on Microsoft's Azure infrastructure. So you're creating a VM on top of their hardware, which is sitting in their data center. You are not directly seeing it. You are not having any direct access to it, but rather you are getting access to a management portal through which you can actually do this. So this concept is what we call as virtualization, and virtual machine created with that. Okay. So these virtual machine concept, you can actually use it for setting up your production VMs, production servers, etc. within Azure's cloud computing environment. There are many flexibilities that you can get with a virtual machine compared to a traditional physical server, right? A traditional physical server, you can't move it. It's less flexible. Okay, it's less flexible compared to a virtual machine. You cannot move it from one place to another easily because it's a physical thing. To move a physical server, it's first of all heavy, and you have to carry it around and then try to connect it in some other places, etc. So many hurdles are there, whereas a VM can be moved easily, right? Online transfers and all you can do. If properly done, you will be able to do it without any problem. And many other benefits are also there with respect to Azure or any other virtual machine concept. In Azure, we say virtual machine is a IaaS offering. What is IaaS, by the way? Virtual machine, we say, is a IaaS offering. Don't give me the full form. Just tell me what it is. Infrastructure as a service means what? Why we call virtual machine as a infrastructure as a service? Okay, very good. So it is a model where a provider delivers essential IT infrastructure, like for example, whatever resources that is required for compute, like your compute capacity, storage capacity, networking capacity, etc. All this is given to you over internet on a pay as you go basis. For those people who don't know what is a pay as you go means you pay as you use it. Okay, for example, whatever you utilize, only for that you have to pay. That is what the meaning of pay as you go. So in the case of infrastructure as a service, all networking, virtualization, backend servers, etc. are taken care by the service provider. You get started with VM, right? So when I say you get started with VM, they are giving you this compute capacity, RAM, CPU, networking, etc. Backend hardware they are giving to you, and then you are able to use it. You are able to create VMs. You are able to have operating system on top of it, and then start using it. Okay, that model is what we refer to as infrastructure as a service. In the case of platform as a service, you don't have access to the hardware. Sorry, you don't have access to the VM, right? In infrastructure as a service, you have access to the VM. So this difference is there. So Azure Virtual Machine is actually an example of infrastructure as a service. So you can use it for various compute related purposes now. Now remember, when we create virtual machines within Azure, see, every customer will have varying requirements. My requirement is not your requirement. Your requirement is not somebody else's requirement. Each and every people or each and every organization will have separate requirements in terms of capacity, in terms of amount of RAM, in terms of CPU, etc. So you need to have some sort of standardization across the VMs capacity. What Azure has done, they have created something called as Azure Virtual Machine Sizes. Azure Virtual Machine Sizes. That means when we create a virtual machine within Azure, we can choose from a size that is available. Okay. Microsoft has created some predefined sizes. Azure VM size is what we call as, and you can choose it from any of this size that is available for you, and you will be able to create VMs according to that. So first of all, there is something called as a series. A VM is classified into series, and then thereafter in each series you have sizes. For example, you can see A series VM, D series VM, F series VM, and so on and so forth. Various series of virtual machines are available, and within each of the series you will have various sizes available. For example, A series typically we say is entry level workload. Entry level workload in the sense for general entry level, not so important use cases, you can actually use A series VMs. In A series VM, you have, for example, small capacity VM, a little bit higher capacity VM, and then large capacity VMs, etc. In this way, varying sizes are available within A series as well. D series. D series is actually a production ready series of VM which will give you good amount of compute capacity and temporary disk, etc. Anyway, you will get good amount of RAM and all with a D series VM. F series VMs, they're also production ready VMs, high CPU to memory, means good amount of CPU with good amount of memory. That is what F series VMs are about. G series, you will have more storage capacity on G series VMs. More storage capacity you will have on G series VM. H series VMs are basically high performance computing. Okay, HPCU we call it as. So if you have to do high performance computing, means very high CPU requirements you have, then in that case you can go for H series VMs, by the way. Okay. L series VMs are said to be network, from a network perspective, very low latency possible. They're optimized, much more optimized from a network standpoint. Okay. That is why, that is what we have with respect to L series VM, more optimized for network related things. That doesn't mean other VMs are all not good with networking. Don't take it that way. Okay, but a little bit more optimization you can expect with L series. That's all what it is. M series, large memory. Any application that requires very large amount of memory and all, typically you will get that with M series VM. If you take M series VM, you can have very large memory VM sizes available. N series is nothing but GPU enabled VM. You know what is GPU, right? If you want to do graphics rendering, or if you want to work with anything related to graphics, like creating designs, etc., gaming related things, gaming related development, etc. So for those things and all will require very good graphic supply, right? Graphics is required, and that graphics can be made available on your N series VMs. Only on N series VMs you will have graphics cards attached on them. Okay, that's it. So these are different types of virtual machines or series of virtual machine that is available. In each and every virtual machine series, now you have various sizes available. We will get to see this when we do an example. Right now we are moving on to creating a basic Azure VM using Azure portal, and therein you will see how you can actually use this VM series and size option while creating virtual machine. Okay, so let's go to Azure portal and see how you can create a basic VM. So let's go to Azure portal. One question for exam, is it required to remember all the series? You should have an idea. Anyway, I'll give you a link later which will have the information about the series and sizes. So you can go through that and keep it as a reference point. It's not that you have to by heart all this, not at all required, but you have to have an understanding. That is important. Generally, you should know when somebody is asking you, or when you hear these terms. Okay, this is actually at least a virtual machine series, even if you don't know what exactly would be the purpose. That you can build when I give you that documentation. Whenever you're good, you can review and you will be able to get it easily.
So to create a virtual machine, you have to click on Virtual Machines tab. Click on Create Virtual Machine. Create Azure Virtual Machine. So here, when you go to create a virtual machine, if you have gone through a hypervisor based VM, you probably have seen this, right? There are also, while creating a VM within a hypervisor like a Hyper-V or Oracle VirtualBox and all, there are a couple of options that you have to give, or a couple of details that you have to provide while creating a VM. So once you have given all those details, you will be able to finally create the virtual machine. So similar to that, in Azure also, while creating VM, there are a couple of or even more details you have to select it. And those details and all you have to pass on, only then you will be able to create the VM. So here you can see there are multiple tabs that we have to fill. Let's get started with the basics. Whenever you create something in Azure, like for example, a VM or storage account or whatever, when any of this you're creating in Azure, you have to specify a subscription. Okay, you know what is a subscription? That is your billing agreement. So you will have a subscription when you have signed up for Azure. You have automatically got a subscription. So you have to select that subscription. In my case, I'm selecting Shadil's training because that is what I use. And thereafter, a resource group is needed. What is resource group? A resource group is nothing but a logical grouping of your resources. I have told you that, right? With which we can actually group our resources that we are creating. So currently, I'm creating a resource group, and that would be named as demo RG, and I'll create all the resources to this particular demo RG. If you already have that resource group created with you, you can go ahead and select it, no problem. If you don't have, you can click on create new. So either existing resource group can be selected or new resource group can be added. Thereafter, you have to give a name for the virtual machine. Okay. So whatever virtual machine that you're creating, you have to give it a name. So let me give a name. I'm going to call it as web VM or something, web server VM. Web server VM. I'm planning to use this virtual machine as a web server in Azure. So I'm calling it as a web server VM. Now remember, while giving names and all within any resources that you create in Azure, you have to have a naming convention followed correctly. Instead of giving some generic name like, okay, web server VM, test VM, that, this, etc., you have something called as naming convention. I'll show you a model what you can actually refer to. Yeah, so please go with this approach. Okay, so a name also helps you to identify a lot of details. So instead of giving some generic name in a corporate setup and all, you should go with a proper naming convention. Typically, all organizations will have this naming convention already adopted. So according to that, the names will be given. For example, you can see a public IP address for a production SharePoint workload in the West US region. So it's not about a VM. So it is the public IP. Resource type, that is PIP. For what purpose? SharePoint. Is it production or non-production? That is given. Then West US, there is a region, and then instance number. The same way, if it is a VM, you can go like, for example, VM dash for what purpose? So let's say it is for web server. So VM dash web server dash, is it a production or testing? It is testing. So dash test dash the region, that is in our case, for example, Central India dash 001. Okay. So in this way you can give. So for example, I say VM dash web server web SVR dash, is it a production or test? Let's say, let me call test dash for Central India. I'm giving CI. In this way, you can give the name. So that would be much more appropriate. So this kind of naming convention must be used wherever possible while creating resource groups, while creating any other resource. This kind of naming convention must be used, by the way. You should try to remember there is a 15 character limit for VM name. So try to reduce to that. For example, in my case, I have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's going much more than 15.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to reduce this a little bit more. So let's say, for example, VM dash web dash test dash CI 01. So how many I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 I have. So let's keep it as dash CI. VM dash web dash test dash CI. Okay, something like this. So in this way, a naming convention will be there within your organization. So you have to adhere to that. So I have given that. Now you have to select your region, Central India. See, in your case, when you do it, there is no problem even if you use a generic name, not at all a problem. But why I'm giving you the suggestion, when you go to an actual environment while creating resources, there would be naming convention that you must follow. Okay. What about while creating snapshot? While creating anything, you have to follow the naming convention. Okay. What should be the name of the VMs? I told you what is a resource type. You have to mention that for what purpose it is. Is it a production or testing or whatever? And then the region, and then the item number. Is it first server, second server, third server, whatever? And you can define your own structure as well. This is something which Azure has recommended, but doesn't mean you always have to stick with that. Okay, you can also use something that is making more sense to you or to your organization. Anyway, for this test, instead of complete test, I can only give T as well. Okay, VM dash web dash T slash CI. Okay, or TST. This way and all, you can try to make it short. Anyway, so I have given the name. Availability option, region where you are going to deploy, to which data center of Azure you are going to deploy this. So let's say I'm deploying it onto Central India. See, as I told you, prefer Central India or Central US regions. If that doesn't work for you, you can use any other regions as well. So in our case, we will be using Central India, or if you are from any other place, you can use a region that is close to you. Whatever region that is close to you, that can be utilized. So I have selected Central India. Availability options for now, leave it as no infrastructure redundancy required. We are not worried about infrastructure redundancy for now. We'll talk about that later, what is availability zone, etc. We'll discuss that later. For now, you can just leave it, say no infrastructure redundancy required. Security type, you can see trusted launch virtual machine is selected. I'll explain you what is that. Okay, so we have selected the availability options as no infrastructure redundancy required. Security type, trusted launch virtual machine is being selected by default. What is trusted launch virtual machines? Trusted launch virtual machine means there is higher security for that VM. That is what the meaning of trusted launch. What is meant by higher security for the VM? It means that Microsoft actually uses Hyper-V as the hypervisor in the backend, right? You know that it is all virtualized environment. What we are creating is a VM. So there is a backend physical server which is virtualized. How it is virtualized? With the help of Hyper-V. In Hyper-V, while creating a VM, there are two options. One is Gen 1 VM or Gen 2 VM. Generation 1 VM or Generation 2 VM. Generation 1 VM is the first generation VMs which were based on BIOS. Okay, so BIOS means basic input output system. Nowadays, it's rare. Most of the laptops nowadays we have with UEFI. See, BIOS or UEFI is your firmware of your system, firmware of your hardware or computer. When you start the system, if it is an older system, you might have noticed it actually goes through multiple checks, right? It actually goes through, let's say, American mega trends and all. I don't know if you remember, if you might have seen that American mega trends or any other BIOS, gigabyte, motherboard, etc. And initializing these, etc. A couple of writings will be there on a black screen, right? It will go through that process first, and then your operating system's logo, let it be Linux or Windows, that logo will start to come up. Okay, this was the booting process. But nowadays, laptops and all boots much faster, if I'm not wrong. And you don't get to see those kind of prompts and all anymore. You will directly see a loading screen and then you are jumping onto the operating system. Yes or no? Have you noticed that? Let me show you. These kind of things and all you might have seen. Okay. What I have on the right hand side, this one. So that is something which happens during the boot process. This is what I told you, American megatrends and all, right? This is something that you can see. Your time is detected, keyboard not found, that these, press that to continue, this to continue, etc. So this kind of loading screen you will be able to see. But now you can see, if you look at UEFI boot screen, in the case of UEFI boot screen, this is the only thing that you will get to see, right? For example, Dell or HP or what is your OEM, that OEM's logo, thereafter below a round loading screen, and you will be able to get started with the operating system. So in this way, you can boot your operating systems nowadays. So this firmware, as somebody is asking here, it's like connecting hardware with software. Yes, that is the duty of your firmware, right? So that firmware is there. So if it is an older firmware, we call it as mostly BIOS. Newer firmwares are UEFI. UEFI comes with a lot of security features compared to BIOS. Compared to basic input-output operating system, UEFI or Unified Extensible Firmware Interface, that comes with more security features, and you have something called as trusted, what is it called as? Secure boot. Okay. You have functionality called as secure boot, making sure your operating system that you're loading is much more secure from the boot process itself, by making sure you don't have any unwanted codes or unwanted malwares starting with your operating system. Okay. And the execution phase itself, they are preventing it. While starting the system, it's not allowing you to load any unwanted, let's say, firmware components or something like that, but only what is trusted by your OEM. So that is what a trusted boot, or for example, a secure boot is all about. So these kind of security features you will get only when you go with the security type as trusted launch virtual machine. So when you set trusted launch virtual machine while creating VM in Azure, Azure is creating them with a UEFI firmware. Azure is creating them with a UEFI firmware. If you go for standard over here, then in that case, it would be going with, let's say, your, you will be going with your, what we call as BIOS based VMs, by the way. Now remember, a trusted launch virtual machine, they require x64 Gen 2 images. Okay, Gen 2 images, generation 2. You can see your image last has something written as Gen 2. So you require a Gen 2 images in order to begin with, right? Like for example, if you want to create a trusted launch virtual machine. For a standard virtual machine, you have to go with Gen 1 images, only Gen 1 images, etc. in this way. So this is what we have with respect to the security type option that is available. I would recommend that you go with trusted launch virtual machine itself, and you can create with it. Okay, that's it. If you change the security type, is there any price difference? No, there is no price difference, but you're getting a higher security. That's all. Okay, so you can select trusted launch virtual machine, and you can see when my image got changed to Gen 1, it is saying this image is not compatible with selected security type. So I have to change it to Gen 2 image. Okay, so Windows Server 2019, for example, data center x64 Gen 2. Now security type is clear. What about image? For operating system, you have to have an image. What is an image? Anybody have any idea what is an image, by the way? Image, is it a ISO file? Is it a, let's say, operating system? See, it actually contains operating system. Okay, let me ask you this. How do you install operating system on a machine? Anyone, how do you install operating system on a machine? Tell me, what are the methods that is available? Okay, so to install the operating system, you need to have either an operating system disk, a disk which contains operating system, or a bootable pen drive. You can download an ISO file from online, from internet, and that ISO file can be mounted onto your pen drive, and that pen drive also can be utilized for installing operating system. You can install operating system via network. Okay, if you have a LAN, you can set up a server which will contains the bootable files, and you can load it onto a secondary system that is available over the network. It is possible. We call it as PXE boot. Okay, booting over network is called as PXE boot. Anyway, that's not what our worry or focus. In Azure, when you're creating a virtual machine in Azure's infrastructure, which is a remote infrastructure, will you be able to install an operating system to that VM by using a pen drive, or by using a bootable CD, or by using a network boot? Will you be able to install an operating system by using any of this method? Yes or no? On a Azure VM? That is not possible. Why it is not possible? Because it is getting created in Microsoft Azure's infrastructure, which is a remote infrastructure. You can't have access to the infrastructure, by the way. Okay, unless you have physical access to the server where you are creating VM, you won't be able to install operating system by any of this means. But when I start a VM, I need an operating system. So what is the way? How do I get an operating system inside this virtual machine? So to get a VM, to get an operating system inside this virtual machine, what Microsoft is saying, you can actually use a image. Image is nothing but a file which contains operating system in a installed state. It is a file, or more precisely, it's a VHD file which contains your operating system in installed state. It contains your operating system in a installed state. That is what we have with respect to image file. So Microsoft has created multiple image files. Okay, they have created multiple image files for different flavors of operating system. And from our perspective, from a user perspective, you just have to go and select the right operating system image that you want. That's all what you have to do. Okay, so you can go and select the image, and then that particular image will be enabled on your VM that you're creating. So here in this case, you can see I have a VM image of Windows Server 2019 data center x64 Gen 2. x64 is basically the architecture type. Nowadays you will have x64 only mostly, so leave it as it is. And in the starting, you can see in bracket small disk, meaning this image file, which is nothing but a disk, is a small disk. Small disk means 30 GB capacity only. That is the meaning of small disk. 30 GB capacity only. That is the meaning of small disk. Meaning, when you create a virtual machine by using this image, your operating system disk will have a capacity of 30 GB only. But can you change it? Yes, while creating VM itself, you can change it, or after creating VM also you can change it. And now you have selected your image. If you want to see any other images like Linux and all, you can click on see all images and browse for the image that you want. Okay, you will be taken to a image marketplace, and there are plenty of images available. You can choose from any of this that you want. So let's come back. I have already selected the image, so that is okay for me. And I'm going to create a VM with this. Can you please repeat the last point? I was telling about small disk. Here on image, small disk is given. On some images, you won't see small disk. If you see small disk, that means for a Windows image, if you see small disk, that means your operating system disk. Okay, you need an operating system, and that operating system must be stored onto a disk. Look at this, my laptop. If I go to this PC on my laptop, this is my operating system disk. Okay, there my operating system resources are found under local disk C, right? So this operating system disk will have a capacity of 30 GB only. That is what the meaning of small disk. While creating VM, if you see small disk on the image, that means your operating system disk will have 30 GB capacity only. But if I want more than 30 GB, I said you have an option to set it. So you don't have to worry saying, okay, it is a small disk, etc. No, you can alter it. You always have the option to do it. So let's continue. VM architecture, leave it with the default x64. Don't change it. Do not select this option Azure Sport discount. We'll discuss this in some other class. What is Sport? For now, just leave it as it is. Then you have to go to size tab. I told you about size earlier. For every VM that you create in Azure, you have to choose the size that you want. So for example, if you click on see all sizes, you will be able to see various series and some sizes available within them. For example, there is B series. B series is burstable series. Burstable series. That is an economical VM that is available in Azure. Low cost, but a medium level performance. So such VMs is what we have under B series. But other than that, you can see D series, E series, F series, L series, N series, etc. You can choose between any of this. If I go to B series, for our demo, we will be going with B2MS. I would prefer that you also use B2MS because it's less costly compared to any other images, sorry, any other sizes. And also it gives you 8 GB of RAM and 2 virtual CPU. 8 GB of RAM, 2 virtual CPU. You can add up to 4 disks onto this VM, etc. So it's a good VM for us, for our practice and all. While creating Windows VMs in Azure, you should go with minimum 4 to 8 GB RAM or higher. Okay, for Linux, no problem. But while you create VMs within Azure, Windows VMs in Azure, you go with minimum 4 GB of RAM for that Windows VM, because Windows VMs requires good amount of RAM. Anyway, so let's go ahead and select B2MS, which will give me 2 virtual CPU, 8 GB RAM. Select it. And thereafter, once you have selected the size, you have to provide a username and password. You know, while logging into the machine, you have to have a username and password. So you must provide the username and password that you want to use over here. Okay. So the username, for example, I'm using Shadil. You can use any username, but there are some reserved names which cannot be used, like administrator and all cannot be used as a username. It is reserved. I'm giving the password. Confirm the password. One question meanwhile, can we use third-party images also like Marketplace? In Marketplace, you have third-party images available. You can use anything available within Azure Marketplace. Okay? Anything available in Azure Marketplace that can be utilized while creating VMs. There are plenty, thousands of images are available, so you could choose between them. So I gave the username, I gave the password. Now what is next? You have to specify a port. Whenever we create a VM in Azure, all network connectivity to that Azure VM is blocked by default. There is no connectivity. By default, there is no connectivity to your Azure VM. But when we create our VM, as part of the practice, we have to log into the VM and see the VM that we created, right? So in order to log into the machine, since it is a Windows machine, to connect remotely, I have to use the protocol called as RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol. There is a remote connectivity protocols available within Windows machine. If it is Linux machines, which protocol you will use? For Linux machine, for remote connectivity, which protocol you will use? You will use SSH protocol. So if it is SSH protocol, you have to select SSH port number, that is 22. Since our case, it is Windows VM, so we are opening 3389 port number so that we can connect with that. Okay, that's it. So once you have given this much details, you are good to create your VM. You can get started with your VM creation, by the way. Licensing one option is available, save up to 49% with a license. See, some organizations might have had a license for their on-prem Windows servers. They already have a license for their on-prem Windows servers, and that license is lost, or they cannot reuse that license when they move on to Azure. Because in Azure, VMs are activated automatically. You don't have to activate it. And the cost of the license is included in your VM price. License cost is also included in your overall VM price. So for an organization who already bought a license from Microsoft, when they create a VM in Azure, they can't apply that license that they have. And also they are going to pay now for the license which they have taken. So you can confirm and say to Microsoft, hey, I already have a license. So please reduce that license amount from my billing. You can say that. You have to simply put a checkbox over here. Okay, that's what you have to do. That is what hybrid licensing, sorry, Azure hybrid benefit. That is what we have here. You can go ahead and select it if you already have a license for the product. Continue with the next. Rest of the options you can leave it as it is for now. We will elaborate on this. For example, I told you, you can go ahead and change the size of your operating system disk while creating itself. You can select from here anything more than 30 GB if you want. See, image default is 30 GB. If you want to change it, you can go ahead and select from here. Anyway, there are other options also related to disk, which we will come to. So continue with the next networking. Next, don't change anything anywhere over here. Just leave it with the default option. And finally, then say review plus create. So click on review plus create. It will just go ahead and check all the options that you have selected and give you a summary and validate everything is good. And also will give you approximate price per hour. It is 8 rupees or 8.2 rupees per hour. Approximate charges, by the way. Anyway, I'm going to click on create. So you can see here with respect to your deployment is complete now. VM is created. And if you go to this VM, you can see the details about it, whether it is running and what operating system, what is the size, all these details you're able to see. Where it is running, Central India, the operating system image, the size, standard B2MS, which will give me 2 virtual CPU, 8 GB memory. And also for connectivity purposes, we are given a public IP address with which you will be able to log into the VM. So this is the IP address with which we will take RDP, remote access to that machine, and then log in and do our stuff, whatever that we wanted to do. Okay, that we will see. We will connect to the machine now. We will set up a sample web server, and then thereafter we will get on to other details on virtual machine. For now, let me know with respect to how to connect onto this virtual machine. So you go to the virtual machine now, and when you go to the virtual machine, you can see there, if you click on the VM, there is a public IP address that has been given to you. Okay, so you have to click on this public IP address. Actually, in a corporate setup and all, you will not have public IP address given on the VM. Why? Because public IP address is a risk, is a security risk. It's considered a security risk because some third party also, if they do IP scan on the network on public IP address, they can publicly, there's a defined range of public IP address available. So they can randomly try with different public IP address and see what is allowed and what can be accessed via specific port numbers, etc. There's a lot findable. So they would be able to find it. They will be able to exploit it. With multiple tries, they may be able to log in as well. So those kind of scenarios is there. And because of that, in a production environment and all, you will not have public IP address. So if I don't have public IP address, how do I connect? That is something different, which we will discuss when we go on to networking. So for now, we will use public IP address since we are getting started with this. So I'm going to copy this public IP address. It is a Windows VM. So to Windows VM, I have to go ahead and say use RDP, remote desktop protocol. So for connecting via RDP, you have an application by Windows itself. We call it as remote desktop desktop connection. You can search for remote and you will be able to get it. Remote desktop connection. There is a shortcut available for this. You can go to Windows plus R and type mstsc. Type mstsc and run /v colon the public IP address that we copied. So mstsc/v 74.225.180.79. This is the public IP address of our VM. Once you have given this much, if you press enter, it will automatically initiate the connectivity to the public IP address. Let's do that. I give enter. And you can see it is asking for credentials now. So I have to give the username and password over here. So I give the username and password. And then let's click on OK for this. So you can see name in the credit certificate from the remote computer VM-web-test-CI Central India. So you can see that that is coming up. So we are able to connect to the VM. We are able to log into the VM. See, so what happened from my system, I now logged into a server running in Azure. So you can see we have logged in and I'm inside the VM. So look at this. It's a server that is sitting in Azure in Central India location, that is Pune. I'm accessing it remotely over network. I'm using it as a server for any purpose that I would want to use it for. Okay, for anything I can actually use it. So think about this. If I'm sitting at my home, by the way, if I wanted to have a server, I need to have good amount of compute capacity. I need to have a physical server, right? And then I have to configure it. I have to install operating systems. Many things I have to do. I need to have the hardware and everything with me. But here you can see I was able to get this done in just couple of minutes. In just couple of minutes, I was able to create a virtual machine. I'm able to use it. I can do whatever I want, whatever I can do on this virtual machine now. So this is what cloud computing gives you as a benefit. In couple of minutes, any person, any organization, they can build their infrastructure within a cloud computing environment. Okay, so we created our first VM. Let's do some example with this now. Let's say, for example, I want to set up this VM as a web server. So how do I set it up as a web server? To set it up as a web server, I want to install a web server role on this server operating system. How do I do that? I can do that via command prompt, or I can do that via graphical user interface. I'm doing it via PowerShell. This is not Azure PowerShell, by the way. This is the PowerShell that we have inside this VM. So go to PowerShell. And then you have to specify the command, which I will give you. So what is the command? Install -Windows feature -name. What Windows feature you want to install? I want to install web server. -include management tools. Include all management tools of web server. So this is the command that I'm giving. The moment I press enter or run, I'll be able to see installation is happening. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I click on run command on top or run selection, and then you can see it started installing IIS, Internet Information Service or web server on this machine. Once after installation, I can use the server as a web server. Is using a public IP to RDP server still secure in an organization? I just told you it's not considered as secure, right? In our case, since we are testing, we are using public IP address and connecting to the machine. But in a corporate environment, we don't use public IP address to connect remotely to the machine, but rather we have to go ahead and utilize other methods that is available. And what are these other methods that we will see later. We do it manually instead of PowerShell. It's up to you. You can do it with PowerShell. You can do it manually. Manual method also I'll show you. But anyway, I'm sharing you the command. It's up to you. If you want to do it with PowerShell, no problem. Okay. You're IT professionals, right? So you can do it via command. That's okay. Anyway, so here if you go to server manager, if you want to do it manually via GUI, which is also absolutely okay. There is no problem in doing it via GUI. You have to go to server manager. So the server manager will open up automatically. If it's not opening up, you can go to start and search for server manager. In server manager, you have to click on manage, add roles and features. Manage, add roles and features. Proceed with the next, and then scroll down. You're able to see web server. It's already installed. That is why this black dot. If not, you will not have this black dot and you will be able to select the web server and continue with install. That's all what you have to do when you go via the GUI model. Either way, things are same. So we created web server or we configured web server. Go to local disk C. You can see there is a new folder created, inet pub, www root, and you can see there is our default page. This is going to be our default IIS page, by the way. I'm just writing something on this, something random. Okay, anyway. So if you save this, now you would be able to you will be able to see this as it is. So let's see. So let me go ahead and try to access the web server now. How do we access the web server? You can access by using this public IP address. Okay, but there is a problem. Web servers are communicating over which protocol? Any idea? Web server communication, HTTP, HTTPS communication happens over which protocol? It happens over 80 or 443. Okay, 80 or 443. 80 if it is HTTP. If it is HTTPS secure one, then it happens over 443. Okay, so you have to go ahead and open up the respective port, because as I told you earlier, all ports are locked out. So if you want to allow communication, you have to have the appropriate ports opened up. So let's go ahead and do that. You have to go to networking tab and click on network settings. Go to networking tab and click on network settings. Under networking settings, you can see below there is something called as a network security group, NSG. So this NSG is the component which actually blocks and allows the traffic. Okay, this is one which allows or blocks the traffic. And currently you can see, while creating VM earlier, we allowed RDP connectivity. And that RDP port, you can see it is set to be open over here. You can see 3389 port, RDP port is selected as open over here. Okay, similarly, I want to open HTTP port as well. So I click on create inbound port rule, click on create a port rule, inbound port rule. You don't have to worry about any other options right now, because NSG we will discuss separately once again in detail. We will discuss that once again later on. So for now, you can simply select HTTP and just say I want to allow the connectivity and click on add. HTTP as service, allow connectivity, and then add it. So a new security rule will be added for port number 80. Okay, done. So this is what you have to do. Once it is done, you can come back to the overview, and this time you can take the public IP address and I'll give you the URL with which you can connect. Check if it is accessible and report back. So you're able to see the page, IIS default page, you're able to see, and things are good. Okay, so it's working as expected, which we can clearly see. Now, in case if you wanted me to show, here it is. Control V, and there we go. Give it a second. I just have to add HTTP instead of HTTPS, and you can see whatever I did, you can see, and this is visible. Okay, fair enough. Now, if you have a code You can change this. You can actually paste your actual code over here, in the sense on the web server. In inet pub, you can update the code in IIS, and thereafter you will be able to see the content according to the code that you have. That's all. One question here, we connected to this web page by executing the above command in PowerShell. Can we use bash shell as well? See, this is where I told you, while I executed the command, I clearly told you, this is not Azure PowerShell where I'm doing it. I was doing it in Windows PowerShell. There are two things. Azure has a PowerShell and a CLI bash. Okay, the reasons and all I have told you. Azure bash and CLI, bash for Linux people, CLI for Windows people. They can use either of it. Both does the same thing. Command might be slightly different. Whereas a Windows operating system, inside it, it has a PowerShell built in for your command execution and things like that. So that is the PowerShell which I used. Now you tell me, will I be able to go and use a bash command inside a Windows machine? Answer is a clear no, because there is no bash in Windows operating system. Okay, that's it. Even if you install putty, you won't get a bash option within Windows operating system. No, putty is a different thing. Putty is for what purpose? Putty is a service or software which is used for connecting onto a Linux machine. To take remote access to a Linux machine, just like you did with Windows RDP, that application example is what you call as putty. Putty doesn't give you any bash or, let's say, command line options and all within Windows operating system. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so this is clear, and let's jump on to now. So we saw how you can create a simple Windows VM, how you can launch it, how you can access it, how to set up web server, etc. We have seen. Let's quickly also have a look at how you can create a Linux virtual machine, and then probably we'll call it a day. So let's click on virtual machine. So this time, instead of Windows VM, I want to create a Linux VM. Let's see how you can do that. So let's go ahead and create a Windows. Instead of Windows, let's create a Linux machine. Process is exactly the same. It's exact same process that we have to follow while creating a Linux machine as well. There is slight differences. Let's look at what it is. We will choose the same resource group that we used earlier. Virtual machine name, this time I'm going to give it as LVM, meaning Linux VM, LVM dash. We are creating this for test LVM slash LV means Linux VM. That is the meaning of it. TST dash CI 01, Central India 01. Okay, I have changed the naming convention slightly. I haven't given any purpose for this, and that is okay. LVM dash test dash CI dash 01 or 01, up to you. Region Central India, that's okay. Availability zone, as I told you, for now, no infrastructure density required. Image, we have to change it. So you can see here there are Gen 2 compatible recommended Ubuntu server images available. So you could choose any of this. Okay, but there are other Linux flavors also. So according to your liking and requirement, you can go ahead and select what is needed. In this case, I'm just selecting Ubuntu server, for example. So let's go ahead and do that. Ubuntu 22.04 LTS. VM size, I'm going to use standard B2MS, which is okay. Zolar, same thing. I mean, no options have changed, same options. Scroll down. This is where you can actually make a change, right? You can see here. Authentication type. So authentication type, here we have an option to select SSH public key. SSH public key, by the way, and a password. While creating Windows VM, did we select SSH public key or password? Which one? We selected password, by the way, right? We selected password. Now, do you have SSH option available for Windows operating system? Yes or no? There is no SSH login option available for Windows operating system. Please keep that in mind. Okay. Windows supports only password based authentication. So username you can give. Now in Linux, we are going to use this SSH public key authentication, by the way. Slightly different. Instead of using a password, you will use a key file. A SSH key file will be utilized, and with that you will be able to log in. So authentication type SSH public key, username, let's give it as Shadil for example. Public key, you can ask Azure to create the public key. Okay, generate new key pair. I mean, for public key or for SSH key, a key combination must be created. A public key private key combination must be created, and public key you can use it. Private key will be loaded onto the virtual machine, and they will be signed each other by using this. The public key will be signed with the private key. So when you try to authenticate against the system using the public key, it will match its signature with the private key file that you have inside the VM, and see if they are originated from the same pair. If it is found matching, you will be able to log in. If it's found not to be matching, you will be denied access. So this key file is really important. Whatever key file that you get, if somebody gets it, they will be able to log into the machine. So you have to specify the username, generate a new key pair, RSA SSH format. In case if you want with, you can go with ED25519 format also, you can do it, no problem. You have to give a name for the key pair. So I'm going to use the virtual machine's name as the key pair name. That is okay. Or if you want to use a custom name, that is also doable. So I'm giving the name for the public key, and I'm going to call it as key. Done. This time, will I have to allow RDP port number 3389, or do I need to allow, let's say, port number 22? Which port I have to allow here now? I have to allow SSH 22. Why? Because we are connecting onto a Linux VM now. In the earlier case, we were working with a Windows VM. Windows VM connects on which port number? 3389. Here in this case, we have to go with port number 22. Okay, so let's go ahead and select it, and then thereafter let's continue with the next. Other things and all you can leave it default, nothing to change for now. You can say review plus create. Now I'll click on create, see what happens. Okay, I'll click on create, see, download private key and create a resource. By the way, it's not the public key that you are downloading. Public key is kept inside the VM. Private key is what confidential, and that is given to you. So download the private key. You got the file saved onto your system now, and VM is getting created. Wait for it. So you can see VM is created. Let's go to the resource. Now, how do you connect on to this? So somebody was suggesting PuTTY earlier. Yes, you can use PuTTY, but PuTTY has some compatibility issues with the key file. Like for example, here you can see the key file that we got is a PEM file from Azure, PEM. PEM files are not compatible with PuTTY, by the way. Okay, so we use something called as MOBA Xterm. MOBA Xterm, that's another client which you can utilize for connecting. MOBA Xterm, you can use it for RDP, Telnet, SSH, almost everything. You can go here, you can download from here. The free edition, you can click on download now, and you will be able to use it. It's a portable as well, which means you don't have to install it directly. You can use it. I already have it on my system. So let me go ahead and open up MOBA Xterm. And you have to click on session. What type of session? We want SSH connectivity. So select SSH. Remote host, where you want to connect. So if I go back to our Linux VM, you can copy the public IP address of the Linux VM and put it over here. Specify username. Yes, we have to give a username, and that username is Shadil. Port number is 22, which is SSH port number. This is not enough. To authenticate, I have to use a SSH key file. So go to advanced SSH settings and then click on use private key. Click on browse and select the private key that we downloaded from the downloads file. Okay, select the downloaded file and then click on OK now. It will ask, do you want to accept the connectivity? Say yes. And now you can see we have logged in. Welcome to Ubuntu 22.04.5 LTS. And you can see we are inside the VM. System load, etc. You can see over here, IP address details, all that. And now if you are comfortable with Linux, you can start utilizing it. You can maybe set up a Apache web server and do whatever that sort of you want to do over here. Okay, that's it. So this is what we have with respect to a Linux machine setup within Azure. Process is exactly the same except for the key if you want to change it. If you want to set it as password authentication for Linux machine, that is also possible. You can do password authentication with a Linux machine. You can do a private key authentication with a Linux machine. Both are supported. Okay, what we did was a key file authentication. I would also like you also to attempt it the same way, both the password method with Windows VM as well as private key method with a Linux VM. So you know how to create a basic VM in Azure, how to connect with it. Those basic details are clear. Okay, one question. Can you guide on how to use a Linux machine in Azure without relying on a mobile external? You can actually, there are multiple options. You can do it from a Windows terminal as well. Windows terminal also allows you to initiate a SSH connectivity, but you will have to specify the key file. You will have to specify the key file, and with that you can connect. That is one option. You can also use the bash shell within Azure. Okay, the bash shell in Azure can be utilized. Here if you go in Azure, we have the bash shell, right? Go to Cloud Shell, click on bash. In bash also you can go and initiate the connectivity. But when you initiate the connectivity in bash, first of all you will have to upload the key file over here. Manage files, you have to click, and then you have to specify, okay, this is the key file, and that key file path also must be mentioned over here. In that way and all, you can do it without mobile external. And the command, like for example, SSH space username @IP address, and that's it. With that you will be able to connect with it. But key file, you have to specify what is the key file. Okay, one good question, how to delete the VMs and resource that we created. So to delete the VMs and resources, you come back to resource group. As I told you, delete at the resource group level. So come back to resource groups. On resource groups, you can select the resource group that you want to delete. So I know I created everything to demo RG. So I go to demo RG, I click on delete resource group option, and you have to copy the resource group name. You can specify or paste it over here and click on delete. Okay, the moment you press delete, it will begin the deletion process, and eventually the resource will be completely removed. So that's what it is. And if we just create the VM and practice and my free quota is over, will I be charged? You will not be charged automatically. If your free quota is over, your resources will be suspended and they will notify you. They will ask you to delete it. So you can go ahead and delete it. As I told you, after the free trial period, 30 days free trial period, you're still retaining the VMs or whatever resources that you created even after free credits are expired. Then later on, when you reactivate your account as pay as you go, it may create problem. That's what I told you earlier. If we want PPK file, then we can select it somewhere in Azure, or it's not possible to have PPK file in Azure. It's not that we cannot have PPK. There are multiple methods to achieve that. While you ask Azure to create the key file, it will automatically create PEM files only. Azure supports PEM file, or Azure automatically creates only PEM file. You can convert the PEM file to PPK. That is one option. You can use a key generator and then try to convert a PEM file to PPK. One option. Second option, instead of you asking Azure to create the key file, you create it. You can use a key generator. SSH keygen softwares are available. Putty have this option, as well as MOBA Extreme also have a keygen. I think I have it on my system already. So using that, you can create a public key private key combo. Okay, public key private key combo can be created with that, and then you can upload that public key onto the system after creating the VM. So you create the VM with password authentication. The Linux VM you create with password authentication, login, upload the key file, enable key file authentication, disable password authentication, log out, and then try again. So when you try to log in now, you will be able to give the key file that you uploaded. Okay, and that uploaded key file can be, for example, .ppk. That's it. So in this ways and all, you can give it a try. Custom images, availability set, availability zone, any of this. So what is pending on virtual machine is nothing but what is custom image, what is availability sets, availability zone, virtual machine scale sets, and what is network interface card on Azure VM, NSG, network security group on Azure VM. There are a couple of things like that. Let's have a look at what is custom image first of all. Okay, custom image, what exactly it is. So coming on to custom images, what is custom image and why do we need it? So with respect to custom images, what exactly it is? That's what we are trying to discuss now. So what is meant by custom images? What is the idea of custom image? See, so far in Azure, while creating VM, we have been using marketplace image. There is something called as a marketplace image. So you can go to Azure Marketplace, and from there you are taking virtual machine images, which is what we are using for the VM. When we launch the VM, that is what acting as our operating system image. Now, what is this image? First of all, image actually contains your operating system in installed state. It is basically a VHD, virtual hard disk file. Okay, the image is basically a VHD, a virtual hard disk file. VHD, virtual hard disk file. VHD is nothing but a virtual hard disk file. Okay, so this VHD virtual hard disk files that you have, this contains the operating system files in its installed state. That is what a image is all about. So when we talk about custom images, you can make your own VHDs which contains the operating system in its installed state. But what is the need? Why do we need to do this? The reason for this is nothing but some organization will have custom requirement. Some organizations will have custom requirement, right? With respect to operating system, with respect to what needs to be there inside the operating system, what level of hardening or security must be applied to the system. Based on all these factors, they will have different requirements. So for an organization, let's take an example. You are working in an organization as an Azure admin. So when you're working there as an Azure admin, there are different teams part of the organization who is coming to you. Part of your admin duty, you will create the virtual machines and you will hand it over to the respective teams. This is what we do. But the problem here is when we go and create VMs like that, and when they expect some sort of customization, like for example, the VM that you have created, they will tell you, okay, go ahead and install all the updates, make sure some third-party apps which they commonly use, they would say, okay, these must be installed, and a couple of other things they would say, right? Maybe in some servers they would want Internet Information Services, IIS, to be enabled. This kind of scenarios can play out. So what do you do? Okay, how do you you can do it. I mean, you being an administrator, you will be able to go and get it done. But remember, if there are multiple VMs that must be created now and then, if there are multiple VMs that must be created, then for each and every VM, you have to go through this process now. You have to go through installing all the required applications, components, etc. And that's going to take a lot of time. It's a time-consuming process. And especially it is simple manual repetition that we are doing. So to avoid this, what you can do, you can actually make use of the concept of custom image. You can make use of the concept of custom image. So with custom image, what you will do? With custom image, first of all, I need to get started with the reference VM. What is a reference VM? A reference VM is nothing but a virtual machine which contains all the customizations as per my requirement, my organization's requirement. So you created a new VM, your organization created a new VM. In that VM, you have installed all the required components. Maybe, for example, you have installed any software that is required by the organization. Windows updates you have taken care of. Windows or Linux updates you have taken care of. And any other third-party applications that you generally install on the operating system that also have been installed. And you can also do a hardening process. What is server hardening? Have you guys heard about it? Server hardening. HARDENING. What is hardening? So you can see hardening is a process with which you increase the security of your virtual machine. Okay? It is a method of reducing the security risks on a virtual machine. There are some scanners available from reputed organizations, security related organizations. So these scanners can be used, and with the help of those scanners, you can scan the overall system, identify any potential let's say loopholes or any potential problems that you may have in the system, any bugs or probably any uh, applications which is weak in security, etc. So these things and all can be identified by the softwares that we have, these scanners that we have, and they will detect it. They will identify even problems in registry and all that from a security standpoint, and they will ask you to fix everything. Okay, you fix all the things needed one by one, remove all the unnecessary applications and everything. And thereafter, once the proper hardening has been completed, now that virtual machine's image can be utilized. You can create an image out of it so that for any repeated deployment, you will have a hardened image with you. Otherwise, you will have to do the process of hardening on each and every VM manually all the time. Okay, so that's the difference that we have here. So any software, any third-party applications and all, if you wanted to install, if you wanted to do hardening for the system, etc., and in all these cases, it is best to go and, let's say, create a custom image and then use that. Okay, so I hope you understood what is the purpose. Why do we need the concept of custom image? Now, example, you can see here it is written. So first of all, you need to get started by having a reference VM. We need to create a reference VM. A reference VM is nothing but a virtual machine which is totally new, who doesn't have any other applications or anything running on it. You created newly. Okay, thereafter you will go and set up everything that you need. You have the operating system. Maybe if you want your organization to require IIS to be enabled, so IIS is enabled, hardening process is done, Windows patches, meaning Windows updates, are installed. Any third-party apps, if you wanted, that is also installed. Okay, then thereafter, so once you have got your system ready by doing all this, you can go for the image capture. In Azure portal, we have the option, but to do this image capture, you have to do something called as a sysprep process in the case of Windows. In the case of Windows VMs, you have something called as a sysprep. For Linux, there is a simple command that you have to execute. So those command you have to execute if it is a Linux VM. If it is a Windows VM, you have to go through a process called as a sysprep. Okay. Once after you have done that and you have completed the whole process, you can save the image onto gallery. Whatever image that you have, you can save it onto the Azure image gallery and utilize it. So this is the overall idea that we have with respect to the custom image concept. Okay, so let's go and do this. As I said, I need to have a reference VM. So let me go and create a new reference VM. Just like any other VM that we create, I'm going to create a new fresh VM. To a resource group called as demo RG. Resource group name I have given, virtual machine name I'm going to call it as VM1, for example. Don't forget the naming conventions and all. I gave you the idea. Now, for the sake of simplicity, I'm just keeping the name as VM1 or whatever. But you know that there is a proper naming convention that you have to follow while creating resources in a corporate setup. Okay, keep that in mind. Anyway, VM1 I have given, and availability for now, no infrastructure is required. Select the VM image that you want. I'm going with Windows Server 2022. And thereafter, standard V2MS is okay. Username and password. RDP is okay. And virtual machine related details, that is okay. You can leave it as it is, no problem. Disk related, no changes required for now. Continue with the next and then say review plus create. Wait for the VM to be created. One question here, delete with VM, what it is? While configuring the disk, you will see one option called as, okay, delete with the VM. And what does that mean? See, usually when you delete the virtual machine, if you just select the virtual machine object and try to delete it, it won't delete the disk. It will only delete the VM object, but the disk, your network interface card, public IP address, these things will remain. Okay, so if you don't want that, like that can create something called as lingering objects, right? Resources that is left here and there unattended, which will contribute to your overall cost. Sometimes people will forget it. Okay, so you can say check that box, say okay, delete with VM. So whenever, if I'm deleting the VM, along with that VM, delete the disk also. Okay, so that you're avoiding the chances of creating some lingering resources, and thus you are reducing the chance of increasing unnecessary cost. That is why that option has been given. I don't know how many of you have noticed it. If you go back to virtual machine create option, and if you go to disk section, where is that option, delete with VM? See, one option here, delete NIC when VM is deleted. So this is something. Okay, same way I think you have it for disk as well. Just a second. VM1, sorry, VM2. You may, so this is the option, by the way, delete with VM, my bad. Yeah, so delete with VM, this option. So this is what I refer to. And then you can keep it as marked. Under networking also, I showed you one option is available. See, one more, delete public IP and NIC when VM is deleted, one option. Okay, that's it. I hope that is clear. So I think we have our reference VM. Let me, one question before. Difference between AVD versus VM. See, AVD is Azure Virtual Desktop versus VM. See, end of the day, both are using same concept. AVD also uses VM. Virtual machine, of course, it's VM only. But with AVD, what happens, just like virtual desktop infrastructure, VDI. I don't know if you have worked or if you have heard about VDI. The concept is nothing but for an organization who wants to give laptops to their employees, and also they want to maintain a central location for all the files and services the employees are using, or for people who are remotely working, to support them with organizational PC and all. What they can do, they can give us something called as a virtual desktop environment within cloud. Okay, so it is as if, for example, if I'm working in one of the projects recently, just to give you an example, what did I was working as a contractor for them, for instance. So when I work as a contractor, I am working with my laptop, but for their security, they have to make sure I'm restricted to their environment, right? Their own system. So they gave me a machine, a Windows 11 machine in cloud. Okay, but I'm not getting into Azure and then I'm not going into that VM and then trying to log in. No, but rather I would get a presented interface through a VDI console. There will be a separate portal for that. So through that portal, when I log in, I'll get to see my virtual desktop. I can click on connect, and then thereafter I would be able to launch it and use it, just like a machine, just like a Windows machine, for example. So this is what happens in the case of Azure Virtual Desktop AVD compared to virtual machine. In the backend, are they both VM? Of course, yes, both are VM only in the backend. That's the idea. And okay, so that is clear. And what else? If I'm not manually selected to enable NIC or disk, can you show the location of the file and delete manually? Okay, so the question is, if I did not check that box, I can delete with VM, where it will be. See, once you create a resource, everything goes to resource group, MORG. So you can directly go to the resource group and find it here. For example, here is the public IP, here is the network interface card, here is the disk, here is the NSG, etc. So you can go ahead and delete from there. Or if you want to specifically see, for example, I can go to public IP, one section is available. So there, if I go, I'll get to see all the public IP addresses I have. I can go to network interface card NIC, then I'll be able to see all the NICs I have. If I go to disk section, I'll be able to see all the disks I have, right? That's it. So either way, better it would be that you go to resource group, mark everything you want to delete, and then get it deleted. So let me log into that virtual machine that we have. Wait for the server to load. Just give me a moment as well. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to set this up. We need to have something configured on this VM just to show you. Like, for example, when we capture the custom image, whatever changes we did would be available still on the VM. So to show you that, I'm going to install IIS on the server, right? IIS, Internet Information Services. I'm using GUI. So continue from server manager. You can go to manage, add roles and features section. And then you will get this install role. Okay. Add role wizard. So continue with the next here, and you have to select web server IIS, add features, continue with the next, and then click on install. Restart the destination server automatically if required, but mostly not required. Click on install. So installation is succeeded. So web server is installed. You can see here. Now you can do more things. You can set up some additional applications if you want to. You can keep some files. Maybe if you wanted some files to be there in all the VMs that you're creating, you can do that. Okay. You can update your VM. Windows updates you can do. You can use Qualys scanner, scan for vulnerabilities and fix it. So all these activities you can do now. And you are basically fixing everything on this VM. And thereafter, you can proceed with the process of capturing the custom image. Okay, so this is the idea that we have. So let's go ahead and do that. So for now, for our example, for the sake of example, we have already enabled IIS. We know that while we create a VM, automatically IIS is not enabled. We manually installed it. Okay, so now in the custom image, we captured it and we also enabled IIS, which means some customization we have done. Next time, when we launch the VM from the custom image, all these VMs will have this customization that we have done. So this is what I'm trying to demonstrate to you. Let's do that. Now, IIS will help you to host a website. It's actually a middleware which is used for configuring websites. We also call it as a web server. Okay, a web server. There are other examples like Nginx and things like that. Okay. Nginx we have, Apache we have, and multiple other examples also you would be able to find. When we at organizational level, when we generally connect with VM or either AVD, generally Citrix is must to install. Not correct. Citrix is not a must to install. You have to install Citrix gateway or Citrix connector agent, whatever, only if you are using Citrix platform. Otherwise, there is no requirement of installing Citrix. Citrix is not the only AVD platform. You have Azure Virtual Desktop, for which you directly use the Windows app, and you can create the connections over there. That's it. Or you will have a portal. Through that portal, you can actually get connected to the platform. You don't have to install Citrix connectors in those scenarios. So that is not true when you say in every VM connection or AVD setup you have to install Citrix. Not correct. Now, when Citrix is required or when RDP required to connect to the machine. If you are connecting to a Citrix platform, you will need Citrix agent, Citrix connectors. If you are using other agents or other setups, like for example AVD, you will have their own respective portals through which you will be able to initialize the connectivity. Okay, and they will have their own dedicated agents. For Azure, you will use RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol itself, which is available within Azure platform, sorry, within your operating system and the Windows app. There is actually an application called as Windows app. This is what I was trying to open earlier. So this can be used for connecting onto the cloud PCs and all. In Azure, there is a concept called as cloud PC. So to connect onto cloud PC and all, you use this Windows app for remote connectivity. Okay, so that's what we have. And let's go ahead and do the process of capturing custom image. So we are inside the VM where we configured everything. Now, as a next step, you have to run sysprep. You have to run sysprep. So for that, you go on to start, and then you type in run, you type sysprep, sysprep. So once you type sysprep, you can see you will be taken to a folder with a sysprep file. Double click on the sysprep file, and then you have to select the options, enter system out of box experience, generalize, and then shut down. Enter system out of box experience UB, generalize, and then shut down. So these are the options that you have to select. What exactly are there? You are saying take me back to UB state. UB. What is UB? Out of box experience. When you start your laptop for the first time, or when you install an operating system, and thereafter you start the operating system, you get onto the operating system for the first time. Who is going to use this PC? What is the language in which you want to use the system? What should be the keyboard layout? What is the region where you are from? So these kind of questions and all it will ask, okay, which is answered, and then you will be into the operating system. So you are saying take me to UB state, meaning take this operating system back to the UB state. Okay, take this operating system back to the UB state. Why that is done? Because we are going to capture the custom image now, and the system must go back to the UB state, so that when Azure is creating a VM using this image next time, Azure will automatically apply all the settings. Let me ask you, when we created a VM in Azure, did it ask you any of these questions? Like we created a VM just now, we logged into it. Did it ask any details like, okay, who's going to use this PC? What should be your time and region? Where are you from? All these things it did not ask. Who configured it? Azure configured it for you in the backend. Azure is passing down all the values according to what you have selected in Azure portal. Okay. Now, when we go and try to create a custom image, you will convert the custom image to UB state, so that next time when you're creating a VM from the custom image, Azure can go and apply this, saying, okay, hey, the VM is already generalized. So there will be UB prompt, which I will fill. Who will fill? Azure will fill. Okay. And then you will be taken to the operating system. But at the same time, whatever changes you did, they will remain. Meaning any files that you have added, any applications that you have installed, etc., any updates that you installed, all the changes will remain, by the way. So this is what we are trying to do now. So we select enter system out of box experience UB. Generalize. What is meant by generalize? Generalize means remove user accounts. Remove user accounts. So whatever user account already you have configured, please remove it. See, when you create virtual machine, are we passing on the user account details? Yes. Are we passing down the user account details? Of course, yes. While creating VM, we have a parameter called as username, and we are giving the usernames over there. Okay. So we are passing down the username as well. So any existing user account must be cleared out. And that is what we have with respect to generalize option. So you go and say, okay, generalize, that must be checked. And thereafter, don't reboot it. because if you reboot it, it will directly go back to UB state again, and the VM will be stuck in UB state because you won't be able to give any parameters from there now. In UB state, RDP doesn't work. You can't take RDP to a system which is in UB state, right? Who's asking for the initial details. UB state, once it is completed, only then RDP will be activated. So you will be stuck in that if you give a restart, but rather you have to give a shutdown option and then click on OK. This will create image like Azure Marketplace image. Like Azure Marketplace image in the sense it's not creating into Azure Marketplace. It is creating to something called as a shared image gallery. And you don't upload that, or you don't have the option to get it onto Marketplace, by the way. Okay. Getting images to Marketplace, there is a different process, by the way. That's not something which we will focus over here. And whatever custom image that we captured, yes, it can be used for repeated deployments for creating multiple VMs. Okay, so you can see VM is in stopped state. We confirm it is stopped. So once it is done, you can click on capture image. You want to capture an image. So click on it. Specify the resource group and you say share this to gallery as an image version. And thereafter you have to create a gallery now. Okay, click on create new. So I'm going to say, okay, test gallery. Click OK for that. Here is an option, automatically delete this virtual machine after creating the image. Why this is given? See, the reference VM that we used for capturing the image, we went through the sysprep process and all, right? That virtual machine will become unusable. Once after you create the custom image, that VM will be converted unusable. You can't use it now. Okay, so that is why they have given go and delete this VM after capturing the custom image. Up to you. If you want to delete it, you can delete it. Anyway, that VM will not be usable. You can't start it. That I will show you. Okay, and target Azure Compute Gallery, we are saving it onto test gallery. Continue with the next and then say review plus create. Something is missing here. So VM definition you have to create, by the way. Click on create new. So I'm going to give Windows Server 2022. And that's it. Any other details, if you want to pass on, you can give it. Version number is 0.0.1 or maybe, okay, 1.0.0. End of life date also you can say, maybe a 30-day period or something. You can specify as the end of life period for this. Okay, 30-day, 2 months, 3 months. It's up to you. And in case if you want to, you can also create replicas of this image to another location. What I mean by saying replicas can be created to other location, that means right now we are having the VM in Central India. So the custom image captured will also be available in Central India only. If I want to take it beyond Central India to another location, then I have to replicate it. So that is what you have to do in case if you are having resources created in, let's say, Central US or UAE North or any of these locations. If there are VMs and all getting created for your organization, then in that case, you may replicate the image over there as well. Otherwise, you don't have to use it. I'm not replicating this anywhere, so I'm going to leave it as it is. Okay, so let's continue with the next. Say review plus create. By the way, for custom, Microsoft will charge for this. Custom image is chargeable in the form of storage. Like whatever storage that you have to use, for that you will have to pay. Okay, so when we create a custom image, there will be 128 GB of storage required for that which you have to pay anyway. That's all. But apart from that, there are no other charges specifically. What we are doing is a process called as custom image. What is custom image? Custom image, when we create VMs in Azure, you use marketplace image. Marketplace image comes with a default general setting for all customers. Okay, like it will have the operating system in its best state available, and it may not have specific customizations according to your organizational requirement. So it is okay to use marketplace image, no problem. But for an organization who's creating multiple VMs again and again, and who require some sort of customization or security hardening from a security perspective, etc., for them, they would require certain level of certain configurations to be done on the VM all the time. So instead of repeating this again and again, instead of doing this again and again manually for all the VMs that they create, what they can do is they can capture a custom image with all the changes that they want in advance. So you apply all the changes to a VM, capture a custom image out of it, and use that custom image for your repeated deployment. So this is what you have to do. So in this way, when you do, what happens, you will be able to go and create VMs with whatever customization that your organization requires, for example. This is the idea. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to the custom image concept. And that is exactly what we are doing. We have already gone through the process. We are creating it through. Okay. Okay, so you can see our custom image capture process has been completed, right? We captured the custom image and we are good to use now. So you can see here, how do we use this custom image that we captured? For example, if you go on to the image, you can see the details about it as part of Azure Compute Gallery called as Test Gallery. We have a VM image definition called as Windows Server 2022. Directly here itself, we have the option called as Create VM. You can use this to create virtual machine, or else you can go to Virtual Machines tab and you can click on Azure Virtual Machine. You want to create a new virtual machine, and thereafter you can specify all the details, like for example, resource group, VM name. I'm going to call it as VM from image, and no infrastructure redundancy required. Image, here I have to click on See All Images. I have to select See All Images, and thereafter I have to go on to My Images section. I have to go to, sorry, not My Images, but rather Shared Images. Go to Shared Images Gallery option, and you can see whatever the images that you have captured will be available over here. In my case, Windows Server 2022. So I'm going to select this image that I have for our virtual machine. Okay, so that is selected, and you can specify the username and password. And here under inbound ports, I will also select HTTP, because you know this VM has this custom image has IIS enabled on it. So once after the VM has been created, let's try to connect onto it via port number 80, and that will confirm if IIS is available or not. So this is license type. We have to select Windows Server is a license. You know that. Continue with the next, and then you can say review plus create. Say review plus create now, and click on create. Web server, can we enable HTTPS? Yes, you can. By default, it is always HTTP, but HTTPS also can be configured if you want to. You need to have a certificate for that. You need to have a valid certificate issued from a certification authority. Usually you buy that through GoDaddy kind of domain registrars. From them you can buy it, and that can be utilized. So if you have a certificate, once it is installed, it would become what it would become HTTPS instead of HTTP. The only sysprep option to create a custom Windows image. See, in Azure there is a method. In Azure, if you want to create a generalized custom image, sysprep method is what you have to use. Okay, that's it. Otherwise, if you directly take a VM's disk, the problem is you can't use it for multiple repeated deployment, because each VM will be a duplicate, right? Exact duplicate in terms of user account, in terms of security identifiers and things like that. So to prevent that kind of duplication, that is where sysprep is coming into the picture. But in some scenarios, you may want to capture the image directly without doing sysprep process, and that is a possible scenario, but
you have to keep in mind you cannot create multiple deployments with such and such custom images. That's all. So VM has been created. Let's go to this VM. We'll try to log in, or no need to log in directly. I can try to access the HTTP content and see if it is working or not. That will confirm me whether it has IIS enabled on it or not, right? Just check with the link. If the IIS page is coming up, that confirms HTTP is enabled on the VM and we are good. Let me know. Okay, from which option we can create multiple VM? See, okay, you got it wrong. So when we say you can create multiple VM from custom image, it doesn't mean that you have a pointer wherein you can, okay, say the number of VMs that you want. Okay, you want 10 VM and click, you have 10 VMs created. No, it doesn't work that way. That's not the point of you can create multiple VM. What I meant to say is you could create multiple copies of your VM from one single custom image. So I have one custom image captured. Now, if you want 100 VM to be created from it, I can create it. If 1,000 VM I wanted, I can create it. Okay. Not by specifying a number 1,000 or not by specifying a number 100. And Azure will go and create that hundreds of VMs at once for you. Such an option we don't have. Okay. Graphically, that is not possible as well. So you can manually one by one, you can create hundreds of VMs graphically. Now, in case if you want that to be done automatically, you will have to write some scripts for that. You will have to create a PowerShell script, or you will have to create a ARM or bicep template file, which will go and do this sort of deployment, which will go and iterate through some parameters that you have given and will go and generate all the parameters that is required and will keep on creating VMs one by one. So that requires some sort of automation to be applied directly. We don't have such and such option. Okay, so you can see Cloud Shell gives you option to execute either CLI or PowerShell commands. Okay, either CLI or PowerShell command you can execute from here, and thereafter you can continue with your process like whatever you wanted to do, like creating VMs or things like that. So these command line options, two options are given because Azure has two types of people working on it: Windows engineers as well as Linux engineers. In any industry, we have this. In IT, on any technology, we'll have people who are leaning towards Linux and people who are leaning towards Windows. Windows engineers, they will find PowerShell to be much more easy to go with. Linux users will find the terminal to be much more easy to go with. So you could choose either of this as an option for deploying your resources. Both will do the same thing. Okay, but the command will be different. The command structure will be different. For example, in CLI bash, if you wanted to create a resource group, you use a command called as new az group create. Az group create. Whereas PowerShell, the same thing, you have to use new -az resource group. New -az resource group. So in this way, commands would refer in different both. So currently we are on bash, but if you click on switch to PowerShell, you will be able to move to the PowerShell option. So this is PowerShell, by the way. From here, you would be able to execute PowerShell commands. If I click on switch to bash again, I can go back to bash and execute bash related commands. That's it. Every resource that we are creating in Azure, you can find their equivalent, command equivalent easily online. For example, we created VM so far. So you want to create a VM by using PowerShell command. So create VM via PowerShell. Create Azure VM. Create Azure VM. Okay, so you can see create a Windows VM with Azure PowerShell. So in this way, you can go to this learn.microsoft.com documentations and you would be able to use it. So very simple command. First of all, to create a resource group, the command has been given. To create a virtual machine, you can use the command new -azvm, and couple of parameters you have to pass on. What is the resource group name? What is the name of the VM? What is the location? What is the image that you wanted to use? Virtual network name and subnet name, security group name, public IP address name, open ports. So these many things, if you specify, that is okay. You run the command, the VM will be created. That's all. Okay, so that is what the same thing. If you search for Cloud Shell, or also called as Bash, you will get that option, and you will be able to utilize that as well. I hope that is clear. Kareem, you were asking about it. Another question I missed, create image option. Can you, for creating image, once after you have done all the changes on the VM, you have to come back onto what we call as, let's say, the reference VM that you have. On the reference VM, there is an option called as capture image. So you click on capture image and then fill in all the details. You have to select the resource group name, share it to a gallery as an image version, and you can specify a gallery. If you already have one, you can select one. If not, you can click on create one. And then you can specify generalized. Of course, the VMs are generalized. You can specify a version number. For example, this time 1.0.1, something like that. And I can also specify an end of life date. And thereafter, I can decide whether I want to replicate it elsewhere. And once you have done everything, you can say review plus create. That will create a second image for you. I mean, this is what we have with respect to the steps of capturing custom image. How can I create new VM under it? I see that option under VM from image. Where did you see what option? I see that option under VM from image. Then how can I create new VM under it? Let me know what exactly you're trying to understand. I'm not clear. Another question, where do we get the image? What do you mean by where do we get the image? If you're asking about the custom image that we captured, it is available if you search for image definitions within Azure portal. You can directly search in Azure portal, image definition, and then you will get to see. Are we going to make snapshot or copy of the VM? Are we going to make snapshot or copy of the VM after this? Not necessary. If you want to take a snapshot, you can take it. Snapshot, you're basically taking the snapshot of a disk. Okay, snapshot, what it is a one-time copy. It is a one-time copy which can be used for instant restore if something happens to your VM. Maybe you are doing some major changes on the operating system. You anticipate that something can go wrong. So what you can do, you can create a snapshot of your VM's disks, keep it aside, continue with whatever operation you wanted to do. Later on, if something goes wrong, you can restore your VM from the snapshot that you have captured. Possible. Okay, so that is what the snapshot option is all about. I'll show you where you can take the snapshot for a VM. Okay, so that acts as a copy as well. In CLI, where do we get the image details that we need to specify? That's so you have to specify. There is a format that you have to do for that. For example, if you come back over here to that documentation, you can see, for instance, where it is. So I have given you a command, by the way. So let's actually attempt it. Maybe in case if you wanted some more details on it, let me show you. For example, how do we create a VM with a custom image? That is what the question is all about, right? So let me show you this. So here, if I go, I will open up PowerShell over here. Switch to PowerShell. Confirm. Get -easy subscription. So I'm checking what is my subscription, by the way. Which subscription is selected? Okay. So set -easy context dash subscription. So I listed all the subscriptions. Now I want to set a context. Context in the sense, what is my working subscription? So I'm selecting my working subscription by using set -easy context and then specifying the subscription ID over there. Press enter. Okay, so context is set, that subscription is selected. Now I want to create a new VM over here. Okay, but before that, I will just take the properties of the images that I have. Resource group name. We already captured the custom image, right? I'm taking the properties of it. So demo RG is the resource group name. Image name, what I have, Windows Server 2022, or get -easy image under the resource group demo RG.
No, it doesn't fetch it. That is because it is gallery image. No problem. So what we can do instead is, I gave you the command, for example, here is the command. So let me copy this command and we will put it in a editor first. Run as admin. Expand this. I'll paste the command over here in editor. And thereafter, I will just update all the values. Resource group name is demo RG. VM name is PowerShell VM. Location is Central India. Image dash image would be, instead of this direct reference over here, I would give $image. Meaning you will have to define $image first of all, right? So $image is equal to what exactly would be your $image. So that is what I gave you. You have to specify the resource ID as well as the definition and everything for that. Here if I go $image is equal to subscriptions, what is my subscription ID? I have to specify. Resource group name I have to specify. So that is basically demo RG. And subscription ID, what it is? Subscription ID I can find from here. This is the subscription ID. Copy the subscription ID, put it over here. Okay, resource group name demo RG, providers Microsoft Compute Gallery. Now what is our gallery name? Our gallery name you can fetch from Azure again. So if I go to gallery, the gallery name is test gallery. So copy the gallery name, that is test gallery. So specify compute gallery name over here. Control V, that is test gallery. Images, what is the image definition name? So image definitions you can find from here. That is Windows Server. This is the definition name, right? Windows Server 2022. So I'm going to copy the definition name. Gallery, test gallery, images, gallery, definition name. Okay, versions. And what is the image version that we have? Image versions you should be able to see here itself. If I click on the image version, where is image versions? 1.0.0. Let me take it. Yeah, here it is, 1.0.0. Copy this and paste it over here. Okay, 1.0.0. So this much details I have given over here. Run this command and it will fetch the details about the image. So I'm going to copy this command and paste it in Azure. I'm going to paste this over here. Okay, so if I run $image, see, I can see the image details, subscription, resource group, demo RG, providers Microsoft Compute Gallery, test gallery, images, Windows 2022 version 1.0.0. So we have captured the image details correctly. And thereafter you come back to the command and fill rest of the things. So $image has been given. Virtual network name. What is the virtual network name? So the virtual network which we already created earlier, it would be there. So you don't have to create one. For now, you may have a confusion when you hear the word virtual networks, but don't worry about it because this is something which we have to discuss later. There is a dedicated module coming for this. So I will not elaborate much on this for now, but rather you just understand there is a concept called as virtual network and that will be taken care automatically for now. Later on, when we go to the topic, you will understand that in detail. Okay. So I'm filling those subnet name as well as the virtual network name over here. One is default and another one is VM1. Security group name, you can specify whatever you want. And PowerShell VM public IP. Public IP address, you have to give a name. Open ports 803389. Fine. So this is the command that you have to use. Okay. So new -az VM. Let's specify this command and see if there is any errors or if I'm able to create the VM correctly. So copy this command and put it over here. So in this command, now remember, first of all, we are using Cloud Shell. Second, in this command, I have specified that, okay, we need to have the custom image utilized. We are using the custom image over here. Keep that in mind. So let me paste it, enter it. You have to specify the username. You have to give a password. Say creating Azure resource. So this is how you have to go about it. So here is one error, by the way. The provided gallery image only supports creation of VMs and VM scales it with trusted launch security type. That's okay. We just have to specify a switch with trusted launch, and then it would be okay. And also we did not specify the stand size, so it becomes standard D2S v3 by default. Anyway, so here if I wanted to pass on trusted launch, one additional parameter I would need to give, which is nothing but, let's say, for example, I'll tell you. There is a command again, hyphen security type, one parameter would be available. Security type trusted launch. Okay. Hyphen size also I can specify standard underscore B2MS. That's all. So I added all the details now. Let me also see if they already created some resource, in which case I would need to alter the names of them. Or fine, let's fire this command. User is Shadil, password for Shadil. Okay, so you just have to, wherever you see dollar values, either you define it correctly or you have to copy paste and give the correct values over there, and then you would be good. Is it possible to add specific size? Yes, we added. You can see dash size I gave, and then I added standard underscore B2MS. So a specific size I have given here. That's all. So either way you can do it. It's up to you. So it's just that you have to figure out all these things. See, now somebody asked in class, okay, how it is done, and I was able to get it. You can see the same way you can also do it easily. It's just that you have to find the right command, do a couple of iterations, and you will be well versed with it. Okay. In case if you are hit with any errors, just understand what exactly it is talking about, and then accordingly you just have to make some changes and you will be good. Nowadays you all have ChatGPT, Grok, all these things are available, DeepSeek or whatever. So you can ask it. Even Copilot is available. You can ask Copilot as well. Give me a PowerShell command to create. Give the correct prompt. Give me a PowerShell command to create a VM from the custom image that I have created into a Azure Compute Gallery. Something like this. So if you give the correct prompt, the Copilot would be able to give you the exact response saying, okay, this is what it is. Okay. That's all what you have to do. I hope this is clear. For example, if you want to use Copilot, I need to create a VM with, I need to create a VM custom image I have captured into an Azure image. I need to create a VM with custom image using CLI command. The image gallery is test. What is the name of the gallery that we had? I think it was test image gallery, right? Test gallery. Test gallery. Definition name is Windows Server 2022 and an image version is 1.0.0. Let's see what it says. So you say this, they gave you the output. AZVM create resource group, your resource group name of the VM, image path, subscriptions, your subscription ID, resource group, your gallery resource group, Microsoft Compute Gallery, and test gallery. Whatever I gave, they filled it. So test gallery, I gave it, they filled it. Image name, I gave it, they filled it. If you gave even resource group ID, your subscription ID, etc., they will fill that as well. And finally, a switch -- specialize needs to be added, and you have to press enter. That's all. So it will go ahead and create the VM for you. Okay. So this way you can find commands directly from Azure portal itself. You don't have to go anywhere else. Or you can Google just like what I did, and then from there you can find the relevant commands, run it. Anyway, in any organization, when you go, you will have access to internet, you will have access to Google, you will have access to chat GPT and things like that. So you can make use of all this technology that exists. Okay, stop it. So with respect, by the way, we ran the command and you can see the VM that got created over here. See, PowerShell VM. This is something which we created from the command line, PowerShell. Okay, whatever size we specified, everything you can see standard B2MS, and that's it. Additional parameters are also available. You can give it accordingly. Okay, that's it. And what else I wanted to show you? You can see if this VM is running or not by going on to boot diagnostics over here, like where it is. If I monitoring, not monitoring. Under help, you have boot diagnostics. You can see here. Now, boot diagnostics is not configured. Boot diagnostics for a VM is an option with which you can see what is happening with the VM, whether it is running or not. So you can simply enable this by enabling this option, enable with managed storage account, and click on enable. And once it is enabled, you will be able to see screenshots from the VM saying whether it is running or not, whatever. So that would be it with respect to boot diagnostics. Okay, let that be configured and we'll come back to that. Okay, it's already configured. And if you go on to that partial VM now, this is only because, see, instead of logging in just to check it directly from portal, that's all what I'm doing, just to check. Sometimes you might not be able to connect with the VM. So then also you can make use of this boot diagnostics and try to see what is happening on the VM. Here, now it will load a screenshot of the VM status currently. This is yet to be loaded because we just configured it. So it's going to take a couple of minutes. Okay, that's it. So that being said, creating snapshot of a disk. So as snapshot, as I told you, it's a point in time copy of your VM's disk. So you have to do that from disk section. So if you go to the disk section of an Azure VM, and if you wanted to capture the custom image of the operating system disk, in which scenario I would need to capture the snapshot of the operating system disk? The scenario I will tell you. For example, I am going to make some changes on this virtual machine, which would be something that can cause potential downtime on this machine. Okay, I'm going to do something which may cause a potential downtime because something can go wrong. I'm making some configuration changes. So I'm afraid that changes will happen. And because of that reason, what I'm going to do, I'm specifying, okay, or I'm taking a snapshot of the operating system disk under the current settings with the current status. And thereafter, I would go and make the changes. If something goes wrong, I can promote the snapshot which I have captured for the operating system disk. This is the idea. So what I do is I'm already on the operating system disk. You can see create snapshot, one option is available. So click on create snapshot and fill in the details. So I'm going to call it as like, okay, test snapshot. Okay, so you are taking the first snapshot. So you have to say full. Okay, incremental snapshots can be captured, like which will capture only the changes, like taking repeated snapshots. You can go for incremental option. Okay, and then it will capture only the changes from the last snapshot. But in our case, there is no last snapshot. It is the first snapshot that we're creating. So it has to be full. Okay, makes a complete read-only copy of the selected disk. So you continue with the next and then say review plus create. Select multiple disks and snapshot at once. You can't do that with graphical user interface. If you want to capture snapshots of multiple disks at once, you will have to create a PowerShell script. You will have to do scripting for that, okay, to capture multiple disks snapshot at the same time. You probably create a loop, and within the loop you specify, okay, capture the image, and then you iterate the loop through both the disk or whatever disks that you have. Snapshot is created. Okay, so something went wrong now. If something goes wrong, I want to, let's say, promote this snapshot. So what I can do, okay, we are moving on to virtual machine scale set. After scale set, we have to have a look at network interface card and network security group and a couple of other things. Network security group, more things we will understand once after networking, but still I'll give you an overview of what is NSG and how you can work with that. And thereafter, just few small things here and there on VM, and then we will get started with Azure storage account. So this is the plan. So that being said, let's jump on to virtual machine scale set. What exactly is virtual machine scale set? So virtual machine scale set is a third high availability mechanism that is available from a virtual machine perspective for creating scalable applications within Azure. In Azure VM, you could actually make use of this concept called as virtual machine scale set. What happens or what makes scale set different compared to virtual machine availability sets and availability zone is that it has certain capabilities related to scaling. Related to scaling, it has some capabilities. What is meant by scaling? So scaling means your ability to expand, right? Or your ability to, accommodate new resources, or as per the demand changes, your ability to scale, right? According to what is needed. For example, your application is demanding more and more resources, right? In terms of compute, CPU, etc. So in that case, your ability to increase, as well as when there is no demand, the ability to decrease is what we call as scaling. So your virtual machine, it has an automatic capability to scale, decrease or increase in number when you go with virtual machine scale set. Let me explain it to you. So virtual machine scale set goes like this. So you have the ability to create a virtual machine scale set, and when you create a virtual machine scale set, initially scale set, remember, it is considered as a single unit. Single unit in the sense multiple VMs put together, you create a single large unit which can automatically decrease or increase the number of VMs, which can increase or decrease the number of VMs within that scale set unit. That is the idea that we have. So here on this virtual machine scale set that we have, on this VMSs that we have, we will go ahead and create additional VMs as needed when there is a scaling demand. For example, I'm hosting some applications onto these 3 VMs now. Now you can set up rules as such. Whenever there is higher CPU utilization or higher RAM utilization, I can create a rule saying you should increase the number of CPU automatically. For example, increase by 1 or increase by 2, whatever. So your virtual machine scale set unit will automatically add additional instances when there is a higher demand. When the demand goes down, you can also have another rule to scale down to bring the number of VMs back to its original state. You can mention minimum number of VMs that you need to begin with. For example, here minimum initially is 3. Maximum, I can say, for example, maximum how much it can grow to. I say, for example, max is 10. So what happens? Always you will have 3 minimum instances running, and then whenever demand rises, it will add additional instances automatically and may go up to 10. It won't go beyond 10 because you have specified a higher limit. Now, how do they identify if there is higher utilization? The virtual machine scale set unit will monitor the performance across these 3 instances currently that you have and take an average of their metric values. Metric values in the sense, it will monitor CPU utilization. If that is what you have set as a parameter here, then it will look at the CPU utilization and see what is the average utilization across 3 instances. Okay, what is the average utilization across 3 instances? It will check, and then it will identify, okay, there is about, let's say, 85% utilization. So that is above the mark that you have set. For example, the mark that you set, if 70% utilization, it comes, then increase the number of instances by 1. If it is going by, utilization is going by 20% or less, then decrease the number of instances by 1. So this is the rule that I have created. For example, 70, you can alter. It doesn't necessarily have to be 70. It can be 80, 85, whatever. Okay. So you specify that. And within these limits, when the CPU is understood to be like on an average across all 3 existing instances, it will identify what is the average CPU utilization. And if that is above 70, it will go and add one additional instance. That's it. So this is what happens in the case of your virtual machine scale set. Now, you may also have load balancers connected to this, because when you have multiple VMs, you need to distribute traffic to all of them. Like if you are hosting any web-based applications and all, then you would need to distribute the traffic onto these VMs that you have. For that, you can actually use a load balancer. In this load balancer, the virtual machine scale set will be added into the backend pool. And whenever there is a new VM getting created, that also will be automatically added onto the backend of LB. Whatever virtual machines that you create will be automatically added to your load balancer backend. So this is the best thing about it. You don't have to configure anything by yourself. Okay. Combine to this a custom image, for example. So what is the image that is getting used? For example, you may have your application hosted on these 3 VMs. So when Azure is creating extra VM, how do you make sure the application is deployed over there as well, right? Multiple methods you can use. One method would be to use a custom image which already contains your application. Okay. So your website or whatever that has been configured into a VM, you captured a custom image, and that custom image is what you are using for configuring additional VMs into virtual machine scale set. So meaning when new VMs are getting deployed, they automatically come with your applications on them. Any additional changes, if you require, maybe you can execute some scripts, right? You can add some post VM creation script, etc. You can add on to this. So whenever new VMs are added, it will automatically execute some scripts on it and make sure the system is ready. And thus, once the VM is added, LB will start transferring the load onto these additional VMs as well. For example, if there is 10,000 requests coming initially to your 3 VMs, right? Extra VMs, when it is getting added, now the total 10,000 requests will be divided across 5 instances now. Okay, the total requests will be divided across 5 instances now, meaning each VM will be getting 2,000 requests or so. Earlier it was getting 3,033, 333 something requests. Now each VM would be getting about 2,000 requests. So the load is reduced. Okay, that's it. So this is the idea that we have with respect to virtual machine scale set. Now remember, this virtual machine scale set already adhere to the principles of availability set. Okay, they already adhere to the principles of availability set, meaning you don't have to configure availability set separately for these VMs. Any VM that is getting created into virtual machine scale set, they are automatically created across FDs and UDs. They are automatically created across FDs and UDs. Minimum 5 FDs will be there in the case of virtual machine scale set. Whatever VMs that is going on to virtual machine scale set, they are created across different racks automatically. So one single rack failure and all will not bring all your VMs down. So that is also covered. So you don't have to have separate availability set created for virtual machine scale set. But if you want the VMs to be spread across availability zones, that is possible, right? So these VMs that is getting created in virtual machine scale set, they're all in one data center. But if I want them in separate data centers, maybe one data center, second data center, third data center, in this way, across different data centers, if I want it, then in that case, I will have to use what? Availability zone concept with virtual machine scale set, and that is supported. With virtual machine scale set, you can have availability zones configured. Okay, whatever virtual machine scale set VM can be spread across availability zones. So these are the things that we have with respect to your virtual machine scale set. So let's go ahead and see that how we can configure this. What about the existing VM that need change? Existing VMs also, first of all, you have configured your application. Now, if you want them to be updated as well, then what you can do, you can set up some pipeline, some CI/CD pipeline you can set up, and through the CI/CD pipeline, by using some agents, you will be able to deploy code changes onto all the VMs, right? All the VMs post creation, how do you push update? The same way, whatever code related changes, updates, etc. Normally, how do we push it? we push it by using any CI/CD pipeline, right? So if you have pipelines configured, through that you will be able to push updates to all the existing VMs, whatever newly created VMs. To that also you can push the updates as needed. Okay, that's it. Moving on. So let's go ahead and create this virtual machine scale set. What are the options available, etc. Let's have a look at it. So I go to Azure Compute Services, Compute Infrastructure, and you can see virtual machine scale set or VMSS. Now let me go ahead and create a virtual machine scale set. It is exactly like how you configure virtual machine. No other differences in terms of creating, except for some small minor options, especially from the scaling point of view and all. Anyway, let me go ahead and select the resource group that I want. Demo RG is a resource group name, virtual machine scale set name. I'm going to call it as test VMSS. Central India. See, you have the option. Do you want to place it across availability zone? So you can specify this. If I want to get it across availability zone, I could specify the availability zone, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, whatever I want. Orchestration one concept is available for virtual machine scale set. Okay. Now, what is this orchestration mode? Flexible and uniform, two options are available with respect to virtual machine scale set orchestration mode. What is preferred is what we call as flexible. Flexible is the preferred option, whereas uniform orchestration mode is also available. Earlier, virtual machine scale set was only allowed with with a uniform orchestration mode. Later, flexible orchestration mode option came in. Okay, earlier uniform orchestration mode, that was the only option, but now we have flexible orchestration mode that is available with us. Now, what is the difference between the two? When you go for uniform orchestration mode, the entire virtual machine scale set is considered as a single set. The whole virtual machine scale set unit is considered as a single set, and you can't make updates to individual VM. For example, you apply the size of the VM to the virtual machine scale set. For example, I say B2MS is the size that I want for the virtual machine scale set, in which case all the VMs inside it will be having only B2MS size available to them. They can't be anything beyond that. And if you wanted to scale, you scale the VMSs as a whole, meaning from B2MS you upgrade to, let's say, D4S V3. Then in that case, entire virtual machine scale set will be upgraded to a higher size. So meaning individual controls of the VMs were less possible. Okay, individual controls with the VM was less possible. So we had to find some solutions for that. And that is where Azure actually give you the option to create flexible orchestration mode or virtual machine scale set with more flexibility, in which you will have the ability to go and configure individual VMs. For example, for one VM, if I prefer a size, and for another VM, I prefer some other size. So these things and all can be done when you go with virtual machine scale set with flexible orchestration mode. So that is the primary difference between the orchestration mode option that is available over here. Nowadays, we go with flexible orchestration modes. That is exactly what we are going to select. So I'm going to choose flexible orchestration mode for virtual machine scale set and then continue with it. Now coming on to scaling mode. Okay, so here you have to choose your scaling profile now. So the scaling mode, you can see manually update the capacity, meaning how many VMs you want, you can decide and you can control it. Manually, you will increase or decrease as per the requirement. You will do it. Okay, so that's what manually update the capacity. Auto scaling. Okay, scaling based on a CPU metric or any schedule. This is what we are going to select. Meaning automatically based on the utilization, it will go and increase or decrease the number of instances of VM. That's what auto scaling is all about. No scaling profile. Currently, you are not setting up any scaling profile. You can attach additional VMs onto the virtual machine scale set later on. And then later, if you want to upgrade to any scaling profile, that also can be done. Okay. So I'm going to give auto scaling option over here, and below you can see scaling configuration needs to be selected. What is a profile? Profile means how do you want to do the scaling? You're determining how do you want to do the scaling. Manually update the capacity. I will increase the number of VMs by myself whenever I need. Second, auto scaling. You automatically scale it. I will define a rule. You will go and scale it as per the rule whenever the demand is met according to the rule that I have created. No scaling profile. Don't configure any scaling right now. Just leave it as it is. Okay. Maybe I will add extra VMs and all as needed later, but no scaling, nothing is configured. That is what no scaling profile. So I'm going to go with auto scaling, and therein scaling configuration I have to add now. Scaling configuration, what it is, let's click on configure and try to set it up. So scaling condition, a default condition is applied by Azure, which if you want to, you can edit. Click on it. So you can see we have set to scaling mode auto scaling. Default instance count. Initially, when we get started with virtual machine scale set, by default, it will have 2 VMs. You can alter this number, by the way. According to the current setup, default instance count is equal to 2, and that's it. So anytime, even if it is scaling down, it will maintain 2 instances. It won't scale down beyond 2. Sorry, default instance count is this number of starting VMs. Initially, when you get started, how many VMs require? Minimum how many instances you want. Ideally, this should be set to 2, but in our example, I'm setting it as 1. Minimum instances, I'm setting it as 1. You know the word minimum. So that is a bare minimum. It won't go beyond that. Maximum, I'm going to set it as, let's say, for example, 5, 10, 20, whatever. Okay. You can add additional numbers as per your requirement. For example, if you wanted to go 500, if 5000 is not supported, maximum is 2000. Okay. So 500 VMs, if you want that also, you can specify, by the way. So I'm going to keep it as 10, for instance. And then here is a scale out condition. A scale out means, okay, scale out, scale in, you may have a confusion. So scaling wise, let me explain a few things. There are 2 types of scaling. Generally, we say horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. So horizontal scaling means what? What is horizontal? This is horizontal, right? This is what we call as horizontal. This is what we call as vertical. So horizontal scaling means adding additional instances is what we call as horizontal scaling. Adding extra VMs. Increasing the size of the VM from what you have currently. So this is the current size. You are increasing this to a higher size. This is the higher size. This is what we call as vertical scaling. You are moving away from a smaller size to a higher size. That is vertical scaling. So horizontal scaling, increasing the number of instances. Vertical scaling, increasing the size. Okay, so now here horizontal scaling is again associated with 2 terms. We call it as scale out, and then scale in. This is where we were going. Here you have scale up and then scale down. From the name itself, we can identify. Tell me, what is scale out operation? What is a scale out operation? Adding additional VMs is what we call as increasing the number of VMs, or adding additional VMs is what we call as scaling out. Okay. Scale in. What is scale in? Scale inside. Decreasing the number of VMs is what we call as, okay, decreasing the number of VMs is what we call as scale in. So scale out, increasing number of VMs. Scale in, decreasing number of VMs. Scale up, increasing the size of the VM. Don't say large type and all. Say size. Increasing the size of the VM is what we call as scale up, and decreasing the size of the VM is called as decreasing the size. Decreasing the size of the VM is called as, that is, scale down. Decreasing number of VMs is what we refer to as scale down. So scale up, scale down, scale out, scale in, associated with horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. In the case of virtual machine scale set, which one we are doing? Are we doing vertical scaling or horizontal scaling? In the case of virtual machine scale set, we are doing horizontal scaling. Okay, so in that horizontal, we know that there are 2 possibilities, that is, namely scale out and scale in. Okay, so the rules for that, that's what we are setting up over here within Azure portal. So let's go back over here. You can specify scale out when the CPU threshold is greater than 80. So it will take the percentage average of CPU across existing number of instances of VM, and then it will increase the instance count by 1. Okay, it will take the CPU average, currently it is set to 80. If the CPU average across all existing instance is 80 or above, it will increase the number of instances by 1. It would scale in. Scale in means it will reduce the number of VMs when the CPU threshold is less than 20%. The average CPU utilization is 20 or less. Then in that case, it will go and decrease the number of instances by 1. So for both which you have specified the number over here. Okay. Now let's save this. So condition, we have defined it, and let's go and say save. So we configured auto scaling. We are defining the size for virtual machine scale set, and you can see the username and password must be given. Okay, so all VMs will be configured with the same username and password. Okay, whatever I'm giving over here. And you can also see the selected sizes, one option they have newly added. I mean, if you go with only one size, standard V2MS, there is a possibility sometimes there is no capacity available for that specific size. It can happen because every size is related to some type of hardware. So if that specific type of hardware is not available in the backend, then you may have problems. Okay, you may not get that size available. So if you have selected up to 5 sizes, maximum you can select up to 5 sizes, then if one size is available, it will check for another size that you have selected over here. Okay, and then you will be able to proceed with that. That's it. Where do I select the scaling configuration? See, when you go to virtual machine scale set creation option, you scroll down, you will get scaling mode. Select auto scaling and click on configure. Auto scaling, click on configure. Scaling mode, auto scaling, click on configure. Okay, so I have given the username and password. Sport VMs, we don't want to turn it on. Sport VMs are not an option for us. If you want to use it, you can use it. What is meant by sport VM is that if you turn on sport, you will get extra savings from Microsoft. How is that possible? See, sport means you're agreeing to Microsoft to take down your VM, in the event of any requirement by Azure. By Azure in the sense, there are so many people using Azure platform. Okay, so there are other customers as well. So you say you have created your VM with sport capability, and now there are other customers who also creating VM, and for some reason they require high capacity. I mean, they require higher capacity now. Okay, or they require some sizes which probably is what you are also using. So now what will happen when they are trying to increase the capacity is not available, the other customers, but you have agreed to Microsoft saying, okay, I'm okay to decrease the size. Sorry, I'm okay to, giving up my size in case if somebody needs it. Meaning, automatically Azure will go and stop deallocate your VMs. Whatever VMs that you have created as sport, Azure will automatically stop and deallocate them and give that capacity to other customers who asked for it. So this is the idea that we have with respect to Azure Sport. What Azure will give you in return? In return, you will get less price for the VM. You have to pay lesser amount compared to usually what we have to pay. So you pay less in return of giving the ability to stop and deallocate your VM when other customers requires the size within Azure. This is the idea that we have with respect to Azure Sport VM. So you can turn on Sport VM if you want to. You will get extra cost saving here. So it's up to you whether you want to use it or not. For testing purpose and all, you can do it. But for production grade, we don't use Sport VMs. Okay, so let's continue with creating VM. I'm not turning on sport, by the way. Continue with the next. For your virtual machine scale set, extra data disk and all, if you want, you can add it. I'm not adding any. I'll continue with the next, to the networking tab. So in the networking tab now, you can see here is the option to add a load balancer if you want to. So I told you that earlier, to the virtual machine scale set, you can associate load balancer as well. And if you associate a load balancer, then whenever new VMs are getting added, they also will be added onto the load balancer automatically. Even that part of configuration will be taken care by Azure automatically. We wouldn't have to do that manually. Okay. So load balancer you can add. You simply have to select Azure load balancer and configure the LB. Maybe you can say, I want to create a load balancer. I'm going to call it as test LB, and that's it. And you can also create a inbound NAT rule. What is this inbound NAT rule? You will understand later. We'll have some discussions on that when we go on to the networking. With the help of this inbound NAT, you will be able to take RDP to individual VMs within the virtual machine scale set. So that is what inbound NAT rule is all about. Anyway, I'm going to click on create. So a load balancer also will be added. And thereafter, I'm going to say review plus create. Click on create. So wait for the virtual machine scale set to be created now. Moving on. So we have the virtual machine scale set created. Let's quickly have a look at it. So the virtual machine scale set VMs also will show up under virtual machines tab if it is flexible orchestration mode, because you can individually control them. If it is uniform orchestration mode, you won't be able to see your virtual machine scale set VMs under virtual machines tab. You'll always have to go back to virtual machine scale set and then have a look at it. Anyway, in my cases, we used flexible orchestration mode. So I have the VMs visible within virtual machines tab. Plus I can see the virtual machine scale set instances over here. Okay. You can see here both the VMs that we have, virtual machine scale set VM that we created. Remember, we started with 2 instances, and if there is higher utilization, it's going to increase. If there is lower utilization, that means less than 20%, then it is going to decrease. You can see that, I mean, after some time, it will go and decrease the number of instances to less than 1. Sorry, less than, not less than 1, less than 2, that is 2. 1, the minimum number that we have specified. Okay, so that you will see happening in couple of minutes. Now, apart from that, if you go to the networking tab, you can see the load balancer details as well. So you go to network settings, you can see load balancer is connected. And if you click on the load balancer, you will be taken to the load balancer details. Okay, a test LB has been configured, which has a front-end IP address. So you will communicate through this front-end IP address that has been configured over here for the load balancer. And that is how you access the application. The load balancer will go and distribute traffic to all the VMs that we have within the virtual machine scale set unit, by the way. Okay, that's it. So let's go and see now. Just give it a few minutes, and then you will see number of instances of VMs coming down to just 1. This deployment is this. Okay, it is complete already. See, 1 out of 1 succeeded. Earlier it was 2 out of 2, but now it came down to just 1 VM. Why? Because there is no utilization. When there is no utilization, auto scaling will automatically increase or decrease. I mean, in this case, it will decrease. You can see here, create or update virtual machine scale set when operation happened. That means nothing but your reducing of virtual machine was happened, and that's it. And that is how it came down to just 1. Now let me just log into this VM. So I say Windows plus R msdsc /v colon control V colon 5000 or 54 times 0. Let me hello RDB connectivity to this. RDB must be allowed. Let me give the username and password. So we have logged into the last remaining virtual machine scale set instance. Let me go ahead and apply a CPU stress over here. 1 sec. Just wait for it. So here if I go so you can see CPU utilization is now above 80. 100% utilization, you have to give it a couple of minutes and you will see that the virtual machine scale set has started the operation of creating additional instances. Just give it a few minutes. I'm just checking if they have picked up the higher CPU utilization or not. Okay, just give it a few minutes. It's detecting, and soon after you can see that it will go ahead and show you the higher utilization, and accordingly you can see virtual machine scale set will also have
increased number of instances. You can see here, percentage CPU is at the 80th percentage already. So it now will start to meet the scaling conditions. Okay, so that we will see shortly. Be able to see now if it is increasing virtual machine scale set. And what about the CPU? Here stress is going on, utilization is 100. And if you look at status 1 out of 1 succeeded, CPU might be added. CPU won't add like that. Like whatever size that you have configured for that, whatever the size that you have, that's all what it is. It's just adding additional instances. It will not add CPU as is, and it will not increase the size of the VM as well. It will simply add additional instances. That will happen in a couple of minutes. It will happen. It's just that Azure will wait for a period to avoid any, let's say, unnecessary increase in CPU as well, right? So that is also there. Anyway, we'll see that. You can see that because we stressed the CPU number of instances of VM, you can see automatically it increased down to 3. Okay, I have stopped that CPU stress, by the way, so it will not go beyond this, but rather it will start to reduce after some time of inactivity again. So this kind of automatic adjusting can happen according to the settings that we applied in virtual machine scale set. This is possible only on virtual machine scale set, and wherever a suitable workload that you have, which can be hosted, like front ends of any stateless applications and all, can be hosted onto this kind of virtual machine scale set, by the way. Okay, so that is the idea of virtual machine scale set. That being said, let's move on to now another concept, that is network interface cards within Azure VM and network security group. Both are interconnected topics, and let's have a look at them. And there are some other small things on virtual machine that we will explain. So now here, with respect to your network interface card, what exactly is network interface card? Every virtual machine that you have, he must have at least one network interface card to begin with. A VM should have one network interface card minimum. So this network interface card, what is the purpose of this? The purpose of network interface card is to have network connectivity. We know these are VMs that is created in a remote infrastructure, that is in Azure, for example. And to connect with them, we of course need network connectivity. So by default, every Azure VM will be connected onto something what we refer to as a VNet, a virtual network. Let's have a look at the network interface card. So on this VM, you can see there is one network interface card. This VM has been removed, by the way. Let me refresh this. It came down. So here is a network interface card. So here, when you go to the network interface card, you can see where it is configured, to which VNet it is associated to. Like for example, you can see attached to the virtual machine. And then also on this network interface card, there is a network security group that has been attached over here. Okay, so that we can see. And if you go on to settings, IP configuration, you would be able to see what is your virtual network where this is associated, what is the subnet where it is associated. So subnet details as well as virtual network details you can see. Currently, you might not have much idea about what is VNet and what is subnet, which, as I told you, we will discuss that in later in detail. And here is your IP configuration, whatever IP config that we have. Like if you click on it, you will be able to see whether it is a static private IP that is allocated to your network interface card, or is it a public IP, or is it a dynamic IP that is allocated on your network interface card. So these things and all, you would be able to see it, dynamic and static. So now here you can see, usually when I set up a static IP address on my system, for example, let's say I want to set up a static private IP address on my network interface card. What will I do? I'll go to ncpa.cpl, which is nothing but network connections. Shortcut for network connection is ncpa.cpl, what I gave here in the
run box. Let me share this with you in case if you want to take a note of it. So there, if you go, you will be able to see your network interface card. For example, this is my network interface card. I go to properties and within properties, I say Internet Protocol version 4 and then click on properties. This is how we set static IP address. I'll put whatever IP address I want. For example, 192.168.0, whatever the IP address I want, I will apply over here. Give OK and I'll be done, right? I'll be done with the network interface card configuration in terms of giving private IP address. But now when you go on to Azure, you should not do that. You should not give static IP address on Azure VMs by going inside the VM, meaning by taking RDP and then going on to network interface card and then directly changing IP address on the network interface card within inside the VM is not to be done in Azure. You should not do that. Rather, if you want static IP in Azure, you have to do that from the network interface card within Azure portal. So you go inside Azure portal, go to the network interface card like what we have done, go to IP config, click on the IP config, and there you have the option to update your private IP address as static. So when you change it to static, you can specify what is your static private IP address and then save it. To the same network interface card, you can also associate or disassociate public IP address. Okay. When you disable public IP address, it will no longer have any public IP address on that interface. But if you associate it, you will have a public IP address associated with the network interface card. Usually in Azure and all, we should not keep public IP because it will make your VM externally available. Like any third party may be able to access your virtual machine. So to prevent that kind of scenarios, usually we go with only private IP address for Azure VM, and we will have or we will enable public IP address only if it is strictly necessary. Okay. And there are other means and all, like how you can connect, etc. That's different story, by the way, that we will discuss when we go on to the networking things later on. Now, one more thing, and we can move over from this. Can we have more than one network interface card on a VM? For example, I have a virtual machine. On that single virtual machine that I have, can I have more than one network interface card? Possible. You can have more than one network interface card. If you want to, you can attach additional network interface cards as needed. And that is needed in some cases, like for example, if you're configuring clusters and all, you will need two network interface card, one for external network communication, one for cluster communication, etc. You would need two network interface cards in some scenarios. So there and all, you can use this option of adding additional network interface card. Okay, so here on the network settings, so what I'm saying is network settings. I just told you about network interface card. What is network interface card? To communicate on network, you need a NIC, just like your laptop or desktop requires a network interface card on it to communicate on the network, right? So in my laptop, if I have to connect onto internet or to general network without internet, in any case, I need to have something called as network interface card, NIC. I just showed you that. I went to control panel on my system, network and internet, network connections. You can see the NIC. This is the network interface card. In my case, it is Wi-Fi, wireless network interface card. Your laptop also will have this. So that network interface card must be available for Azure VM as well. Just like how you have on your physical laptop, you must have network interface card on Azure VM. Where do we configure that? Azure will automatically configure network interface card when you create a VM. You don't have to do anything for that. They will do it with default settings. But sometimes you would need to configure IP address as static IP address on your network interface card. If there is a requirement to set up static IP address on your network interface card, how do you do that? You go on to the VM. From virtual machine, you have to go to network settings tab. Anything related to network would come under network settings. So go under network settings, wherein you can see the network interface card. Here is the one in this case. Now you click on the network interface card, and then you see one option called as IP config. You can click on this IP config and scroll down, and here is the configuration details. So you have to click on the configuration detail and say dynamic, that is the current setting for the IP address, but you want to change it as static. So you change it to static, specify the private IP address that you need, and then save. So what happened? We applied static IP address to the VM by going on to network interface card within Azure portal. You should not apply IP address directly at the network interface card from within the operating system. You should not do that. Okay, from within the operating system, you should not configure it, and for that we have the option called as Azure's network interface card, and that is where you have to do it. Okay, that is what exactly I showed you now. If there are 3 or 4 NICs, where to see that? So you go back to the virtual machine tab. So this is the VM that we have. Go to the VM. On the VM left hand side, you can see network settings. When you go on to network settings, you see attach, detach network interface card. One option is visible on top. Here itself, you will get to see if there is a second network interface card. Here, just like network interface / IP config, the same way you will be able to see second one, third one, whatever. So you can select on each one of that. It will be written which one is primary, which one is secondary, etc. You will be able to see that. So those network interface cards you can select and you can work with it. Okay, that's it. Okay, let's move on. Coming on to NSG, Network Security Group. What is Network Security Group? A network security group is nothing but an access control mechanism within Azure, an ACL or access control mechanism within Azure that is available for you to go and give access to your resources. If you remember, when we created the VM on our first class in the sense with VM, our first class, therein we allowed one port, RDP port 3389, while creating the VM. We were doing that even after that. Whenever we were creating VM, we were allowing specific ports, right? We were allowing specific ports so that you can communicate through that port. So what is happening? The network security group, NSG, is something which is used as a shield, or in other words, access control mechanism or access control list, we say, which will block the traffic based on the rules that you have written in it. Okay, there are 2 types of rule: inbound security rule and outbound security rule. What would be the difference, guys? Inbound security rule is for what? Inbound means incoming traffic. Okay, any traffic that is coming into the VM. So let's say, for example, you set up a website on your VM which uses HTTP port, and you want to allow communication from internet onto the VM via this HTTP port. So in NSG, you have to create inbound port rule or outbound rule. Which one you will have to create? You have to create a inbound rule, right, for incoming connectivity, because from VM's perspective, HTTP request is incoming. coming into the VM. Okay, so you have to allow incoming, inbound rules. For any traffic that is leaving the VM, if you want to affect it, you have to create outbound rule. You have to create outbound rule. That's it. So that's what we have. So here under inbound security rules, or you can go to settings and then click on inbound security rule, and you can create a rule. You can say add rule to allow RDP or whatever. Like for example, source port range, etc. These and all you can leave any for now. We'll elaborate on this later. And which port you want to allow communication with. For example, if you have installed SQL database, then in that case, what is the port number for SQL? 1433. So for SQL communication, we use 1433 as a port number. So you have to specify, okay, allow this particular port number. Or you can click on service and here itself you can see one option. If you simply select the service, they will automatically add the port number. So I'm setting up my server as a FTP server, so in which case I can allow connection via FTP server port number 21. I say allow the connectivity and I have to specify a priority. The priority determines the rule processing order. The priority determines rule processing order. Whatever process that you have, whatever rules that you have created, how it is getting processed, that is what we determine by priority. The priority value is something between 100 and 4096. It should be a value between 100 and 4096. 100 is the highest possible priority that is available for you. Meaning, if I create a rule with priority 100, whenever any connections coming onto my VM and it has to go through NSG, the first rule that will be processed in NSG will be the rule with priority 100. Okay, the rule with priority 100, that's what will be processed first. Then let's say if there is another priority 200, then if there is another priority that is 300, and so on and so forth. I'll give you example. So here I said onto my VM there are 3 rules that I have created. The first rule is with a priority 120. It said allow RDP. Second rule with priority 200. I said allow HTTP. Another rule with priority 300, which said allow FTP. That is port number 21. Okay. Now a request is coming to your VM for FTP server access on port number 21. The rule processing order, according to that, first Azure will check for 120th rule. 120th rule is talking about RDP 3389. So it is no match. So the first rule got processed and it goes to the second rule. In second rule, the priority 200th rule is allow HTTP. It said allow HTTP connectivity over HTTP protocol, please allow it. That is also not relevant because our request is coming to port number 21. So it will go to the next rule, okay, 300th rule. And therein it said, okay, allow FTP. The rule is allow FTP port number 21. Incoming request is also asking for port number 21. So the connectivity will be allowed and then it will go inside the VM. Rule processing stops. Okay. Now, if here also it did not find a match, it will go to the next priority rule and so on and so forth. It will keep on processing all the rules that you have until it finds a match. And if there is no match found, finally you can see there is a default rule called as deny all inbound, meaning whatever connections which is not falling it into either of this, any of this allow rule, go and deny it. And last explicit deny also would be available for you. So any other request to the VM will be blocked. Only those allowed over here will be going inside the VM. So this is what we have with respect to network security group and using it for controlling traffic. You have more flexibilities as well here. You have the option to control the things like the protocol, which protocol you want to allow or deny, which port number you want to allow or deny, right? Source from where, if the connection is coming from these and these IPs, if the connection is going to these and these IPs. So in this way and all, you have multiple controls available with which you can actually make it more efficient. The rule can be made more efficient by correctly configuring all the settings. Okay, that's it. So I hope this part is clear with respect to network security group. Once again, we will come back to network security group later when we go on to the Azure VNet topic. Then we will revisit it once again, and few more details will be shared on network security group. Okay, and from our virtual machine perspective, we have covered pretty much all the things. Okay, one question let me ask you. I created a VM in Azure. I want to take RDP. I want to connect onto that machine remotely, right? Question is, I'm not able to connect. It is giving me error. Okay, whatever error it may be, RDP, unable to RDP, something like that, error it is giving. How do I troubleshoot? Where do I start? What do I do? What is the first thing that you will do? The first thing is that you have to verify the system is running or not, yes or no. The first thing is that you have to confirm if the system is running or not. Then only the second things comes, right? RDP, you have to check the port rule, etc. You have to check. What I asked you is, what is the first thing you will check? First, you will check and confirm if the VM is running. You can go to Azure portal. You can check the status, VM status. VM status, here it is saying running. Okay. And still, when you try to connect, it is not connecting. Okay. Now what you will check? After system status is saying running, what you will check next? Still it is not connecting. VM status is running, but not connecting. What you will check next? Make sure if you are taking RDP, make sure 3389 is enabled. Or if you are connecting onto Linux machine, make sure SSH port is enabled. Well and good. Okay. So when you find that system is running, still you are not able to connect. Yes, you can verify RDP port if it is added, if it is allowed, SSH port if it is allowed, if it is a Linux VM, etc. But still, sometimes what happens, VM status would be running, but the VM internally at operating system level, it could have some problem. What is the meaning of this running? This running is saying that VM as a object, it has been allocated and it is running. It does not check what is happening inside the VM. Have you heard about BSOD? Blue screen of death. Blue screen of death. Let's say your Windows system is failed with BSOD, blue screen of death. A blue screen will come, system will crash, and it will remain on that blue screen for some times. So this BSOD has happened, your system has crashed. This status will not change. The status will remain running. Okay, so you will assume the VM is running, but internally what has happened? The operating system, either the operating system is stuck in a boot loop, or maybe the BSOD screen, that is what it is having. So how do you know that? So one option is available. If you go under help, you can see boot diagnostics, one option is available. So if you go to boot diagnostics, you will be able to find a screenshot of the VM, which would let you know whether it is available or not, whether it is running or not. So this is the next thing that you will do. Then you will confirm all the ports, connectivity, etc. Okay. Sometimes even after you do this, you may see, maybe boot diagnostics, you may see there is a yellow mark which is indicating some problem with the network, or there is a cross. Okay, there is a cross meaning no network. So these kind of scenarios also can happen. So if the VM is not having network connectivity, then in that case, what happens? You can also use one more option called as serial console. Serial console. Serial console does not require network connectivity. You can use this to get a connection onto your VM via serial port. Okay. So what you have to do is you have to type CMD on this screen. If it is a Windows VM, you have to type CMD and a new channel has been created. You have to log in through that channel. So for that you say ch-si channel 1. Press enter. Username you have to give. Domain, if it is there you can give, or else you can press enter. In our case, no domain. So I say enter. Then you have to give the password, whatever password you configured for the VM. See, I logged into command prompt. Okay. So here I can now execute ipconfig. I can get to know if the VM is having correct IP address or not. Maybe if I want to, I can do a ping 8.8.8.8. Right? It will give me the output of the ping. Now I can call PowerShell. This is CND by the way, right? I can call PowerShell. And through PowerShell, maybe if I want to disable firewall or if I want to do anything like that, all this can be done through this window. So this is the idea, right? In case nothing is working, even network is not correctly configured for the VM, still you would be able to get access to it through serial console. So serial console also can be utilized for your troubleshooting. This is what I wanted to tell you. Okay, so this is a method of accessing your Windows VM in the event of any network failures, a method of connecting to your VM in the event of no network connectivity onto the VM. Okay, I hope this is clear. Serial console, how did I get it? Pretty simple. I went down to say, I went down to serial console, and within serial console, I created a new channel. For that, I just gave CMD. I used CMD as the command, and that would create a new channel. After that, I gave, let me share that command with you. Okay, for serial console, I will mention here. I'm stopping, done in a minute. Serial console, to access this, go to serial console, type CMD, and then type ch-si space 1. Thereafter, press enter. Thereafter, enter username and password. That's all what you have to do. Okay, serial console access, if you want to do that, go to serial console, type CMD, then type enter, then ch-si space 1, enter, and then give the username and password. This is what you have to do in order to access the content via serial console on a VM. Okay. So with respect to the topic of Azure storage account, first of all, what is Azure storage? Azure storage or Azure storage account is a service which allows you to store data on cloud. When we deploy our virtual machines and all onto Azure platform, that's the cloud computing platform, at certain times we may also need to store data as well. We need to store data as well onto the platform. So to store this data onto the platform, you can store data within VM, or you can have a dedicated service like this called as Azure storage, by the way. So it becomes much more easier from a management perspective as well as from a best practices perspective as well. It becomes much more easier for you to manage your storage. So with respect to Azure storage, what did they do? First of all, you're storing data onto cloud, and for this a specific service has been given to you, and the service name is storage account, Azure storage account, which is nothing but a cloud-based, object-based storage solution that is available for you within Azure cloud. Okay, a cloud-based, object-based storage solution that is available to you. It's not a file system-based system. When we store data on our local computers and all, what we have is a file system, right? What we have is a file system. You will have a file system on your computer, and that is how you are able to store the data on them. Okay, give me example of file system. You have FAT32, NFS,
right? REFS. So are some of the NTFS, new technology file system. These are some of the file systems that we have. In that NTFS, REFS we still use, or that's what we use as of today within Windows operating systems and all. Okay. So this traditional storage model, they require a file system on top of which you will store the data. Whereas when we go on to this kind of cloud-based storage solution, they don't have a file system given to us. Okay, they don't have a file system, so they work slightly different in comparison to how you store data on your on-prem. They're web-based, they're object-based storage solution. So this storage account, being a cloud-based storage solution, it is massively scalable. Okay, it is massively scalable. Let me note down the features. The scalable storage solution, considered secure, highly available, and accessible across the world. When I say accessible across the world, that doesn't mean any person will be able to access the data on storage account. No, that's not the meaning of it, but it can be made accessible to any part of the world. It can be made accessible provided you are authenticating properly. Public access also can be given if needed. Okay, public access can be given. You can also enable public access if you wish to do so. So this is what we have with respect to Azure storage account. A single storage account can have data up to 5 petabytes. Okay, 5 petabytes of data can be stored into Azure storage account. What is petabyte? How much data is petabyte? 1 petabyte. 1024 terabytes is what we call as 1 petabyte. 1024 terabyte is equal to 1 petabyte. Okay. What is one bit? 1 bit is equal to what? 1 bit. BIT. 1 bit. Either 0 or 1 is what we call as 1 bit. Okay. 8 bits together is what we call as 1 byte. Okay. 8 bits is equal to 1 byte. 1024 bytes is equal to 1024 bytes is equal to 1 kilobyte, 1 KB. 1024 KB is equal to 1 MB. 1024 MB is equal to 1 GB. 1024 GB is equal to 1 TB. 1024 TB is equal to 1 petabyte. Okay, and 1024 PB is equal to what? That is something which you can find. Okay, that is also there. Anyway, so in that way, Azure storage account, a single storage account can support up to 5 petabytes of data. 5 petabytes of data, that means more than 5,000 terabytes capacity. More than 5,000 terabytes of data can be stored into one single Azure storage account. After that, for example, you copied that much data and thereafter you want again to store data, you can create another storage account. You can have another storage account on which you will be able to store data just like this again. Okay, so this is why I say it's a massively scalable storage. It is also a secure storage solution because when we transfer data to Azure storage account, the data is encrypted in transit. When the data is going on to storage account, encryption is applied. As well as when we retrieve the data, when the data is at rest, when I say at rest, in the backend of Azure platform, the data is sitting on their storage clusters. At that time also data is encrypted. So meaning data is encrypted in transit, data is encrypted at rest. And then thereafter, you can control how and who can access the data on Azure storage account. Various controls are available from network perspective, etc. You have various controls available with which you can decide who will be able to access the data on storage account. Okay, and if you don't want someone to access storage account, etc., you have the options to control it. Now, when we create a storage account, we create it in a specific region. For example, when I create a storage account in central India, it is specific to that central India location, meaning My data is getting stored in central India location only. The data doesn't go anywhere else. But it becomes accessible from any different parts of the world. Okay, so whatever the data that you have, it can be made accessible from any part of the world. That's it. So it is globally available data, but where it is getting stored, it is getting stored locally. Where you actually started to store the data, that is where it is getting saved. By the way, there is something called as compute cluster and storage clusters within Azure. Your Azure VM gets created on top of compute cluster, and I told it stores data on the Azure storage cluster. So the VM object is running on compute cluster, but its storage, operating system disk, data disk storage is coming from your storage cluster. Okay, and the same way, when we store data in Azure storage account, it is getting stored onto storage cluster in the backend. Okay, so on top of the storage cluster, there is this logical isolation called as Azure storage account. On top of Azure storage account, you will be storing the data. Now remember, this Azure storage account has 4 different services with it. There are 4 different services available within Azure storage account, 4 sub services. We call it as blob. We have something called as Azure blob storage, file storage, table storage, and then queue. There are 4 different services available under storage account. One is called as blob. Blob full form, binary large object. What are these services? Blob, binary large object, file storage, table storage, queue, etc. I'll give you a quick idea, and thereafter in detail we will see. When we get on to the respective service, we'll actually get started with the blob, and thereafter we will go through each of them. We'll try to understand each of the services that we have. Okay, so blob storage, binary large object. First of all, the data is classified. When we talk about data, data is classified into 2. We call it as structured data and unstructured data. What is the difference? Structured data and unstructured data. Okay, so structured data is like tables like SQL. Okay, and structure will be a specific format, unstructured will not. Okay, give me example of unstructured data. Audio, video files, PDF files, images, right? Archive files, etc. All are examples of unstructured data. Okay, so first of all, remember, structured data is data with a proper schema to it. It has a proper format, and generally it would be represented in a row column format. In a row column format, in the sense, in a table. Most likely, structured data will be represented in a row column format in a proper structure with a proper schema. So this is what we have with respect to structured data. Whereas unstructured data, they don't have any specific format to it. Okay, unstructured data are random data. We say our general files and all that we have, like when we go into a system, within that system we have so many different types of files. For example, if you open your laptop and go to downloads or documents, etc., you will see various extensions: PDF files, Word file, PPTs, image files, audio files, right? So these are all examples, your archive files. These are all examples of unstructured data. Okay, keep that in mind. Whatever data that you have inside a database, what you have inside the database, that is, by the way, structured data. Database is an example of a structured data storage. So the data inside a database is considered a structured data. In Azure, blob storage or binary large object, we use it for unstructured data storage. This is a unstructured data storage solution. We store unstructured data into blob. File is also same. We store unstructured data in the form of a file share. in the form of a file share. You know what is a file share? Okay, unstructured data in the form of a file share. You would have used a file share, right? At one point in time, all of you might have used a file share. OneDrive is not a file share. A file share is something which we locally set up and use. Your organization will give you a / address, / and then blah blah / blah blah, etc. And you can put it in run, and you will be able to access the data. We'll see that anyway. It's coming. We'll see that. So that is what we have, file storage. So unstructured data only, but in the form of a file share. That is what we have with respect to file storage. And file share, is it like Google Drive? No, Google Drive is also a cloud-based personal storage solution. It's not a file share. Google Drive cannot be considered as a file share. Okay, it is more or less comes under the category of, let's say, maybe under blob. Maybe we can include it. That's it. Anyway, moving on. Table storage, from the name itself, will it be structured data or unstructured data? Table storage, from the name itself, table storage, it will be structured data. And queue doesn't fall into structured or unstructured data, but rather it is something called as message queuing. Okay, so message queuing, that is also there as part of the message queue. Okay, so what is message queuing? That we will understand later. It is a method with which you can deliver messages between application components. For that, we use this message queuing service. Message queuing. So these are the 4 services. We have to go through each of them. We will have a look at each of them. We will elaborate on this later as we go forward. Okay, so far we understood Azure Storage Account is a massively scalable, massive storage solution, cloud-based storage solution available for corporate use cases. Okay, available for corporate use cases, and which has various sub-services in it, namely blob storage, file storage, table storage, and queue storage for various industry requirement. You can store your data in any of these services according to the requirement. You will understand how exactly to store and how to use the data on them, etc. So those things and all we will discuss as we go forward. We will get to see. So now let's first of all go ahead and create a sample storage account, and then I will explain with blob storage. We will get started with blob, BLOB, binary large object storage. We will get started with it. So let me take you on to Azure portal. Within Azure portal, you can search for storage account. Storage account, go to storage accounts, and you have to create a storage account over here. Click on create. So this is just like creating any other service that we have, just like how we create VM. The same way you can create the storage account as well. So what I need to do is, so coming on to creating this storage account, we have to specify a resource group. Just like for any other service that we create, you need to specify the subscription, a resource group. I'm going to call it as demo RG, for example. Okay, for this. Now you have to give a storage account name. So I'm going to call it as IntelliStrG. IntelliStrG is a storage account name that I'm giving. When you give storage account name, it will actually validate whether the storage account name is available or not. What does that mean? The storage account name must be globally unique. Whatever name that you have given here, it should be globally unique. Not just within your Azure environment, but rather it has to be unique across the world. Across the world, nobody should have taken the name IntelliStrG for storage account service. Only then you would be able to use it. Such a validation will happen. Currently, it's not giving any errors. Normally, if it's a used name, you will see one error over here. This name is already taken, and you will have to choose a different name. So for now, this is okay. I think nobody else has taken this storage account name, and we are okay to proceed with this. Then you have to specify a region. By the way, why storage account name has to be unique? What could be the reason behind it? Because when we store data in storage account and try to access it, we work with a URL.
We actually access the data by using a storage account URL. So this storage account URL that we have must be unique. It must be unique because by nature across the world we can have only one facebook.com. You cannot have multiple facebook.com. That's a problem, right? So the domain names should be unique. Azure storage account works by accessing storage account, and thus you can see this domain name, if it is not unique, you will have a problem or you won't be able to use it. So that is the reason why it will give you error. But looking at this is not a domain name, it is just IntelliStrg. But Azure will append a domain name to it. It will complete it, meaning it will add something called as blob.core.windows.net. If you are using blob service, it becomes blob.core.windows.net. Or if you're using table service, it becomes intellistrg.table.core.windows.net. So that becomes the complete domain name, which must be unique across the world. So it's all determined by the name that you give in the beginning. Okay, in the beginning, what is the name that you are giving? So based on that, the domain name will be decided whether it is uniquely available or not. You will see that you will get to see the URLs and all. Anyway, specify the region, that is, for example, Central India. That's what I have selected. And thereafter, primary service you have to select. What is a primary service? So we are using it for primarily Azure Blob Storage. Now there is something called as performance type, standard and premium. What would be the difference between standard storage account and premium storage account? The difference is nothing but a standard storage account in the backend is backed by normal HDD. A standard storage account is backed by normal HDD, whereas your premium storage account would be backed by, okay, your premium account would be backed by, tell me, solid state drive, SSDs. Okay, solid state drives or SSD. So this is the difference that we have. Okay, solid state drives or another one, normal hard disk. So if you need higher performance, the more critical performance if you want, then in that case your option is to go with premium storage account and create it as such. Whereas if you go to standard, you will have a normal storage account, which is okay for most of the scenarios, but only when you require very high performance, that is where you have to go with premium storage account option. When we go for standard storage account, it is called as general purpose V2. It is called as a general purpose V2, meaning the storage account type can support all 4 services that we have. We have 4 different services, namely, right? What are they? Azure, Blob, File, Table, and Queue. So all these 4 services would be available in the case of standard storage account. Okay. When you go to premium, you have to be specific: premium blob, premium file, etc. So standard is what we call as general purpose V2 storage account, only because it supports all 4 sub services of Azure storage. You have to select that standard, for example. Continue with the next. Do not change anything. Continue with the next. Options we'll try to understand later. You can leave it as public access under networking. That's okay. Okay, here is one feature called as soft delete. What is this term soft delete? What is a blob? What is a container? What is a file share? We will see later. But what is a soft delete? A soft delete means it is a mechanism with which you can prevent data loss in Azure. Meaning, accidental deletes were a thing. It is possible. Even today also it is possible that people can accidentally delete the data on storage account. For example, that can happen. If you delete data accidentally, going back to Azure or going back to Microsoft team asking to get your data back won't help, because whatever you deleted is deleted. For the most part, it cannot be recovered. It cannot be recovered. So that was a problem earlier. So what Azure did is they came up with an idea called as soft delete. Soft delete works just like how recycle bin works on our system. In recycle bin, whatever data you delete, it goes to recycle bin. But if you want to restore it, you will have an option to restore it. So meaning it's not permanently getting deleted. The same logic is applied over here. When you delete data from a storage account who is enabled with soft delete, the data is not permanently deleted. The data would be available in a soft deleted state for the next 7 days. It will be available in a soft deleted state for the next 7 days if that's what you have specified. Okay. It gets stored in Azure storage account only, but you won't see it. It is in Azure storage account only, but you won't see it as a regular file. You have to enable certain options only, then you will be able to see it. And thereafter, you will have the option to restore it. Okay, in case if you want to within the next 7 days. And then thereafter, after 7 days, the data is permanently getting deleted. Okay, you can adjust that date and all if you want to, and we will see where you can work with this soft deleted data and all that we will see as we go forward. So this option is what we refer to as soft delete. So if you want soft delete for your storage account, you can enable it over here. Are there any extra charges? See, whatever the data is in soft deleted state, you will have to pay for that. For that storage also you will have to pay anyway. That charge will go away once the file has been permanently removed. For this example, I'm not enabling soft delete. I will continue with the next and then say review plus create. Click on create. Okay, so deployment is complete. Let's go to this resource. So here, if you look at, you can see storage account we have. Okay, so you can see here with respect to the storage account has been created, the resource group, the region, what is the performance type that we selected, the replication type that we have, etc. All these things we are able to see with the storage account now. Okay, and on the left hand side, when you expand data storage, you can see containers, file shares, queues, and tables. Containers, file shares, queues, and tables. What is this? This is what we refer to as blob storage. Blob storage is referred to here as a container, and file shares is nothing but the Azure file service, queue service, and then we have the table service. Okay, all different services are available to you over here. So this is what we have. We will get started with containers on this, but before that, you can scroll down to settings and you can see something called as endpoints. Endpoints are access URLs with which you will access Azure storage account. Okay, endpoints are nothing but access URLs with which you will access Azure storage account. So there are 4 different types of endpoints that we have on Azure storage account. So you have like the first blob service. For that, the URL would be https://intellistrg.blob.core.windows.net. Okay, look at this. So HTTPS and then the storage account name. Then what is the service? That is blob service. And then the default URL given by Microsoft, that is core.windows.net. So total it becomes https://intellistrg.blob.core.windows.net. File service, it's https://intellistrg, that is a storage account name, file.core.windows.net. For queue service, same thing, queue.core.windows.net, and for table storage, table.core.windows.net. Beyond this, you will also see something called as data lake storage, that is also based on storage account only, but that's not within our scope of discussion, so we won't get into that. You will discuss on Azure Data Lake Storage and all within Azure Data Platform. When you go through your storage account assignments, you may see one question related to data lake storage. That is by mistake, you can skip it. In AZ 104, we don't have Azure Data Lake storage concepts. Okay, so you have the storage account and URLs. Now let's go back to the blob storage option and try to understand a few things over here. Okay, so let's get started by creating a container. So in blob service, if you want to store data, you have to start by creating a container first of all. What is a container? Container is a holder. A holder means a bucket wherein you will store the data. So it's a simple term that they have created or simple method that they have created with which you can start storing your data in blob in the form of a bucket. You could create multiple buckets, okay, or multiple containers can be created. Let's get started with one container over here first of all. So let's click on add a container. Remember, this container that we have here, it's not to be confused with the concept of containerization. It is not to be confused with the topic of containerization. Okay, it is different thing. Container here simply means a bucket wherein the data will be held or the data will be stored. I'm going to call it as test container or something. This anonymous access level, currently it is grayed out. No option to alter it. I will tell you what is this anonymous access level and what is this option is all about, that we will discuss later. So click on create anyway. Anyway, so we got this container over here. So meaning you got a bucket into which now you can upload your first data. So here you can see upload blob. Okay, binary large object can be uploaded. So you have to browse for the file. You can select any random files over here. So uploading a single file called as Azure bastion.png and then upload it. Okay, so you have the data uploaded. When you click on the data, you will get the final URL to which with which you can access the data. So look at this. I have given you the URL. If you look at chat, you will understand or you will get to see the URL with which you would be able to access it. So it goes like this: https:// intellistrg.blob.core.windows.net. Okay, blob.core.windows.net. Then a slash, the name of the container that you have and the file name that you have with complete extension. So this is what we have with respect to accessing the data on storage account, what we just uploaded. But if I press enter, you can see currently it is saying public access is not permitted. This is a privately held data. So even if you have the URL at the moment, you cannot access it. That is because when you come back to this access level, it is set to private. No anonymous access. No one anonymously would be able to access the data. So if you want to access it anonymously, then you have to change the access level from private to, let's say, public. How do you do that? If you go back to Azure storage account, let's go on to settings configuration tab, settings and configuration tab. And there you can see one option, allow blob anonymous access, one option currently which is disabled. Click on enable and then save this. Under configuration tab, scroll down to allow anonymous access to storage account, allow blob anonymous access, enable it and save it. So now you come back to storage account. Go to storage account, go to Intellistrg, go to containers, select the container and click on change access level now. Now it is no more grayed out. You can set it on to blob. So up to blob level, you will have anonymous access. Click OK. Now you come back to the URL. For me, you can see it is working. Okay. So you can see that when we change it on to public, now it became publicly available. So you be in any part of the world, a data which has been made publicly accessible, it can be accessed from anywhere in the world. So this is what the behavior of Azure storage account is all about. Azure storage account within that blob service, we have just started. There are much more to explain on Azure blob storage. What is blob? Okay, specifically there itself we have to discuss. There are three different types of blobs, by the way, namely what we call as page blob, append blob, and block blob. Three different types of blobs we have, which I will explain you. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat brings you executive postgraduate certification in cloud computing and DevOps in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampar, IIT Roorkee. Through this program, you will gain in-demand skills like AWS, DevOps, Kubernetes, Terraform, Azure, and even cutting-edge topics like generative AI for cloud computing. This 9-month online bootcamp features 100 plus live sessions from IIT faculty and top industry mentors, 50 plus real-world projects, and a 2-day campus immersion at IIT Roorkee. You also get guaranteed placement assistance with 3 Azure job interviews after entering the placement pool. And that's not all. This program offers Microsoft certification, a free exam voucher, and even a chance to pitch your startup idea for incubation support, up to rupees 50 lakhs from IAP Divya Sampark. If you are serious about building a future in cloud and DevOps, visit the course page linked in the description and take your first step toward an exciting career in cloud technology.
Alright guys, so before we go ahead and understand what is DevOps exactly, let's go and see why DevOps is actually required in the industry, right? So for this example, let's take the example of a tech team where there are two kind of profiles. One set of people are developers and one set of people are operations people. Who are developers? Developers are people who are basically going to code, right? And the operations team is going to help the developers take that code and deploy on the production system. Now, in this workflow, there are a lot of problems. Let's understand what those problems are. And through these problems, you will understand what is DevOps. Okay. So please pay attention. So the first thing is, of course, the developer will code the application and he will give it to the operations team. Okay, brother, this code is done. Can you go ahead and deploy it on either your test server or your production server, right? So operations team will try it and they will say, yeah, my code is not running. What is it that is wrong in your code because of which it is not running on my system? The developer will say it is running on my system. It doesn't matter to me if it is not running on your system. Definitely there is some problem with your system. Go ahead and fix it. And like this back and forth keeps on continuing. Now add to this the problem of the developers finishing the code at 11 p.m. in the night and the operations guy not available at that moment to deploy the code, right? So imagine yourself being the developer and your manager has told you that you have to finish this work today and get it deployed on the test server so that he can come in the morning and he can approve it. Now, the problem is you cannot deploy the code without the help of the operations team if you're not in a DevOps setup. So the two problems that we discussed, one, that the code is running on the developer system but not on the test system or the production server. This is where problem number one is, and why this problem happens is usually because the environment mismatches, right? For example, you probably are running Python 3.13 and probably on the production server it is some older version of Python, right? Similarly, if you are dependent on the operations team, then you have to deploy the code when the operations team is present, right? Which again creates a bottleneck, creates a problem for you where you are dependent on somebody else to know whether your code is actually going to work also or not, right? And this is the problem that we are trying to solve using DevOps. Now, how is it solved using DevOps? Let's go ahead and understand, right? So what is DevOps exactly and how it is helping the developers of the new age? Let's discuss that. So DevOps is a life cycle wherein you have a certain set of tools which basically solve whatever you see on the diagram, right? So you have a specific tool which can help you to code and do a version control on it. There is a specific tool which can help you to plan things out, right? There's a specific tool which can help you to build applications, test applications, release applications, deploy applications, operate applications, and even monitor them, right? The first step in DevOps is code, right? And here the tool that we're using is Git. So in the next video, what you're going to see is what is Git exactly, how you can use it in DevOps, and how you can do version control with Git, which is actually solving one more important hurdle in development, which you're going to understand as we move along. Today in this session, we are going to understand Git, which is a very essential skill set for DevOps engineers, right? In anything in life, if you have to do with code, you should know Git. So how we are going to learn it? Let's go ahead and understand. So we're going to start this session by first understanding what is version control, and then move on to discuss the different types of version control systems which are out there, right? Then you're going to get introduced to Git. You'll understand Git lifecycle, the common Git commands, merging in Git, resolving merge conflicts, and finally Git workflow. So if you are able to do this, guys, you know enough in Git to get started as a career in DevOps engineer. All right. So let's go ahead and get started with the first topic, which is what is version control. So what is version control? So guys, imagine if you are working on a document, right? Let's put aside code. Let's say you're working on a document and you're writing an article. Okay. If you are writing an article on your own, whatever time it will take you to bring that article, you know what to put there, you know what your thoughts are. And by the end of it, when you complete it, you will have it exactly as you planned, right? You will do the revisions, you will check for errors, etc. You will do that on your own. But imagine now you have to work in a team. You have 3 to 4 people that you have to work with, and all of them you have tasked with helping you in this article. So obviously, you would not want them to go ahead and straight away work on the sections of that article. You would want them to write it and then probably get it reviewed by you, right? And since 4 people are going to work on it, I'm assuming everybody will have a separate section that they will work on. And final article would be after your approval when you merge all the changes, when you merge all the sections of the different people who have written them, and then you'll get an article. This is what you will do, right? Now think of it in code when you have thousands of files and you have hundreds of developers who have to work with you, right? And this is where version control comes as the biggest blessing. So what is version control? Version control helps you to record and manage changes to your documents, right? Computer programs. It basically will help you to track changes when there are multiple people who work on a particular project. Very simple. This is what version control is. Now, let's understand what were the problems before version control. I gave you a very good example of articles. Let's understand from a developer's perspective what were the problems. So let's say you are developer A, right? You are basically opening your own startup and you want to develop a software. So what do? You create the first version of that software on your own, and everything looks perfect according to you. Now you probably launch that software, and now a lot of people are using it, but you know there are a lot of unfinished things, or there are a lot of features which can be added to this software. So what do? You hire a team and you give every one of your team members your code and tell them, okay, so you develop the login area, you probably develop some part of the website, you develop the other part of the website, right? So you will do that. Now, when you do this, what will happen? So the developer B will work on your code, developer C will work on your code, and developer D will work on your code. Now they will do their own changes. Okay. So let's take a scenario that developer B is done with their work, right? Let's say they call their version 2. So they're done with their work and they give it to you for approval. You check the code, you think everything is fine. You move it to the production server, and now there's a version 2 which is deployed on your production server. Okay. Now, when this was happening, developer C was also done with his work. Now, what is the task that you have to do here? First, you have to check the developer C's work. If it is good, you have to integrate it with developer B's work, right? Because whatever changes he has done, he doesn't have the changes that developer B has, right? So both their changes you will have to take into account, and then you'll have to deploy it onto production server. Similarly, that would be the case for developer D as well. Now, what are the problems here, right? First of all, the versioning is manual. So obviously, whatever work developer B has given or C has given or D has given, you're probably logging it in an Excel sheet and everything is manual, right? You're merging it manually, etc. So team collaboration is a time consuming task, because imagine you just have 3 people right now and your time is just going in merging code, right? Approving changes and just uploading to production server. But imagine when you have hundreds of developers who are working on a certain product, what is going to happen? So that is again a problem. Third is there's no easy access to previous versions. So let's say developer D did some mess up. You checked his code 3 days back, it was working, but now he did some changes because of his code is not working, right? So now you want to revert it to 3 days back when the code was actually working because you have a deadline for today. How will you do it? Now, if developer D probably had saved everything, save all the files, in a sequential order. Okay, so this is what I did on day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6. Maybe in that case you'd be able to recover it, but it is very difficult if there is no software who's taking a track of whatever you're doing, right? So these are some problems which were there before version control, and these are very real problems which will happen if you don't track your software, right? Now, why did version control come into the place? So first of all, it does versioning automatically. It's a no-brainer. Very good. Team collaboration is simple. Why? Because it merges the code also for you. You don't have to spend your time in, merging the files, checking if they're working. Git understands, okay, so these are the lines that have been changed. So it automatically merges the code, and wherever it is not able to merge, it tells you, okay, I'm not able to merge here, please help. So that's basically called a merge conflict. We'll talk about it as we move along. They have easy access to previous versions. Everything that you commit, let's say I'm ending my day today, I'll commit on Git. So every day if I'm doing the same, even 100 days back, if I want to go back to my code, I can easily do that, right? And storage, right? So if we were talking about before version control, multiple versions were taking a lot of space, right? Why were they taking a lot of space? Because every day's code probably you were saving in a new file. But here, what is going to happen is only the changes which you have done. Let's say you've added 3 lines of code today. Only those 3 lines will be saved as a new version, not the entire code again, right? So this actually saves a lot of space when you look at it from a long end. So these were the advantages that version control has, and it's a no-brainer. So version control is very important, and all the things which were problems before version control, they are actually being solved using version control, right? So up till now, what we understand is version control is something that is required. Now, when we understand, okay, version control is something that I want to do, which version control system should I go for? There are 2 types of version control system. One is a central version control system, which is this one. And then we have a distributed version control system, which is this one. Okay. So what is the difference between the two? So in central version control system, what happens is there is one server which has your entire code. Okay. So what you have to do is just take the files, do the changes in the files, directly upload it on the remote. Then your manager will probably approve what files to take, what not to take. And this way, this server saves all your changes. So this is what central version control system is. Then you have a distributed version control system. Now here what happened? You have a central server. What you can do with the central server is you cannot just send one file. What you'll have to do is you'll have to first take an exact copy of that remote repository on your local system. So on your local system, you'll have the exact copy of the code which is there on the remote repository. And in that exact copy, you will just take the files that you have to change and then commit and then save it in this local repository. Once your local repository is clean, once it has the code that you want, it is working perfectly, then you sync it with your remote repository. Okay. Now, both these architectures have their advantages and their disadvantages. Let's talk a little about them. So, what is central version control system? What did we discuss? It has one single copy of code in the central server, and the developers will have to commit their changes in this central server itself. They don't have an option to save it on their local repository, the entire code, and then push the code, right? They will have to only send the changes which they have done, right? Third is committing a change simply means recording the change in the, okay. So if I have changed a file and I know this file is working now, it has been approved by my manager, all I have to do is I have to just send it to the remote repository and it will keep a track of, okay, this file has been sent by developer A or B or C, whoever you are. And then it keeps a version. Okay, previous version was this is the new version. Okay. Now comes distributed version control system. Okay, now very big disadvantage in central version control system is that if you are not connected to the internet, right, you will not be able to commit to remote repository or you will not be able to save your code. Okay, remote repository, of course, you need internet connection, but if you do not have internet connection, your versioning cannot happen. However, when you talk about distributed version control system, since you're taking a copy of the remote repository on your system, it's like your remote repository exists in your system also, and you can do versioning over there. And once the versioning is complete, whenever you want, you can actually sync it with the remote repository. So let's say you committed 4 times or you created 4 versions in your local system today or maybe in 3 days, right? After the 3rd day, what you can do is you can upload all these 3 versions to your remote repository, and remote repository will take these 3 versions separate. So it will know, okay, on May, let's say you worked on May 1st and 2nd and 3rd. It will know on May 1st you did this, on May 2nd you did this, and in May 3rd you did this. Okay. So this is what distributed version control system is. Now, if you were to just bifurcate it, understand the exact differences between the two, everything except pushing and pulling can be done without internet connection. Okay. Pushing and pulling basically means pushing to the remote repository, pulling from the remote repository, except that everything can be done on distributed version control system. However, in central version control system, you need a dedicated internet connection. Second is every developer has full version history on the local hard drive. That basically means if I want to know what you did on a previous day, I will have that version history also, so that I can check with you probably, okay, you made these changes, can you help me out? But in centralized, developers just have the working copy. In a centralized version control system, I will not have the version history of everyone. I will just have my working copy. If I have to check the version history, I'll have to go to the central version control system, and only from there I can see like the entire version history. So this is again one difference. Third is committing and retrieving action is faster because of course you're dealing with your local repository in the distributed version control system. So if you have to change a file, if you have to version that file, all these actions will happen very fast because you're doing it on your local repo. However, when you're doing it on a centralized version control system, these things will take a little time because you are dealing with internet. Correct? So distributed version control system is not good for storing large files which are binary in nature. Binary files basically means let's say your photos or your videos or your PPTs or your Excel sheets. These are all binary files, right? Non-binary files basically means your code files. So distributed version control system is not good for storing large files. Why? Because if you are storing on your local the exact copy which is there on the remote repository, the size is actually going to be very large, right? When you compare it with the centralized version control system, it is good for storing large files because you will just have your files on your system. You don't have to have the entire repository from the so that's an advantage in centralized VCS. And in distributed VCS, if a project has a lot of commits, downloading them may take a lot of time. Now, if let's say there's a project which has been going on since 10 years, of course, there'll be thousands of commits which have been happened on that, right? So it might be a problem on a distributed version control system, but because on a centralized version control system, you don't have those problems. So it you just have to download the file, work on the file, and then upload it. So these problems do not come there. Okay. So what are the examples of central version control system? You have a software called Apache Subversion. Then you have something called Helix Core, right? What is Apache Subversion? It is a centralized version control system. You can use it to probably handle binary files. Like I said, if you have Excel sheets, anything which is non-code, if you are dealing with it, you can probably use Subversion for that. Disadvantage we've already discussed. We need an internet connection. Version history is not downloaded. It is slower than distributed version control system because you would have to directly deal with the central server, and conflicts have to be resolved manually, right? Even in distributed version control systems, some conflicts will have to be resolved manually, but most of the conflicts it's a simple addition. In let's say in 100 line of code, you want to add 5 lines of code, that automatically Git can take care. But here, even if you're changing, let's say you have an Excel sheet and you added one row, so here you have to take care of that merge conflict yourself, right? You have to see, okay, this is the change, this is the file that I have to add, and that is how you be managing it. Okay, now what are the examples of distributed version control system? You have a software called Perforce, you have Mercurial, you have Git, right? But today we are going to talk about Git. Why are we going to talk about Git? Simple reason is, if you just take Perforce and if you take Mercurial, and if you do a Google Trends search, which term is actually being searched more on Google, the straight away answer over here is Git, right? Why? Because probably if you want to download Git, you'll be searching Git. If you probably want to search something that you were not understanding in Git, you'll have to search for Git. So by this, we can keep a very good estimate that there are a lot of people who are using Git compared to Mercurial or Perforce. So that gives you an idea, okay, since a lot of people are making use of Git, chances are if you are also going to make use of Git, the jobs that you would be applying for, right? Probably most of those jobs would be using Git. Why? Because most people use Git. Okay. So that is why we're going to start with Git. So that is the only reason. It's not like the other tools are bad. It's nothing like that. It's just that Git is more adopted, and that is why we want to learn about it. Okay. So what is Git? Git is a version control system, which is a distributed version control system, which can help you to track code files right? And like I said, it works exactly as how we discussed a distributed version control system works. You have a local repository where you'll be keeping changes or you'll be keeping a track of the files. And that local repository at the end is synced with the remote repository when you need to save the files. Okay. All right. So now you have an introduction. You know what Git is. Very good. Now there's a time, enough with theory. Now there's a time that you have to understand how Git works. Okay. So be very attentive over here. So what is the Git lifecycle? So there are 3 stages in the Git lifecycle. First stage is the working directory stage. Then you have the staging area stage, and then you have the commit stage. Okay. If any code file you are working on, it has to go through all these 3 stages in order for it to get versioned, right? Or get saved or get tracked by Git. So let's understand one by one what each of these stages are. Okay, let's start with working directory. So imagine it like this. If you have a folder, a simple folder, you just go on your desktop, create a folder. That folder is not a working directory, even if you have code in it. Okay. According to Git, a working directory is a directory where you tell Git, okay, I am going to save my code over here. How will that happen? There is a command called git init, which basically means initialize Git in this folder. Okay. So what you have to do is you have to do a git init, and through that, that directory will become a Git directory, right? If I were to quickly show you how that works. Okay, so this is my VS code. Okay, there's a folder called Git here. All right, let's create a file here. Let's create a text file, and let's call this file, let's say hello.py. All right, now what does this hello.py will do? Let's say it will print hello world. Okay, now what will I do? I just save this file. So once I've saved this, now what do I do? So this is still not a Git repository, by the way. The moment I type in git init, this is a command which will help you to tell Git that I want to track this folder. Okay. If I do a git init, it says initialized empty Git repository in whatever folder we are in. And there is a .git file which gets created inside this folder. The moment you have a .git file in your folder, you call it a working directory. Okay. So now I've not saved anything in Git right now. This file is saved on my local hard disk, but Git is not tracking this as of now. How do you know? I'll just have to type in git status, right? And you can see here that these files are untracked currently. So if you want to track it, the next stage is that you'll have to do a staging area. How do you track this file in the staging area? There is a command called git add. Now, as of now, nothing is saved in Git. Okay. This is a clean working directory. Git is not tracking my hello.py file. If I wanted to track, then I will have to use a command called git add. And if I track it, then basically it's called my staging area. So I can have multiple files there, right? I can have hello1.py as well. I can have hello2.py as well, right? But what I can do is I can tell Git that I only want to track one file. So let's say I want to only track git add.py, right? So now if I do a git status, what is happening? Hello1 and hello2 are not tracked, and this is tracked. And it is saying changes to be committed. So this is my staging area and this is my working directory. Okay, coming back to my slide. So I hope this is clear that what is a staging area and what is a working directory. If you don't have to get into commands, I'll anyways discuss those commands with you in detail. As of now, just understand what is a working directory and what is a staging area. So what is a working directory? A folder where you have done git init is called your working directory. Okay. A folder where you do not have git init, even though your code is there, is not called a working directory. Then what is a staging area? Once we put files which are ready to be committed by using the command git add, once we say, okay, among all the 1,000 files that I have, I actually want to track only one file. So that one file goes into your staging area. Okay. So that's what staging area is. So basically it's a safe area where we tell, okay, if I am at any point in time, if I'm doing git commit, I actually want to just save the files which are there in my staging area, not other places. Now, why do we have a staging area? Why do we have a working directory separately? Is because sometimes in code, you do not have all the essential files. Like for example, there can be build files. Sometimes there can be images. Right? For images, let's say you are actually putting it in some other kind of storage, maybe let's say S3 or somewhere else. So in those cases, I do not want to track all my repository, because in that case, what will happen is my images will also get uploaded to Git, which I do not want, right? Because I just want to keep my code over there. So to do this segregation, we have a working directory and we have a staging area. Now, of course, if you don't put your images in your folder, your file which you have to run, let's say we are developing a website, your file will show a lot of errors. Why will it show a lot of errors? Because it needs those images to run, correct? So that's why when you're staging only the code and then you commit it, right? But you keep those other files also in your working directory in order for the code to run. So those are just supporting files which need not be uploaded to Git. Okay. Now, once staging area is done, the next thing that you have to know about is commit. What is commit? So once you have put the files which according to you are done, you're done with your work, and you want to tell Git, okay, please save this version. I may need it in the future, or please save this version. I want to give it to my manager for review. Then you commit it. Okay. Once you commit it, it is still on your local disk. It has not gone anywhere. It has not gone to a remote repository. It is still on your system, but Git is now considering it as tracked. So tomorrow, if you sync your local repository with your remote repository, then all these files will go to your remote repository. Which files? Which are committed. If your files are committed, you just have to do a git status. And here you can see that hello1 and hello2.py are untracked files. And on branch master, nothing added to commit. Why? Because it has already been committed. Now, how can you check whether it has been committed? Just type git log and it will show you that this is the commit that has happened and this is the message that I have given. And in this commit, my files are stored, right? You will see in the future how we can see these files, but good. You have successfully committed your file. So coming back to my slide, you understood what commit is, you understood what staging area is, you understood what a working directory is. Good. Now your basics are clear about Git. Okay. Now I want you to understand how it will work once you connect it to production environment, right? Once you have saved it on your local file, what will happen now? So you had your program workspace, right? You made it a working directory by initializing Git. After that, you stage files by doing a git add, and then you committed it to your local repository. But what is the next step? How will you give it to your manager now? So to give to your manager, you will have to upload it to GitHub. Now, how will you upload it to GitHub? First of all, why your manager will be able to see it on GitHub? Because GitHub is basically a website which is there on the internet, right? If you want other people to access, for example, you would have used Google Drive. If you have any document on your local and you want it to be shared with your friends or with your teachers or with your colleagues, what do you have to do? You have to upload that file on Google Drive. You will get a link. You share that link with those people. So similarly, I'll have to upload whatever commit I've done to GitHub, and then only my team will be able to see it. Okay. So that is what Git pushes, and this is the last step in Git life cycle. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand how Git actually works, right? So any project which is saved on Git is saved using a commit, alright? So let's say there are 6 files, you have a website which you are creating and there are 6 files in that website, right? If you want to save it on Git, what you will do, you will go ahead and type in git commit and it will get saved as a commit. Every commit will have an ID and that ID is basically an alphanumeric number which uniquely identifies that particular commit, okay? So you save those files. In this commit, all these files are saved. Now you go ahead and add another file. Let's say you change some code or you add another file. And when you go ahead and you save it on Git, again, it will be saved as a new commit ID. Okay. Any change, any minute change, even if you're changing a character, even if you're changing one line, even if you're changing 10,000 lines, if you're going to commit after that, it will be going to save into one extra commit, which is going to come out. Right now, these commits are arranged on a timeline. What is this timeline called? It's basically called a branch. And the head compartment, the head of the Git basically points to the latest commit, right? So if whatever you're seeing in your workspace or whatever you're seeing in your folder, that folder you're able to see because the head is pointing towards that commit. Now the head can point towards the previous commit also. If the head is pointing towards the previous commit, you will see the files which were there in the previous commit. All right. So that's what a branch and a head is. So by default, when you create, when you do a commit on Git, the very first branch is the master branch. After that, you can create as many branches as you want, but there's always a master branch in Git, right? What is a branch? Branch is nothing but a timeline of commits. Okay. But why do we need a branch? Let's shed a light on that. So let's say you have the master branch and now you have 3-4 developers whom you want to collaborate with, right? So what do? You take your website and you say, okay, so there are 4 features that I want to develop. And these 4 features, I want it to be distributed among whatever number of developers you have. So all these features, what you can do is you can divide it among branches. Why branches? Because when you will be learning DevOps, you will understand that the master branch is always the branch which has the live code, which has code which is deployed on the production server, right? So let's, for simplicity's sake, understand it like this, that whatever is there on the master branch, it will automatically be there on your production server. Now, if that is the case, you obviously would not want your master branch to have test code, right? So let's say you're developing feature A. Now, obviously, you cannot work like this that whatever you write becomes a feature. Obviously, you'll test it first. You'll encounter some problems. You'll try out different ways to reach a particular solution, right? So all that testing, all that research, all that development that has to happen, it happens on a separate branch and not the master branch, just to isolate between real working code and code which is work in progress, right? So this is why you have a separate branch other than master branch. Now let's talk about why will we have different feature branches? Why can't we have just one branch where everybody is doing their own work, right? So the simple reason for that is, let's say I am developer A and you are developer B, right? I have been assigned to work on the login task. You have been assigned to work on the, let's say, the footer of the website. So when I'm designing the login page, obviously I will need a code reference which is working, right? And on top of that, I'm going to develop. You also will need a code reference on top of which you will be developing. Now, every day you come and you constantly see changes that I am doing, you'll probably end up getting demotivated because every time you'll have to change the logic of your work. Why? Because whatever I'm doing, it is changing that dependency of the previous code that you had, right? So that's why all features are basically separated on different feature branches. And once a feature is completed, that in isolation, it is checked. If it is perfect, it is moved to the master branch. And other features, if they are also perfect, they are also moved to the master branch. When I say they are moved to the master branch, what I basically mean is that they are merged with the master branch. All these features are combined and they are merged with the master branch. This combination is basically called a merge, right? Okay. So let's say you have the master branch, you basically create a feature branch out of it. So what this feature branch will look like is it will have the same commit as the master branch, and anything that you change here now, it is going to be on a separate timeline, not on the timeline of the master branch, but on a separate timeline, which is isolated from the master branch. Okay. And once this feature is verified, it is approved by a manager, you merge it with the master, and now the master has all the changes that you had on your feature A branch. And of course, since this is synced with your production server, now your production server will also have the feature A included in the website, right? So now let's go ahead and talk about the common Git commands that you have to use in order to be a pro in Git, right? So let's start and understand like what are the different type of commands which are out there. Now there are 4 types of command, guys. One is create repository. There are commands which help you to create a repository. There are commands which help you to make changes in a repository. There are commands which help you to do parallel development, and there are commands which help you to sync repositories. So we'll go one by one, we'll understand each of these commands, and then we'll go ahead and implement it. All right, so let's start with creating a repository. So if you have to create a repository, the command is git init. What you have to do is open any folder, open any code, and if you want to track it, just type it git init in that folder, and now that folder becomes your working directory, right? We discussed about Git lifecycle. There are 3 stages. We have working directory, we have staging area, and then you have commit, right? Where you commit the code. So working directory is when you initialize the Git repository. Staging area is where you finalize the files which are ready to be get committed, and then you commit the files. All right. So these are 3 stages. So again, when you're creating a repository, what you're basically doing is you're creating a working directory. Now in this working directory, now you will be staging the files which basically you want to commit, and those commands will actually come under making changes, because now you're making changes to the Git file system. So you created the Git file system using git init, and now in making changes, the first command that you have to know is git status. What does git status tell you? Git status basically helps you to identify what is the tracking status of the files. Are the files untracked? Are the files staged? Are the files committed? So all these things you can know using the git status command. The next command is git add. What does git add do? And don't worry guys, we will be showing you hands-on for this. This is just for your understanding so that when we do the hands-on, all of these will make sense to you. So what is the git add command? Git add command basically helps you to stage the files, right? So we'll take a pause here. We'll quickly go to our VS Code, and there are a few folders created here. So let me just remove everything. Okay. So let me just come out of this folder as well. So for our current hands-on, what we'll do is let's go to a new window. Let me open a new folder, And let's say on desktop, I am going to create a new folder. Let's call that folder as Git tutorial. Okay. Let's call this as Git tutorial. All right. Let's select this folder. And now we are in Git tutorial. So let's create different folders for understanding what we have to do, right? So first, let's create a folder for me, and then I'll create folders for my developers. So basically, these are different workspaces that we'll be working with. Okay. So let's create a folder for me. Let's say I'm developer main. Okay. I am the guy who probably creates the first version of the code. So I'm the main developer. And here, let me add a file. Let me add index.html. Okay. And here, let me quickly put the HTML text. So let's say HTML. Then I'll put a body tag, right? And body tag, let me write hello from GitHub, hello from Git. Okay. And let me put this under H1 so that it will be a little bigger. Great. I'll save this. And if we go ahead and see this on a browser, so this is your website. Okay. Now this is my version 1 of the website, and I want to track it using Git. And then I want to give it to my developers so that they can go ahead and start working on it on basis the features that I asked them to develop. Okay. So coming back to my VS Code, let me open the terminal. So let me open Git Bash. Perfect. So now I'm in Git Bash. I am in the Git tutorial folder. Let me go to the developer main folder. Okay. And what is the first thing that I do? I'll basically initialize it as a Git repository. So let me do a Git init. Perfect. I've done Git init. What is the next step that I have to do? So I'll check a Git status. Okay, I can see that I have one file which is index.html that I just created, and it is untracked. Now, how do I stage it? The command is git add. What will this do? This will stage the file. This will tell it, okay, these files are ready to get committed. Now, if I do a git status, you can see the file is staged. So what did we learn? We learned git init, we learned git status, and we learned git add. Git init will initialize a repository for you. Git status will basically tell you what is the status of the files which are there in your Git repository. And then git add will actually stage the files for you. Okay. Now let's go ahead. Okay. I spoke to you about git add. What will git add do? Since no files are being tracked right now, let us stage these files. And for that, enter the command git add. What will git add do? If you want to track all the files in the project folder, we can type the command git add dot. Now it will stage the files, and now Git has started tracking these files. Now what is the next step? Next step is to commit these files. Now to commit, the command is git commit -m, and then you put a custom message which will commit these files. And after that, once you've committed the file, the next step would be to share it over GitHub or share it over the internet so that your other developers can actually copy from it. And we are going to do this in a while, right? So let's do everything that we have learned so far. For syncing repositories, the command is git remote add origin, and then you add the URL of the repository. With what URL of the repository are we speaking about? So let's go to our browser. Okay. So these are all the repositories that you have. So let's create a repository for ourselves. Let's create a new repository. Let's call this repository as test-website. Okay. We'll be uploading all our code over here. This is the repository. Even you guys can visit this particular link and you can see this repository. Okay. So right now there's nothing on this repository, and we're going to upload our code which we have just created on this repository in a while. All right. So let's go ahead and see how we can do that. So let me go to my VS Code. So I have staged the files. Now let me commit it. So git commit -m, and this I'll just pass a message. V1 website. This is the version 1 of the website. I've committed it. Now will it be there on the GitHub? Well, the answer is no, because now everything is saved on my local. Okay. Now from my local, I want to go ahead and upload it on GitHub. So first of all, let me show what git status will now show you. Git status will say everything is okay, working tree is clean. There are no files which are not committed. Okay. Now let's go ahead and add origin. So git remote. Remote is nothing but a remote repository. Add origin. Origin is nothing but a variable name. Okay. So git remote add origin, and now you enter the URL of the repository. Let me enter the URL of the repository. So this is the URL. Let me copy this. Great. Now the URL has been added. What is the next step? Next step is to push our code on this repository. How can we do that? So let's do a git push origin master. Now I'll get an error, and we'll see how we can resolve that error. First, tell me what this error says. Git push origin master. It says permission to HSHAR test website.git denied to HSHAR. HSHAR is nothing but my account. I have been denied access to this particular Git repository. Why? Well, the reason is my Git terminal is not authenticated to GitHub as of now. Let's see how we can do that. So usually if you pass this command again, okay, it will still give you an error, no problem. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and give permission to ourselves. For that, what you'll have to do is you'll have to click on top right, you'll have to go to settings, okay. Then you will have to go to developer settings. And here you'll have to click on personal access tokens. Click on tokens classic, or actually let's go with fine grained tokens. Difference between token classic is token classic gives you a blanket access. Fine grained tokens give you very specific access. Now this is a token that I created a while back. Okay. So if you want to create a just new token, just click here, enter the token name, right? Just click on generate token, a token will be created. Now I already have a token, but this token is also not working. The reason is that it has access to a different repository. So I'll have to give it access to my repository. My repository is test website. So test-website. Okay. Okay. Let me move this. Let me check what is the name of my repository. So for that, I'll probably just push it again. And here it will tell me, okay, my website name is testwebsite.git. Okay, no problem. So select repositories, test-website. Okay, it says there are no repositories. Let me see why that is the case. So I'll go to this token again. I'll click on edit. I'll click on repositories, type in HSHAR, or let me just type in test. Yeah. So I have test website here. Let me select that. Okay. So I have access to website. Now I have access to test website also. Repository permissions. Now this is very important. You have to give yourself permission to edit the content. So read and write the content, select this, and then finally click on update. Okay. Verify that you have access to the repository. Just click on your token again. It says you have access. Perfect. Now what I can do is let me just regenerate this token. Regenerate token. And here you can see I've got a token again. Okay. So this token I have to enter here. So if I do a git push origin master, it says authentication failed. No problem. If I do it again, now it will give me a pop-up. Okay. So let's wait for that pop-up. Here's the pop-up. You have to click on token and then you have to enter this token. Okay. Enter this token, click on sign in, and if everything goes well, it will write your files to this particular repository. So it has written the file. It says writing objects 100% 3 out of 3. Everything has been published. If I go back to my repository, let's go to test website. Okay. You can see in test website, now I have an index.html, but it says 5 minutes ago. Why is it saying 5 minutes ago? Because 5 minutes ago, the commit was made. So it will always show you the time when the commit was made, not when it was pushed. Okay. So now on this particular link, if you guys are also going, you will be able to see this index.html. Now, what do I want? I want my developers also to be able to work on it. How can they work on it? Let's go ahead and understand. So let's say this is my workspace. Now let's take a scenario. Let's create a folder or let's create a workspace for my developer also. And let's assume he's on some other system. He basically is having his workspace and he creates a folder which is developer 2. Okay, let's close everything. And in our terminal also, let me go inside developer 2 folder now. So cd developer 2, cd developer. I want to go to, okay, developer -2. Great. So I'm in the developer 2 folder. And I want whatever the main developer has worked on, I want that to come into my repository. Now, how will it come? It will come by git clone. If I do a git clone, what will happen? I can copy this repository. So let me do a git clone. What happened? See, in developer 2, automatically there's a folder which has been created, which is called test website. And there's a index.html which has come. So now what we are able to do is from a repository which is there on the internet, we have been able to get the code in my VS Code. And now I can go ahead and play around with it. So right now, let me go inside developer 2 folder. So I have index.html in it. Now inside this, I have a folder called test website. Well, let's go inside it. And here I have the index.html. Okay. Now what do I want to check? I want to check git status. It says your branch is up to date with origin master. Now remember guys, we are in developer 2 folder. We did not do git init, but it says your branch is up to date with origin master. How is it able to know that it is up to date with origin master? The reason is when you do a git clone, along with the files, the git configuration also comes, right? The .git file, which holds all your git data, that also comes. So you don't have to do a git init in case you're doing a git clone. All right. So now as a developer, I have been tasked, let's say my feature is that I have to add a background color. So again, let me just copy this path and let me go to my browser. This is basically the main developer's website, and this is the website of developer 2. Okay. So I have been tasked of adding a background color. So let me go ahead and add a background color. So style would be equal to background color, and let's give probably a color. Let's give a blue added color. Okay. Let's go back. Let's refresh. And as you can see, now I've added a background color. All right. So my work is done. So if I do a get status, what does it tell me? It will tell me that there's a modified file. What is modified? Index.html is modified. Why? Because I've added this line over there. So I'll say, okay, stage this piece and commit it. But I am on master, guys, right? So what should I do? Let me go ahead and first uncommit. Unstage this. How can I unstage this? Just use this get restore. So let's use this command, get restore dot. Now what would it do? It will unstage all the commands, right? So if I do a get status, okay, it didn't. So get restore staged and then the file name. Yes, done. So now if I do a get status, this file should be untracked, right? So this file is untracked. It is not being tracked. And now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and update this on a branch. So how can I do it? So there is a command called git branch. And through this, what I can do is I can create a branch. So let me create a branch for myself. I'll call this F1, right? And how do you switch to a branch? The command is git checkout. Git checkout F1. Through this, I can switch to this new branch, which is the F1 branch. So now that I'm on the F1 branch, what is there on the F1 branch? If I do an ls, nothing is there. If I do a git status, I still have modified index.html. Now, once I do it, guys, you will realize the power of branching. So now if I do git add dot and git commit, and I'll add my message, added the background. Cool, done. Changes are committed, right? Now, just see the magic here, guys. So I am in F1 branch and I am on the browser and I do refresh. Nothing changes. Purple color. This is what I did. But what will happen if I check out to master? So the git checkout master, I'll go here, refresh. Again, the white background comes. Why is the white background coming? Why? Because on the master branch, still I have the code which is there on my production server. Okay. So on my master branch, nothing is changing. What has changed is on my F1 branch. So if I again do a git checkout on F1, right? I'll go to my browser, do a refresh, and then I'll see the new changes. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I want to tell my manager or the main developer that, dude, I'm done with my job. Please go ahead and check the code. And if you like it, go ahead and merge it with the master. So how do I tell him, right? So for him to view my code, obviously I'll have to push this branch to my repository. How will I do that? Git push. Where do I want to push it? I want to push it to origin. Origin is, I told you, is the variable where you have the link stored of the repository. And I want to upload to F1. F1 is nothing but the branch that I was working on, the feature 1 branch, right? I hit enter. It'll take some time. And now my code has been pushed to the F1 branch. So if I go to GitHub, right? If I refresh, do you see there's an index.html, but this is the master branch. If I click here, now I will find the F1 branch also here. If I click on F1 and if I click on index.html, I can see there's a background color blue violet, okay, which has been added. Perfect. Now you will see there's also notification here. F1 had recent pushes 34 seconds ago. Compare and pull request. What does that mean? So if I do a compare, I can see, okay, there has been a change in this body line. And in this, basically, a style statement has been added. Okay, according to me, this code looks good. So what I do is I'll create a pull request, added the background. This was the title of the message. Okay, I have reviewed the file and the changes look good to me, right? This is the pull request that I'll create now. Now, GitHub is merging this file automatically, right? So merge pull request, confirm merge, and perfect. My file has been merged. So now if I go ahead to my code, right? If I go to my code and if I go to master branches index.html, you will find the background color is now blue violet, right? Now, as a manager, I've done my job. Now, if I go ahead, now this is the manager's workspace. We are in the developer main folder. We are index.html. If I go to the browser, you will still see I have the old code, right? So if I go to the browser, this is the developer main folder. If I refresh, I still have the old code. I want the new code now. So how can I find the new code? I'll just go ahead. I'll switch to my workspace. So let me just close this and let me add a new git bash. Perfect. So let me go to developer main, developer space main or developer main. Okay. I'm in developer main folder. Now in developer main folder, if I do a git status, obviously it will show there's nothing to commit. Everything is okay. So there is a command called git fetch. And what do I want to fetch? I want to fetch the master branch. So if I do a git fetch master, okay, git fetch origin master, what it will do, it will fetch the new changes which have happened. So according to this, you can see the log over here. It says from github.com /test website, branch master, fetch head, and this is probably the commit ID which is there on the origin master, right? So if I do a git status now, it says nothing to commit. So what I'll have to do is so I understood there is a new change. So git pull origin master. Let me do this. Now my new changes have come to my website and automatically you see my code also has been updated in the developer main, right? So if I go ahead and if I refresh the website, now my local also has the new code, right? So guys, this is how Git basically works. So what I just showed you is how collaboration happens between developers and how they're able to share code between each other for review, and how after review you're able to merge the code in GitHub itself, right? Now there are ways to merge the code on the terminal also, and we're going to talk about it because there is a little science about which code to merge, how to merge it. There are also various ways through which you will be merging the code. So we're going to talk about it in a little while. For now, let's go back to our PPTs. So what did we learn? So we went ahead, we basically added an origin to our repository. Origin is nothing but a variable. We added a URL, right? We then went ahead and pushed our code onto the origin on the master branch. And then we saw on GitHub that we were able to see the files. After that, we cloned the URL. So we became the second developer and I wanted to work on the website that the main developer or my manager wanted me to work on. I cloned the repository. After cloning the repository, I made the changes. I pushed the repository. Then as a manager, now once the changes were pushed, I pulled those changes onto my repository, right? Because as a manager, if you have pushed something on GitHub, how will I know that you pushed something on GitHub? So first I will do a git fetch to check if there's anything new on the GitHub. I see there is something new, then I pull those changes onto my folder. So the command is git pull for that. The git pull command is also used for pulling the latest changes from the repository. And this is exactly what we did, right? Then we also created a git branch, right? Why we wanted to create a git branch was because when I, the developer 2, was working on the feature of adding a background, obviously I did not want to touch the master branch. Why? Because I did not want to change the production server. The production server was pointing to the master branch, right? So what I did was instead of changing the master branch, I created a F1 branch, and on that I did my changes. And then I pushed this F1 branch onto the GitHub. Then the manager checked the F1 branch. He said, okay, the code looks good. He merged it with the master. And then when he pulled the changes, it got upgraded to my production server or on the link where the main developer's website was also visible. Okay, now there is one more command. In case I want to delete branches, I can delete it using git branch -d. Now, again, if I come back to my terminal, there are two ways to delete a branch, guys. One is git branch -small d, and then there is git branch -D. Now, what is the difference? If I use small d, so I am in main developers branch right now. So let's see if we have any branch right now. We just have the master because we didn't pull F1, right? So if let's say I want to pull F1, so I'll have to do a git branch F1. And here, let me git checkout to F1. And now let me git pull origin F1. Great. So now there is an F1 branch here. So let me check out again to the master, right? I am the main developer, right? I don't need a branch F1. It's good that I see it. It is there, but I don't have any use because I've already merged the changes on master. So how can I delete it? So I'll have to do a git merge -d F1, hit enter. Okay. It says, okay, not git merge, sorry. Git branch -d and then F1. Now it deleted the branch. So in case there are new changes on the branch which have not been committed, if I use this command, I'll get an error. Let me show you that. Let me create a new branch, git branch, let's say test. Okay. So in this branch, I will have index.html, same as the master branch. And in this index.html, let me go ahead and make this some other color. Let me make this, or not white, actually, let me make it red. Okay. So if I do a get status here now, get status, I can see that index.html has been modified. So get status, it states. So I do a get restore hyphen stage, and then the file name is index.html. I don't want to stage it. I actually want to commit this in my new branch. So git checkout test. This is my branch, right? Here I want to stage and I want to commit, changed color to red, right? And now if I check out to my master, now obviously on my master, okay, if I do a get status, okay. Now, if I want to go ahead and do a get log will tell me that the last change that we did was a merge pull request to number one from shr/f1, right? Right. This is what my get logs tells me. Now, what I want to do is I want to delete branch. So get branch -d, and I want to delete the test branch. Now it will give me an error. It says the branch test is not fully merged. If you are sure you want to delete it, run git branch -D and then test. What -D does is it force deletes a branch so that even if you have not merged it, it will still get deleted, right? So let's see if we want to do that. So if I open my main branch index.html, it's still blue violet. And if I show you the test branch, right, it is red. So what it is trying to tell me is that you have a branch where the color you have already changed to red, right? And in your master branch, you have not updated the color to red. Are you sure you want to delete this branch? So yes, I want to delete this branch. So again, if you're trying to delete a branch in which you are, so right now I'm on the test branch, as you can see. If I delete this branch which I'm on, it will again give me an error, even if I'm trying to force delete it. See? Cannot delete branch test used by work tree. That basically means you are in that branch. So how can you delete it? So I'll have to check out to master first, and then I can delete this branch. But again, if I do a small d, I will not be able to delete it. It'll tell me the branch is not merged. So what I can do is git branch -D test, and then it will delete this branch. See, deleted branches test. So if I do a git branch now, there's only master. So what did we learn? We learned what are branches. We learned how to delete a branch. We learned if I am working as a developer, how I can assign a work to any other developer who can work on his own branch. And once it's done with his work, he can just upload it to GitHub. I will see that approve those changes, merge it to master. Then if I want to work again on the file, I can just pull those changes onto my laptop using git pull, right? And once I've pulled those changes, I can again start working on it and do changes and again push it to GitHub in case I want to, right? So this is what branches are. Next command is git checkout. I've already told you if you want to switch your branch, the command is git checkout. Then you have git log. Okay, git log is a very important command, guys. So if I do a git log on the master, you can see I have, this is my latest commit when there was a merge pull request number one from hshis/f1. This merge pull request was created by GitHub, right? So this has also been logged. Then you have a second commit, which is where you basically added a background. This was added on the F1 branch, and this is the same computer. That's why it's showing the author as me. Otherwise, if I was a developer, it would have shown the second developer's name over here. So that basically tells me who changed the background. The background was changed by this particular developer. It also tells me when it was basically changed, which is again amazing, right? Then at this particular time, the V1 of the website was created, which is again amazing, right? So git log gives you an entire history of all the things which have happened on this particular repository. Now there is one more thing, guys. You can git log has a lot of options using which you can actually make things a little more easy for you. For example, there's a command called pretty, and what it does is it can help you to make all the git logs in one line, right? So instead of a verbose explanation, you can see you just get a clean log like this where you will get the message, you will get the commit ID, and you will probably get the branches as well. You also have an option you can actually see the timeline, right? On the PPT, I showed you a timeline like this, right? If you want to see it in the log also, you can see it. So the command is git log and - graph. So if you do - graph, it can basically show you the graph. For example, what happened here? This is my master branch. Okay, on my master branch, I created the V1 website. Then I asked another developer to work on it. What did the developer do? Developer basically created a branch out of the master branch, right? And he added the background on this particular branch, which is the F1 branch. What happened after that? So after that, this F1 branch was merged with master, right? Here in this particular commit, it was merged. And after this, again there was a commit. So in this particular commit, we had the V1 of the website, right? In this particular commit, we added the background. The developer added the blue violet background. In this particular commit, we basically did a merge request with the master. And who did this? Basically, as you can see, GitHub did it, and that's why the author says hshar@users.noreply.github.com. So it did it, and hence it got merged over here. And when you do a graph, you can clearly see what happened, right? So you added the master branch, it got broken into a branch. That branch, once the commit was done, it got merged back into the master branch, right? So this gives a very good idea to you as to how things are working, right? Perfect. Git log is clear. Now let's go ahead. Let's go back to our slides and let's see after git log what all are there, right? So there is again a command called git stash. Amazing command, guys. So what is git stash? Let's say I am the main developer. I am on my master branch. Do I have any other branches? I don't have any other branch. So let's say I want to go ahead and I want to create a feature too. Okay, so I'll do a git branch F2. Perfect. Now in this F2, let me check out to F2. Now what do I want to do? On the F2 branch, I want to go ahead and let's say I want to add a CSS. So touch style.css. I've added this file. Now in this file, I'm working. Okay, I am probably I'm writing code. So I'm adding hash ID and then I'm defining everything. And midway, I get a very important work. Okay, now I save this file, but I don't want to commit it. So what I do is I actually have to commit something else on this branch. So maybe my manager has asked me to change the color again. So what I do is I'll go to index.html. I'll say, okay, I have to change this color. Let me change it to beige. Okay, let me save it. So this is done and my style.cs is also saved. Now if I do a git status, what will it say? It says that index.html has been modified and there's a new file called style.css. So if index.html has been modified, this is the change my manager wanted. So I want to go ahead and commit it. So what I can do is I can git add index.html. Only my index.html will be stayed. And now when I do a git commit, my HTML will be saved in F2. Okay, add the background. Now, my manager tells me actually go to the master branch and there I want you to change something, right? Now, if I have to do that, I obviously do not want my style.css to get lost. So what I do is I'll stash all the files which I have not yet committed to Git. So the command, what is stash? Stash basically says, okay, you have untracked files. Let me clear your working directory of all the files which you have not saved in Git right now. And if you want it later, I'll give it back to you. Why? Because if you have a file which is basically not tracked in Git, it might create problems for the other files which are there. Reason being, maybe this file is not complete yet, and that's why you don't want to actually keep a part of Git, because obviously whatever you're committing in Git should be complete in some sense so that that particular commit becomes the milestone for you. Right. But this is something which I am working on, and suddenly because I got some work which I have to change, I went ahead and let's say I want to now go to master. I want to do some work. Okay, I'll do that work, and you can see I don't see the style.css over here anywhere. Even if I do a git status, I can't see anything. Even if I git checkout to F2, and if I do a git status here also, I can't see the style.css. It says nothing to commit. Working tree is clean. Why? Because it has stashed that file. It has kept it for me for later. Now I find time from my busy day and I want to go ahead and work on that file again. So what I can do is git stash pop, and now my style.css is back in the repository. Now I can continue working on it. And once I feel, yes, now this file is ready, I'll go ahead, I'll stage this, git add style.css, right? I'll commit it, added the style sheet. Perfect. And now again, my git log will show that I have a style sheet wala commit, right? Similarly, if I do a git status, it will show that working tree is clean. So guys, this is what stash command can do for you. In case you want to just hide a file because you have not been able to work on it and you don't want to get any errors, because the moment you have a new file, right? Let me create a new file. Let's say test3.txt. If you are not tracking it in Git, every time you do a Git status, it will actually give you an error that there are untracked files. Correct? So in case you do not want to see these kind of errors, you can actually stash that file. So let me just remove 3.txt as of now. And again, if you do a Git status, now working tree will be clean again. Okay. So this is how you use Git stash. Then you have something called as Git revert. Okay. Now what I did, I added a style sheet, and then I realized, okay, actually this style sheet is causing some problems. So I don't want this. Remember, I told you about head, right? Head is basically where your repository is currently, right? I can also do a checkout on this commit ID, guys. So I'll show you git checkout, and then if I enter this commit ID, what will happen now? It says head is now at another commit, and here you see the style.css is not there. Correct? Why it is not there? Because now I'm in a different commit. So if I do a git log again, I can see my head is here, right? The head is over here. The head is on this commit, and even the log that I'm seeing is showing me the logs of what I would see when I was at that particular commit, right? So now, if I want to basically revert a particular commit, let's see how we can do that. So if you want to go to a certain commit, I told you you can use the checkout command to go to that certain commit. Now, if I want to come back to my main head or the latest commit, I'll just do a git checkout F2, right? And I again have that style.css. And if I do a git log, again, you can see I have the latest commit now. Now I want to revert to this particular commit, right? And I want to set this commit as the main commit of my branch. So how can I do that? Maybe because this style.css is causing me problems. So I don't want to deal with the changes. I want to straight away go ahead and revert. So I'll do a git revert, and now I'll paste the commit ID, hit enter. It says this reverts commit, please enter the commit message for your changes. So commit message that I want to give is added style.css by mistake. Okay. One file changed. And now if I do a git status, it says nothing to commit. And if I do a git log, okay. So what you have to do is you have to enter the commit ID that you want to revert. Sorry, what I did was I reverted the background itself. So probably now you'll see blue added again. I added bees, you remember? So now I don't see the bees thing again. So let's say I want to revert the style sheet. So again, I just copy this. Let me type git revert. Let me type the commit ID. Now here I'll added the style sheet by mistake, right? I'll write and save it. Done. Now if I do a git status, and you can see automatically my style sheet is now gone. It's no longer there. And if I do a git log, I will see revert added the style sheet. This reverts commit, this particular commit, it has been reverted. Now, if I want to go back to that particular style sheet again, I can go back, of course. I can just check out this particular commit, and I can again merge it to my F1 branch, F2 branch, but I don't want to do that. So what happens is when you do a git revert, automatically a new commit gets created, which now points to the previous commit that you have reverted, right? So guys, this is how you can revert a commit that you don't like. And you can also do a diff. So if I want to know the difference between two commits, I can just type in git diff and the two commit IDs, and I can know the difference between the two. As you can see in the screenshot, it tells you line by line, like what is the difference between the two commits. All right, guys. Understand what is merging branches and how can we go about it. So guys, there are two methods to merge branches. One method is called git merge and the other method is called git rebase. Now let's understand what is the difference between these two. So guys, when you do a git merge, so as a general rule of thumb, when will you use git merge and when will you use git rebase? So git merge is always used on a remote branch. Why? Because it does not change the log or it does not change the history which is there of the particular branch. Remote branch in the sense a branch which is visible to other people also. So if a branch is visible to other people also, that means the history cannot get changed, because if you change the history, other people might get confused as to what is happening, right? So to avoid confusion, we always use git merge on a remote branch, all right? But what is the drawback? The drawback is, you remember I showed you a graph that there'll be a lot of branching and it might get confusing to understand. All right. So that is what git merge is. What does it do? It basically creates a new commit, which is a merger of all the things which has happened on the feature branch, whatever has happened on the secondary branch, and wherever you're merging, those changes come inside one particular commit. And this is a diagram which can help you understand this. Let's say this is the master branch, right? You branched a feature branch from the second commit, and then you added 2 more commits here. Now, what you want to do is on the master branch, you want to have this commit also, and you want to have these 2 commits also. How will you have it? You will merge the branch, and when you merge the branch, a new commit is created, and this commit has both these changes. Along with that, this commit also has a track of the previous change, which is there on the master, and of course, the other things as well. Now, on the feature branch, you can go ahead and create more commits, which is going to be independent of what is going to happen on master. But this is what happens when you merge, right? So, this is your master branch. This is the timeline for the master branch. This is the timeline for the feature branch. From here, you finalize, okay, feature branch is looking good. Let's merge the changes on master. When you decide to merge the changes on master, whatever you merge, it is created as another new commit. And this new commit is going to have all the changes of whatever is there on the master and whatever is going to be there on the feature branch up till here. Okay. So this is what, in a layman term, what a merge is, right? How do you merge? You basically go to the branch where you have the code, where you want the changes to be made. Then you just type in that particular branch, you type in the command git merge, and then you mention the branch where the updated code is there, right? You mention that branch, you hit enter, and automatically that change happens. Okay. And if you see the log of it, this is how it will look. Problem is, it is not very easy to understand. Like, for example, what is this commit ID for? Is this commit ID for this particular commit, or is this commit ID for this particular commit? Not very clear, right? But there's no option. We use this because whatever will happen, the history will not change. And that is very important when you're dealing with a lot of people who are working on a particular branch. Okay. Then comes Git rebase. But before we go to Git rebase, let's reinforce whatever I've just told you in the practical, right? So let me quickly go to VS Code. Or again, now let's understand what a merge really is, right? So let's say I'm on a master branch. Let's create a branch. Let's call it checkout F1. Okay. Git branch F1, and then let's get checkout on F1, right? So let's say I add a feature, and that feature is H2 hello from Intellipaat. Okay. I save this, and now I do a git stage, I do a git commit, and now I check out on my master. So as you can see on my master, I don't have the H2. What I want is on my master, this H2 should come. So what I'll do a git merge, and I'll do a merge from F1. And now what will happen is automatically my H2 will come. Okay. So if I show you git log, yeah. See, what you can understand over here is that we created a branch, right? So first we had the V1 website, then we created a branch, we added the background, we merged the branch. This was merged using merged pull request by GitHub. After that, we added the H2 feature. Now, in order for this to become complicated, or in order for this to have this kind of a graph, what we can do is we have to basically move the master also by one commit and move the F1 also by one to commit, right? So let's go ahead and first check out an F1. Okay. So this is my F1. Let's add an H3 over here. Hello. So right, DevOps is the best. Okay. So this is done. So this I'll stage. Yeah. So I'm in F1. So let me just stage the changes. Let me commit added H3. Okay. So if I do a git status, perfect. So now if I do a git log, do I have H3? Okay, I think this is not saved, so I'll save it, and then I'll do a git add, then I'll do a git commit, added H3 feature, right? So now F1 is ahead of master by one commit. Now let's check out master. We don't have H3 over here, but what we'll do is we'll create a login page. So login.html. Okay. In login, what we'll do is we'll create an HTML, a small HTML file, and in body, we'll add one H1, which says this is the login page. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and stage this. We'll go ahead and commit this. Now observe, guys, what will happen. So now if you see the git log, right, it's clean right now. Okay. So if I now git merge F1, what is going to happen? So my index now has H3 also, and my login also is present. Now, if I see the git log again, can you see? Again, a graph has been created. Why? Because when we were on master, we created one branch. And while we did this commit, we did one more commit. So to combine both these commits, it created one more commit. Okay. Now this is a little difficult to understand, or it is a little complex to understand. And that is the reason you have something called as rebase. So let's go ahead and now understand git rebase. So we understood git merge. Git merge is clear. Now let's go ahead and talk about git rebase. So guys, git rebase is basically used when you want to change the history, or you're okay if the history of the file changes. Okay. Why will you be okay that the history of the file changes? Simply because you do not want the graph to look like this. You want a linear graph, so that when you're merging it with master, not a lot of confusion is happening. Now, the advice is that you always do this on a local branch. You never do this on a remote branch, because on a remote branch, the history will change. And if the history changes, people might get confused. All right. So what we want is we do this on a local branch, so that even if the history changes, I am aware about it. But when I'm merging it on the master, everything will be clean. Okay. So let me show you how rebase works with a similar scenario. So here, now what I'm going to do is I'm on the master. So let me create one file called logout.html. All right. And let me enter the same HTML over here. And here I'll say this is the logout page. All right. Let me save it and let me stage it now. Let me commit it now. And let me now go ahead and check out on F1. So now on F1, what I'm going to do is let me add an H4. And what does the H4 say? Git is the best tool in DevOps. Okay, let me save this. Let me stage this. Let me commit this. Added H4, right? And now let me check out to master. And now I'll not merge, I'll do a rebase. So git rebase F1. So when we did a merge, we saw a graph. Now see what will we see when we do an F1, git rebase F1. So it rebased, and now just check. Let's do a git log. Can you see? There is no branch which has been created. What it says added logout page. It says added H4, right? So it should have ideally shown H4 and logout page as parallel, and then it should have created a new merge, but it just created a linear history. It changed the history because login page was actually there before H4, if you remember, right? But now it is showing the login page after H4, and then after that, it is showing the logout page. It changed the history. And why did it change? Because this is our own branch that we were working with, and it doesn't know that it's our own branch, but it assumed it's our own branch, and it doesn't matter if the history gets changed. And that is why you have to be very careful when you're working with git rebase. So to show you in a graphical format what just happened. So this was the test branch. The test branch, the previous node, it took the line from the previous node and it attached itself to the node after that. All right. And then it resulted in a linear timeline. Otherwise, if you would have done a git merge, what would have happened? It would have created a new commit and it would have combined these two changes in this particular commit. But if that happens, the history doesn't change. But in this case, the history changed. And that is why you should always do this on a local branch and you should not do this on a remote branch. All right, guys. Now let's go ahead and talk about merge conflicts. So what are merge conflicts? Merge conflicts happen when on the same file, you are making some changes. Let's say on the master branch also, you do a commit on the same file. On the F1 branch also, you do a commit on the same file. And then you try to merge the files. Then a merge conflict basically happens, right? So if I were to explain it to you, let's say this is our master branch. Now from a master branch, I create a feature A branch and I create a feature B branch. Okay. Now let's say this is a code which is there on a master branch and it just has function 1. So I ask developer A to create feature A, and how he creates feature A is he basically creates function 2, which is basically developer A. He creates a function 2 which he has already merged on the master branch, and now developer 2 created a function 3, right? But notice guys, he doesn't have function 2 obviously, because when it was created, right, it started from here where only this code was there, where only function 1 was there, right? So now when you try to merge both these files, it will give you a merge conflict because both function 2 and function 3 are new and Git doesn't know how to merge these files, right? So comparing the two code, what you'll have to do is you'll probably have to add function 3 after function 2, and then you will be able to resolve the merge conflict. But Git can't do that. Git asks your help in this, and that is how it basically results in a merge conflict. So let's see how we can simulate this merge conflict. The idea is on the index.html, let's make two changes. Let's add an h5 which says this is an h5 to cause merge conflict. Let me save it, right? And before I stage it, actually, I want to check out another branch. Let me check out f2. Okay, get branch f2. Cool. Now let me stage this. Let me commit this, added h5. And now let me check out to f2 where obviously h5 is not there. But what I'll do is I'll probably add a h6 here. So let me add a h6. This is an h6 to cause a merge conflict. Let me say this, come back here, stage this, commit this. Now let me go ahead to the master and let me now merge, right? You'll see this error now, git merge f2. And the moment I do this, what happens? It says there's a merge conflict. Now, in order to resolve this merge conflict, there are two methods. One is VS Code itself is showing resolve in merge editor. And for this, you'll have to install this source control plugin in VS Code. Okay. Or what you can do is it said there is a merge conflict. You type in git merge tool. It'll open a tool in the terminal itself. Okay. Hit return to start, merge tool resolution. Okay, didn't start. It's okay. We'll do it here. Let's solve it here. So resolve in merge editor. We'll have to accept this file. So right now there are no changes accepted. So I'll accept this file and I'll accept this file as well, and I'll complete the merge. Now, as you can see, h6 has been added, h5 has been added, and now if you go here and if you do a simple git status, you will see there are a lot of files which have been created. So some backup files have been created, right? But your index.html has been modified. These backup files are just in case you want to see what were the previous code changes or what was the actual code which was there. You can actually delete them later. But you have the modified index.html file and you can see it has both h5 and h6, right? So this way you have solved the merge conflict. So although this is a very complex term, merge conflict, but merge conflict basically means when on the same file you make changes and you try to merge, right? So Git doesn't know what to do in that case. So now let's go ahead and do a git commit, merge conflict resolved. And now if you do a git log, you can see there's a commit which has both these changes. We have successfully solved a merge conflict. Congratulations to you. Next, what we will cover is we resolve the merge conflict also. So how did we resolve it? It's similar to what you saw on VS Code, right? If you open the git merge tool, it will show you the left file, which is the new file, which probably is there on master. This is the new file, which is there on the F2 branch. And this is the original code, how it used to be, right? So you go ahead here, you change the code exactly how you want it, you save it, and that's how a merge conflict is resolved. Okay. Now, again, these are some files which have been created, and these are basically a copy of the files that you merged. In case you want to refer them later, you can refer them or you can delete them if the merge conflict is resolved successfully. Okay.
I hope you understand how Git helps us to manage code and collaborate without any kind of chaos. Now, the next challenge here is how do we run that code reliably across different machines or servers and prevent it from breaking into the production? Because honestly, just because it works on your system doesn't mean it will work in the production environment just as smoothly, right? And that's where we need the containerization tool, or specifically Docker. Docker lets us package our app along with all of its dependencies into a single unit that runs in the same way everywhere. So now that we have got our code under the control with the Git, now let's move with the Docker, which helps us to take that code and actually run it cleanly, consistently, and without the classic "but it worked on my system" problem.
Container, and we found like what is the main purpose, like this is what happens in software or any IT industry or company, like somebody is writing a code. Okay, this is the code, and that code we want to be running. Okay, if you take any example, this code sometimes becomes an application, an app, or any website or anything, like it is running, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Insta, whether it's Zomato, Swiggy, Zerodha, whatever it is at the end of the day, it's a program, a code that is running. When it is running, people like end user like you and me access it. Okay, and company has some mechanism and they generate revenue out of it. This is what more or less happens with any software development. point here is how we are going to run this code. There are a couple of ways we can run this code. First is like, we have this hardware where we'll have dedicated hardware. On this hardware, we have some amount of RAM and some amount of CPU, and we have operating system running on top of it. All right. Now, here there are, if I'm running an application on this particular setup, and my application is consuming 2 GB of a RAM and 2 CPU, my operating system is also consuming 2 GB of a RAM and 2 CPU. This setup, we said that it's not a good deployment, it's not a good architecture, because we are wasting our resources, right? We are over provisioned, right? We are paying for 10 GB and we are hardly utilizing 40% of it, right? So that's something, waste of money, waste of resource. So this is not a good architecture. What can be further done to improve? Like what could be the better way? Better way is like, on the same hardware, okay, and same operating system, instead of running one application, run multiple application, right? That is one of the better way, because here we are at least utilizing 80% of the resource, right? Out of 10 GB, we are utilizing 6 GB on application, 2 GB on for operating system. So almost 80% utilization. That is much better way of utilizing the resource. Yes, no doubt this is a better way of utilizing the resource, but there are some challenges with this. What are the challenges? Challenges of security and resource allocation, right? I mean, some application which is someone who belongs to the application A, someone who belongs to the application B, both will get operating system access from the application. Yes, these folks can now access each other application. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible, quite possible. And this is one of the challenge. Another challenge is, say for example, application A is kind of a malfunctioning, and it is consuming 8 GB of RAM and 8 CPU alone. What about other application? So there is no capping or restriction out of the box that we can put, like, one application can get this much of maximum RAM, this much of maximum CPU, this much of maximum disk space, this much of maximum network IO. There's no such capping, right? I mean, there is no control here. So this is another problem. So first the problem is of security, right? First is the problem is security. Okay. Second issue is basically is resource allocation. Okay. And the third issue is like application dependencies, like apps dependency. What do you mean by apps dependencies? Say for example, whatever is required to run application A, this is not required to run application B. That may cause another issue, right? So that could be an issue. I'm not saying 100%, but that could be also an issue. So if we want to utilize our application in much better way, we can see that. So this could be a challenge. Okay. So we try to utilize the hardware in much better way, more efficient way, but we encounter some other challenges that is not going to solve our purpose of better utilizing the hardware or allocation. I mean, fully utilizing the hardware, underlying hardware. Okay. Well, then people started thinking, okay, let's do something else. And somewhere in 2007ish, 6, close to that era, people come with a solution of virtualization. Okay, this we call virtualization. In virtualization, what happened? In virtualization, we have same hardware. Okay, we have the hardware, we have the operating system. There is a tiny layer of another piece of software on top of this that we called hypervisor. Okay, this we called hypervisor. And applications are coming along with, like, when you want to run your application, the application is coming along with their operating system, app plus operating system, app plus operating system. These machines we call virtual machine, like an EC2 instance, it's a virtual machine. This is also a virtual machine, right? Application and operating system. But here is the important thing, like, you can say, then what about security and the resource allocation? Yes, security and resource allocation we can solve. This this virtual machine will get only this portion of hardware. Means he will get dedicated portion of CPU, RAM, hard disk, everything. This spoke will get dedicated portion of hardware, only this portion of hardware, and this for so on and so forth. But who is allocating dedicated portion? It is hypervisor who is allocating this machine, this portion of hardware, this machine, this portion of hardware, this machine, this portion of hardware. Okay. And one more thing, it is if this portion of hardware is accessible to this application team, anyone coming to application A and can access this hardware, but he cannot access this portion of hardware. This is completely isolated. You can't go there. And who does all those things? It's hypervisor. Okay. And the most interesting thing is this machine will assume that I am the only machine and this is the full hardware and I am getting the full hardware. They will assume like this. Okay, this is the total hardware and I am getting all the hardware. Similarly, this virtual machine will assume that okay, I am the only virtual machine that is running and this is the full hardware and I am getting the full hardware. So on and so forth. They even don't know that other virtual machine is running. One EC2 doesn't know that another EC2 is running on the same hardware. They don't know. For them, it's an independent machine. I mean, if they want to talk to each other, they cannot talk like this. Okay, they need to talk to like over the network. They need to connect to the router, switches, network, and they can talk like this, like in two different machine. Okay, they cannot connect like internally. It's not possible. Okay, just like one hardware connect with another hardware. Okay, same way they will connect. All right, this is the concept of virtual machine. Now, this is the best way of deploying the application? I mean, it is not the best way, but it is little, I mean, I will say it's much better way of deploying the application as instead of like this, right? Because here we don't have any isolation mechanism. Here we have isolation mechanism. But what would be the challenges can I see here? I can see only few challenges here. First is like we have now multiple operating system, right? Here how many operating system we have? Only one operating system, right? Here how many operating system? 1, 2, 3, 4 operating system. And if we increase the virtual machine, there will be operating system will increase. So in order to manage these many operating system, we need to hire more system admin. Okay, so we need to apply more patches, security patches, licenses, blah blah blah, so many things. So my operational cost increase, like my operational cost is higher, right? That is the challenge that I can see with this particular architecture. Okay, this okay. Now we after that we thought of okay, fine, let's try to understand what actually we want to do. From where we started from here, right? We have a code or application that we want to run somewhere. That's it. Now for this, we took an analogy. We try to understand, okay, fine. Let me know if I want to run only Zoom on this my laptop. This is my system. This is my desktop, laptop, whatever you want to say. This is my system. Okay. Over this system, I want to run only Zoom. No other software. Zoom, everybody knows, like WebEx, we have Zoom software or any software for that. In order to run Zoom, do we need Teams running on this machine? Teams require? Do we need Teams to be running if we want to run Zoom? No, right? Do we need MS Office to be running if you want to run Zoom here? No, not at all. Do we need printer driver to be running on this machine if you want to run Zoom? No. Similarly, do we need any other software like Adobe or something? No, not at all. It's not required. So what actually required to run Zoom? In order to run Zoom on any machine, it requires Zoom, the exe file plus dependency, right? That's it. Whatever the, say for example, Zoom requires some Java version, just imagine, I'm just hypothetically telling you. Then what is this? This is basically those binaries and libraries, those dependencies. Apart from that, nothing else is required to run Zoom, right? Similarly, if we come back here, this guy, what this guy want to run? This guy just want to run its app, its code in order to run this code, what is required? Just if my whole sole aim is to just run this code, if I just want to run this code, what is required? Code plus dependency. Okay, and this is what is container. Container will give you, what is container? Container is equal to code plus dependency. Okay, nothing more than that, nothing less than that. Whatever is required, that only and only those things. Nothing, not a single software, not a single package more than this. I don't require printer driver, but in my laptop right now, the laptop you're seeing right now, it has so many package drivers and software that I never use. Almost 60% of package I never use in my machine, right? So it happens. There's so many things. When you start your machine, a lot of things will start, and we don't use all those things, but it is running. Okay, that makes my machine bulky, that makes my machine slow, that makes my, that they consume my RAM, they consume my CPU, they consume my disk space, they consume my network, everything they consume, but they are running. In container, this is not the case. You will only run that is required. That will make your machine light, that will make your machine more efficient utilization of hardware, right? So this is why if we have this concept, instead of running 3 virtual machine on the same 10 GB of a RAM and 10 CPU, because this virtual machine will consume more amount of CPU and RAM as compared to this container. Why? Because this contains the full operating system. The full operating system will contain n number of other software and packages that is not at all required to for this app, right? So those will consume more memory and CPU. So that is why we can run more container on the same piece of hardware as compared to virtual machine or as compared to this guy. So no doubt this is more efficient way, more better way of running the application, proper utilization of hardware. Now the question comes, okay, this concept looks good on paper, this concept looks good, but what about these 3 things? How you are going to solve this, right? How you are going to solve security, how you are going to solve other these 3 things. What about these? So this is what we are going to understand, how container offer security, how container offer resource allocation, how container offer apps dependency, everything. All right, we are going to understand this, how container offer security, how container offer resource allocation, and how container offer apps dependency. So in container, the architect, this is not actually the architecture. We will discuss architecture in detail in a minute. We have something known as hardware, we have operating system, and there is a run C. What is this run C? This is nothing but a container software. Like if you want to install Docker, we have to install Docker D. Okay, Docker D. What is Docker D? Let me explain you. Okay, so this is kind of an overview of container. Okay, now let's try to understand types of container. There are multiple types of container. The one that very famous is Docker. Okay, Docker is invented by a company known as Docker D. Okay, Docker Incorporation, sorry. Okay, Docker Inc. Docker, their container product name is also Docker, company name is also Docker. Okay, so don't get confused. Sometimes it's little confusing because company name is also Docker, product name is also Docker, but this is container. And 90% of the time, whenever we are saying Docker, we are talking about container. Okay, there are a few other types of container, like there is something known as cryo. Okay, there is something known as container D. All right, there is something known as Rocket. And there are a few others, okay. But we will be focusing on Docker because that kind of captured almost 80 to 90% of market, and it's most widely. Docker is kind of a synonym, of container. The real product is container, okay. These are the types of container, but people say, whenever you say container, people say Docker. So it's like that much popular. I'm going to first install Docker. Let's first try to understand how to install Docker. Okay, Docker installation. So we can install Docker many ways. Okay, we can install Docker on Linux Okay, we can install Docker on Windows. We can install Docker on Mac. That is perfectly fine. Okay, and the document that we are going to follow is docs.docker.com. Okay, document is docs.docker.com. This is the place that we should start. Okay, make a bookmark this page. This is the place where we'll come every now and then for anything and everything in Docker. And here we'll have like getting started. This is like from what is Docker. Okay, what is Docker? You can just start reading it. Introduction. Okay, some Docker concept. All these things are important. I mean, you can just go slowly. Okay, just go slowly with these documentation. Okay, and what is Docker? I mean, this is really important. They have a YouTube channel also. You can follow that channel. Okay, follow the official channel. Please don't follow anyone's channel like some, because nowadays everyone is creating a lot of stuff, content, but what is the authenticity of those content? Nobody knows. Okay, so it's better always to follow some official channel. Okay, so this is, they will explain you about all these concepts, and this is what we are going to discuss in a minute. And they will also tell you how to install step-by-step document and what is image registry. This is what we are going to cover in a minute. But you can also follow along the official document. This will give you some more confidence, some more content, right? Well-written content. And another thing is you can also try something known as Docker desktop. Okay, and there is something known as a website. Okay, play-with-Docker. This is a website that you can use to run Docker. Okay, what is how to log in here? Play-with-Docker. Without, if you don't want to install Docker and you want to learn Docker, this website is going to help you. Okay, you can run all the Docker command here. But how to log in here, I will tell you in a minute. Okay, there is a version of Docker that you can install that is known as Docker desktop. Okay, where is that? Yeah, this one. So you can see here, this is Docker desktop. Okay, that you can install on your machine. If you're just like Git Bash, it's good for Windows. Okay, you can install Docker desktop on your machine and install Docker desktop Mac, Windows or Linux. You can install anywhere. This is good, but again, I mean, I generally don't install all these things, because if I keep installing all these things, there will be a lot of software, and I realize that it makes my machine, my desktop, little slow. Okay, but if you are learning, you can install it, because I prefer everything on Linux. Okay, there is a Linux machine, I'll do everything here. But for your practice purpose, for your day-to-day activity, you should go definitely install this. This is simple installation. You can just go here for Windows, you click here. It will give you step-by-step documentation to install Docker desktop on your Windows. Okay, Docker desktop for Windows. Okay, because you will miss some concept and you will focus only on installation. It's very simple, just like in exe file. You can see it's given step-by-step documentation. You can just install it, and after that you can install it like this. Even from the go to Windows CMD, and you can install like this also. That will install your Docker. And how to install Docker desktop? A startup is, you can go to desktop, and a Docker desktop will see here just like an icon, and you can just start accessing it. Okay, so now what we are going to do is I'm going to show you the more important, like more professional way of installing Docker, generally what we do in organization. So we'll say install Docker. So install Docker is the install Docker. What is the difference? That is a desktop version. That is more, this is a community edition. Okay, that we can install. And there is one more edition that is known as professional edition. That is for that Docker charges. Docker incorporation company will charge some money for that. But we are not going to pay for this. We will use a community edition, and community edition has all the feature. So here you can see If you want, I can give it right now, but I generally don't give it because people get diverted. Yeah. So what I was telling, like, when what is the what is your operating system? Say, for example, Ubuntu, Debian, Red Hat, Fedora, CentOS, whatever this, you can select any of your operating system version from here and you can install. Say, for example, for Ubuntu, if you click on Ubuntu, it will take you like how to install Ubuntu. Okay. These are the steps. Okay. Run the following command to uninstall config packages. If you have any config packages, it is generally, it will uninstall any previous version of Docker from your machine. That is your choice. If you want to run it, you can just copy this command. What I'll do, I'll just prepare a Docker. Okay. Docker installation steps. Okay. So what we'll do, we'll say this is step number 1. Just run it. And the second step is like installation method. It says like setting up the Docker repository. First, you need to add the this is basically what we can say. This is step number 0, right? This is prerequisite. Okay. What is the step number 1? Step number 1 is install setup Docker app repository. So you just click here, everything will get copied. No need to select and copy. Just click here, it will get copied. Paste it here. So what it is doing, it is updating, it is adding some certificate, it is adding the keys, and it is adding the all those things, and it is basically here it is adding the repository, the Docker repository. Okay. So that repository will get connected. Once it will get connected, okay, next thing is install. This is the main command to install Docker. This is going to be step number 3 for us, right? 2 for us. This is going to be step number 2 to actually install the Docker package. And the command is like, you can just click here. You will see like this. Okay, this is the command to install Docker. This is more official way, more professional way of installing Docker. Okay, but if you want to install, if you want to learn, if you're learning Docker and you're doing it first time, you feel like this is very complex. What you can do here is on the same Ubuntu machine, you can just type Docker and press enter. You'll see that Docker is not installed. So this is the command also you can run to install Docker. Docker apt install docker.io. That's it. With single command also you can install Docker, or you can install like this. Then you will say, what is the difference between this and this? This will only install Docker. This is installing so many other things. Okay, that is sometimes not required for us. But if you want, you can install the full software. It's totally fine. So let's follow the documentation because I just want to show you one time. Okay, so let me run this command from here. Copy, and I'll go here. Let me become root. Let me bring the prompt. This is my Docker machine. It's done. Nothing to delete. Now let me run these commands. I'm just selecting multiple commands and running it one shot, so it's not a problem. Now, what is the next thing? We will add this repository. So we'll say echo. From here, you need to copy till here, right? Line number 415. Is this copied correctly? Line number 415 echo. This is also $. This is also $. No, I need to till here. I need to copy till this is the whole command. All right. So this is done. We have added the repository. Now, second thing is apt update one more time because the repository got added. Everything is okay. Now this is the main command to run Docker sudo apt-get install Docker plugin. The installation maybe looks very complex, but if you want to make it simple, you just run this command. Okay, no need to run all these commands for Ubuntu. You can just run this command. It's done. But I'm showing you the whole official. Make sure that Docker got installed or not. If you run Docker here now, you will see this output, some syntax and all. So it means that Docker got installed. But if Docker, if you want to see what version of Docker got installed, you say Docker --version. It will give you this output like, yes, Docker got installed. Okay, this is the Docker installation version. Okay, 27.5.0, and this shows that Docker got installed. Apart from that, what we can do, you can just copy some piece of this command, just like we copied in Git, right? We copy all this one line explanation of the command, right? So we can copy till here. Okay, these are the commands that got copied. Now what you can do, like, the Docker command syntax. Let's try to understand this. Docker syntax. What is the syntax of this Docker command? Just like Git, every command of Docker is going to start with Docker. Okay, every command of Docker is going to start with Docker plus some verb. Okay, so what are the verbs here? The verbs are like this. These are the verbs: run, exe, ps, build, pull, all. Say for example, if I want to run Docker run, so command will become what? Docker run. Okay, and some syntax. All right, so this is Docker run. The command. What is the syntax? Docker plus some verb. What are the verbs? These are the possible verbs. From line number 439 to line number 497, all these are the verbs. Okay. Now we are going to launch a container. We are going to launch a container. Okay, before launching a container, I will tell you one simple scenario, like, very an example. Docker installation, we have done it. Like, let me tell you this is the most important concept in Docker. Okay, the concept says, what we have done here, like from where the thing started. The thing started from here, right? We want to run this code, right? We want to run this code. This code we can run in multiple ways, right? This code I have shown you. If we want to run any application code, we can run the code on the following. These are the ways, right? I can run on a machine like server like this. I can run on an EC2 instance. I can run on a Docker Lambda. Just ignore these two things right now. Okay. We can run on a physical machine. When I'm saying physical machine, like we can go to our data center and we can run the servers, images like this, right? These are the server, right? In any data center, we have these are the server, right? You may have seen in movies and all, hackers is like something is doing, but these are the server. These are the physical machine where you can run your application, right? This is one of the way. And another way of running your application that I'm showing you is on EC2, or that is basically on any cloud, the virtual machine. This is EC2, right? Where you can run your application. Till here, everyone is with me? Either on a physical machine or on a virtual machine. These are the couple of ways we can run our application. Now, in order to, if you want to run your application here, if you have to build a server, what are the things required if you want to install a server? Have you installed operating system in EC2 or on your laptop or in your any server? What is the first thing that is required? Operating system image, right? We say, where is OS image? right? Maybe in a physical machine, it is in the form of ISO image. Okay, maybe in a pen drive or over the network. I don't know, but we need an operating system image, right? Storage and network, that is fine, but most important thing is operating system image. All right. Similarly, if you want to install EC2, what is the most important thing to install? AMI, Amazon Machine Images. Once we get an AMI, and then after that we install an operating system, or once we get an operating system image, we install operating system and we configure it. All right. And our code will start running. Like then we install our application code on top of it, maybe here or maybe here, and our application will start running it, right? This is what happens. Similarly, if you want to containerize any application, if you want to run in the form of container, like you want to run your application in this container, what are the things that are required? First of all, from your code, you have to create a file that is known as Docker file. Docker file is a text file where we define all the dependency. Code plus dependency, we write it. Say for example, if this code require Python to run, we will mention that this code require Python to run inside the Docker file. Okay. So what is Docker file? Docker file is a simple plain text file that take the code and define all the dependency. From this Docker file, we build something known as Docker image. We build something known as Docker image. Okay, this is image and this is Docker image. What is this image? This image is concept wise same as like ISO image, AMI, like this, because for any machine to run, we need an image. And what that image will contain? The code and the dependency in that image. From this image, we create something known as container. All right, this process you need to remember. This is the main process, and we are going to image as an image we call like this dependency, code plus dependency, we create an image out of it. Read only image is what? Read only file, right? Can you say what is ISO image? It's a read only file. You may have remember this disk, right? This in our college days we ask for like, who is having Windows ISO image, who is having Windows disk, right? That whatever written inside that disk, you cannot change it, right? It's a read only file. You cannot overwrite it. Similarly, this image is close to ISO image and AMI, but the only thing is it's very, 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 very small in size. It's not full operating system. This image is containing what? Code and the dependency. That's it. Very light version of image. Okay, this is the process of containerizing any application. Just remember this diagram. This is the process. Okay, so now we are going to launch a container. For launching a container, what is required? Now tell me. For launching a container, what is required? I want to launch this guy. What is required? Image. That's it. Image, right? First thing we require image. Docker file, we'll see how to build Docker file, but first thing is require image. So the command to launch a container is this. If you scroll it up, line number 439 says run, create and run a new container from an image. Yes, this is the command I want. So the command will become Docker run and some image name. Okay, some image name. Okay, say for example, I want to create a Nginx container. Nginx is a web server. So I'll say, or something like, Docker run Nginx. Or I want to create a Ubuntu container. I'll say Docker run Ubuntu. I want to create another container, say hello world. I'll say Docker run hello world. Okay, these all are images. Okay, and we'll talk more detail about it when we'll discuss about the architecture of Docker container. But because I need to explain you this command, why this command is required, because I need to explain you how this happens. We have not yet explored security, resource allocation, and apps dependency. So I'm doing a little bit of reverse engineering so that we will reach here. All right, so If I go and run like, docker run hello -world. Okay. So we'll get some message like this, and this is the output. Okay, and don't worry about these output. I will explain you everything. So let me first run couple of commands and show you. So this is one of the container that we have launched. Okay, and it says docker run hello world. It says unable to find the image locally. Okay, and then it started pulling the image from somewhere, and it says pull complete and says status downloaded image is there. Something happened. All right, so let's see what happened. So there's a command that is known as docker ps. Okay, so docker ps is basically, if you run this command, it will tell you like the containers running. What is the word I'm using here? Container running on the system. If you run docker ps-a, it will tell you all the container running as well as stopped. You can see this is one container that is start from this hello world image. It got exited. Exited means it is right now not running. It is stopped. Okay. Let me run one more container. Docker. I'll say docker run. I'll say -d. I'll say -name. I want to give name of the container. I'll say my web app, and the image I'm using is Nginx image. Okay, I'm running this container. It's again I'm getting the same message, unable to find the image locally. Something is getting downloaded, and once that is download is complete, okay, status download is complete, and then some ID is a big number I'm getting like this. And if I do docker ps now, I can say yes, one container is running, and this ID something is there. It is initial of the same, right? It is the same container. It is created from Nginx image. It is running from last 13 seconds. Okay, and the name is my web app, the name that we have given here, my web app. All right, so this, let me copy this command as well, because I'm going to explain you this command as well. So one thing for sure, we can from this command, we are getting that whenever I am running docker run, it is creating a container for me, right? And that container is right now it is running also. Okay, why the hello world container got stopped, we will also see that one. But right now Nginx container is right now running. Nginx container is running because we can see with the docker ps command, right? Okay, let me do one thing. Let me take a, so far what we have done, let me make a note of it. Here, step number 1, we have launched container using Nginx image. Okay, what was the command? Docker run. Okay, the command was docker run, and image name, some syntax we have followed. The main command was docker run, right? What is step number 2? Step number 2 is basically, step number 2 is we see that container is running, right? We have seen that container is running with what was the command? Docker ps, right? We run docker ps, we can see that container is running. All right, now let me take a duplicate session of it. Okay, let me go here and say duplicate session. This is the same machine. Okay, this is also the same machine. I'm connecting twice. Okay, I'll say my password. Okay, this is the same machine. Okay, if I can do sudo, I became root of that machine, admin of that machine. This is the same machine. How to list down the process in Linux? What is the command to list down the process in Linux? Let me Google it if you don't know. PS, right? Yes. Okay, so if I say list down the process in Linux command, if you don't know, okay, that is why I'm typing it. So you can see here, these are the commands, some commands to list down the process. PS is the command actually. If you do PS and some option, you will get like all the commands. ps-aux, that is also a command. If I want to list down the image, I mean, I'm coming to content of image and all. I'll tell you when, okay, just give me some more time. We'll see everything. There is a dedicated section over the image. So now let me list down the process, ps-aux. So this basically lists down all the processes that are running on this machine. Okay, this command lists down all the process. You can say process, the process ID, 1, 2, 3, all the processes. Almost 4,201 processes are running, and it lists down all the processes of my machine. But if I'm interested in a specific process, if I say ps-aux pipe grep -i, I'm interested in Nginx process. I'll say Nginx. Is there any Nginx process running on my, what, this is a filter. grep is a filter. Out of 4,000 processes, I filtered out only all the processes that are running Nginx. Is there any Nginx process running on my machine? -i for case insensitive. Whether you type in uppercase or lowercase, it will make it insensitive. Okay, Vaibhav, case insensitive. The same command if I type grep -i capital Nginx, okay, it will still list down. Okay, but if you type the same command capital Nginx without -i, it will say nothing is running. Are you getting it? So -i is a case insensitive. Vaibhav, you are getting it. So we have Nginx process running here. Can you see that this is an Nginx master process running? Are you folks with me? What is the process ID for this? What is the process ID? 3983. The ID is 3983. Yes. If I want to kill any process, stop any process in Linux, what is the command? Command is kill. Okay. Kill. Yeah, -9 is sometimes not required, or kill -9 and the process ID. So if I do kill -9 is like forcefully. Kill -9 3983. Can I kill this process? Let's kill this process. Kill. Let me grep this process again. Is there any Nginx process running now in my machine? No, because this is just a grep command. This is the same command ka process. No Nginx process is running. So can I make another note? What we did after that? After that, step number 3, we list down all the Nginx processes. Okay, with what is the command that we have used? ps-aux, right? This is the command grep Linux, I mean grep Nginx that we have used. After that, what we did? Step number 4, what we did? We killed Nginx master process that killed all the Nginx child process. What do you mean by child process? If you go here, this is master process. Worker process are the child. This is parent, this is child. Worker are child. So this, when we killed parent, child automatically get killed. You can see we were having 1, 2, 3 processes running. Right now, all the processes got killed when I killed this master 3983. Okay, so that is for sure we have killed the process. Now let's see any container is running here. Earlier when we were here, container was running. Let me do docker ps. No container is running. If I want to see all the stopped and running container, what is the command? Docker ps -a. A means all. Yes, I can see that this Nginx container is also got stopped, got killed. Stop means got killed. But who killed this process? We didn't kill this container. We killed the process, right? So can we make an assumption here from this statement? Okay, when we kill the process, container got killed. Container also got killed. Is this fair statement to make? Is this correct statement? Is my observation is correct? So from here, can I make a statement that containers are nothing but operating system process. Is this correct statement? Yes, obviously. This is operating system process only, right? So now next question is in my mind is, if it is an OS process, how it can run my code within it? How it is possible? How a process can run my code, because I want to containerize my code, right? I want to run code inside container, and container, now you are saying that container is a process. How it is possible a process can run my code inside it? Is it possible? It is absolutely possible. Now that is what we are going to explore. This observation is correct. What we did, let me go step by step one more time. We have launched one Nginx container. When we launch the container, we see that container is running docker ps command. It is showing me as a running container. Then we list down all the Nginx process using ps-aux. Then we killed that same Nginx process. The moment we killed this Nginx process, the container also got killed. Okay, it means there is a direct relation between these two guys. So it means that when we killed the process, container got killed. So can we make a statement that container is nothing but an operating system process only? Yes, that is correct. If it is a process, then how a process can run a code within it? That is what the question is. Are you folks with me so far? Is it interesting? Are you finding it interesting? Okay, now let's figure it out how it happened. For this, let's go few years back. Okay, step back. Go to your college days. You have studied a subject that is known as operating system? Maybe, I'm not sure everyone, but maybe some of you have studied a subject known as operating system. Tannenbaum, or what is Dontainer? I don't get the question. There is somewhere typo. If somewhere typo, it is container, not. Step number 2. What is this? Oh, we see that container. Okay, that's a type. So how Linux works? So what happens in Linux, that this is a hardware. Okay. Over the hardware we have what? RAM, CPU, hard disk, like this everything comes under the hardware. Suppose this is a hard disk. Okay, just imagine, and I have a process. Okay, I initialize a process in Linux. I'm talking about Linux operating system. Okay. In order to run process requires some hardware, maybe RAM, CPU, or hard disk. Is it required? Yes, obviously required, right? Any process requires some hardware to run. Is this process going to get this hardware directly? No. There is one more component in Linux that we call kernel. Have you heard this word kernel? Kernel is, you have heard this word, kernel is heart of operating system, right? So this is kernel. What happens? Process will interact with kernel, and kernel will allocate the hardware. This is how it happens. But one more thing, process is not going to interact directly with kernel. There is something known as system call, or we call sys call. Somebody even doesn't know that is the operating, not learn operating system. This is what happens in operating system. Process will generate something known as system call. System call will interact with kernel, and kernel will allocate the hardware. Okay, say for example, just imagine you are running, you are opening your CV. Okay, you are opening your CV. Okay, your CV is basically need to process, then you will see your CV. The document need to process, then you can see your CV. Whenever you want to open a CV, this will generate a process. This process require this RAM, CPU, and everything. Then you will able to see your CV. Okay, otherwise you won't able to. Sometimes you may observe your computer is super busy, like CPU and everything. When you double click your some process, CV or something, it won't open. It will take some time to open. Why? Because they are not getting the required amount of hardware. When you open any file, it requires some amount of CPU and memory and all. That is known as hardware. Okay. So just this is how a Linux operating system works. If you have another process, what will happen? Okay, another process. This process will generate its own system call. Every process will have its own system call. System call will interact with kernel. We have only one kernel. That kernel will allocate hardware. Say for example, along with CV, I want to listen a song. So song will also generate its own process. Okay, I want to watch movie. That will generate its own process. That process also requires some part of RAM, CPU, memory, hard disk, all those things. Who will allocate? Kernel will allocate. This is what the architecture of an operating system. This is, we can say, how Linux works. This is how Linux works. Now imagine this is concept. Now imagine I have two processes. This is an hypothetical condition to explain you what is. Okay, this is, say for example, process underscore A, and this is another process underscore B. Okay, this process will generate system call. This process will generate system call. This is my kernel. That is okay. Okay, and this is my hardware. Just imagine. Okay, just imagine, because of any reason. Okay, because of any reason, this process A require Python version 2. What version? Python v2, and this process B require Python v3. All right, Python v2 and Python v3. Okay, because of any, and this is my hard disk. Just imagine this is my hard disk. Hardware is hard disk. Because of any reason, any hypothetical reason, I am not able to install Python v2 and v3 on the same machine. It is not allowing me. Technically, we can install it. Just imagine if it is not allowing me to install. So what happens in this case? If I install Python v2, what will happen? If I install Python v2, then only process A will run, because Python v2 got installed here. If I install Python v3, then only process B will run here. Agree? Now suppose if I have some mechanism where I can partition this hard disk, okay, where I can partition this hard disk in such a way that they are completely isolated from each other. I put a partition that they are isolated. So what we can do, in this portion I can install v2. I can say install Python v2. Okay, and this portion I can install Python v3 if they are completely isolated. If I got some mechanism so that I can completely isolate. So in that case, what will happen? Both the process can run. How? When a request system call coming from process A, it will go to kernel. Kernel will see, okay, this is coming from process A, so let me allocate this portion of hard disk. Similarly, a request coming from system call from process B, it will go to kernel. Kernel will see, okay, this is coming from process B, let me allocate this portion of hard disk. If this is mechanism is available, can we do this? Yes, obviously we can do this. We can very well do this. All right. So actually, this is what the container does. Okay? This container will have, this is one container. Okay, and this is another container. Okay, this is one container and this is another container. It's not working because it's an image. It's a screenshot. Okay, so this is just imagine this is one container. Okay, this is what I'm trying to say. This is one container and this is another container. But who will partition this thing? Who will partition the hard disk in such a way? So there is a feature of Linux kernel that is known as namespace. Okay, let me show you. Linux namespace. Wiki. What Linux namespace wiki says, let me copy it for you. Linux namespace wiki says, what is namespace? Namespace, just read it. I mean, carefully read it. It says namespace are the feature of Linux kernel. They are the feature of Linux kernel. Okay. This is a feature of Linux kernel that is already there in Linux. That partition a kernel resource. Resource means hard disk, RAM, CPU, those hard disks, such that one set of process sees one set of resource while another set of process sees different set of resource. It means that if I have an hard disk here with the namespace, I can partition this hard disk in such a way, if I can create as many as partition, that one partition is going to visible to one set of process, another set of partition is going to visible to another set of process, another set of partition is going, so on and so forth. I mean, we are here allocating a dedicated hardware to a process, dedicated RAM, dedicated portion of CPU, dedicated portion of hard disk, all those things. This is what exactly aren't we doing with the virtual machine using hypervisor? We were giving the same thing, right? We say this portion belongs to this portion belongs to this portion belongs to this. Are we doing same in container, in process? Yes. And process, what is process? Process is container. Now your container can run your code like a virtual machine, like a virtual machine. Are you getting it? Because process is going to get a dedicated portion of hard disk, dedicated portion of CPU that it is not going to share. Similar thing happening in the virtual machine, isn't it? We are giving this hardware portion of hardware to this virtual machine, this portion of hardware to this virtual machine using help of hypervisor. Here same thing we are doing because that feature is already available in Linux. Okay, so namespace is one of the features. There is one more feature that container uses, that is known as C group. What is C group then? C group, or no, sorry, C group. Linux C group, not B group, C group. C group or the control group. Let me copy it and then I will tell you what is this. C group is like a capping, like a cap. What C group says? C group says, C groups or control group. It says it's a feature of Linux kernel that limits, means put a cap of resources like CPU, memory, disk, IO, and blah 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 blah. What is the meaning of it? Namespace says I can partition the hard resource in such a way that one partition is visible to one process only. But how big is the partition? If the partition is going to be that big, okay, or the partition is going to be that big, or the partition is going to be that big, is defined by C group. It should not be happen like, if this is my hard disk, one process will get this big partition and all the rest process are like dying for a small portion of it. It's not like that. That capping is done by C group. So that is what's a feature that limits accounts for the isolated resource usage. Namespace is what you can see. C group is how much you can see. Are you guys getting it? Using these two features of Linux and C group, your process start behaving like a virtual machine. And what is process? A container. Now, what is the definition of container then? Container is basically, now if I ask this definition in 10-year, 15-year folks, they will say, what is container? They will say container is a virtual machine. That is wrong definition. Absolutely wrong. Container is not a virtual machine. Virtual machine is different, container is different. What is the correct definition? You can say container is an operating system process that behaves like a virtual machine using the concept of namespace and C group. Are you getting it now? What is container? Your definition. So we started, this security thing is now solved about this security and isolation app dependency because they are now getting a separate area. So security is solved. It's not possible that one process will interact with other process because they are running on a dedicated portion. Everything, apps dependency and everything, we can solve it. Okay. What was that? Security, resource allocation also we have solved, right? All right. So we started from here. Just try to understand the whole process because that is what I need. I have created a container. We have listed down the container. We have killed the process, and the container got killed. From here, we made a assumption. We made, like, we identified that container is nothing but an operating system process. That is absolutely fine. But the question was how container is going to run my application, because if in order to run any application you need CPU, you need RAM, right? You need disk, lot of other hardware, right? These are the things required. If it is a process and it is running my app, then how it will get a dedicated portion of CPU, dedicated portion of RAM and hardware or hard disk, so that it can run my code like an independent, isolated way, right? This is what the problem was. For that, we understood that how Linux work. Linux, everything in Linux is a basically we can say process. Process has a system call interact with kernel, and kernel allocate the hardware. Hardware, like anything, CPU, RAM, disk, all these things. Okay. Now, using the namespace feature of a Linux kernel, we can partition. Namespace is what? Namespace is a feature that is available in Linux kernel. Yahan par, like this is where that feature is already available. What this does, partition a kernel resource, means hardware, such that one set of process, means one process will see one set of resource, another process will see another set of resource, means it will see dedicated portion of CPU, RAM, disk. That is not going to seen by this guy. It is only and only belong to this guy. That is an isolation that offers by namespace. And this is the area where my code is going to run. How big is this area? That is determined by C group. Whether this area is going to this much or this much, that we can define with C group. Docker architecture, basically. Okay, so Docker architecture has three components. First, we call Docker CLI. Okay. Second, we call Docker daemon. Third component is Docker hub. Okay. And what is the process of containerization? The process of containerization is this. Right, we have code. From code we create Docker file we create Docker image and contain. Don't worry, we'll have a lab on this. Okay, we will understand this in detail. Okay, so what is Docker CLI, what is Docker daemon, and what is Docker name is Docker hub? When you install Docker, where you run this Docker command, right, where you go and run this Docker command, Docker ps, Docker ps-a, all these things we are doing at Docker CLI. This is known as Docker CLI. Okay, this is Docker CLI, where you run the command. What command we ran? We ran Docker run Nginx, right? This is what something we ran. We ran Docker run Nginx. There are a couple of option -d and all, but this is about the CLI, where we run this command. When you run this command is handled by main Docker process that is known as Docker daemon, or sometimes equal to Docker D. This is the main Docker, where how it is running. When you install Docker, this process got installed. This daemon started running. When you install Docker using these commands, this basically started this process. And if you want to see this process, you can just list down it. ps-aux grep-i Docker. So you can see that Docker D is running here, right? This is the main process that got started. This is the Docker D process, main process. Okay, this is Docker D that is running like here. This does all the heavy lifting. This does all the hard work. When you run this command reaches to Docker D in the form of API. It is a REST API over HTTPS protocol. Okay, and Docker daemon sees this API and try to understand what you want to achieve. It with this command, this particular, in this example, Docker understood, okay, this guy want to launch a container using Nginx image, because for container, image is required. And the image here is Nginx. So first it will search the image locally. It will start searching the image locally on this machine. Is there an image available, image available, image available? It will search local, scan the local machine where the Docker is running. That is why it says the message, and there was no image, so it says unable to find the image locally. In this command also it says unable to find the image locally. Locally means on the same machine, not able to find the image. Actually, if image is not available locally, there is something known as a repository known as Docker Hub that is maintained by Docker Incorporation, the company behind Docker. There is a repository that is known as Docker Hub. Docker Hub is like GitHub as a repository only, but for only to store images. The location is hub.docker.hub. This is maintained by Docker Incorporation. This is Docker repository. Okay, Docker Hub. Can you see that? This is Docker Hub. This is maintained by which company? Docker Incorporation, the company behind Docker. This is Docker Hub. It stores all the images. Okay, if you see, if I say Nginx, this image is here. You can see this is the Nginx image. We will talk more about it, like, how to store, how to upload and everything. We'll do all those things. Don't worry about it. So the image is available at Nginx. When Docker daemon not able to find the image locally, because the message what it print, unable to find the image locally, then what it will do, it will go, first step is the request will go to Docker D. Docker D will scan, it's not able to find the image locally. Then it will go to Docker Hub and download the image. That is why we were able to see this message, downloading, pulling, and then we got downloaded the newer version of Nginx latest image. So image is now from here, it got downloaded here. When the image is available, then a container started running out of this image, and we were able to see Docker ps command, yes, container is run. Okay, so it will connect this, then it will download the image. Okay, so this is step number 1. That is going to this. When you run this command, it will get converted into API. It will go to Docker Hub, Docker D. Docker D will run, scan, and understand and perform the job locally. But in this case, a container need to be launched, because that container require an image. Image was not available. So what it did, it connect with Docker Hub. Step number 3. And step number 4, it downloaded the image first. And then step number 5, a container get created. So this is Docker architecture. Docker architecture has 3 components. Okay, what are those components? CLI, daemon, and hub. CLI is where you run all the Docker command. Daemon is the main process. Most of the time, CLI and daemon run on the same machine. In our case, CLI is running on that Linux machine. Daemon is also running on the same machine. When you type anything at the CLI, that command get converted into an API request and it's go to Docker D. Whatever you mention in the command, Docker D will do all the heavy lifting. In this case, in this particular example, we want to create a container. For container, an image is required. Okay, so Docker D will see this command and understood, okay, this guy want to run an Nginx container using Nginx image. But that image was not available locally. So it went to Docker Hub, download that image and create a container for it. Are you folks getting it? If I go here, okay, and if I do Docker images, it will list me the Nginx image and hello world, everything. This image is already available locally now. Now, if I want to create one more container, okay, using Nginx image, you can see Docker run -d -name. I'll say -name new web server using Nginx image. This time image is already available locally, right? If I run this command, you can see directly the container got created. If I do docker ps, the new web server got created, right? Why it is not downloading the image this time? Because image is already available locally. It is using the same image to create my another container. Same AMI can you use to create multiple EC2 instance? Yes, right. Same ISO image can you use to create multiple server, laptop, desktop? Yes. So that concept is still same. Image, because earlier first time the image was not available, so it downloaded from the, and it got pulled and it got downloaded. But right now image is available. But if I create any another container, say for example I am using web server 2 and I'm using different image this time. Say for example I am using Alpine or Ubuntu. Okay. What is message I'm getting? Image is not available locally. So what it will do? It will start downloading. From where it is downloading? It is downloading from Docker Hub. Are you guys getting it? -D to run in the background. Right now it's like running in the background. Otherwise, what will happen? If you don't run -D, let me show you. Let me run web server. Let me go here. Web server 3. Okay. And if I don't use this -D, my terminal will get locked. You can see this. I'm inside the container now. My terminal is locked now. Okay. I'm here. It's locked. So that is why we run in the background and get free our terminal. Okay, so we will see some of more commands of Docker. So let me give you some list of commands of Docker. Let me go and log into my GitHub. Okay, so here, I have written down some of the commands that you can definitely use it. Docker commands here. Okay, so these are some set of commands that you should practice. Okay, what I'm showing you just the notes first so that you can understand. Yes, the commands are here. Okay, you can run it. We will use most of these commands one by one. Okay, but what is this command? How to run this command? What is the use of the command? I have mentioned everything here. All right, so let me start with now what we like in order to run a command container. Let's say for example, if you do docker ps, okay, docker ps, it will list down what is docker ps and what is docker ps -a. What is the difference? Docker ps will list down only the running container. Docker ps -a will list down the running plus stop container. If you mention -a, you can see whatever the container that we have created, all our status exited, 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 and exited. It means these containers are stopped, not running. Okay, these containers are stopped, not running. So if I want to start any container, the command is docker start. Okay, and the container ID. And here, in this particular case, you can see this is like your whole output. This is container ID. Okay, Docker assign a container ID to all the container. Okay, this is a hash basically that it assign. This is the name of the container. By default, when you don't give name, Docker will give you some funny name. Okay, but we have given some name, and if you don't give name, it will give some funny name, and it will tell you like what is the image, from which image they have got built. Okay, when they got created, till what time they are running and all. Okay, what is this command? We will see this command meaning in Docker file. Okay, what is the meaning of this command? We'll see in Docker file. So Docker ps will display the output of running container. Docker ps -a will display the output of container that are running as well as stop, all the containers. In order to start a container, Docker start and the container name or container ID. Say for example, I want to start my web app. This is the container. So either I can give this or even ID will also work. Okay, so let's start with Docker start my web app. So container got started. Now if I do Docker ps without -a, I can see that yes, container is, earlier the output was blank. Now I can see that container is running. Okay, there are a couple of things like this is the container running, like how this container is running. So what happens here, just try to understand. We have this as a Linux machine, Okay. Over this machine, what we have installed? We have installed Docker. Okay. We have installed Docker here. Now, when the Docker install means Docker D is running. Okay. Docker D is running. The daemon is running. Install Docker means Docker D is running. On top of which we have created a container. That container is running like this. This container, okay, my web app is running on top of this machine. This is the container. Okay, this is how it is running. Can we create multiple container on a machine? Yes, we can create multiple container on a machine. Okay, say for example, let me run one more container. Let me start from scratch. Docker run -d it hyphen name. What is d? What is d? I'll tell you. Okay, hyphen name. I'll say my alpine, and I can use an image alpine ash. So it says unable to find the image alpine locally. What is this alpine? Alpine is a Linux image specially designed for container. Okay, it's a very light version of Linux that is specially designed for container. I'll show you this image here. This in the Docker Hub. So here what happened when the moment you run this command is handled by Docker D, and it says it understood. Okay, you want to create a container using Alpine image, but the image is not available here locally. So let me download it. It downloaded the image and then the container got created. Now, if you see Docker images, you can see the Alpine image is got downloaded. Earlier, the Alpine image was not there. Okay, only we have Linux, Ubuntu, Nginx, Ubuntu, and Hello World. Now we have Alpine image also. Okay, so and if I do Docker PS, okay, Docker PS. So I have two container right now running. First one was my web app from Nginx image. Second container my Alpine from Alpine image. So what happened in this diagram? I have one more container running here, and this container name is my Alpine. Okay, so what is happening here? We are kind of this diagram where we have an hardware, where we have an operating system, where we have a run C, that is Docker D, that is installed. We are creating this container, this container, this container like this. These container are independent application. This is okay. This is independent application created from Nginx image. This is independent application created from Alpine image. Can we create more containers? Yes, we can create more containers. But till how many containers we can create depending upon the size of the instance. If instance has, say for example, 10 GB of RAM and 20 CPU or something like that, then by default, how much this container will contain, based upon that resource, we can create the container. But the point here that I want to tell you, to understand the concept, this is how it is running. There is a base machine. This has a hardware plus operating system. Over this, we have installed this run C, and on the run C, these are the containers. Over this, the containers are running. I am just trying to explain you this diagram. This diagram is now getting clear. What is the meaning of it? Okay. Now we will perform this exercise. So what we are going to do, we'll have a code, okay, and we'll have a Docker file. So first, let's understand about Docker file, because code anyway developer is going to write. So what is Docker file? Okay, so Docker file is a text file that contains instruction, okay, that contain instruction how to build this image. Okay, Docker file is a text file that contains instructions. Okay, instruction, but instructions for what? Instruction how to build this Docker file. Okay, how to build this Docker image. Okay, I mean, what are the things that require to build an image? An image is something like that will make this code running. Actually, it will define all the dependencies that are required for this code. Every Docker file is going to start. I mean, when I mentioned that it has some of instruction. What do you mean by instruction? Instructions are set of commands, and commands are nothing but simple instruction like what is required, how it is required, and all. So this is what we are going to see. Just let me go to the text file, then here I can explain. And Docker file is a single word with capital D. Okay, there's no extension, not txt, not py, not php, nothing. It has no extension, just Docker file. Okay, so it is a Docker file is a text file that contain instruction to build Docker image. And these instructions are define the environment inside the container, including what software to install, what files to copy, what commands to run, everything we define. Because these are the instructions that is actually going to install your code, run your code the way you want. Okay, everything we define in the file. And every Docker command is going to start with a statement from. Okay, from is basically that is going to specify the base image that Docker is using. What do you mean by base image that Docker is going to use? Tell me one thing. If I am writing a code in Python, okay, if I am writing this code is written in Python, okay, what is the first, and if you want to run a code on your laptop or on your machine, say for example, this is my laptop, okay, and I am telling you run this particular code, and this code is written in Python. What is the first thing that is required for my laptop to run this code? If it is written in Python, Python must be installed. Compiler and all that is fine, but Python must be installed. If it is a C program, C must be installed here. If it is a Java program, Java must be installed here. Otherwise, I won't be able to run this code. Are you getting it? In college days, in your school days, whenever you run a C program or something, we first thing what we do, we install C, right? Similar like that. Okay. So from is actually specify the base image. Okay. Base image is like what is required to run this code. If I am writing a Python code, if I'm writing a Java code, the base image I will take a Python. So what it will do, it will create a simple, very first layer of my base image. It is going to create a base image like this. Okay, say if I go here, it will from statement will create my base image, the first image here. It could be any what should be the base image depending upon what is my use case. Okay, that is what the from statement specifies. So what is this specify? It is specify your base image used to build. All right, and say for example I want to use Ubuntu image, I can say something like this, from Ubuntu 20.4. okay, this is an example. Second instructions, like there are a couple of handful of instructions, 10 and 12 instructions are there only. Second instruction is run. Again, all the instruction of Docker file written in uppercase. Okay, all the instructions are written in uppercase. So what run is going to do, whatever the command that you want to execute, whatever the software that you want to install within your Docker. I mean, say for example, when I'm installing a code, okay, on Ubuntu, I want to upgrade my code or I want to install any software. So that we can specify with the run command. So what run does basically, run is a set of commands. This execute the command within the Docker image in the process of build. Okay, whatever it is telling, I will give you when I'll write a Docker file, it will become more clear, but just let me first explain the description. Okay, say for example I want to install something like this, run apt-get update or install Docker image. Okay, next command is copy or add. Copy or add is basically copy the files that are required to copy the content from your base machine inside the container. All right, there is one more instruction that is known as work dir. Work dir is, this is a command that specifies the working directory inside the Docker file. What is the meaning of working directory? Say for example, most of the time when you install any software in Windows, what is the default location of installation of software? C program files, right? Most of the time it is a C program files, right? Where you where the softwares get installed by default. Similarly, work dir is the thing where we specify where we want to install our code within the container. Okay, if you don't specify the work dir, by default, everything will get installed over the root. Okay, so it's a good practice to specify the work dir. All your configuration file, all your software, everything will get installed inside this directory, whatever you're specifying. You're setting the path, or you can say specifying the location where I want to install everything. Okay, and how we specify, we'll specify something like this. We'll say work dir space app. So inside /app directory, everything will get installed. Okay, what do you mean by everything will get installed? Say for example, this is a container right now running, right? Docker yes. I have two containers running. This is one container, this is another container. Okay, this is one machine, this is another machine. Okay, when I'm saying inside the container, what is the meaning of it? If I have to go inside the container, the command is docker exec -it, and let me go inside the nginx container. So I'll say container id, and I'll say for example bash command. What is the meaning of this command? I will tell you in a minute. First, let me show you something. So you can see my prompt got changed. Earlier I have a prompt like docker this. Now I have a root @ this. My prompt got changed. Right now where I am inside the container. I am here inside this machine. I was here. Okay, I was here. From here I went inside this machine. I'm here inside a space, because container is also kind of a machine only, right? So I can go inside, I can log in inside, I can install software inside, I can open port, whatever thing that you can do on this machine, similar activity we can perform here. Okay, we are here right now. And what is the meaning of this command? Don't worry, I will tell you. If you give me some time, I will explain each and everything I'll connect at the end. Okay, but we are inside the container. Whenever I'm saying that /app is in this Docker file, basically /app we are creating here. Okay, inside this directory, something like if I do df-h, this is the file system of container. So there will be /app directory that will create, and everything will get installed here. Okay, if I have to come outside the container, okay, there is control PQ. If you press the key in the same sequence, control plus P plus Q, press your control key, press P and press Q, you will come outside the container. Okay, and if you do docker ps, the container is still running. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. So exec, I will explain this command in a minute. Okay, but you are getting it, what I'm trying to say. Creating a directory, it means creating inside the container. Run something, installing something inside the container. Okay, whatever you want to install inside the container, that you specify run command. Whatever you want to copy inside a container, that you specify with copy command. Work dir is where you want to install all your code and everything, that you specify with work dir command. From is the base image on which you want to install everything. Okay, and now there is one more command. I mean, that we specify is known as expose. Expose is like if you want to open any port within the container, that is known as expose, exposing the port of a container. Okay, like say for example, if I'm running a web server, I want to expose a port number 80, so I'll say expose port 80. Then port 80 will open inside the container on this machine. Okay, not here, on this machine. Okay, now there is one more very important command, is known as cmd. Okay, cmd is basically, or the entry point. We will understand the difference of cmd and entry point. Okay, cmd is specify what is the command that you want to your container with to start with. Say for example, you are creating a code. Okay, this code you want to containerize, right? This code you want to containerize. You want to containerize this code, right? So when your container gets started, you want to actually run this code. That code must be running. This is what the whole purpose is. When the container, somebody do docker run, actually this code should get started, right? This is what the main purpose. I want my application to be running. So that we specify in the CMD command. When the container gets started, what you want to run? When somebody that Docker run, which software, which application it should start, that we specify in the CMD command. Okay, these commands specify that should executed when your container gets started. All right, and you will get all those things. I think you are getting 20% to 30%, that I know, and that is very good if you are getting 20% of it. When you will create an example, your understanding level will further improve. Okay, even if you are getting some part of it. Okay, these are the some commands that we use to create a Docker file. Before creating a Docker file, let me write something here to explain you this command. If I have to go inside Docker, the command is docker exec, execute, go inside the Docker. If you want to see what is exec, if you come here in our notepad and we have exec, what is this line number 440 says? Execute a command in a running container. If you want to execute a command in a running container, that is what you can do. Okay, so what we can do here is, if you want to go inside a container, the command is docker exec -i and -t. -i for interactive, T for terminal. Okay, I for interactive and T for terminal. Let me explain this command. Interactive means, what is the meaning of interactive and what is the meaning of terminal? Terminal has same meaning. Okay, I is interactive and terminal T is for terminal. Terminal is like, this is a terminal. This is a terminal. Okay, so you are getting, when you run this command, you are getting a terminal of container. This is container terminal command prompt that we generally call. This is a terminal of container where you run all the commands. So T for that. Now, can I interact with this container? Yes, I am pressing ls command. I am getting the output. I am pressing I am typing df-h. I can interact with container. Yes, you can interact with container. Let me come outside, control PQ. I came outside. I'll make sure that my docker ps is running. Yes, it is running. Let me go inside again. Docker exec without -i, only -t. Am I inside the container? Yes. Am I able to interact anything? Nothing. Whatever I am typing is, I'm getting no response. Container is stop interacting with me. So because I have not specified -i, even control PQ is not working. So I have to do control C. Are you getting it? What is interactive means? If the moment you stop I, it will stop interacting with you. It will stop talking to you. T is for terminal. Now the question is, okay, fine, but what is this at the end? You type bash. Why? Because when I go inside the container, I need to tell what command I want to run. Generally, bash is a shell. Like, in Linux, there is a concept of shell. You get shell here. I mean, to interact, a platform to interact with container. Okay. This is bash shell. This prompt you are getting is a bash shell. If you don't type this one, I mean, it will give you the default one. Okay. So let me show you. Control PQ, Control P and Q. Oh, I have not typed I. Okay. Sorry. And let me do -i. Okay. And if I remove this bash, let me see what is happening. Can you see what it says? Docker exe option, you need to specify a command. Otherwise, Docker has no specific command for you to give. Docker doesn't know when you land what to give you. So you need to tell, because it's a container, it will contain only the things that is required to run your code, nothing more than. It is not going to entertain you to come inside and play with me. It's not for that. Only this code is whatever required for this code. I will contain only those things. And where I will define those things? In Docker file. Okay. We are defining everything in Docker file. So when you go inside the container doesn't know how to interact, what to give you. So for that, you have to specify, give me bash shell, so that I can interact with you. -i is important if you want to interact. There is one more command now. If you do docker ps, if you are not familiar with exe, there is one more command that is known as docker attach. Okay, docker attach. and you have to give, say for example, Alpine, and if I want to go inside this, I can give ASH attach, Docker attach, 1 second. So here you can see I am directly inside the container, ASH attach. Because for creation of this container, I have already given ASH shell. Remember when I created this container, Docker run I have given already the ASH shell. So I have specified the container. Whenever somebody log in, you should give an ASH shell. So D for daemon, run as a backend, I for interactive, T for terminal. I have given at the time of creation of the container. If you have given like this, you can directly do attach. Okay, Docker attach and the container name. What is the container name? My Alpine. So I got directly the prompt. ls, this is the output of this container. Which container? The Alpine container. Okay. Now let me create a container. All right. Now say for example, we now here at some level, like understanding some components of Docker and all. Now let's try to replicate the whole process. Okay. This whole process, code, Docker file, Docker image, and container. So code is something that is written by developer. Code is like code. Remember what is code? Code is from where we started our discussion, right? Somebody has a business idea and you write a code. Code is like application source code. Okay. Any program that you are using, Ramu, like you are using Zomato, you are using Chrome. Okay. That are you using Chrome? Chrome for you is an application, right? For you is an application. You are downloading the exe file, you are installing it. But Chrome, somebody has written the code, like in some programming language, they have coded this application. How this application is going to behave, how people will log in, how authentication happens, everything, how the UI will look like, everything they have defined in the code in some language. That we call code. Okay. So, and who writes this code? Most of the time, it's a developer who writes the code. All right. So, say for example, we want to containerize an application. So let me create, I'll say mkdir. I'm going to create a directory for my project. I'll say I want to use a Python code. Okay, I'll say mkdir Python Docker app. I have created my project directory. I'm working on a Python code. I'm for a Python application. I want to develop a Python application. So next thing is cd to that. So this is my project directory. This is where I am right now. First thing first, we have to write a code. I'm going to take a very simple code. Okay. And the file name is, say for example, app.py, vi app.py. Okay. App.py. This is a Python program, and Python program ends with an extension py. Okay. And then we will write a program here, a code here. Don't worry about this code. If you understood, that is okay. If you don't understood, that is absolutely fine, because this is something we are going to not as a DevOps, you are not going to write a code, developer will write a code. Okay. So this is very simple application. It is going to print an output, hello, Dockerize Python application, and it is listening on the port number 5000. Okay. Let me copy this code also at the notepad so that it has little more visibility. Our app.py is a file, and this is a code. Okay, let me save it here. So the file is here. Okay, this is our code. This is our code. This code is what, whenever you run this code will display this output. Okay, and it is going to listen on the port number 5000. Okay, that is fine. Till here, everyone is good. All right, this is our code and this is right. Who will write this code? Don't worry, it's a developer job. If you understood this code, that is fine. If you don't, it's perfectly fine. It's a developer responsibility. Then we create something known as another file, vi requirement.txt. Okay, requirement.txt is like now whatever the things that is required in order to run this code, that we define in the requirement.txt. Say for example, this code uses the Flask framework. I'll define Flask. Okay, and there is one more kind of a code application that is required for this one. So this is a Flask framework. You can see here, this is a Flask framework that is used by this particular application. So this is going to be a requirement in Python. How we define the requirement? We create a file that is known as requirement.txt and the Flask. Responsibility of these two files is with developer. Developer will write this particular two files. Okay. App.py, everything is here. Yes, everything is here. Let me see. Okay, vi requirement.txt. Let me also write a requirement.txt. We'll say, where is my requirement.txt? Right, and what is the requirement for my code? Who will know that what is the requirement? Developer's responsibility. Developer will know that what is the requirement of this code. Okay, he will only know and he will write all those things. Don't worry about it. Now these two files are here. Okay, these two files are here, app.py and requirement.txt. So what is happening here? We have a folder where we have two files, app.py and requirement.txt. In this folder we have two files. First one is app.py and we have another file that is requirement.txt. Now we are going to create another file that is Docker file. Okay, we are going to create our Docker file. Docker file is what? Capital D. And it's a single word, no extension. Okay, this is Docker file. We are going to write a Docker file to utilize these two things inside my Docker file. And using this Docker file, I am going to build an image. This is going to be the process. Are you folks getting it something? Initially, the image will also in the same machine. Okay. But first, let me create a local image. Then what we will do, we will check that we will try to run a container out from this image. We will create a container using this image. This is what I want to achieve. All right, so let's start with Docker file. So what we will do, we'll go to our terminal. We'll say vi Docker file. All right, so first thing first, we are going to write the base image. Like this application is created. This application is written in what? This application is written in Python. So we'll say from, okay, we'll say from Python 3.9 slim. Okay, 3.9 slim. So this is Python 3.9 slim. Where is this Python 3.9 slim? If you go here and say Python, okay, and if you go to this Python, this is the Python image. Okay, Python Docker official image. And if you go here, like, there are so many versions of Python is available. There is Python 3.14, 3.14 slim. Okay, out of these many versions, what version is useful for you? You should ask your developer. Okay, you should ask your developer, like, I should use this image, which image, which version of Python. Okay, that we need to ask. Okay, so once we have that clarity, we can go ahead and choose the base image. Okay, say for example, I'm using 3.9, right? So 3.9 may be somewhere here, 3.21, 3.12, 3.11, 10, 9, right? So this is one of the image that we are using, 3.9 slim, this one. Okay, this is the image that I'm using here. Okay, so this also we need to understand. So I'm using 3.9 base image. And then we are specifying, like, what are the files that I need to copy here. So I'll use copy what? Copy or let me first specify the work dir. I'll say work dir. Okay, and I'll say /app. So I want to install everything in /app inside the container. Okay, and there are some requirements, like we'll say copy. I want to copy what? I want to copy requirement.txt because this is something I want to copy. Okay, say this one. Let me go to diagram here. So these are the files that I want to copy, right? app.py and requirement.txt. So okay, inside this file, inside the Docker file. So for that I can use copy So this is the from statement that we are creating the base image. We are specifying the directory. This is what it is, the directory is. Okay. Now, after that, what we are going to do, we are going to write a, we are going to tell, like, this is what my app dir, work dir. Now we want to copy what? I want to copy, tell me, what should I copy inside the Docker file? What is required to copy inside this Docker file? Do I need to copy app.py? Yes or no? Yes. Do I need to copy requirement.txt? Yes or no? Yes. I need to copy these two files. Okay. So what is the copy command syntax? Any copy command syntax is source and destination, right? So what we will do, we will say copy dot to dot, or you can say copy dot to slash app if you have any issue. Okay. But you can say this is a more professional way. What is this? We are specifying to install everything on slash app. This is become our work dir. Copy dot means whatever in the current directory. Dot is the current directory in Linux. Whatever inside here in this directory, copy everything to Docker file. I mean slash app. It will copy everything to your Docker file. This is what I want. Okay, inside the Docker file means here in slash app. Why these two files are required? Because these are the two main application that is required to run my code. This is my code. This is the dependency of the code. All right. Next thing is what we need to copy or we need to say, for example, let me write it very simple. Otherwise, what we can do here is we can say copy requirement.txt to dot one file, and then I want to run. Yeah, that is why I changed it. Okay, I just mentioned one file to requirement.txt to dot, okay, to the app.dir. Then I want to install whatever mentioned in the requirement.txt. I want to run those things. For that, there is something known as pip is a package manager. So I'll say run, okay, pip install. Let me copy this thing. So this is whatever mentioned in the requirement.txt, I want to install that. For installation, where I want to install inside the container, right? When the container will get created, whatever mentioned in the requirement.txt, it should get installed here inside the container. For that, I am mentioning a command pip install. No cache dir means flush the cache, and whatever mentioned in the requirement.txt, install it. What is pip here? Pip is a Python package manager. Okay, Python package manager that will, whatever you mention in the requirement.txt, it will install it. Okay, so this will install it here, the package. Then what is next thing? We'll do copy of dot, and we'll say, or we can say copy of app.py, or copy of what you can say, copy of app.py, or copy of dot to dot. Basically, we are copying all the content of our application app.py to here. Okay, then what is the thing? We need to expose the port. Our application listens on the port number 5000. So I'll say expose port 5000. You can see here it mentioned that port is 5000. So I'm opening that port in the container. Okay, then we are specifying cmd command to run, like, at the start I am telling that you should run a pipe. You can run this one. Okay, cmd python app.py. App.py is already copied here in app using this command. Okay, so whenever my container gets started, you should run any Python program. If you want to run, you have to, let me open this Docker file one more time. Any Python program that you want to run, you have to run Python and the program name. So this is what I'm telling you. Run Python and run this program when container gets started. What is cmd? Cmd will only run when a program, this command will specify the command that should executed when the container gets started. So when your container gets started, which application is going to run? This code is going to run. Your code is going to run. Okay, so we have a Docker file that is ready. Okay, so we have a Docker file that is ready. So if I clear my screen, if I do ls, we have Docker file app.py requirement.txt in the same directory. I'm at the base machine. From this Docker file, the next step is to create image. And folks, if you are not able to understand each and every part of Docker file, that is completely fine. I will again explain it. First, let me run through this whole process so that your concept should become clear. I will write couple of more Docker files and it will become clear. Okay, so don't worry about it. So what is the next step from Docker file? What we want to create? We want to create image. Okay, we want to create an image. So let's create an image. Before that, let me delete all the previous images. Docker images. I can see I have couple of images, Alpine, Nginx, blah, blah, blah. So, and if anything is running, Docker PS, there's some container running. So what I do, I do Docker stop, and I'll stop these two containers. I'll say stop, stop. I'm stopping both the containers. It got stopped. Let's wait. It will be stopped. So it got stopped. Can you see that? Yes. So let's delete everything from my container. Like, I want to delete all the container, all the images and everything. So for that, there's a command is known as docker prune. Okay. So let me run docker system prune -- all. Don't run this command in your production box or anywhere. Okay, this is dangerous command. It's my test machine. I want to delete all these images, all these container, everything from my machine. So that is a command. Otherwise, if you just want to delete images, okay, and if you want to delete even docker rmi, remove image, and you can delete Alpine. So it will remove the image because right now the container is holding. So first you need to delete the container. Docker ps-a. We can see there are so many containers because this container is holding that image. So what we need to do, we need to first delete the container. So how to delete the container? Docker rm and the container name. Container, Docker spelling is wrong. Docker rm and the container name. Container is gone. Error container depends upon other container. Okay, there is another container. So let me delete Ubuntu. So what we'll do docker ps -a. I'm just cleaning my system so that you should not get confused. So I want to delete everything. So this is exited. Let me delete one of the container and docker images. Okay. So first, if you want to delete image, let me first stop docker rm and the container name. What is the container name? Ubuntu. This is the container. You can give container name or the container ID. It will remove the container. Now if you do docker ps-a, you will see that Ubuntu is gone, right? Ubuntu is gone. So that is fine. Ubuntu is gone. So now what you can do, then you have to delete the image. Then you say docker rmi remove image. What is the image? Ubuntu image. You can say delete image. First you need to delete the container, then image. Then this image is also got deleted. If you do docker images, okay, it will say you can see Ubuntu is gone. But this step you have to follow for each container, each image. If you want to delete everything in one shot, then the command is docker, okay, system prune -all. If you want to delete all the container, all the images in one shot, okay, then it will delete everything. But it is a dangerous command because it will delete everything. Now if you do docker ps-a, there is no container. Okay, docker images, there is no container. I mean images, there is no images. So our system is blank. Okay. Okay, so system prune is little dangerous. So now we have, if I do ls, I have docker file, app and requirement. Do we have any image in our system? Images? No system, no image. Do we have any container running on our system? No, there is no container. Our system is almost kind of a brand new system. Now we are going to create our own image using docker file. So command is for that, docker build. Okay, and you can give some tag, like say I say -t, I'll say Python docker app, something like that. Okay, I'll say Python docker app and dot is like your context. Where is your docker file? Where are all those images? You can just give, because we are at the same location. Okay, so we can just give dot. If you run this one, it will start building an image. Can you see that it start building an image here? Okay, let me see what happens here. Do we have image created? Let me copy this command. docker build and copy this command from here to here. So what happened to this command? Something happened or what? Control Z. Do we have copied all this command? Yeah, but here you can see this is got copied. This is created, naming, exporting images, copy something, exporting, writing image, naming Docker app, caching something. It happened, but let me see what is the message. It's something weird, right? I mean, it doesn't look copied good. Doesn't look good. It's something weird. I'm not copying it. First, let me see. Image got created. Docker images. Yes, an image got created. Can you see that this is our image got created? Are you folks able to see it? This is just got created. That is why it's giving me a minute ago. So we are till here. We have Docker file. We have images. Now from image we want to create container. Okay. So let's create a container. Docker. What is the command to create container from an image? Docker run. Right. So we have Docker images. Yes. We will create Docker run -d. I want to run in a background. I'll use one more option that is known as -p. -p 5000 : 5000. What is the meaning of this -p 5000 : 5000? I will explain you in a minute. Okay. And I will give you the image. Yeah, but there are two ports, right? But what is the meaning? I will tell you in a minute. First, let me create a tab. Okay. So this is Docker run -d, the command to create a container. Let's see. A container got created. Let me see. Docker ps. Yes, container got created and it is running. Okay. Now I want to access my application. I want to access my application here from this. For that, let me just log into my virtual machine. The virtual machine has a public IP address. The VM over which we have installed Docker. This is an EC2 public IP address. Okay, let me open a port on the security group. Okay, then I will tell you one in a minute. All right, so it is something like this. Okay, this is our container. That is our EC2 instance. Okay, this is our container that is running inside this EC2 instance like this. Okay, and we are sitting here. We want to access our application. So first thing first, your request will go to the physical machine. I mean that VM, and from VM it will go to the container. Okay, something like this. It will go like this to container. For that, we have given the IP address of this guy. So let me copy this IP address. Go here, type it and mention :5000. Can you see that hello Dockerized Python application output? This was our same application output. So let me quickly revise it, whatever we have covered. Therefore, the most important thing that you need to understand is this. We have a code. That code I want to run inside the container. That's it. This is what actually we want to achieve, right? But can we run this code directly inside the container? No, there is a process for that. From that code, we have to create a Docker file. Docker file is a text file that will have some set of instruction. That instruction is basically we write how this code is going to run, what are the dependency of the code, what are the package that is required to run this code, whatever it is. What is the port number required? What is the command? What is the application that I want to? What is the command? What is the program that I want to start when we launch the container? Everything we specify in Docker file. Okay. When Docker file is a text file. It is just a text file. From this file we cannot do anything. I mean we just define it. But from Docker file using this Docker file. We create Docker image. So whatever the mention in Docker file, it's get recorded here in the form of image. When the image is ready, we create container out of it. That is the process for any and every container. In our case, we have a code that is app.py. It's a very simple code. This code will generate this as an output. This is a web application. This will generate this output. How this code is written, why this, why Flask, it's all developer responsibility. Leave it. Okay. And apart from that, developer also mentioned, because in Python, if you have any dependency that you want to use in your code, that you have to define in requirement.txt. All right. I want to run this code, and for that there is some requirement. Everything I have mentioned in the Docker file. Now let me copy the Docker file here. Let me put it side by side. This is our Docker file, right? In this Docker file, we mentioned that this program is written in Python. So we say that we will use a Python base image. That is fine. This will create one base image like this. Okay, this is the first layer of my image. Then I said create a app directory /app. So it will create a /app directory here inside this image. Okay, forget about this one. It will create a /app directory like this. Okay, then it says copy requirement.txt. So whatever the requirement.txt, it will get copy inside the /app. Then I said pip install requirement.txt. Whatever mentioned in the requirement.txt, it will install that one. That is Flask will install, because in requirement.txt Flask we have mentioned. Then we mentioned copy ... So whatever available inside this directory, you can see also Docker file is also got copied. So this directory has 3 files: app, requirement, Docker. Everything will get copied inside /app. Why /app? Because we have already defined it. Then we mentioned expose port number 5000. Then a port will get open, 5000 will get open over this. Now after that we mentioned cmd. This command will only execute when you run docker run. The moment you run docker run command, it will start creating container and it will see what you have mentioned in the cmd. Okay, you mentioned run app.py, so it will run app.py. And what is the output of app.py? The output of app.py to display this message. This is what the output of this command. It will say print this, define this, and we are calling it and it will define it. That is why the moment we created the container, we got this out. Now the question here is, what is this :p.p, right? P dot, what is this? Where is this? This command, right? What is the meaning of -p and p? This is what the next thing that we are going to learn. Okay. We have p -p 5000 : 5000. Okay. To the second one, the second 5000 is telling about the container port that is mentioned in our code. And the first 5000 is telling me the base node, this node code. This is the VM on which we have installed Docker. What happened? Let me tell you about the Docker network. The moment you have a machine, let me stop the container. Okay. See Docker PS. Let me stop this container. I'll say Docker stop. Container name Docker got stopped. And if we do Docker PS, nothing is running. Okay. Now this is my Linux machine. How to see the IP information of Linux machine? What is the IP address and what is the port? The command is IP addr show. I want to see the IP addresses of my machine. The command is IP addr show. If I run this command, you will see that I have a couple of things. This is L0, this is ETH0, this is some more port. There is something known as Docker 0 also, right? This is the basic. But if you install just ifconfig is also, that's a I would say previous generation of Linux. Now they have changed it, IP addr show. ifconfig will also work, not a problem. If you just install a Linux machine without installing Docker, you will see this command only. Okay, I can show you. Maybe tomorrow we'll launch a new machine and I'll show you. But if Docker is not installed, Docker not installed. Remember, we have installed Docker yesterday. You will see only these output. Okay. This is loopback address that we call, that is for 127.0.0.1. Every machine will have a loopback address. You can go to your Windows, you can go to CMD, and there you can type ipconfig. Okay. config/all, ipconfig/all. You will see all those things. Okay, na? IP address of your Windows machine, loopback address, everything. Okay, same thing in Linux. We can see like this. This is the ETH interface. ETH is an interface. Okay, that is every machine will have a network interface card that is called NIC, network interface card. Okay, if you go here and you to type NIC, and if you see the images, this is NIC, network interface card, that your laptop has an NIC. But right now in our case, in our home and everyone, we have Wi-Fi NIC, right? We don't have wire nowadays, right? Earlier we used to put RJ45 cable and all. In your home, if this is your TV, this is your smart TV or mobile phone, your mobile phone also has a Wi-Fi NIC. Your TV has an NIC if it is a smart TV. And you have in your home, there is a router, right? Airtel router, AT&T router, or whatever, it is a router. Okay. When you connect your NIC, give your password, and for this you connect to this router and then you connect to the outside world, right? This is what happens. You can see Facebook, all those things, Netflix and everything like this. Are you getting it? But for that, NIC is required. That's a network interface card. This is what NIC for the virtual machine, ETH0. This one is for cloud specific because it's in Azure cloud. Just ignore this because they kind of install one more interface for other connection and other processes, other services as well. Right now, I'm just ignoring it, okay? Because most of the time you'll see only this. Cloud specific, I'm just ignoring it because we are not learning cloud here. Okay, so this is the interface card of this machine. Okay, the moment you install, we will talk about cloud here. So Wi-Fi you understood. This is the network interface of the card. The moment you install Docker, there is a bridge get created that is known as Docker 0, like this. This is a network driver, Docker 0. What is this Docker 0? This is a network driver that get installed when you install Docker. So now that is why we are able to see this Docker 0 because we have already installed Docker here. Okay. When you create container, let me create container now. That our container. Where is that? Docker run. Yeah, this is the command, right? We have run this container. We got a container got created. Yes, container got created. If I do Docker PS, container is running. Now let me show you the IP address. IP ADDR show. Can you see that L0 was there, ETH was there? We have ignored this guy. Docker 0 was there, but there is one more interface. VETH something got created. So what happened when you create a container will get created like this. This container will have its own network interface card, NIC. That is VETH something. I'm not giving this much long name. It is very difficult. VETH, I'm just mentioning VETH, virtual interface, and some number. This will also have an interface. Now we want to access application. Our application is running where? Our application is running inside this guy, right? This app.py is running here, right? It is running here, and I am sitting here. I want to see this application over the internet using my laptop. I have used this. This is my laptop, right? This Firefox is my laptop, right? I am having my laptop. I am running here. Okay, I want to use Firefox for that. I want to connect this guy, app.py. So how the connection will work? Let's try to understand. The moment I'll make a request, the first request will goes to NIC. Okay, let me make a little bit more professional instead of curve, I'll be rounded. Okay, so it will go to NIC. From NIC, I have opened a port 5000. 5000. That is why I mentioned Docker run. First 5000 is for this guy. Can I use any port? Yes, you can use any port. It is not necessary that whatever open in the container, you can use the same container. It's not required. It's not at all necessary. Okay, I can show you. I can run one more container using the same image. This time I'll use some other ports. I'll say 8080. Is it created another container? Docker PS? Yes, 2 containers are created. Okay, can I access the application on 8080 as well? Let's try. Copy this thing, go here, put it here and mention colon 8080. I get the output, but this is a different container. Okay, I'm not attaching with the same container. Though both are running the same application, but app.py is running here, and this guy will also have its VTH. If you want to see, let me show you. Right now I have only one VETH, right? Docker 0, 1 VETH. Now let me run IPADDR show. Can you see that I have 2 VETH? Second container ka virtual interface. So when I'm hitting this, now let me tell you how traffic flows. Okay. So when I'm hitting this IP address at the port 5000, when I'm hitting this application at the port 5000, okay, my traffic is going and hitting here an IC of that 5000. 5000 is matched with this container. So it will go to Docker 0 to this VTH, and we are able to access our application. When I am hitting this IP address at the port 8080, it will go to Docker 0, it will go to VTH, and you can see app.py running on this container. Because the application is same, so we are getting the same output. Now let me go here. Let me take 2 sessions here. Okay, I will take duplicate session. I will go to this machine as well. Okay, so these are the 2 machines. This is one, and let me also do sudo here. And I will say Docker PS, and here also Docker PS. Okay. Oops, sorry. Same machine, we have 2 containers running. Here also 2 containers running. I am going to log in one container at a time, okay, on these machines. So here on this machine, I will log into this container. I'll say Docker exec-it. This container, I'll say /bin/bash. I'm inside this container. In this machine, in this terminal, I'll log into second container. Docker exec-it, this one, and I'll say give me bash shell. I'll say bin bash. This container I am at 9B3. This one I am at 670. 2 containers running, I am logging into. Let me clear the screen. Clear. Now let me run IPADDR show. Okay, sorry. I mean, the package itself is not installed. I mean, IPADDR package must be netutil package must be installed. So in our machine, we have not installed netutil. We have just installed Python application. Are you getting it? Because IPADDR is a command that must be installed. In our Linux file, here we have just mentioned to install this, right? Pip install to run.txt. So the package is not there. So let me run Docker run -dit. I'll say container A. Okay. Alpine ASH -. So it is creating one container here. Let me create another container on the same machine with container B. I am creating container B. So I have 4 container running here. Docker PS, if you see, I have 4 container. Okay, let me show you the output like this. Otherwise, you will get confused. Can you see that I have 4 containers running? Container A, container B, and this one. Let me log into inside this container. Docker exec, or let me do Docker attach. Docker attached this container, attach, and inside this container, let me log into another container here, and I'll say Docker attach this container. If I do ipedr show, this container has this package. Can you see this interfaces? Let me make big screen, otherwise it's not very clear. ipedr show. This is the loopback address of the container. This is ETH of that container. But this ETH is like this. We are here. Okay. And from this container, if I want to ping google.com, am I getting the response? Yes, I'm getting the response from google.com. Okay. Now, how the traffic is flowing in this time? I'm inside this container. Okay. I'm right now inside the container and I want to connect Google. Google is somewhere running over the internet, some in the Google cloud, right? How the traffic is flow? It will go to Docker 0, from Docker 0 to NIC, NIC to internet, and internet to tada. If somebody wants to connect me, it will come like this, NIC, Docker 0, and this. If I want from inside the container, if I want to connect like this, that is one. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat brings you executive postgraduate certification in cloud computing and DevOps in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampar, IIT Roorkee. Through this program, you will gain in-demand skills like AWS, DevOps, Kubernetes, Terraform, Azure, and even cutting-edge topics like generative AI for cloud computing. This 9-month online bootcamp features 100+ live sessions from IIT faculty and top industry mentors, 50+ real-world projects, and a 2-day campus immersion at IIT Roorkee. You also get guaranteed placement assistance with 3 Azure job interviews after entering the placement pool. And that's not all. This program offers Microsoft certification, a free exam voucher, and even a chance to pitch your startup idea for incubation support, up to rupees 50 lakhs from iHub Divya Sampark. If you are serious about building a future in cloud and DevOps, visit the course page linked in the description and take your first step toward an exciting career in cloud technology.
So what is container orchestration tool? So container orchestration tool is a software solution. Let me write something here so that you can refer it later. So container orchestration tool is a software solution designed to manage, deploy, scale, and automate the operation of container in production. Okay, this is what you need to understand. If the question here is, you may ask this question, or that question may be coming in your mind, that why actually we need, right? I mean, why we need something like tool like Kubernetes? Why not we are managing these containers manually? Why? Because we know how to manage container, we know how to create container, what is container, all those things we have discussed, right? How to run a container, how to deploy a container, how to write a Docker file, everything we have discussed. What is networking, how computer networking works, I mean container networking works. We discuss all those things, that is fine. Is this question is coming in your mind, like why we need this kind of tool, right? That is one thing. It is a time constraint. The main question is because the scale we operate, the number of containers we operate. Think about any website. Say if I go to Amazon, if I talk about this website, Amazon, like this is one microservice. I think I have shown you. If not, this is one microservice. This is another microservice. This is another microservice, so on and so forth. These are the different microservices that are running, and this Amazon is basically running on EKS, AWS EKS. Okay, and this has hundreds, thousands of containers, hundreds and thousands of containers that are running. Managing these many containers manually, definitely it's a problem. Okay, the scale we are operating nowadays, it's very difficult to manage a container manually. And the one thing that it's going to be time taking, and a manual. Remember, we started the discussion of DevOps, like when we discuss DevOps, what is DevOps? And here at some point we say it's a delivery of high quality product, but quickly, right? Quickly is not going to possible manually. right? Quickly means fast, fast means automation, automation means tools, and this time we are learning container orchestration tool. Okay, so just try to connect all your dots. Like, whenever you are learning any tool, that thought process should be very clear in your mind, that why, what is use of this. Just don't learn just because this is in the course content. At least spend some time to understand what are the problems that I'm going to solve with this tool. What are the use cases where I'm going to use this tool. That is very, very important. If you really are learning the tools, as well as what are the problems I can solve with this tools. What are the use cases where I can utilize this tool. All right. So let me write something. So what is container orchestration tool? Container orchestration tool is a software solution. Okay, because at the end of the day, it's software only. That is to manage, deploy, scale, automate operation of containers in production, any environment. It's not only production. We can test dev anywhere. Okay, and actually, I can write something like this. Containers are lightweight, portable units that package the application and their dependencies. Okay, so in modern distributed system, like when we deploy any system like distributed system, like Kubernetes is a distributed system. However, in modern distributed system, managing multiple container across various environment manually becomes complex. So container orchestration tools simplify and streamline this process. So that is why it is using. So what are the key function of a container orchestration tool? The key function of any container orchestration tool is basically you can automate the deployment. Okay, you can automate the application launch. Okay, you can fully automate the application deployment. You can scale your application, whether scale out or scale in, that is possible. You can do load balancing your application. Okay, you can have a load balancing your application. You can do resource management. So all these things, resource management, high availability, everything is actually okay. All those things is pretty easily done by container orchestration tool. Storage management, that also very, very important topic of container orchestration. Okay, there are many container orchestration tools that we have discussed, like Kubernetes, Docker Swarm, right? Apache Mesos, AWS ECS, Nomad, right? But out of these, has captured the market. You can say it's a de facto. I mean, container orchestration tool synonym is Kubernetes. And the people don't say container orchestration tool, people say Kubernetes. Okay, just like people don't say container, they say Docker. Okay, and there are some tools that are dependent on the that are underlying is Kubernetes. That's just like AWS has EKS, Azure has AKS, Google has GKE, OKE, IKE is from IBM, Oracle has OKE, Oracle Kubernetes Engine, Google Kubernetes Engine, IBM Kubernetes Engine. What are these managed Kubernetes cluster? We will see how it is different from Kubernetes cluster. We will see in the architecture. All right. Now let's understand the architecture of container orchestration. Architecture of Kubernetes. Okay, architecture-wise, Kubernetes is very simple. There are two components. Okay, first component we call control plane. Okay, or sometimes we also call manager. Okay, but control plane is more correct word. But in normal talk, we also say manager, Kubernetes manager. Second component is called data plane, or sometimes we also call it worker node. So control plane is like this guy. Okay, this is control plane. It's something like who will take all strategic decisions. Okay, control plane is like no master worker architecture. You can say this is the architecture. Control plane where it is going to take kind of all the strategic decision. It is like a manager within the team. Okay, what manager does in a team? manager will say who will do what, right? You are going to work on this project, okay? Venkat, you are going to work on Java, you are going to write the Java code, okay? Gaurav, you are going to create a CI/CD pipeline, okay? Prahlad, you are going to work on XYZ project, right? This is what manager decide. Who will do what? All the decision part is basically comes to the manager. Worker node is like engineer who does all the real hard work. Okay, who is going to write the file? I mean, who is going to run your application? Actually, what we are going to do here, we are going to containerize our application and run it, right, in the form of container. This is what we want. We want our code to be run in the form of code that should be run in the inside the container, right? So container is basically going to run on a node that is known as data plane. Okay, but how this is going to run, where it is going to run, it is decided by control plane. Okay, so this is at very high level, at 1000 feet. You can see this is the architecture of Kubernetes. It has two components. First, we call control plane. Second, we call data plane. Okay, and this is the architecture of Kubernetes. Okay, so let me also control plane and the master node. Now we will dive a little bit deeper. This is control plane or the master node. It's responsible for managing cluster and it to take all the decision. Worker node is again your data plane, okay, where actually your workload runs. Now let me talk detail about control plane. In control plane, there are couple of components. Okay, we will talk about most important one, and when we'll have a fair understanding, we'll talk about more components. First component we call it the Kube API server. The first component is known as Kube API server. Or let me just talk take Kube API. So first component is a Kube API server. Second component is known as scheduler. Okay. Third component we call controller manager. All right. Fourth component of Kubernetes master is there is a database that we call etcd database or etcd database. What is the name here? etcd. Okay, or etcd, etcd, whatever you want to say. That is fine. This is your database. So these are the four main component of your Kubernetes master. Similarly, in data plane, we have three important components. First component we call kubelet. All right. Next component is kubeproxy. And last component is we call runc or container runtime. Container runtime is same runc that we discussed in Docker. Okay. If it is Docker, then it will be Dockerd. Okay, because Kubernetes can manage any type of container. It is because we have studied like Docker is one of the type of container. Okay, so these are the 7 components. There are some add-ons also. We will see those add-ons little later. But let's first start with what is the role of all these components and how these things are connected. Okay, so these are the 7 important control manager is only having one. All right, now what is the role of these things? First, let's understand Kube API server. Kube API server is something like an API gateway. Okay, it is nothing but an API gateway. Okay, but what do you mean by API gateway? Any communication will happen via Kube API server. Even if you are going to talk to Kubernetes cluster, you are going to connect via Kube API server. If you are creating a cluster and if you want to connect to this cluster, okay, you are going to talk via Kube API server. Okay, so this is This is what the Kube API server. Any component, none of these components can talk to each other. Any communication will happen via Kube API server. Controller manager is not going to directly talk to the scheduler. They will talk to Kube API server, and Kube API server will basically connect them. etcd is a database. What is its role? I'll tell you, but that is also only and only get connected via to Kube API server. Only Kube API server can talk to etcd database. No, none of the other component can talk to etcd database. Okay, so the Kube API server is kind of a gateway where all the communication, all the components communication within the Kubernetes, any external communication, like if you want to talk Kube, you will also go via Kube API server. All right. Now, this is one thing. Second thing is in master plane is kubelet. Kubelet is basically an agent of Kubernetes. You can say agent of Kubernetes that will run on all the worker node. You can have one node Kubernetes cluster, you can have two node Kubernetes cluster, you can have 100 node Kubernetes cluster. What do you mean by that? If I have to run so many container of these microservices, for login I have 10 my container, for menu I have 10 container. So if each microservice will have 10 container, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 microservices. So I'll have a 50 containers that I need to maintain. If I have a one node Kubernetes cluster, all the 50 container will run on single node. Okay, but that's not the correct. I mean, that is not a correct architecture, because if that node fails, then what? So what happens? We'll have control plane, and in data plane we'll have multiple data planes. Okay, just to maintain the high availability, and your containers will get distributed across all these nodes. Say for example, I have 3 node, 4 node, 5 node Kubernetes cluster. Let me remove this 6 node. These are the 5 node. These are the 5 worker node. Okay, these are the 5 worker node. Okay, these 5 worker node are running here. So my container will get distributed across all these 5 worker node. Okay, so this, and each node will have this kubelet, kubeproxy, and runc. So kubelet is an agent that runs on each Kubernetes worker node, and what it does, it gives the status, like what is my health status, how many containers I am running, I am healthy or not. Everything it will update to the Kube API server. Okay, because this is it's a kind of heartbeat. Okay, remember the one concept that is known as cluster. We call Kubernetes cluster. So what is the concept of cluster? Cluster is like group of server running the same application. Okay, remember we discussed this concept in SWAMP, right? Group of servers running same application or same code. So this is also, this Kubernetes is also a cluster, because these are the group of servers that are running. So kubelet will tell, explain like what is the health, what is my health, what I am doing, how many containers, and everything it will report to the Kube API server. That is why we call this guy as an agent of Kubernetes cluster. Okay, second component at the master is, let me put this guy like this. Can I drag this a little bit? Yes, okay. This is concept of cluster, and let me put a border here. This side of border is master plane, data plane. This side data plane, this side control plane. Okay, and let me drag like this. Let me drag like this. Okay, second component is scheduler. Scheduler is something very important component. Now I'll give you one example. Say I have two machines, okay, machine A and machine B. All right, I have to run my application. At machine A, I have 2 GB of RAM and 2 CPU free available, and machine B, I have 4 GB of RAM and 4 CPU available, and I want to run my application. Which machine is best suitable to run my application? Should I run my application on machine A or machine B? Where you are going to run your application? B. Why B? Because it has more resource. So you did some calculation, right? You did some you apply your logic. This is what scheduler does. Okay, scheduler will tell if I have so many node. Okay, if I have so many node, where to launch this container. Where if I have this login container. Okay, I have this menu container. All my microservices. This is login. This is menu. These are the container that needs to be run. But wait, this login container run on this machine, this machine, this machine, which machine to run, which worker node to run, how to decide that. Menu where I should launch on these containers. This is what decided by scheduler. Scheduler will only decide where to launch the container by running some algorithm. It will only decide. It is not actually going to launch. Okay. Scheduler decide where to place the container. And now I will say one more word. I'll say where to place the pod. I'm not going to say container now because in Kubernetes we discuss about pod, but what is pod? Don't worry. Right now for us, pod is equal to Kubernetes. Okay, just for a few more minutes. I will explain what is pod. Don't worry. Okay, so if this is something where to launch those pod, that is going to decide by scheduler. And in scheduler is going to decide. Say for example, I want to launch a pod, then how the communication will happen, I'll tell you. The moment if you want to launch a pod, Kube API server will say, hey scheduler, can you tell me where to launch the pod? Scheduler will go and say, for example, there are 1, 2, 3 node. Okay. Then scheduler will go and say, okay, let me run my algorithm on this node, and this node. The algorithm, he will run algorithm. What algorithm? Don't go there. It's a complex Go program. It will run, but it will internally managed by Kubernetes. And then he will decide, okay, this node is best to launch this particular pod. Then it will come back to the Kube API server and say that node number 2 is good to launch the pod. Then the Kube API server will say, thank you so much. It will connect to the kubelet of node number 2. Okay, and say, hey kubelet, go and launch this pod. Kubelet will connect to the run C because pod is for us is container right now, and who launches the container in Docker also, it's Docker D, the run C, right? It will download the image and it will create the container. So what it will do, it will see is this image available locally. If it is not, it will download and then it will create a pod for you, container for you. Okay, so what is the role of scheduler? The role of scheduler is it will decide where to launch the pod, and factor that affect the decision is like what is my CPU utilization, what is my memory utilization, what is my storage, node labels, taints, tolerance, affinity, anti-affinity, pod priority, these things that we are going to learn. Okay, but it decides where to launch the pod. Okay, run C is same container runtime. I can say container runtime. Okay, run C is nothing but container runtime like Docker D. Okay, run C is nothing but container runtime like Docker D. All right. There is another component that is known as controller manager. Controller manager, I will tell you with an example. Okay, you know auto scaling group, but controller manager is not auto scaling group. Okay, don't get confused. I'm just giving you some analogy. The role of controller manager. When say for example you have an auto scaling group and you have decided that you are going to run with 2 EC2 instances. Okay, this is one EC2, this is another EC2. Okay, so what we mentioned that my desired count is equal to 2. That I need 2 EC2 instance. What is my current status? This is my desired status. Current status is what? Current status is also 2, right? Currently, how many instances are running? 2 instances are running. And what is my desire? It is also 2. Is current status is equal to desired status? Desired status is equal to current status? Yes, it is. Right now, current status is equal to desired status. So, auto scaling group will take no action. When current status is equal to desired state, it will take no action. All right. But at any point of time, if one of the EC2 instance, say for example, got deleted or terminated, is current state is equal to desired state? Answer is no. Desired state is 2, but current state become 1 if one of the instance get deleted. In this case, what will happen? Auto scaling group will kicks in and it will launch one instance for you. The moment it will launch one instance for you, everything will become the same, right? Current status will become desired status, auto scaling group is happy, and everyone is happy, right? But the point here is to understand how it works. When this mathematics changes, whenever desired state is not current state is not equal to desired state, auto scaling group will come into the picture. Okay, in auto scaling group or something like in this kind of situation, we have something known as desired state. Desired state is like this much of instance I want to running at any point of time, at every point of time. This much of instance I need to run my application. That is known as desired state. Then current state is like actually what is the actual status. Okay, this is your desire, this is your wish. Is your wish equal to the current status or not? That is what known as current state and desired state. Right now, in this case, current state is equal to desired state. Yes, it is, because both are 2. If any instance got deleted because of any reason, okay, if this instance got deleted, how many instances running right now? What is the current status? 1. What is my desired status? 2. Is my current status is equal to desired status at this point? No. Whenever this situation comes, then auto scaling group will launch one more instance for you. Okay, the moment it will launch one more instance for you, this mathematics, this form, this is again holds true, then you are good. This is how controller manager also work. Okay, what it will check, say for example, here how many container or pod I want to run for login? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is my desired state. I'll say this is the desired state. If any of the pod or container got deleted, then controller manager will kicks in. It will say, okay, this is got deleted. Then controller manager will say, inform to the Kube API server, this is got deleted. Kube API server will ask scheduler to go and launch one more pod. It will again go and check all the 3 instances, and out of 3 it will identify, say for example, the first one. Then the scheduler will say, hey, Kube API server, you can launch the pod on the first one. Then the Kube API server will connect to the kubelet. Kubelet will connect to the runc, and runc will launch your pod. Okay, so what is the controller manager role? It will keep an eye on over the resource, like what is my desired state. We will define in a file. Okay, we'll define the configuration, and everything will become clear as I'm mentioning with an example. All right, so where we define, how we define, you will get to know that. We will define in a file. So what is this controller manager? It ensures that desired state is maintained. Just ensures the desired state. All right. There is one, and don't worry about this thing as I'm mentioning again and again. It will become clear, crystal clear. Believe me, if you can trust, just give me 10-15 minutes more. When I'll install a Kubernetes cluster, I will show you everything running. Then you will figure it out what I'm trying to say. Just by word, it is little difficult to explain. But if you can give me 15 minutes more, it will become clear. Okay, we are done with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 component. Okay, and the 6th component is etcd. etcd is a database. It's a key value database. It basically stores the status of all the components that are running in Kubernetes. Store the status of Kubernetes cluster, store the status of pod, store the status of node. Everything is getting recorded here inside this database. Okay, cluster name, cluster configuration, everything getting stored here in etcd database. So etcd database is basically, you can say, it's a highly available key value data store. What is the cluster state? What is the configuration? What is secret? Everything. What is deployment services? All the objects of Kubernetes, everything getting stored here. So right now you can just say like stores all the cluster state and data. Stores all cluster state and data. Okay, everything will get stored here. Okay, what is this kube proxy? proxy is basically I can say proxy is basically helping in Kubernetes networking. Okay, for Kubernetes networking. What is being by networking? Any communication like Kube API server connects to Kubelet, Kubelets connect to Runc, controller manager connects to Kube API server, etcd connects to etcd, Kube API connects to etcd database. All this communication, node to node communication, object to object communication, everything is handled by kube proxy. It helps in establishing all this networking. How part we will see, okay, when we will discuss about Kubernetes networking in detail, then we will see what is this kube proxy. All right, so we have, as of now, we understood, okay, there are 7 components in Kubernetes. One is like control plane, that is a master that takes all the decision. Master has 4 components: Kube API server, controller manager, scheduler, and etcd. And data plane has 4 components, 3 components: kube proxy, kubelet, and runc. We have kind of a high level understanding of all these roles, like what are these roles of these components, right? This we understood. Now we are going to discuss about first thing, what is pod, okay, and how it is different from container, okay, and then we will launch a Kubernetes cluster. And once we launch a Kubernetes cluster, then we will understand, we'll go through this diagram one more time, okay, with an example. Then you will get all your answers. How we place the desired state, where we place, how it works, how a scheduler go and check, everything you will get crystal clear, okay? What is pod? So philosophy. So this is what philosophy, but philosophy of what? Philosophy of containerization. Containers. Okay. So what is philosophy of container? We just try to understand when we discuss about container. Okay, we started discussing something like from here, right? We want to, this is very interesting, please listen it, because I have seen people not explaining this, they are just telling the definition of pod. That is really bad, because they are not explaining the actual reason. We started our discussion like this. We want to run this code, right? We want to run this guy. We have seen, okay, you can run this guy on a physical machine. Is it good? No, because we are wasting our resources. Can we run this on virtual machine? Yes, we can run, but we also discuss about some pros and cons of it. Then we decided, okay, there is something known as containerized container, where we'll have app and just the dependency. App means one microservice, right? In our case, it's one microservice. But what is microservice? It's a business logic, right? It's a business logic, nothing else, right? How people will log in, how the UI will look like, they will get user ID and password, menu, how the menu will look like, what are the things that we need to code. Basically, we are coding the business logic, nothing else, right? Okay, so container philosophy says that you will code one business logic in one container. What is philosophy says? What is the main fund of container? You should code one business logic. I can say BL. Okay. Can I code multiple business logic in a container? Yes, of course. Why not? Nobody is stopping you. But your container or microservice will say, for example, just in our case, if we want to identify my login application, this is my login. Okay, this is my login application and I am coding. This is my container of login application. This is a code and I have created a container, Docker file, Docker image. Now container is running. Okay, that is going to tell. But I'm a coder, I can code it. But somebody from the business, who owns the business, they also want to know the sales of their pizzas. Like, they are getting, how the pizza are getting sale over different part of India. Say for example, somebody in Delhi, somebody in Bangalore. How the pizza is going to sell, what is the sale in Delhi, what is sale in Bangalore. If Delhi people are eating less pizza, they are ordering less, then we have to give them some promotion so that they can start off, order more pizza, and we will make money, right? For that, I want to also collect their name, their location, their IP address. Okay, all those things also I want to collect. And this is my just login program. What it will do, it will give, like, user, what is your username, prompt for username, and prompt for password. That's a very simple program. Can I put this logic here also? Yes, you can. Definitely you can. But your program will become something like this, right? This is not going to be the same. You are running out multiple business logic in the same container. You are actually moving from microservices to monolith kind of approach, right? Microservice only runs login, nothing more than that, nothing less than that. Menu will run just menu. Okay. Apart from that, it is not going to run anything. But I also want to run my business. Okay. If you are saying that this is not, you should not do this because the whole idea of containerization is defeated. But what about business? So people invented a solution. Okay. They say, okay, fine. Let's do one thing. Let's run your container inside something known as pod. This is your login container. And if you need any further information from login to do some processing or something, run one more container inside the same. Okay, this will say for example a dependent container, or I'll say C2. Okay, so a pod is something we call atom of Kubernetes. Okay, it is an atom, means smallest unit, electron, proton, neutron. I know atom can be further broken down, but atom, just keep it as like a smallest unit. In class 9th or 9th standard, we studied atom is the smallest unit, and in class 11th we studied atom can further be broken down into electron, proton, and neutron. Right now it's all wave. If you're still studying physics and all, I mean, they say there's nothing like electron, proton, neutron. There are all waves. Okay, but anyways, that's a different discussion. So that is what the atom, it's the smallest unit. So in Kubernetes, we don't create container, we create pod, and pod can contain one or more container within it. Okay, most of the time, 90% of the time, you will see pod will contain only one container. But sometime, if you have some dependency that in output of one pod is going to act as an input for another pod, another container. If output of one container, okay, is going to act as an input of this container, in this case, you can run in a pod, in the same pod. Because I cannot put the same logic here, my container size will increase. The whole idea of containerization is defeated. So in order to avoid this, in order to follow the philosophy of container, we can do this. Okay. So in Kubernetes, we don't directly create container, we create pod, and pod will create a container within it. Can pod will always run multiple container? No, it depends. It depends upon the use case. If I have some dependency, in that case, I can run 1 or 2 or 3 container within the pod. But most of the time, it is going to run a single container. Okay, because if we run all the business logic in the single container, my container will become like this, and I don't want. What is the purpose of making container a huge machine, right? The whole idea of containerization, one business logic, one container. That's it. That is what the philosophy is. Are you folks getting it? So what is the definition of pod? Pod can have multiple container within it, but is it necessary to always have a multiple container within it? No, it depends. So pod is a smallest unit of Kubernetes. We don't deal with container, we deal with pod in Kubernetes, but pod, actually my application is running in container, same thing. But there is one more layer on top of it that is handled by Kubernetes. All right, with this, we'll go and launch a Kubernetes cluster. Launching Kubernetes cluster, there are a couple of ways. First way is known as something Minikube. Okay, second is something like you can have a physical machine or VMs, okay, where we'll have, where VMs like EC2 instances, you can go and launch your Kubernetes cluster. One EC2 instance you can make as a control plane or master. One you can make as a data plane, and you can join this in the form of cluster. Okay, this will become your Kubernetes cluster. Another way of launching Kubernetes cluster is something known as managed Kubernetes. Managed Kubernetes cluster, that is, we are going to study AWS EKS. What happens in managed Kubernetes cluster, this control plane is not handled by you. It is handled by the vendor, the cloud provider. They will maintain a, why is it so? Because you are again interested in your application, your code, your app is running here. This is something is an infrastructure work. Maintaining the high availability, maintaining everything is a cloud vendor responsibility. We even don't know where it is running, how they are running, but we will get access to this where we want to run your application. That's it. And that is the most suitable form of running Kubernetes cluster, because if you are going to maintain your Kubernetes cluster, you have to maintain the high availability of your master. Why? Because if this EC2 instance goes down, your control plane is down, right? Your control plane is down. So you have to maintain this. Instead of running your application, your main focus will be maintaining the infrastructure. Okay. So most in cloud, we prefer this. It's most widely used. We don't do this. Minikube is a test bed, or a, you can say, test or for learning purpose. It's a single node Kubernetes cluster. One node Kubernetes cluster. Same node will become master. Same node will become controller, data plane. Same node, single node. Why? Because for learning, I mean, no need to invest, launch 2 EC2 instances and see what is going on. You have to pay for 2 machines. Here you can one single node, you can launch Minikube on your desktop, laptop, EC2 instances anywhere. Okay, so it's a very simple to install, simple to manage, and it's only for test and learning purpose, not for deployment of your production workload. Okay, so we will start with this and we will move here. Okay, these two things we will cover. With Minikube, I will solve this one, like how it works and all, or we can directly start with EKS, that's not a problem, but I'll show you how to launch a Minikube cluster also. Minikube. So for Minikube, there are 3 simple steps. It's one of the easiest way to install Kubernetes. First step is install Docker. We know how to install Docker, okay? Then you have to, second step is install kubectl or kubectl, whatever you want to say, and install Minikube. Third step is install Minikube and start it. Installation of Minikube is very simple. Okay, I mean, you just need to download it. That's it. Okay, you need to download Minikube. Okay, that's it. Installation of kubectl is very simple. You just need to download it. All right, that's it. Okay, but what is kubectl? First, let's understand. Kubectl or kubectl is a command line utility. It's a command line utility to connect to Kubernetes cluster. To connect to Kubernetes cluster. But how we can connect to the Kubernetes cluster? You can connect to Kube API server only. Okay, you can connect to this guy only. So what you will do at your desktop, laptop, or whatever your machine, you will install kubectl and you will connect Kube API server using kubectl. Okay, so that is also required. If you want to connect your Kubernetes cluster, you want to deploy your application, you have to install kubectl. So it's a command line utility. It's a client software. Okay, if you are connecting to facebook.com, right? You are opening your application facebook.com. What you do at your desktop? You have a client software, right? Firefox, Chrome, or anything. That's a client software. Similarly, that's a GUI base. Okay, that's a graphical user interface. Similarly, this is a client software that we need at a client machine to connect to the server. Using Firefox as a client software, you are connecting to Facebook, Google, but those are the applications that are running somewhere else, right? We are connecting via via client software. Similarly here, okay. And if you go to my GitHub, this is Kubernetes workshop. You can have Minikube installation October 2023 file. Okay, here I have given you a step-by-step documentation like installation of Minikube. Okay, installation of Docker. We all know how to install Docker. You can just apt get Docker IO. That will also work. Okay. Once this is done, this first part is installation of Docker. Installation of Minikube. How to install it? You just need to download it. wget will download. Okay. This is the location where Minikube is available. You can just download it. wget is a command to download. Once Minikube get downloaded, you need to copy it to this location usr local bin. So what I have done, I have already ran this command to just because it takes some times to install cluster. And don't worry, because don't think that I'm not showing you how to installation. I will show you detailed installation of EKS. This is just a test bed. You can follow this documentation, download it, copy it into mini usr local bin and make it executable. Minikube is installed. Similarly for kubectl, you can download it with curl command. You can make it executable and you can move it to the usr local bin. When these three steps are done, you need to start Minikube. Just Minikube -- start. Minikube start -- driver is equal to Docker. So let me just log into one of the machine. So let me show you. Just copy this command. So what I have done, I have already downloaded and run this step just to save some time, and you can start Minikube. Minikube is not installed. Okay, fine. So in this machine, Minikube is not installed. That's a good thing. Let me see Docker is installed. The Docker is already installed on this machine. Let me see anything running here. Docker ps. Okay, let me can sudo su Docker. Let me say Docker ps. Docker ps -a. There are two containers. So what I will do, I will delete all these things. I say Docker system root -. I'm just cleaning my system so that everything get deleted. So on this machine, okay, on this machine only Docker is installed. Okay, this step is done. On this machine only Docker is installed. We know how to install Docker, right? We have so we'll install from Minikube. So what I will do, I'll first download Minikube with the wget command. You can say it got downloaded 10%, 16%, 20%. It is downloading it. With a command line, you are done. Just like you are downloading on your browser and exe file get downloaded, something like this. Okay, we are just downloading from the command prompt. I'm copying the Minikube and then I'm making it is executable. Okay, sudo this one. All right. Now we'll install kubectl. So we'll copy this command and we will run this command. Kubectl downloaded. You can see it's pretty simple to install Minikube. Just it will take 5-7 minutes and your cluster will be ready. Okay, I'm making it executable and I am moving it to usr local bin. Now you have to add your user to Docker group, otherwise you will get a problem. So add your normal user to Docker group. Now you can start Minikube cluster. All right, so Kubernetes cluster is going to start. But this is for Minikube. And what is the use case of Minikube? For learning and test purpose. Okay, we don't deploy a cluster to production like production one will see. Okay, because I want you first to little bit familiarity with Kubernetes, then we'll see how do we deploy in Kubernetes production one. All right, so Minikube cluster got created. If I want to run kubectl command, so you can just say kubectl and press enter. Okay, so you can see this is the sum of the verbs, like any kubectl command, just like any command, will run something like kubectl, okay, plus some verb. And what are the possibilities of verb? These are the possibilities of verb, some basic commands. Okay, these are the verbs, like one line explanation of these verbs. Are we going to run all these commands? The answer is no, because even I have not run all these commands in my life, because some of the commands that we are going to run, some of the commands, if required, we will see and run. Okay, we should know how to run it. The main thing is here, you should know how to run this command, how to get help. Okay, so we will see some of this command: beginner, intermediate, and deploy commands, cluster management command, troubleshooting command, all those things. Most of the commands we are going to see. All right. So this is Kubernetes cluster got installed. Now, if I want to see, and there is one more document that you can refer, is kubectl quick reference, not cheat sheet. This document is also very good that you can refer for kubectl command. So it's a kubectl help page, how to run a kubectl command. There is something known as kubectl autocomplete. Autocomplete, like in Linux Bash, if you press tab, your command will automatically get complete. You can type some character and press tab, command will automatically get complete. That feature you can enable here in kubectl also. You can just need to source it. Okay, you can go here and just run this command. Why I'm doing it? Because my life will be little easy. Source, and I just type some initial of command and press tab, my command will automatically get complete. That is, here we'll go and run it. Alright, so this you can do, and in this document also it talks about all the Kubernetes commands, like kubectl command, a lot of commands, like what are their use cases and all example that you can refer it later. Okay, that you can refer it later. All right, so let's see the status of our cluster. So command is kubectl, okay, kubectl get. What is get keyword? Get is a keyword for listing down anything. Say for example, you want to, if you go here and search for kubectl basic command, line number 897, what it says, get says display one or many resources. What are resources in Kubernetes? Resources in Kubernetes is something like node is a resource, pod is a resource, and we are going to create so many other type of resources. So we will see how to create resources. So if you want to list down those resources, command is kubectl get. I want to get nodes. How many nodes I have? Kubectl get nodes. I can see I got this output. The name of the cluster is this. I have only one node because it's a mini cube. It says control plane, and this just got created 5 minutes before, and this is the version of Kubernetes that is running here. Similarly, if I go and say kubectl get pods -n cube -system. What is this -n cube -system? Don't worry, I will explain you. But I just want to list down the pods. Can you see that there are pods running? There is something known as etcd pod is running, API server is running, controller manager is running, proxy is running, scheduler is running. There are some add-ons are also running that I mentioned, that there are a few other components, but main component we can see, right? etcd, API, scheduler, controller manager, all these things are running here. Okay. Because the same machine is acting as a control plane, same machine is acting as a data plane. It's a single node Kubernetes cluster. Okay. Now, okay, fine. This is all good. Now the question here is, I will run some lab. Okay, I will run some commands, and first we will understand this diagram one more time. Okay, this diagram one more time. For that, I am going to create some resources in Kubernetes. I need to explain something. Resources in Kubernetes, or sometimes we call objects in Kubernetes. There are two ways we can create objects in Kubernetes. First, we call imperative way. And the second way we call declarative way. Imperative way is something like over the runtime, like overrun with the command. Command and overrun time, we create the objects. Declarative way, what we do, we declare everything inside a file. Okay, that file is in the YAML format. Okay, and then we run this file. We create object, we run this file, and object gets created. Which one is better approach? Better approach is this. Why? Because here we are defining everything, what we are doing, why we are doing. We are writing a file. We are writing all the configuration inside a file, and we are running it. So in future, if I want to see what I have done, I have a reference material. If I have to modify and run anything, I can go and modify the file and rerun it. So that is kind of an easy way of management, right? Easy of managing the things, because this is something kind of a very if in future, if I have to documentation also, I maintain. Here is something like on the fly, and the command directly I am creating. We do imperative way of creating an object when for one, if I have to do something for one time or something like that, we can do it. We will see both the things. First, I am going to run the declarative way. I am going to write a YAML file for creation of pod. Okay, and don't worry about this YAML file. I will explain each and every line of it. First, let me run some labs so that I can explain this diagram to you one more time. Okay, so I'm going to create a pod and I will show you how Kubernetes maintain all those things. I'm creating a file, say from vi pod.yaml, and I'll create a file. This is the code, and don't worry about it. It's very simple. It's very simple English. Okay, and we will see. So first, let me create this file. I'll go here and say vi there pod.yaml. I'm defining everything inside a file. Okay, and saying file is here. Yes, file is here. Pod.yaml is here. I need to apply this file, so we'll say kubectl apply. Okay, and we will kubectl apply -f, name of the file pod.yaml. Okay, before that, let me, I press Control C. I have not run this command. I want to see kubectl get pod. It says no resources found in the default namespace. Just remember this error message. Not error message. This is not error. This is just a message. Let me apply this file one more time. I mean, apply it first time. Kubectl apply pod.yaml. It says pod got created. If I go and run the kubectl get pod command, I can say it is creating in the creation state, still creating, because I think image is getting downloaded. And if I go and run it again, it says running. All right. So let me paste this command. So what happens here when we run kubectl apply pod.yaml command? Okay. Let me explain you what happens here. This was the file pod.yaml. How this file is written, what is inside the file, just ignore it for a few minutes. Okay, because we are going to discuss in detail. Pod.yaml is here. When we run this file with the command, kubectl apply -f and the name of the file. When we run this command, what happened? This command is getting converted into an API request. Okay, and this API request is reached to the Kube API server. Remember, we can connect to the Kube API server only. When the Kube API server see this, and it got to know that, okay, this guy want to create a pod. Okay, this guy want to create a pod. But where to launch this? In this case, we have only one node Kubernetes cluster, so we have no choice. But still, Kube API server will go to the Kube scheduler. Okay, and it will say, scheduler, I want to launch a pod. Can you let me know where I should say, for example, there are two nodes. Okay, then the scheduler will say, okay, wait a minute, let me run my algorithms here, let me run my algorithm here. Then it will come back and say, this is node number 1, this is node number 2. It will say, hey, Kube API, node number 2 is better to launch the pod. Then it will say, thank you, Kube API. let me connect to the kubelet of that node number 2, and it will say, hey kubelet, go and launch the pod. Then kubelet will say, okay, let me instruct the runc. Runc will say, okay, let me launch the pod. Okay, but which pod? Pod will contain container. Okay, which container? Let me see what container you want to launch. Just I'll show you this YAML file. Let me remove all those things. I want to launch a Nginx container using Nginx. I'll explain you this syntax and everything. But here it is very clear that I want to create pod. Pod will contain a container. Container has a contain for container. We need an image, and this image is Nginx image. So then what will happen? Kube API server will go to the runc. Runc will download the Nginx image. So that is why it was showing creating right earlier. So let me explain one more time with this diagram. So what happens? We ran kubectl apply command. Where we ran kubectl apply command? We ran in our desktop. That request converted into an API. It hits the Kube API server. Kube API server reads this API, understood, okay, this guy want to create pod. Scheduler, where should I launch the pod? Let me tell you. It will go and run the algorithm on all the nodes and come back. Node number 2 is better to launch the pod. Okay, thank you. Kube API server will connect to the node number 2, kubelet. Hey kubelet, launch the pod. Okay. Runc, launch the pod. Okay, let me download the image and pod created. Are you getting it? How these things are connected? Alright. And don't worry about the revision. We are going to repeat it 100 times. You will get it. Okay. So what happens whenever we run this pod.yaml, request will convert it into an API. This API request is like same like when you run Docker command, the Docker command get converted into what? The Docker command get converted into an API. An API is handled by Docker. So here your API request will go to the Kube API server. Kube API server, whatever you mention. In this case, I want to create a pod. Okay. Now this pod, who will decide where to create the pod? Then the Kube API server. Here a couple of things will happen. First step, Kube API will connect to scheduler. Okay. First thing, and say I want to launch a pod, and where should I launch the pod? Scheduler will say, scheduler will identify the place, right? This is what I mentioned, right? What do I mention here? Where to place the pod. Who will decide? Scheduler. It will identify the node where to place. Then after that, what will happen? Step number 3. Kube API server will connect the kubelet of that node. Okay. Then kubelet of that node, step number 4, kubelet of that node connects to runc of that node. Okay. So then runc of that node will launch the pod. So this is how it runs. Now let me tell you one more thing. If I go just, is the pod is running kubectl get pod, the pod is there, okay? And if I want to say kubectl describe pod and the name of the pod also you can write PO, it's a short form, it will work. Okay. Can you see that there's a detailed information about the pod, like what is this container, what is the ID, what is the image name, everything is like so much detail. What is the command? Kubectl describe. We have described it. Okay, all those detail about where this information gets stored? etcd. All this information getting stored at etcd. This is what I was saying. Stores all the cluster and information, cluster and configuration, cluster state and configuration. All right. Now let me show you one more thing. Say for example, this pod got deleted. Let me drag it little here. This is basically how kubectl works, that you need to understand. Okay, how commands work. All right, so let's go here, and I have a pod, kubectl get pod. We have little bit of understanding of some of the component, little better understanding. And this is the pod. Let me delete this pod. How to delete it? Kubectl. Delete is the verb here. I want to delete pod, but which pod? This is the name of the pod. You can see this is the name of the pod. I will delete this pod. Okay, the pod got deleted. Yeah, just imagine this is not deleted by me, but just because of any reason it got deleted. But the pod is not getting launched by itself, right? It is got deleted, but it is not getting launched. And I told you that Kubernetes will maintain your desired state. All right. So desired state was one, like I want to launch that pod, but something happened and the pod is not getting created by its own. So this is where we are going to learn another object in Kubernetes that is known as replica set. Okay, first object that we have learned is pod. Pod contains container within it, and we have seen that yes, it contains a container, and I will explain you this YAML in detail. It's contain a container and it uses the Nginx latest image. That is from this, even I don't understand the syntax, but with a simple English, I can say yes, it uses an image and it is running a container within it. All right, now the pod got deleted. There is another object that we call replica set. So another object we are going to study is replica set. Okay, so second object is replica set. Okay, let me create a replica set. If I go here, we'll say vi nginx replica set. Let me also create here. And copy the code. Don't worry about this code, okay? I want to create 3 replicas of the pod. My desired state is 3. You can see 3 we mentioned here. 3. Okay. The file is there. Yes, the file is there. Replica set YAML is here. How to apply this file? kubectl apply is a command, and you have to give them path and enter. It says yes, replica set got created. Now if I go and see kubectl get pod, can I see that 3 pods are running? 1, 2, and 3 pods are running. Why 3 pods are running? Because somewhere in our configuration we specify that my desired count should be 3. We have mentioned that I want to launch 3 copies of the application. And don't worry, I'm telling you again about this file. I will explain you. Okay, I will explain you. First, I'm telling you the working, how it works. So I have 3 pod running. What is my desired state? 3. What is my current state? Is 3 pods are running. Is desired state is equal to current state. Let me delete one of the pod. What is the age right now? You can see 56 seconds. Let me delete one of the pod. kubectl delete pod and the pod. Pod got deleted. 7HVQVK something got deleted. Yes, got deleted. Let me see how many pods are running. Oh, still 3. Just there's a one new pod that just got launched 7 seconds before. QMMNS, this pod is there. Yes, this pod is there. W4NB, W4HNB, yes, it's there. 7HVQK is there? No. Another pod get replaced. Oh, somebody launches the pod for me. That pod just created 7 seconds. Why somebody launches the pod for me? Because my desired count, my current count was not equal to the desired count. What happens here? Let's try to understand with the diagram. The moment the pod got deleted, controller manager kicks in. Hey, desired count is not equal to the current count. Current status is different. Then Kube API server, okay, let me ask scheduler to launch a pod for you. Then it will say, hey scheduler, can you launch a pod for me? It will go and run the algorithm and say, this node is good to launch the pod. Then the Kube API server will connect to the kubelet. Kubelet will connect to the runc. Runc will download the image, or if the image is already there, it will launch a pod for you. Everything happens so quickly within few milliseconds, and everything happens internally. Okay, it's not auto scaling, by the way. It is controller manager will always desire state and something. Auto scaling is different concept. I given you this analogy to understand the concept. Okay, I mentioned very clearly, controller manager is not auto scaling. You got how controller manager works? Kube API server, etcd, kubelet, runc, scheduler, controller manager. Is it clear? Out of 6 objects are clear. Okay. So actually, we don't create the pod directly. Okay. We create do we create replica set directly? No. Replica set also has some issue. We will see another object type. Okay. Third object type that I'm not going to name here right now. Okay. That is going to solve one more problem. Okay. What is the problem with replica set? Which object solve that problem? We will understand that. Once we'll understand these 3 objects, then I will explain you this YAML file in detail. Okay. Once we understand the YAML file, then we'll move ahead with the Kubernetes networking concept, how networking works in Kubernetes. Then we will understand storage concept in Kubernetes. Then we'll understand some more objects in Kubernetes like config map, secret, okay, roles, role binding, cluster role binding, and then we'll understand the concept of namespace. Then we will launch a real world application. Okay. kubectl, whenever you create a file, what is the structure of this file? You will see this file is in YAML language, and we will also see this YAML in few minutes. Okay, what is this YAML, how to write YAML and all. But whenever you write a file, say for example, I have written a file, then we will run kubectl apply command. This kubectl apply command, the moment you run kubectl apply and the file name, okay, this will get converted into an API request. It's an HTTP REST API, HTTPS protocol. This will go to Kube API server. Kube API server will read this because all this information, whatever we have written in file, it will get baked inside this API. Kube API server will read all this information and try to figure it out what actually you want. In this particular case, we want to create a pod because the file has written like pod.yaml to create a pod. Okay, pod runs container. Okay, so it means we want to launch actually container. All right. So Kube API server will prove if I have multiple EC2 or multiple VMs as a worker node. Say for example, I have one worker node, I have set 2 worker node. Then where to launch this pod? On this worker node or on this worker node? Who will decide this? This is going to decide by scheduler. How scheduler decides this? It runs so many algorithms, not as a so many, but it runs a couple of algorithms, and based upon this, it decides like what to do, where to launch the pod, which node is best suitable to launch this particular pod. It will just identify the node. Okay, it is not going to actually launch the pod. The moment it will identify the pod, it will inform to the Kube API server. Then Kube API server will connect to the kubelet of that node. Kubelet of that node will connect to the runc, and runc is actually going to launch the pod. That is container within it. Okay, so this is the whole process. This is going to be fine. Then we discussed, created a pod, we created a replica set, and we see how this communication we try to understand, right? This diagram we try to understand. Let me copy this diagram one more time. We will go and discuss a couple of times so that this diagram at least should be clear, crystal clear in your mind. All right, so let me just log into my instance. This is my instance. So this is where we have installed Minikube. Okay. So whenever you stop your machine and whenever you stop and start your VM, you have to always restart your Minikube. Okay. So what was the command that we have used? What I'll do go to history and I'll grep for Minikube. So you can see this is the command we have used, right? Minikube start -- driver is equal to docker. So this command you have to run it. Whenever you log in, stop your machine and start Minikube program. This will turn your Kubernetes cluster. You can see it's again starting the Kubernetes cluster. You know, actually what is happening here, if I tell you, you know which driver we are using here? Which driver we are using here? Docker, right? You know what is happening? I mean, ultimately in Minikube, how container is running? It is creating a Docker container, and within Docker container, Kubernetes is running. This is what is happening. Because it's a test machine, right? We can containerize anything. So we have containerized Kubernetes cluster, but don't get confused. I don't want to confuse you. But here in this Minikube, in our setup, we are running Kubernetes cluster inside a container. That is what Minikube is giving to us. We can use Minikube driver is equal to Docker. We can use driver is equal to Oracle VirtualBox. We can use so many driver. Okay, even you can run container using Kubernetes in Oracle VirtualBox deploying Minikube. But we are using simple Docker. It's very simple to install because we just want to learn some concept. Then we will move production grade cluster, that is EKS. We are going to launch EKS. EKS is what? EKS is a Elastic Kubernetes Service. Oh, why it is dancing? Elastic Kubernetes Service from Amazon, AWS. Okay, that is why I don't want to tell. But this is in this particular setup. Kubernetes doesn't depend upon Docker or something. In this, because you can containerize anything. So we are running Kubernetes inside a Docker container. In this particular setup, I'm telling you again and again. Here in this my setup. This is the way only. No, this is not the way. We don't run Kubernetes like this because we are learning some concept, so that is why. Alright, so our Kubernetes cluster is ready. If I do kubectl get nodes, you'll see I have a Minikube single node cluster is ready. Just keep this output somewhere so that when we launch multi-node cluster, I will compare this. Okay, so this is my cluster is ready. Now let me see, is there any pod running? Kubectl get pod. Yes, I have 3 pod running. Why there are 3 pods running? Because we have written a file for replica set. Which object we have created? We have created replica set. Okay. If I do kubectl get replica set, so I can see that I have, this is the replica set. Okay. In this, you can see this particular output. You can see kubectl get replica set. Just like pod is an object, replica set is also an object. Okay, and it says I have 3 as a desire, 3 as a current, and 3 as a ready. Because my desire count was 3 pod are running, so that is why no need to, controller manager. Okay, controller manager is not going to kick in because right now desire is equal to current. All right. If I delete any of this pod, right now I have how many pods are running? 1, 2, 3. Let me delete the bottom one, W4HNB. I'll copy the pod name from here. Okay, let's copy the pod name. How to delete a pod? How to delete a pod? Kubectl. Okay, kubectl. What is the verb here? Delete. Okay, but what I want to delete, which object I want to delete? I want to delete pod. Which pod I want to delete? Now you have to give the name of the pod. Are you getting the syntax? Kubectl delete is the to delete any object. Which object? Pod. Which pod? This pod. Okay. So if you go here, what is the syntax for what is delete? Delete, delete, delete. Are you able to see delete somewhere? Delete, 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 delete. Here, line number 899. What it says? Delete resources by file name as standard input, resource name. And names. We are using this one, resource and names. Okay, so this will go and delete the pod. Okay, so kubectl delete pod name and the pod name and just copy it. Okay, let's go here and run it. It says yes, deleted. Now if I go and say kubectl get pod, I can say I have 3 pod. But this one, the bottom one, W4HNB is gone. We have another pod, VW2SX, and it just got created 5 seconds before. All right. And the status is running. Can I see my replica set status? kubectl get replica set. Yes, it is still 3 desire, 3 current and what. But so when I deleted the pod, current becomes for couple of millisecond, it become 2. The moment it became 2, who will kicks in? This guy will come into the picture. And there, as I mentioned, there are a couple of types of controller manager. Okay. There are a couple of types of controller manager. Here, controller manager, or the full name is Cube controller manager. We call them Cube controller manager. Okay. This Cube controller manager has couple of types. First type, that is known as node controller, and another type is replica controller, replication controller. Replication. There are a couple type more we will study as we move ahead. Controller manager for replication. It means there is a controller manager for replica set. Okay. Replica set. What type of object we have created here? We have created a replica set. For this guy, there is a controller manager. Okay. But for pod, there is no controller manager. Okay. Pod, there is no control. So when you directly create a pod, and the pod get deleted because of any reason, because there is no controller manager for this guy, what will happen? It is not going to auto create. You have to manually create it. Okay, so that's the problem with the pod. If you directly, I'm saying problem with the pod, it doesn't mean that we don't launch pod. We don't directly launch the pod. That's the point. We launch replica set. What replica set will do? If you launch replica set, okay, replica set will launch pod for you. Okay. And replica set pod has two things, desired state and current state. The moment there is a mismatch between desired state and current state, who will kicks in? This guy will kicks in. Replication controller. And then this guy will go and make sure that you have desired state is equal to current state at always. So that is why the pods are getting launched when they are getting created by replica set. But when you just create the pod, okay, without replica set, if it got deleted because of any reason, then there is no controller manager behind it, so it won't come up. Now tell me one thing, it is better to launch pod or launch pod via replica set? I'll quickly run an example. Okay, so here kubectl get pod. How many pods am I having? Because somewhere in our configuration of, if you look at the line number 999, what it says, replicas is equal to 3. This is key and this is value, right? This is key, this is value. So if this line says that my desired count is 3, I want 3 pod. That's the meaning of this line. And that is why we have 3 pod running, right? Now, if I go and see the pod.yaml, this is, here you can see in this YAML. In every YAML, we are specifying 2 things that are important. First one is, what is your API version? That object has an API version. So what happens in Kubernetes? There are multiple objects. Okay, there are multiple objects like pod, replica set, deployment, service, config map, secret, stateful set. There are so many. We will go and study one by one all of them. But right now we understood 2 objects, replica set and pod. Okay, so first you need to specify what is your API version. For pod, API version is v1 and the kind is pod. You have second line says what type of object I am going to launch? Pod, right? If you scroll it down and go to the second file, here we are saying we want to launch which type of object? Replica set. Okay, So we have to specify which type of object we want to launch. So here we are launching pod only, and here we are launching replica set. Now, if I just launch pod, we have used this YAML, okay? And let me launch the pod. The file is here. If I do ls, I think file pod.yaml. Let me apply this file. kubectl apply -f and pod.yaml. If I go and say kubectl get pod, I can say I have 1, 2, 3, and okay. It's not yet created. Pod nginx pod is got created. Pod.yaml, where is this guy? kubectl get pod. It's not getting created. Okay, let me first remove the replica set, maybe. Kubectl get replica set. Let me delete this replica set. Kubectl delete replica set and the name of the replica set. I just want to delete the replica set. Now let me see the pod. You can see I have no pod running in this, okay, because we have deleted the replica set. If you delete the replica set, that means you want to delete that object. Okay, so in that case, the pods are not getting auto created. But when we are deleting just the pod, we are still keeping the replica set. So what is happening here? This is my replica set. It created 3 pod, pod 1, pod 2, and pod 3. For replica set, there is a controller manager which is watching this replica set. It's always watching this replica set. Okay, if any of this pod is just the pod is getting deleted, it says, okay, this guy wants 3 pod. Let me go to the Cube API server. Cube API server will go to the scheduler. Scheduler will identify the node, and another pod will automatically get created because there is an object that is monitoring this particular object. Okay, so replica set has a controller manager. But if you just create the pod, for pod, there is no such controller manager. If it got deleted, it's got deleted. Replica set will launch pod for you. If you create replica set, automatically it will launch pod for you. You no need to go and launch pod manually. Pods are managed by replica set. If you want to get rid of this pod, you have to go and delete this replica set, not the pod. Because you are telling Kubernetes that I don't want this replica set. So whatever component replica set has launched, it will go and delete it.
Okay.
The file. I'll come and explain this file. I just want to cover one more object, then I'll cover this file in one minute. Now, tell me one thing. How many of you have, say for example, what would be the process of launching this pod? Okay. Say for example, we have created pod. Okay. For pod, actually pod, what is pod running inside it? They are running container. Right? Pods are running container within it. Right? My container is running inside the pod like this. But in order to create a container, what is required? In order to create container, an image is required. So we have to mention somewhere in configuration of pod that image, container image. For image, what is required? Docker file is required. For image, Docker file is required. How we create Docker file? We create Docker file using our code. Right? Actually, this is the process. We have a code. From code, we create Docker file, and from Docker file, we create an image, and we use this image in our pod configuration. Then pod will get created. Pod will create container within it. Right? This is the process. And here, say for example, the pods are getting created by one more object that is known as replica set. Right? This is what is happening here. Replica set will create pod, and pod will contain container within it. Say for example, in our case, the desired state is equal to 4 or maybe 10. Just imagine this is one pod, it will create 10 pod. Okay, just imagine this is second pod, and there are number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 between, and this is the 10th pod. Just imagine these are the 10 pod that is created by this replica set. 10 pod got created. Say for example, my desired state is 10. replica is equal to 10. Those pod contains run apps if fails the other bit. Okay, so this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pods. Okay. Now tell me, this code has, say for example, this is my laptop, and this is code is basically uploaded to GitHub. This code is, say for example, at GitHub. I push this code, and this code is at GitHub. Okay, and this code is written by me, and I posted this, push this git push. Okay, I did git push and run this code. Okay, and the version of this application is 1 dot. Okay, tomorrow if I have to modify, if I have to do git commit, I am working on some bug, I'm working on something, I'm working on a branch, and the bug got fixed, then I did git merge, right? And the version got changed from 1.10 to 1.15 or 1.11, just next version. Just imagine it's 1.11. Then what will happen? That code will get modified, right? If the code is getting modified, we have to create new Docker file. Are you folks getting it? Because we have to modify the Docker file also. The same Docker file is not going to use. Somebody asked this question, how we modify the code and all, right? How to launch a different version of application. So this is Docker file we have to write. From that Docker file, we have to create new Docker image. Are you folks with me so far? It's making sense? Yes, we have done all these things. We have created Docker file, we have created Docker image and everything. Okay, from this Docker file, do I need to change Docker image? Do I need to change the pod replica set configuration and specify a different image there? Right? But how actually we are going to do this? Because 10 pods are already running. So one thing what we can do here is we can say, okay, delete this, all this pod in one shot, Kubernetes kubectl delete replica set, and apply this replica set. It will launch 10 new pod. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Is this a good way to upgrade our application? No. Why? Because there is a downtime. For some period of time, your application will be down. The moment you delete the pod and the new pod will get created, maybe taking 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, I don't know. But for some period of time, your application will be down. Are you folks getting this? So what is the better way of launching this? Better way of launching this is what we can say is, let's do in stages. What stages? Say for example, first I will, from this replica set, I will create first another pod. That pod will be 1 underscore new, the new pod. That means from new code. Okay, just -n I'm mentioning here, underscore n, just this is from this particular image. The moment this pod is up and running, what I will do, I will delete one of the old pod. Then what I will do, I create the second pod from this image, 2 underscore n. Okay. The moment this pod is up and running, I will go ahead and delete the second pod. So on and so forth. In stages, what I'll do, I'll launch one new pod, I'll delete one old pod. I'll launch one new pod, I'll delete one old pod. I will keep doing this exercise till I have replaced all the 10 old pod. I will launch the 10th new pod and I will go and delete the last 10th old pod. Is this a better way of upgrading the application? Launch one new, delete old. Again launch one new, delete old. Again launch one new and delete old. Alright? This is known as a rolling update. In this fashion, this is known as rolling update. In this case, there is no downtime, but you cannot delete the old pod because it will get launched by itself. Yeah, but I cannot do this manually. Sure shot, I cannot do this. But this phenomena is known as this concept is known as rolling up. What is rolling update? You got it. Rolling update is like you create new version of application in stages in some percentage and delete the same percentage of the pod from the old configuration. By rolling way, you can upgrade your application. This facility, this feature is not available with Replica Set. This rolling update feature is available with something known as deployment. Deployment is another object in Kubernetes. That is, what is this? Is an object. in Kubernetes. What is the difference from Replica Set? Deployment has feature like rolling update. It will do it for us. We don't do it manually. It will do it for us. I will show you how. Okay, first of all, when you create a deployment, okay, when you create deployment will create a replica set for you. Okay, and replica set will create pod for you. This is what we do in Kubernetes. We don't create directly pod. We don't create replica set. We create deployment. This is where from we start in Kubernetes. Okay, but people just directly teaches deployment, and that is sometimes very confusing. You should understand why we are not directly using pod, why we are not directly using replica set, and why we are using deployment. Because deployment will create replica set, and we know that replica set will create pod for us, and pod will get created. But what extra deployment is offering? This rolling update. Let me show you. I have a replica set. Let me see kubectl. You get RS. I think I don't have replica set, right? We have deleted it. Let me apply this one more time. We'll say kubectl apply -f and the replica set. Replica set got created. Let me see kubectl get RS. Yes, it is there. I want to describe this replica set. I want to see the detail of it. I'll say kubectl describe replica set and the name of the replica set. I can see this is the detailed information of replica set. From where this information is coming? Who is storing all this information? It's CD, right? So can I see that yes, name is equal to replica set. What is this namespace? Don't worry, we will discuss. Selector labels and all. So it says 3 current, 3 desire, pod 3, all looks okay, but there is nothing like this. Just remember this one, okay? Just this one, okay? What we are going to do? We are going to delete this replica set and we are going to create deployment. I just want to keep this output so that I can show you something. Now, what I will do, I'll delete this one. kubectl delete replica set. Which replica set? Name of the replica set is nginx-replica set. I have deleted. Okay. All right. So let me create a deployment.yaml. I'll go here and create a file. I'll say nginx-deployment.yaml. Sorry. Okay, so I'm creating a deployment.yaml. What is this deployment.yaml? Don't get confused, okay? Everything is simple. I will explain it. Just ignore this file for a minute. Let me copy this file. Go here and create the file vi deployment.yaml. After this, we'll learn this file. Okay, we'll learn YAML and we'll learn this syntax of this file. All this file. So we have a deployment.yaml. Let me see kubectl get pod. Nothing is running. kubectl get replica set. Nothing is running. Clean, right? Now let me apply this deploy. What is this? Deployment.yaml. How to apply this file? kubectl what? Next, what is the next command? How to apply this file? kubectl. What is the verb here? Apply, right? Apply and -f. Name of the file is nginx-deployment.yaml. Yes, it says something got created. It says deployment got created. All right, let me copy this file. Moment we apply this, we got this message. Now let me show you something. kubectl get replica set. Oh, replica set got created, right? We have not created it, but it got created. Can I see kubectl get deployment? Yes, a deployment got created. So first this deployment got created. This deployment created this replica set. You should always you need to make sure that this deployment has created this replica set. You can see the name. What is the name of deployment? nginx-deployment. What is the name of replica set? Deployment name plus some random character. But it will always contain the name of the deployment if it created by a deployment. Now if you see the pod, kubectl get pod. Yes, there are 4 pod. What is the name of the pod? deployment name, replica set name, and last is the random character. Every pod will have a deployment name, replica set name, and the last four or five characters are random character, 5 characters. Deployment name, replica set, some random character. Deployment name, replica set, some random character. Have we created this replica set? No. What we created, we just created the deployment. Deployment created this replica set created these pod. Why there are 4 pod running? Because replica is equal to 4. So my desired state is 4. How this naming convention will follow? This is very important. Sometimes you have to remember these tricks in troubleshooting. Okay, so deployment name, replica set name will have what? Deployment plus some, I'm just mentioning some random characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like this. And pod will have replica set plus deployment. Are you getting? So you have to remember this naming convention as well. So pod will, deployment will create replica set will create pod. If you delete pod, who will kicks in? Replica set controller manager. Okay. Now let's do one thing. Let's go here and see the detail of this deployment. kubectl describe deployment and the name. What is the name of the deployment? Name of the deployment is nginx-deployment. And let me do it here. So let's now read it. This is name, default. Can you see that there is a strategy type? Were these lines were available in replica set strategy types? Rolling update strategy 25% max, unavailable 25% max search. These were not there. Everything is almost similar as a replica set, but strategy type was not there, right? You can see replica pod status is there, but strategy type is not there. Let me do one thing. Let me take a screenshot till here. I cannot take the full screenshot because it's a huge content. So what I'll do, I'll just, this is replica set, okay? This is replica set. And let me also copy the deployment from here to here. Okay, let's go here and paste the deployment. All right, so what I do, I just copy the some part of deployment, some till here, I think, right? And that will describe, that will, then we can compare. Oh, it's a huge size. Okay, I'm just putting here. Can you see upper one is replica set and the bottom one is deployment. Here you can see there is no such update strategy or something, but here we have a rolling update strategy and the strategy type is rolling update. These 2 lines not there. It's there in only deployment. So deployment gives us the feature of rolling update. Okay. Are you folks with me so far? All right, good. So let me do one thing. Let me show you how actually it works. No, deployment, you can always also type just deployment. .apps is the full syntax. You can just type deployment. Even if you could type deploy, it will work. Okay. I mean, I'm pressing tab. That is why it is taking the full name. Otherwise, it is basically deployment only. Okay. With this, let me do one thing. Let's create a, let me show you this rolling update in working. For that, I need to apply some trick. Otherwise, because Kubernetes does all these things very fast at the back end, we won't be able to see anything. So what I generally do, let me clear this screen, go back here and delete the deployment, kubectl delete. And instead of describe, I just want to clean everything. I'll do it from scratch. Deployment got deleted. Yes, it got deleted. Now let me see kubectl get pod. Nothing is there. kubectl get replica set. Nothing is there. kubectl get deploy. Nothing is there. Right. So there's nothing. My screen, my system is clean. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to create an deployment. Okay, let me create a deployment first. I'll say vi Linux IP deployment, and I will create a deployment here. Can you see that just one thing? I mean, it's YAML is one of the simplest scripting language. Can you see this image? Which version of image we are launching? Am I launching the latest version or specific version? Which version of image I am launching? 1.19, right? Yes. 1.19 image I am launching of Nginx. All right. How many pods it is going to create? 3 pods. All right. Okay. What are rest other things? What is the name of, what is the object type I am creating? Deployment. What is the name of that object? Nginx-deployment. Right. So that is why it's taking the name as an Nginx-deployment. And it is going to create a basically pod. Okay, it will create a replica set, and replica set will create a pod. Strategy type is what? Rolling update. Okay, and is it necessary to mention? It is not necessary to mention, but that is fine. And it says max unavailable is equal to 2, 1, and max surge is equal to 1. What are these meaning? I will explain each and everything. Just remember it is mentioned in my file. Is it okay? So, and my application listens on the port number 80, so it's open the container port 80. All right, so let me save it and apply it. So we'll say kubectl apply. Can you see that pod got created? Let me show you one by one. Kubectl get deployments. Yes, it's got created. 1 of 3 is ready, not 3 of 3 is ready. Let's wait. Not 3 of 3 is ready. Okay, earlier it was just creating 1 of 3 is ready. Now it's 3 of 3 is ready. Let me see the pods. kubectl get pods. Yes, all the 3 pods are running. Name of the pod is Nginx deployment. This must be replica set. Let's verify it. kubectl get rs. Yes, this is the replica set number. Right. Now let me describe this. kubectl describe this deployment, and I'll do pipe move. I'll do line by line. So this is, we have described here, kubectl describe this deployment. This is the name of the deployment. It got created. What is labels, annotation, selector? Just ignore it for some time. I will explain. Important thing here is replica is equal to 3. Desire is equal to 3, total is equal to 3, available is equal to 3. That is means current is equal to desire right now. Strategy type is rolling update, that is what we have defined. And rolling update strategy is 1 max unavailable, 1 max search. Oh, okay. Image type, can you see that image type? 1.19. This is the same image we have used. I think I have not copied here. One second, let me copy the YAML here also. Okay, this is the same image we have used. Image is equal to 1.1.19. Yes, the same image is here. All right. My deployment is ready. Now this information is coming from Cube. Now Cube etcd. Let me take a duplicate session of it. I am taking the same machine's duplicate session. Let me say duplicate. This is the same machine. Okay. Please focus here, because it is really difficult to show how Kubernetes works, because it does all the things very fast. As an end user, we generally won't able to see it. So what I will do, I'll take 2 sessions here. Okay. In the up session, let me change the color. I'll go to change setting. I'm just taking all this pain to explain, show you something. Otherwise, I can also very easily say this is how it works, and I can move ahead. Background, will modify it and we'll make it little yellowish, right? Light yellow color looks okay, and apply. Is it okay? This is another same session but different color, just to make sure that you see the difference. What is how Kubernetes work? I'll try my best to show you, but Kubernetes does all these things very fast. Sometimes it is very difficult to show. This is at the lower half. We will make some changes and we will see the result here. Okay. So how to see this? Let me see. kubectl get pod. Yes, I can see there are 3 pod, and there is a command kubectl get pod hyphen watch. This command is a live command. Okay, if there is any change, you can say I didn't got the next prompt, right? I didn't got the prompt. It is still there. It is live monitoring the pod. It will keep watching the pod. If there is any change in the pod, you will show here, right? Some will get created, deleted, or whatever. Let me first scale the configuration. Instead of 3, I want to launch 2 more pod. I want my replicas to become 5. Okay, there are a couple of ways to do it. Okay, if I want to scale, okay, scale means scale in and out both. Scale in and out. I mean, scale in and out both. What I can do, first thing is modify the YAML file. Okay, so let's try this one. We'll go to our YAML file and reapply the YAML file. I'll go to this yellow white one because here this is my lab, this is the result. So I'll open the file vi-deployment.yaml. It was 3, right? Let me make it 5. Replica is equal to 5. All right, but I have just changed the file. I have not yet reapplied. How to reapply it? Same command, kubectl apply, kubectl apply -f and enter. Can you see that 2 pods are creating? Are you folks able to see it? People will just say scale and they will say, okay, you can see the number of pod will increase. If you can run the watch command again, how many pods we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have seen live, like, it got created. Right? Now, this is one of the method. What is the first method? Modify the file, and this is the recommended method. This is the recommended method. And that is why, remember I told you, how many ways we can modify the configuration? There are launch an object. What are the ways? First one is known as imperative way. Second one is known as declarative way. We are using declarative way because we have a file. And this is the importance of declarative way. You have file, you can make some changes and reapply it. Whatever changes you are making, you can first take the backup of the file, like my deployment version 1.yaml. And second, version 2, you can modify it. So what you did first time, what you have done right now, everything is a record available. So declarative is more better way of launching the Kubernetes object. Imperative, you just directly make it changes with the command prompt. Are you folks getting it? Can I directly make the changes with the command prompt? Yes, I can make the changes with the command prompt. Let's go here and see it. kubectl. What is that? Scale deployment. Which deployment? Nginx -deployment and -- replicas. Let me scale down, right? Let me scale down. How many pods we are running? 5, right? I'm scaling down to 2. So what it should do, instead of creating, what it should do? Terminating, isn't it? What is the command? kubectl scale. Let me just check the syntax of the command. And name of the deployment, let me try this one. Can you see that 2 pod got terminating? If you want to check the number of pod, we can just see how many pod right now? 2. Because my desired state is now 2. That is why 2 here. This is the second way. Second way is what? Do with kubectl commands. Third thing is little dangerous. Okay, is known as kubectl edit command. We are directly modifying its CD database. etcd database. How to do this? Let me show you. I will just create little bigger. I think here we have 2 pods. Out of 5, because we have not changed the image, we have not changed the configuration. It's the same image, same thing. I have 5 pod, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Out of this, I want to delete, I want to keep only 3. So what it will do, it will just delete running 2 and any random 2. Yeah, because I've scaled down, but I have not changed the image. Have I changed the image? Rolling update will come only picture when I'll change the image. Image is same, Nginx 1.19. Are you getting it? The same image, same code, same image. But instead of 5, I want to scale down. I'm scaling down, scaling in. Okay, when we change the image, then rolling update will come. When we want to upgrade or downgrade application, change the version of our application. Okay, don't get confused. Now, the second way of modifying the same stuff is kubectl edit and the deployment and the name of the deployment, Nginx-deployment. This is, and which database it got opened? It's CD. Okay, and be little careful when you are modifying this, otherwise you corrupt your object. Where is the replica? Replica is equal to 2, right? Let me make it 6. I'll say 6. The moment I'll save this file, you will see the changes will start happening here. Okay, you will see changes here. I'm saving this file. Can you see that? It is creating. It will create 4 pod only. The message is repeating itself. That is why you are seeing so many number. But if you control C and if you just do watch again, you will see how many pod? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what are the ways we can modify the configuration? Safest way, modify the YAML file, reapply it. Another way with kubectl command. The dangerous, it's not recommended. If you are little comfortable with Kubernetes after 6 months, then you can use this edit method and directly modify it. Okay, so it is just scale in and scale out. Same image, same everything. Now let's go ahead and change the image type. Right now we have an Nginx image that is 1.1.19. With this image, we have created a deployment. Okay, and this deployment has created 4 pods for us. Right? Pod, how many pods right now we have? Let's see how many pods we are running right now. 4 or how many pods? Yeah, you should use deployment. Let me see, kubectl get pod. I'm having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pod, right? So this is current situation. We have 6 pod. Okay, this is pod number 1. Okay, this is pod number 2. And this is pod number 3, pod number 4. Okay, pod number 5, pod number 6. Now I want to change my image. Okay, this deployment has created 6 pod. Okay, this is the status, right? Okay, this is the status, right? It has created 6 pod for us. This particular deployment has created 6 pod for us. Right? Now I want to change the image. Say for example, I want to change the image from 1.19 to 1.21. Say for example 1.21. Okay, with this, what I want to change this image in my deployment configuration. Okay, then all these pod are running with what image? 1.19, 1.19, 1.19, 1.19. I'll say mention just 19 here. Just imagine this is 1.19. All these are 19 version of my application. 19, 19, and 19. Okay. Now I want to upgrade my application. I want to upgrade my application to 21. So like this I want to do. Okay. I want to upgrade my application so that pod should run with the new image 21, 21, 21, 21, and 20. Using the same deployment. Okay. I want to use the same deployment so that it should launch this, something like this. This is 19, this is 21. This diagram is clear. This is what this is current status. This is what current status is. This is what we want to achieve. This is what the target is. Okay. Deployment has a feature. If you go and read it, okay, and if you say kubectl describe deployment, Nginx deployment, there's a feature. 3 lines are important: replicas, max unavailable, max search. Okay. Actually, this line is very important. Strategy type and these 3 lines. Let me copy these 3 lines. In deployment, there is these 3 lines. Just remove this line. Feature, it is going to use rolling update. Max unavailable 1, max search is equal to 1. What is the number this means? It means that maximum how many new pod it is going to launch one time is equal to 1. Maximum how many old pod it is going to delete one shot. This is also equal to 1. This is what max search and max unavailable means. Max search means this is max search and this is max unavailable. Okay, max search and max unavailable. It means that how we are going to achieve, reach the target. What it will do, it will first create new pod with version 21 here. Okay, because max search is equal to what? 1. When this pod is up and running, what it will do? It will go and delete one of the old pod. Then again, what it will do? It will, one second, let me put the diagram something like this. Okay, what it will do? First, it will launch one new pod. Then what it will do? It will delete one of the old pod. The next time, what it will do? It will again go and launch one new pod. Then it will go and delete one of the old pod. Why it is doing in 1-1? Because it is mentioned in the configuration max search is equal to 1 and max unavailable is equal to 1. Can we change this number? Yes, of course we can change this number. We just need to modify our configuration here and maybe 2, or you can also mention in the term of percentage, 25%, 30%, like that. Or otherwise, if you are okay with this configuration, let's see how it runs first. The answer to your curiosity is like, can we change this number? Answer is of course yes. How? I have already shown you. You can just modify this file and do kubectl apply, reapply that file. It will change this number. Okay, don't worry about it. So, but let's see first how it works. Okay, changing is not a rocket science. You can very easily do it. First, let's try to understand how exactly it works. Max search is clear. Max unavailable is clear. Max search, first it will search, then it will make it unavailable. What it will search? The new version. What it will unavailable? The old version. Okay, it will keep launching one new pod, deleting one old pod. Launching one new pod, deleting one old pod. Then it will launch another new pod and it will delete one of the old pod. Then again it will launch one new pod and it will delete the another last old pod. So this way it will replace all the old pod with the new pod one by one. Is this rolling update feature? Is this update is happening by a rolling update? It is rolling update. Let's see in action. So we have 5-6 pod. I think I'm already sharing this file every day, right? And let me do one thing for you folks. What I can do here is what I generally share. So at the end, what will happen? Okay, at the end, I'll have something like this, right? I'll have something like this, right? So what is this diagram? This diagram is like this. All the old pod will get deleted. Okay. I'm telling you at the final configuration. This is the status. Okay. Let me take a screenshot of it. All right. So it will be with you always. Now let me run this. We are already modifying the image. If it is image, it means that already somebody has written the file, created the Docker image and uploaded the Docker image. That in the backend you have to do. We are using public image. Process will remain same. Are you getting it? we are modifying the image. It means somebody has written the Docker file and uploaded a new image there in the Docker app. If you have to do it in your application, you have to write Docker file, Docker image, Docker login, Docker push, and then you have to write deployment.yaml and change the file configuration and run this command. What do you mean by manually? At least you have to inform Docker. I mean, you have to inform Kubernetes that you want to change the image. Decision is your right. Kubernetes will do it for you. So first focus over the command. The command is first way of doing it. First method is by command by kubectl, because this is also a modification, right? By kubectl command, and this is you can do with this kubectl set image. I want to set image of deployment. Which deployment? Nginx -deployment and Nginx -container image is equal to 1.21. Instead of this one, we can say Nginx container image is equal to 1.20. What is the current version of image? 1.19. If you want to verify it from the configuration, you can run command kubectl describe deployment Nginx deployment pipe grep -i just grep image. Can you see that we have current image 1.90? I want to change this image. Right now I am having 6 pod running. Okay. Let me control C clear the screen. Let me run this command again. I have 6 pod running. Now I want to change the image. Let me run this command. kubectl set image. Okay. Set image deployment. Which deployment? This deployment. Which image? Nginx 1.21. Can you see that some pods are creating, some pods are terminating? Are you folks able to see it? Can you see that it is creating and terminating in stages? But it is happening very fast. It's very difficult to identify what actually it is doing. But we can see that we have terminating messages also and creating messages also. Right? And now I think everything got completed. Let me see Control C and run this command. I have all pods got created just few seconds before. 19 second, 28 second, 18 second, 29 second, just few seconds before. All right, running. Is my image got modified 1.21? Is my image got modified? Yes, my image got modified. Old pod are gradually terminated and new pod will be created. First new pod will get created and one old pod. In what number, in what percentage? It depends upon these feature. Rolling update strategy. If you mention one here, one will get created, one will get deleted, one will created, one will deleted, one will again, one will created, one will deleted, one deleted, one created, one deleted, one created. Like this fashion, it will move ahead. Okay. This number, can we change it? Yes, of course we can change it. We have seen how to change it, right? We can modify, open this file, put whatever the number you want, done. But the best option is 25%. By default, it's 25%. You can use the default one, 25%. If you want to see the rollback strategy, I mean status, okay, you can run this command kubectl rollout status. It will tell you like what is the status of the rollout. You can go here and run this command. You can say successfully rolled out. Okay. If you at any point of time, if you want to roll back, okay, any point of time you want to roll back, you can do rollout undo. Rollout undo is the command. Okay. So let me. Okay, what is the command? Rollout undo. If I'm doing rollout undo, definitely here some changes are happening. It is going back. It is going back to what? It is going back to 1.19. If you want to verify it, can you see that current version is 1.19? Because I have rolled back. Let me quickly summarize it. What we have done, basically, we have created a deployment. And why we need a deployment? Because deployment is going to launch something known as Replica Set, and we know that Replica Set is going to launch something known as Pod. This flow we know, but what feature that was not available with Replica Set? The rolling update. Why we need a rolling update? Because you never seen, like, website, like, have you seen you log into Netflix and says we are down for maintenance? Have you seen this message anytime? I've never seen that message. I have seen this message in IRCTC, right? Have you seen this message in IRCTC? It means that IRCTC is a bad design. No, this is very good. I mean, sometimes you may get this message even Netflix also. It's not like Netflix is like very no, definitely Netflix is very well designed, because they have like I know their architecture is very well designed. And they in Netflix they are also something like Chaos Monkey script. They will purposefully shut down their machine randomly just to make sure that their high availability is working or not. If you want to read about it, just search for Chaos Monkey Netflix. Okay, so that's a different story. But what I'm trying to say, nobody wants to shut down their business even for a minute. Domino's, Pizza Hut, Zomato, Swiggy, Ola, Uber, whatever it is, they want their application Rapido. If they shut down for a minute, they will lose good amount of money, right? People are all over the India, all over the world looking, using their application. So that's the purpose. Nobody want to shut down their business. If we are using rolling update, then what will happen? I mean, just Replica Set, because Replica Set doesn't have the speech feature. If I want to upgrade my upgrade is a normal phenomena. Yes, we always get a message that new version of application is available. Right? It means that there is a team working on the enhancing the application, fixing the bug in the previous release, and adding more and more and more features. Right? So there will on so upgrade is unstoppable. Your application will definitely upgrade to enhance it so that more and more customer can join, right? Because ultimately it's all business, it's all money, right? So deployment is a better thing rather than Replica Set. Now the question is, do we only do application upgrade, or we also do some other kind of upgrade? We also do some other kind of upgrade. Maybe I want to scale my number of pods. I want to change something, some configuration. So what are the ways we can do changes in the deployment? In deployment, these are the two things that is one thing. There are a couple of ways we can change the configuration. First is like, there is first method with modify the YAML file and reapply. Okay, that's the first, and this is the most safest way and recommended way. This is the first method. Okay, what is the another method? Another method is basically what you can do, you can run kubectl apply command. Okay. Second method is via command directly. Okay, you can do it with the second method is command directly. What do you mean by that? Here we have upgraded our image via command only, right? We just run kubectl set image, right? Can we do in other way? Yes, we can do it another way. If I go here, open the deployment wala file. I have nginx.deployment. Just vi that file. What is the current image mentioned here? 1.19, right? Let me change into 1.21 and reapply it. This is another method. Okay, this is another method. I have changed the file, but it's a file only which got changed. My deployment is not got changed. What I do, I'll say kubectl apply -f in the name of the file. What is the current version of image? Right now also is 1.19, right? We have just roll back. Let me reapply that file. Can you see here? Yes, it got started changing. Same way, either with the command prompt or with the file. Same thing is happening. Okay. Now if I go and see what is the image version, yes, 1.21. Which one is better? It's your decision. I prefer this method. Because why? Because I can take backup. I know what I am doing. I am recording the things. With the command prompt, I am running command, and after 6 months somebody asks, hey, why you change this? I have no answer because I don't recall like why I have run this command. I don't know. But if I am doing with file, I know early I'll take a backup of this file and I'll reapply. And I'll mention something in the backup. Changes, I'll put some comment. This change I am doing it because a new version of application got released. We were working on this bug, it got fixed. We are reapplying. Whatever you want to write, okay? That is something. Third thing is, again, can we change something some other way? Yes, there is a way we can change it via kubectl edit command. Alright. Kubectl edit command. Can I change the image also with kubectl edit command? Yes, why not? Let's do it. Kubectl edit. What I want to edit? I want to edit deployment. Which deployment? Nginx-deployment. Change it. This is I'm modifying the etcd database. Open this one. Go down. Yes, 1.21. I want to change you. I will make it 1.19. Is it changing? Let's see. It is changing. Let me make sure it's got changed. Yes, it changed. 1.19. Are you folks getting it? There are three ways, or there are a couple of more ways, but this is enough, right? These are the three ways we can change it. Okay. So either you are going to change with the command prompt or with the file, it is your choice. But we can change some configuration of deployment. Yes, we can definitely change some configuration of deployment. Okay, we can definitely change some configuration of deployment. Okay, is everything is a change? Everything is possible? No, there are some parameters that we can change. There are some parameters we cannot change. Okay, so these are the methods. Why deployment? Because it has a rolling update feature. How to apply rolling update? These three methods. Okay, is only rolling update only always we can change the version of upgrade application? No, we can change also scale it, scale out, whatever the things that we can change via these three methods. Yes, we can change it, Leslie. If you want to change the port number and all, you can change it via file. File is the safest way.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat brings you executive postgraduate certification in cloud computing and DevOps in collaboration with I Have Divya Sampark, IIT Roorkee. Through this program, you will gain in-demand skills like AWS, DevOps, Kubernetes, Terraform, Azure, and even cutting-edge topics like generative AI for cloud computing. This 9-month online bootcamp features 100+ live sessions from IIT faculty and top industry mentors, 50+ real-world projects, and a 2-day campus immersion at IIT Roorkee. You also get guaranteed placement assistance with 3 Azure job interviews after entering the placement pool. And that's not all. This program offers Microsoft certification, a free exam voucher, and even a chance to pitch your startup idea for incubation support, up to rupees 50 lakhs from IAP Divya Sampark. If you are serious about building a future in cloud and DevOps, visit the course page linked in the description and take your first step toward an exciting career in cloud technology.